Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Naruto. With Yuta Template. 1YT. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C1. Truck-kun strikes again. Chapter 1. Truck-kun strikes again. Goddamn, I look amazing. Haruki Shiratori stood in front of the mirror, admiring his face and figure from every angle. Those 20,000 yen wig, 14,000 yen makeup, 80,000 yen custom cosplay costume, and an 18,000 yen long sword, were worth it. Haruki, cosplaying as Yuta Okkotsu, hesitated before going out. After all, there had been frequent incidents at anime conventions recently, and two people had already gone to meet their maker. Between life and his desire, Haruki ultimately chose desire. Cautious as Haruki was, to avoid flying to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun like the two previous people who had incidents, he chose to walk on pedestrian paths with railings and take the subway. Haruki looked at the subway entrance not far away, revealing a relaxed smile. He just knew it. He wasn't the protagonist. How could such strange things happen to him? He was just worrying for nothing. Haruki let out a sigh of relief, completely letting go of the anxiety he had carried all the way. Then, he took a step. Beep beep. A deafening, sharp horn sounded from behind Haruki. It was accompanied by the screams of pedestrians around him. Haruki. His smile froze on his face. It wasn't what he thought, was it? Haruki turned his head and saw a fierce white light and the faint outline of a truck's front within the white light. He wasn't even on a national highway. At such a close distance, even Superman would leave his underwear behind. This time, he was set up. Realizing this, Haruki closed his eyes, tears already streaming down his face internally. Goodbye, world. This farewell of mine, it's for a lifetime. Cold. Haruki felt extremely cold. He was cold all over, so cold his teeth chattered. The chill constantly drilled into his bones. Haruki was so cold he wanted to die. Oh, that description isn't right, he was already dead. Dead or not, it's not important. The important thing is why is it so cold? Haruki shivered from the cold, and couldn't help but ponder this question in his heart. No, how could he feel cold? Haruki realized something was wrong and suddenly opened his eyes. Plop. A drop of water fell on Haruki's face, it was bone-chillingly cold. Haruki shivered before he could even clearly see his surroundings. The sound of his teeth clattering echoed continuously. He was shaking like he had Parkinson's. Gusts of cold wind cut through his body like knives. Haruki looked at the scene before him, dumbfounded, too shocked to recover for a long time. The rough ground was mixed with sticky mud and sharp gravel, his back was against a cold, hard stone wall, and 3 meters away was an irregular opening 2 meters wide. Clearly, this was a cave. Haruki blinked. Someone tell him, he was just hit by a truck, so why was he in a cave? How did he suddenly go from a city person to a caveman? The semi-enclosed cave was pitch black, and the dim daylight was swallowed by the gloomy rain curtain outside the cave. Haruki couldn't see very clearly, but he could vaguely make out the general outlines of fields and mountains. The only things missing were buildings and human figures. Had he returned to primitive society? He then looked down at himself. As his eyes moved, he was stunned. His limbs were not only intact, but he didn't even have a single wound on his body. Ads by PubFuture. Even more bizarre was that he had shrunk. His expensive cosplay costume had also turned into children's clothing with him. What pained him the most was that all the muscles he had painstakingly trained had disappeared. What did all the protein powder he consumed count for then? Haruki couldn't accept the fact that he had become a little kid. He hugged his legs with a look of utter despair. By now, he pretty much understood. He had transmigrated. Of course, that's all he understood. Other than that, he couldn't get any useful information from this dilapidated cave. There's a child here. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice ignited a spark of hope in Haruki's eyes. He cautiously looked around. Perverts were most likely to appear in such desolate wilderness. Just in case, he rolled into a dark corner of the cave, cautiously eyeing the figures walking in from the rain curtain outside the cave. The vest on their chest, the headband on their head, the kunai in their hand all silently indicated the other party's identity. Ninja. The light of hope in Haruki's eyes extinguished. Damn it. Is God playing with him? Shrinking him and sending him to the Naruto world? It would have been better if he had just died. Looks like a stray. The two ninjas walking side by side cast their gaze towards Haruki in the corner, and one of them said to the ninja beside him, "Kill him." A ninja calmly decided Haruki's fate, pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and strode towards Haruki. Haruki. He hadn't even said a word yet. He only thought he didn't want to live. He didn't really want to die. Haruki watched the ninja approaching him, his heart pounding uncontrollably, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. He stared intently at the approaching ninja, his body shaking violently. "Can you let me go?" Haruki, with no escape, leaned against the wall. Under the fear of death, his body actually warmed up. He looked up and pleaded with utmost sincerity. He didn't want to die yet. The ninja standing in front of Haruki paused his steps. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes, then he continued to stare at him expressionlessly. "There are ninjas everywhere here. Even if I let you go, you'll die at someone else's hands. It's better if I end your suffering now. Living in this era is your misfortune." The ninja raised the kunai. The white glint from the tip stung Haruki's eyes. Death approached Haruki. Haruki. Was he the fastest transmigrator to die? Probably. Haruki still wanted to make a final struggle. System. 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 After Haruki shouted 3 times, he closed his eyes and started shouting again with a different address. Cheat. 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 A trace of pity flashed in the ninja's eyes. Had he gone mad from excessive fear? The tip of the kunai was only 1 centimeter from Haruki's neck. Haruki's shouts still received no response. It seemed heaven wanted him dead. He, Haruki, accepted it. 18 years later, he, Haruki, would be a good man again. Next time, remember to let him reincarnate to a peaceful world. Yuta. Don't hurt Yuta. Don't hurt Yuta. I'll kill you all. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C2. Queen of Curses, Rika. Chapter 2. Queen of Curses, Rika. A chill seeped out from behind Haruki. Goosebumps rose on Haruki's back and neck. A faint female voice, laced with ferocious killing intent, almost materialized as it surged towards the ninja. Crack. The kunai in the ninja's hand were crushed by a pale, giant hand almost as big as Haruki's body. It was as easy as crushing an egg. Ah 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 ah. The ninja's shrill scream echoed through the cave. However, after only a moment, the scream abruptly stopped. In its place was a pile of shredded flesh. 2 giant hands reached out from behind Haruki, twisting the ninja into pieces as if wringing a wet towel. Blood splattered everywhere. Just as it was about to splash onto Haruki's face, a colossal figure blocked his path. The entire cave trembled precariously under her massive body. Haruki looked at her protruding spine, her pale green skin, and her mouth full of fangs, and he could basically guess who she was. Special grade cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto. Monster. Another ninja trembled all over, staring at the behemoth before him, his lips slightly parted, his pupils quivering, and his voice hoarse as if squeezed out of his throat with difficulty. He kept backing away, trying to distance himself from Rika. Don't hurt Yuta. As the curse before him let out a sharp shriek that pierced the eardrums, the ninja trying to escape was easily torn in half by a pair of sharp claws. A strong smell of blood permeated the cave. Almost every stone was soaked in blood. Haruki looked at the shredded flesh on the ground, the smell of blood rushing straight to his nose, surging wildly into his body, making his stomach churn continuously. His spasmodic stomach finally couldn't bear the burden. Haruki scrambled out of the cave. He fell to the ground, supporting his upper body with his hands, and finally couldn't help but vomit. He hadn't eaten much before going to the anime convention, so now he only vomited some sour liquid. Yuta. Rika's anxious calls kept coming from Haruki's ears. Yuta. Was she calling him? Right, he was wearing Yuta's clothes. Haruki suppressed his fear, tentatively raised his head, and immediately met a huge face with no eyes or nose, only a gaping, bloody maw. Her sharp teeth were almost longer than Haruki's head. Haruki was just a small fry in front of her. No wonder she was called the Queen of Curses. With that oppressive feeling, how could she not be a queen? Yuta. Rika kept trying to get closer to Haruki. Watching anime was one thing, having it actually appear in front of him was another. Haruki gulped, trembling all over from nervousness. He bravely stretched out his hand and placed it on the upper half of Rika's face, which lacked any facial features. The touch was cold. It wasn't as terrifying as Haruki had imagined. He boldly touched her and nervously observed Rika's reaction. Yuta. Rika rubbed Haruki's palm, and all the malevolence in her body suddenly vanished without a trace, her voice even becoming cute. Cute. Haruki was shocked by his own strong heart. Suddenly, Rika quickly lost vitality, as if a toy had been switched off. The next second, she transformed into smoke and slowly floated into the ring Haruki wore on his middle finger. Haruki looked at the ring on his finger. To fully recreate Yuta Okkotsu's character, he had meticulously paid attention to every detail, including the engagement ring with Rika. Did Rika recognize him as Yuta Okkotsu, just based on the clothes he was wearing? Haruki felt it wasn't that simple. He got up from the ground and walked to a nearby puddle that hadn't been stained with blood. The clean puddle, like a mirror, reflected Haruki's current appearance. He had completely transformed into Yuta Okkotsu's childhood self. Haruki pinched the baby fat on his face. It felt good. As expected of a child, his face was full of collagen. Since the cheat had arrived, Haruki could only accept the facts. He, Haruki, had transmigration into the Naruto world as a child version of Yuta Okkotsu. Haruki sighed. At this moment, his reflection in the water disappeared, replaced by a transparent blue light screen. Looking at the light screen emitting a faint blue glow, Haruki shifted his gaze, looking up at the sky. The blue light screen was still in front of him. This meant that the light screen moved with his line of sight. A line of crooked, cartoonish text appeared on the light screen. At the same time, a cloying, sickeningly sweet voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully appeasing the berserk companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto. The cursed spirit mother assistance system has been successfully activated. Please, host, collect more affection to feed your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto. Please note, your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto, is currently in a hungry state. Please do not abuse your companion cursed spirit. Quote. Right, wasn't it? Was this the system? Haruki now had a belly full of questions. Did you bring me here? Yes, host. No need to thank. I want to go back. Haruki had never seen such a shameless system. The ninja world was too dangerous. He wanted to go home to his mom. Send me back, Haruki roared, unable to bear it any longer. Okay, please don't be angry. It agreed so easily. Haruki felt something was off. He eyed the blue electronic light screen suspiciously. Please confirm, host, whether to restore to the fragmented state before transmigration. Yes, no. A multiple-choice question popped up on the light screen in front of Haruki. His intuition was correct. There was indeed something wrong. He looked 3 times, confirming he hadn't misread. Quote. Haruki cautiously requested, I want to restore to a complete state. Sorry, this is a multiple-choice question, not a multiple-selection question. Quote. Go to hell. Haruki lost his sanity, roaring out. Sorry, your request cannot be fulfilled by the system. Quote. Haruki felt a sense of powerlessness, like dealing with a customer service representative. Countless punches landed on cotton. Not only did they cause no damage, but there was also a disgusting feeling of the cotton licking his fist. Haruki regained his expressionless face, and resigned, I'll stay here, alright. Finally, you got over it. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C3. I have Yuta's abilities. Chapter 3. I have Yuta's abilities. Haruki's expression was complicated, with anger, indifference, and helplessness in his eyes. You call this getting over it? Did he even need to think about it? The system remained silent. A moment later, a calming mantra automatically began playing in Haruki's mind. Quote. Haruki gave up struggling. He didn't want to waste words with the system. What are your functions? If you're useless, just go away. Haruki said, his eyes vacant and indifferent. Detecting host's weak will to live, the system will diligently serve you. This system is called Cursed Spirit Mother Assistance System. As the name suggests, I am the assistance system, and you are the Cursed Spirit Mother. He asked, puzzled, Why Cursed Spirit Mother? I'm a male. Cursed Spirit Father should be more appropriate, right? The system knows you are a male. The system believes that anyone or anything with great, selfless love and responsibility can be called a mother. Don't you humans call Earth, Mother? Haruki reluctantly accepted the system's explanation. After all, he, Haruki, was indeed a person with great, selfless love and responsibility. This description truly fit no one but him, Haruki. He, Haruki, acknowledged the system. So, what are your functions? This system's function is to help the host extract emotions from people, to convert them into nourishment for cursed spirits, and to help the host activate, upgrade cursed spirits, and enhance your own strength. Sounds somewhat useful. Haruki stroked his chin and nodded. In other words, he just needed to find people for the system to extract from, right? A reminder, the emotions extracted by the system must be human emotions towards the host. Haruki took back his previous statement. Useless thing, you really are useless. In the end, he still had to work hard himself. Quote. No insulting the system. What if I insult you? Haruki stared at the electronic screen with deadpan eyes. The system tore him into pieces. What's wrong with him bullying the system? An eye for an eye. Activating cursed spirits means there's more than just Rika, right? Haruki continued to ask. Yes, human emotions can form different cursed spirits. But they all require the host to collect the corresponding emotions before they can be activated. What does upgrading cursed spirits mean? Haruki recalled the system's words. Activating a cursed spirit requires the corresponding emotional value to reach 10,000 to unlock 10% of its initial state. It needs to be fed with corresponding emotional value to gradually grow to 100%. Haruki nodded in understanding, but soon he frowned again. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. However, Jujutsu Kaisen and Naruto are two different worldviews. The power gap between the two worlds is very obvious. Even a special grade cursed spirit probably can't defeat those powerful ninjas in the ninja world, can it? Haruki asked, is there a power comparison between cursed spirits and ninjas in the ninja world? Of course there is. Since cursed spirits grow from ninjas' emotions, their strength also aligns with the ninja world's power levels. 10% is generally equivalent to the strength between Genin and Jonin, 50% is equivalent to Jonin's strength, and 100% is a strength level that surpasses Jonin. Of course, different types of cursed spirits have different strengths. Cursed spirits born from exceptionally extreme and intense emotions are stronger than ordinary cursed spirits. You will need to explore the specific yourself. You also possess Yuta Okkotsu's innate abilities. So please don't underestimate yourself. Which eye of yours saw me underestimating myself? Haruki retorted. The phrase, underestimate oneself, had never been associated with him. Quote. Yuta Okkotsu's talent. Copy. Reverse cursed technique. Black flash. Domain expansion. I have all of these. Haruki was already thinking about how he would apply these abilities. Is cursed technique copy equivalent to ninjutsu copy? This skill is good. Direct one-click copy and paste. PubFuture ads. No, you're thinking too much. Quote. Haruki's beautiful fantasy was cut short. You'd better not say anything I don't want to hear again. Did you forget? You also have a companion cursed spirit. Your current growth state is synchronized with your companion cursed spirit. Currently, Rika Orimoto's state is 10%, which is at the elementary stage, so your abilities are also at the elementary stage. To upgrade your abilities, you must first feed Rika to her fill. You need to work hard to acquire the love value Rika needs. Haruki, as a stranger who had just arrived here, where was he going to find someone who loved him? Was the system crazy? You can check your personal page to understand yourself better. Haruki looked closely and saw his avatar in the upper right corner of the blue screen. He clicked on it, and a rectangular blue screen immediately popped up in front of him. Personal information. Name. Haruki Shiratori. Identity. Yuta Okkotsu, Cursed Spirit Mother. Age. 823. Gender. Male. Companion Cursed Spirit. Rika Orimoto. Cursed Spirit Encyclopedia. Rika Orimoto activated, Sukuna not activated, Choso not activated, Jago not activated, Kenjaku not activated. Click to expand. Body abilities. Copy activated. Current progress 10%. Click to expand. Black flash not activated. Reverse cursed technique not activated. Domain expansion not activated. Haruki click to expand the copy section. Copy. Current progress 10%. Can perform simple ninjutsu copy. Copyable cursed techniques. Toge Inamaki. Cursed speech not activated. Satoru Gojo. Six eyes not activated. Satoru Gojo. Limitless not activated. Satoru Gojo. Hollow purple not activated. Satoru Gojo. Domain expansion not activated. Suguru Gedo. Cursed spirit manipulation not activated. Toji Fushiguro. Heavenly restriction not activated. Click to expand. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's template. C4. Meeting the trio. Chapter 4. Meeting the trio. Haruki struggled to keep his lips from curving upwards. Excellent. It seems the system isn't entirely useless after all. How do I activate the copyable techniques? Haruki rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. I don't know. I've already revealed too much information. Quote. Too much my foot. Aren't you an assistance system, meant to assist me? Look at what you're saying. Haruki was both lucky and unlucky. The system had many functions, but unfortunately, it was brain damaged. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. I need to go offline to heal. System offline. Quote. Haruki's lips twitched. Never mind. Based on the system's rules, activating copyable techniques and cursed spirits likely required him to collect emotions that humans generated towards him. His most important task now was to find a place with people. Snapping back from the horrifying death crisis and the infuriating system blunder, Haruki finally felt a hard lump behind him. He reached back and felt around. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. It was his sword. He hadn't expected his sword to come along too. When he was 186 centimeters tall, the sword fit perfectly on his back, but now, on his current body, it was almost longer than he was. Haruki unstrapped the sword and placed it on the ground. Although the sword wasn't sharpened, he had certainly spent a lot of effort and money on it. He couldn't bear to leave it here. But carrying it on his back was too risky. Ultimately, he still put the sword on his back. Life is precious, but money is even more so. Haruki, with his sword on his back, stepped into a puddle, moving further and further away from the cave where he had been hiding. 2 ninjas had died in the cave. Judging by their headbands, they were likely from one of the 5 great ninja villages. Such a tragic death might attract attention. This place was no longer safe. He had to move, although he didn't even know what time period in the Naruto world he had transmigrated to, or where he was. Heading towards populated areas would surely get him the information he needed. Moreover, Rika, in her starved state, couldn't continue fighting. According to the ninja who was killed, it was currently a chaotic era of war. To avoid falling into such a desperate situation again, he had to, as the system said, find someone who loved him, provide him with points, and simultaneously enhance Rika's strength while freeing her from her starved state. Up until now, the only method Haruki could think of was to acquire points through trickery and deception. Though despicable, it was fast. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Haruki felt despair. He conservatively estimated that he had walked nearly 4 kilometers. A full 4,000 meters. He hadn't seen a single living person on the way. He looked out, and all he saw were mountains and ridges, desolate and uninhabited. It was still raining incessantly. There was no sign of it stopping. He hadn't found a single living person, but he had seen quite a few dead ones. Thanks to the training from the scene of Rika tearing a living person apart with her bare hands, Haruki's psychological fortitude had grown to a terrifying degree. He continued walking for another 2 kilometers and finally found a cave where he could take shelter. At least he could spend the night there. Haruki looked at the sky, which grew darker under the cover of the dark clouds. He quickened his pace and hurried into the cave. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. As soon as he entered, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Flickering firelight danced in Haruki's pupils. It was a roaring bonfire. Not only that, there were 3 children sitting around the bonfire. The moment Haruki burst in, the 3 children immediately stood up, their eyes wide, vigilantly looking towards the cave entrance. When they saw Haruki's figure, all 3 froze simultaneously. Thus, Haruki stood at the cave entrance, staring at them, and they stared back. Among the 3 children, there were 2 boys and 1 girl. The boy standing in the middle had short, orange-yellow hair and appeared to be the oldest. The boy standing next to him had extremely distinctive red, medium-length hair, with long bangs that covered his eyes. The girl had very fair skin, with blue hair tied into a bun, and a paper flower adorned her hair. Haruki's gaze swept over the 3 of them in turn, and he had already confirmed their identities in his heart. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. He actually encountered Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan when they were children. Haruki was filled with surprise. Yahiko and the other 2 in front of him looked emaciated. Although their eyes held the vigilance honed by brutal war and harsh living, they were mostly filled with innocence and youthfulness. Seeing the 3 of them, Haruki immediately had a rough understanding of the ninja world's time and location. It should be during the Second Great Ninja War, and the location was a megacure. Who are you? Yahiko looked Haruki up and down, gathering his courage to ask. He stretched out his hand like a mother hen, shielding Nagato and Konan behind him. Haruki replied, I am Haruki. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. Everyone here is an orphan. Why should one orphan make it difficult for another? I'm Yahiko. After stating his name, Yahiko tentatively stepped forward 2 paces. He looked around. He seemed to be confirming whether there was anyone else behind Haruki. After confirming that there was no one else around, especially no ninja, Yahiko let out a sigh of relief. The vigilance in his eyes lessened by more than half, and he asked, Are you alone? Haruki nodded, I am alone. Konan ran forward and tugged on Yahiko's clothes, her eyes showing compassion. Yahiko knew Konan was kind, and he hadn't intended to drive the other party away. Yahiko said to Haruki, who was soaked through with rain, then come in. Haruki walked over and sat opposite the 3 of them. Closer to the fire, Haruki let out a long breath, extending his hands to absorb the warmth. Once his body finally stopped feeling cold, he began wringing out his dripping clothes. Where are you going? Yahiko asked him cautiously. His gaze swept over Haruki's clothing and shoes. I have nowhere to go. Haruki gave him a smile. Since he had so coincidentally met Yahiko and the other 2, he wouldn't leave. It was easier to gain points from children than from adults. Especially war orphans. Your family also, in the war. Yahiko's eyes widened as he asked hesitantly. He knew it. The person in front of him didn't look like an orphan at all. His clothes were made of very good fabric, and his shoes looked warm and waterproof, and they were leather. Orphans couldn't afford such clothes. But if it was a child who had just experienced the destruction of their family in the war, it was a different story. Haruki, without any hint of gloom, nodded to Yahiko and admitted, yes. Konan reached out and tugged on Yahiko's sleeve again. Yahiko nodded to Konan and said to Haruki, we don't have family either. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay with us. Haruki had been waiting for just such a sentence. He immediately nodded, all right. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C5. Rika. So yummy. Chapter 5. Rika. So yummy. I'm Konan. Konan said to Haruki, a faint smile gracing her lips. Haruki looked at them as if they were his own children, a kind and bright smile on his face. I'm Nagato. Nagato's voice was small and faint. By the time Haruki's clothes dried, deep night had completely fallen outside the cave. Haruki suddenly heard a rumbling from his stomach. Gurgle. The normally faint sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet cave. Haruki. He glanced at Yahiko and the others. Yahiko's face was red, and he couldn't even lift his head. What a sin. These small children were so hungry their bones were protruding. It was truly a sin. System. Conjure 4 steamed buns for me. Haruki fiercely called out to the system in his mind. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. This system doesn't have that ability. You can work hard yourself. Useless, as expected. Haruki sighed in his mind. Are you hungry? Haruki asked, knowing full well the answer. Yahiko gulped, shook his head, as if trying to shake his brain into resisting hunger. I'm not hungry. After answering, Yahiko asked Haruki in return, Haruki, are you hungry? Haruki nodded honestly. I'm hungry, let's go eat. Yahiko's eyes widened instantly, and he stammered. But, we don't have any money. Where did you get the money to eat? The system was greatly alarmed. In front of Yahiko and the others, Haruki pulled out a bulging money pouch. I have money. Yahiko looked at him nervously and asked, where did you get the money? Konan also looked at Haruki in surprise. Nagato's eyes were hidden by his long hair, so his emotions couldn't be seen, but from his facial expression and actions, his shock was no less than Yahiko's and Konan's. Ah! The system let out a sharp screech in Haruki's mind. Where did you get the money? Do you have another system? Haruki automatically blocked out the system's voice and explained to Yahiko and the others, I got it from dead ninjas. Quote. But aren't you afraid of the ninjas' revenge? Yahiko asked worriedly. I wasn't the one who killed them, I just took their money. Haruki, the madman who killed ninjas and picked their pockets, declared with certainty. Haruki rubbed his stomach, looked at Yahiko and the others' hesitant expressions, and coaxed, let's go. Let's go eat something warm. Children's emotions are pure, and gaining their affection is simple, let's give them some warmth first. Who could refuse warmth offered on a cold, rainy day? Yahiko gulped. He looked at Konan and Nagato beside him, they hadn't had a good meal in a long time. Yahiko gritted his teeth and said, okay. Led by Yahiko and the others, Haruki followed them to the town. Haruki immediately smelled the simple, unadorned scent of large white steamed buns. Ninja couldn't be said to be poor, but they weren't particularly rich either. However, the money in the bag was more than enough to buy as many large white steamed buns as they wanted. Haruki stood in front of the stall, waved his hand, bought a bag full of large white steamed buns, and also bought 2 boxes of fragrant meatball stew. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. The 2 boxes of meatball stew cost almost half of his money. Meat was indeed expensive during wartime. But not eating meat wouldn't do either. They were at a critical age for growth. Only after all the money in the money pouch was spent did Haruki and the others leave the street. The 3 of them, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, snuck back into the cave, hiding from people as if they had a guilty conscience. Yahiko had deliberately added some firewood before they left, so the fire was still burning when they returned. Haruki and the others sat around the fire. He distributed the steamed buns to Yahiko and the others. Then he opened the box filled with meatballs, revealing the still steaming meatballs. Haruki gulped. He hadn't eaten in so long, he was starving. After Haruki swallowed a meatball, he noticed that Yahiko and the other 2 were quietly biting their large white steamed buns, making no move to eat the meatballs. Why aren't you eating? Haruki looked at the meatballs, then at Yahiko and the others, and asked. Were the meatballs not appealing enough? Konan gulped, her big eyes wide, forcing back her craving, and whispered, this was bought with your money. So principled. However, since they were so innocent, it was even more beneficial for Haruki to act. Upon hearing Konan's words, Haruki immediately put down his chopsticks. His gaze seriously swept over Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, and he solemnly said, didn't Yahiko ask me to follow you? I no longer have any family, and I'm already very happy that you let me follow you. We're already friends, and friends should share. At this point, he revealed a bright and hearty smile. Haruki's smiling face was reflected in Konan's pupils. Since we're friends, there's no yours, or mine. Haruki gazed intently at the 3 of them with his large eyes, which were filled with sincerity. If you don't eat, then I won't eat either. Seeing that Yahiko and the other 2 still didn't react, Haruki pursed his lips in disappointment, resolutely put down his chopsticks, and began biting his plain steamed bun, bite by bite. This trick wouldn't work on adults, but it was more than enough for children. How could young minds understand the convoluted ways of adults? Yahiko and the others, who had endured the cold realities of human nature during wartime, were instantly moved beyond words. PubFuture ads. Ding. System detected Konan's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 1000. Currently collected affection value, 3000. Would you like to feed your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto? Yes, no. Such adorable children. Haruki rejoiced in his heart and immediately clicked yes in his mind. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto, has been relieved of her hunger, and her rank has risen to 13%. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto, sends feedback. Yuta, so yummy. Quote. How twisted had it become? Haruki's lips twitched. Under Haruki's persistence, Yahiko and the others finally gave in, picked up their chopsticks, and reached for the meatballs. Having not eaten meat for a long time, the three of them, upon tasting such fresh and delicious meatballs, had tears welling up in their eyes. Haruki pretended not to see anything and buried his head in his food. The four of them finished a satisfying meal, their bellies round and full. Yahiko and the others exchanged glances, then stood up as if having made a decision. Yahiko said to Haruki, "Haruki, come with us." Haruki was bewildered but still followed them. What Haruki hadn't expected was that the cave actually contained a hidden space. At the very back of the cave, hidden by a rock wall, there was an even smaller cave. He followed them inside and found it filled with wooden crates larger than a child's body. Not only that, there were also quite a few candles for illumination. After Yahiko pulled Haruki closer, he opened a wooden crate beside him and showed him what was inside. Quote. Haruki looked at the box full of bread, then at the large white steamed bun in his hand. I treated you like my sons, and you played mind games with me. I was just tricked like that. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's template. C6. Trouble comes to the door. Cave. Pub Future ads. Chapter 6. Trouble comes to the door. Cave. So much bread. Haruki maintained his innocent image, exclaiming in shock as he looked at Yahiko. Haruki, you were right. Yahiko nodded heavily, as if he had figured something out. He earnestly told Haruki, since we're friends, I can't hide these things from you. Yahiko's eyes were firm, full of righteous indignation. It was as if it wasn't the three little brats who had been testing Haruki earlier. Haruki, all right then, so young, yet so many schemes. He even knew to guard against people. He just wasn't cautious enough. He didn't know that actors existed in this world. Yahiko looked at the steamed buns they had left over from dinner and arranged. These steamed buns can also be kept in the box, and we'll continue eating them tomorrow. Haruki put all the white steamed buns into the box. The wooden box, taller than a child's head, was relatively windproof. Inside the wooden box was a large bed Yahiko and the others had made from clothes they had found or stolen, with a thick layer of dry, fluffy straw laid beneath it. Haruki slept for one night on the makeshift bed Yahiko and the others had built. When he woke up the next morning, as he expected, his back ached, and his whole body felt as if it had been run over by a large car. After waking up, he ate the cold, hard steamed buns that served as breakfast. Haruki felt his life had no prospects. Now, for him, the most important thing was to improve his quality of life. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he would eventually become a dwarf due to malnutrition. Height was a man's external dignity. He would defend his dignity to the death. After eating the steamed buns, Yahiko went out and picked up some firewood, rekindling the fire. His movements were quite experienced, at least, more experienced than Haruki's. Soon, flames shot up from the dry wood and withered leaves. In this weather, without fire, all four of them would freeze to death in the cave. In the midst of the silence, Haruki, who was warming himself by the fire, suddenly heard voices. The sounds were clearly not made by children. Pub Future ads. Haruki immediately stood up and looked towards the cave entrance. Unbeknownst to him, a continuous drizzle had started again. Accompanied by thick mist, two figures passed through the mist, gradually becoming clear in Haruki's eyes. Haruki heard Yahiko and the others' breathing suddenly quicken due to nervousness. Two tall figures walked into the cave. They emerged from the cover of the mist, revealing the vests on their bodies, the headbands on their foreheads, and the weapons in their hands. They were ninjas. Yahiko and the others' hearts sank to rock bottom. The two ninjas' gazes fell upon Haruki and the others. Haruki saw the headbands on their foreheads. The patterns were the same as the two ninjas he had encountered before. Haruki's heart instantly tightened, and his palms began to sweat. He didn't know the strength of the two ninjas in front of him, nor did he know if Rika could handle them. Although Rika's rank was between Genin and Jonin, he could clearly feel that Rika's combat power was stronger than ninjas within that range. Perhaps this was related to Rika being a curse born from love. Love is the strongest curse. Haruki hoped that Rika could save his life this time too. Only a group of children. The ninja on the left sighed with a hint of disappointment, then continued to speak to the ninja beside him. It shouldn't be them. Just a group of children, they don't have that much ability. The ninja on the left recalled the gruesome sight he had seen in that cave. His face was still faintly pale, but it was precisely because of the bloody and cruel scene that he wouldn't suspect the group of children in front of him. A scene that even battle-hardened ninjas couldn't stomach. How could a group of children have created it? No matter what, it didn't make sense. HMPH. The ninja on the right snorted coldly, disagreeing with his words. Can children who survive in war be ordinary children? PubFuture adds. His eyes were filled with killing intent, tightly locking onto Haruki and the others. Ding. The system has detected Ninja A's killing intent value plus 1000. The cursed spirit activation value has not been reached. Killing intent value has been stored. A system prompt sounded in Haruki's mind. He couldn't bother to ask the system. His attention was entirely on the two ninjas in front of him. Haruki stared fixedly at the two ninjas in front of him. Don't forget, there are ninjas their age on the battlefield. The ninja on the right said to his companion. Quote. The ninja on the left fell silent. The ninja on the right approached Haruki and the others, his kunai never lowered. Haruki frowned, took a step forward, and stood in front of Yahiko and the others. As the ninja got closer, his heart beat faster and faster. From their conversation, he could almost certainly conclude that these two ninjas had come for the incident in that cave. That matter had nothing to do with Yahiko and the others. Haruki, as an adult, wouldn't hide behind three children. Haruki glanced at his short legs and corrected himself, an adult psychologically. Ding. System detected Conan's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 2000. Indeed, adversity reveals true affection. PubFuture adds. Haruki shouted in his heart, let the affection value come more fiercely. You have collected 6,000 affection points. Would you like to feed your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto? Yes, no. Haruki unhesitatingly clicked yes. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto's rank has increased to 19%. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto, sends feedback. Yuta, so good. More. Quote. Every time he heard it, he felt incredibly creeped. He felt it was necessary to skip the Rika Orimoto feedback segment. After this interruption from the system, his sense of crisis regarding the two ninjas immediately diminished significantly. Brat, do you know who killed the ninjas in the nearby cave? The ninja standing in front of Haruki asked condescendingly. Your dad did, Haruki answered arrogantly in his heart. Then, with an innocent expression, he looked at the ninja in front of him with fearful eyes. You. The ninja narrowed his eyes. We don't know anything. Haruki struggled to finish the entire sentence. Quote. Ninja. Yahiko looked at Haruki's fearful yet persistent figure blocking them, and slowly tightened his fists. He ran out from behind Haruki and shouted repeatedly at the ninja in front of him, we don't know anything. We've always lived in this cave. HMPH. The ninja snorted disdainfully, his meaning unclear. As that's so, Haruki was not a true child. He gradually realized something from the expression of the ninja in front of him. This ninja actually knew very well that a group of children like them didn't have the ability to kill two ninjas, yet this ninja kept pressing and harassing them. This ninja was just enjoying the pleasure of venting his frustration on the weak. Seeing their trembling and fearful expressions would give this ninja a sense of pleasure. This ninja's conscience and emotions had already been twisted by the war. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C7. This is pure love. PubFuture adds. Chapter 7. This is pure love. Haruki was well aware of the current situation. No matter what they said, the final outcome would be the same. The ninja before them would never let them go. Yahiko continued to explain to the ninja in front of him. The ninja looked down at Yahiko, a malevolent glint in his eyes. When Yahiko finally ran out of words, his voice even turning hoarse, A sneer appeared on the ninja's lips, his words completely crushing the light of hope in Yahiko's eyes. Then you all deserve to die. The kunai was raised by the ninja. Haruki and Yahiko's eyes reflected his distorted and ferocious face. Bang! Haruki pushed Yahiko away. The blade aimed at Haruki's eye. For the sake of affection value, I'll risk it all. My self-sacrificing act will surely make Conan and the other two's affection value explode. Haruki! Haruki! Conan and Yahiko's eyes widened in terror as they shouted. Ding! System detected Conan's affection value plus 5,000. Ding! System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 5,000. Ding! System detected Nagato's affection value plus 5,000. Currently collected affection value 15,000. Would you like to feed your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto? Detected that you are unable to answer. System. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit has successfully snatched the food, and its rank has risen to 34%. Your companion cursed spirit Rika Orimoto sends feedback. I will kill everyone who harms Yuta. The tip of the kunai stopped forever at a height of only 1 centimeter from Haruki's eye. A pale green giant palm grasped the ninja's entire arm. Harm Yuta. You deserve to die. A shriek echoed through the cave. The colossal creature that suddenly appeared in the cave exerted a slight force. Ah 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 ah. The ninja let out a scream. The kunai and his arm were instantly crushed into a bloody mist, permeating the air. Don't make a mess here, Rika. Haruki came to his senses and immediately shouted. Listen. To Yuta. Won't make a mess. Rika easily grabbed the ninja's head and, like lightning, arrived outside the cave. The other ninja stood frozen in place, his trembling pupils slowly falling upon Haruki. Bloodshot eyes instantly climbed into his whites, and he pulled out a kunai, pouncing towards Haruki. Ding! System detected Ninja B's killing intent value plus 5,000. Did not reach the activation value for Cursed Spirit, killing intent value has been stored. Get lost. Nagato raised his eyes, trembling all over, his teeth clenched, hatred appearing on his face. An invisible force emanated from his pupils. The ninja running towards them was immediately sent flying by an invisible force. A giant hand reached in from outside the cave, grabbed the flying ninja's leg, and dragged him out. No, no ah 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 ah. Screams pierced through the rain and reached Haruki's ears. Thump. Haruki looked at Nagato, who had made the sound beside him. Nagato knelt down on the ground. He opened his eyes wide, his pair of dark purple Rinnegan staring blankly ahead. The child scared stiff. Haruki quickly helped him up. Nagato, are you all right? Nagato seemed not to hear his voice, staring blankly ahead for a moment, then looking at his own hands. So, it was I who killed them. Nagato mumbled incomprehensible words. Haruki frowned in confusion and continued to call out, Nagato. Nagato's unfocused pupils slowly sharpened, and he stared at Haruki. It was I who killed the Konoha ninjas. It was I who killed the Konoha ninjas who killed my parents. It was I who killed them. Haruki listened to his rambling, combining it with his memories of Naruto, and finally understood what Nagato was saying. Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, and Nagato unconsciously used his Rinnegan to kill the Konoha ninjas, but he didn't know his own abilities until the scene just now replayed, and he realized that he was the one who had killed the Konoha ninjas back then. That should be the logic. Killing or not killing, it's not important. What's important is that Haruki knew that another opportunity to deepen his relationship with Nagato had arrived. Haruki hugged him, gently patting Nagato's back, comforting him, don't be afraid. Nagato, you didn't kill people, you saved me, you saved Yahiko, you saved Conan. If it wasn't for you, we would have been in danger. Nagato, don't be afraid or fear your power can become a weapon to protect your companions. Nagato's cold body finally felt a trace of warmth. He absorbed the warmth emanating from Haruki, constantly repeating Haruki's words, I can protect you all. Yes, I can protect you all. I want to protect you all. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 1,000. Currently collected affection value 1,000. Would you like to feed your companion cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto? Yes, no. Haruki clicked yes. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit Rika Orimoto's rank has risen to 35%. Your companion cursed spirit Rika Orimoto sends feedback. Yuta, you're so good to me. Quote. Haruki reflected on whether something was wrong with his mind. Was he being assimilated by Rika so quickly? He was genuinely worried that his future aesthetic sense would be problematic. Compared to the frightened Konan and Yahiko, Nagato did not show fear, only curiosity. Don't be afraid, Haruki comforted them. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Konan and Yahiko take a frightened step back. Quote. Forget it, it's impossible for them not to be afraid. Haruki extended his hand to introduce to Yahiko and the others, she is Rika, she is my. Before the word, friend, could come out, Haruki felt a chill from behind him. Haruki shamelessly gave in, and he immediately corrected himself, she is my fiancé, and after her accidental death, she protects me in this way. Konan and Yahiko's expressions changed from fear to shock, and then from shock to admiration for Haruki. Rika was quite satisfied with Haruki's explanation. She rubbed against Haruki, and pink bubbles began to appear around her. Haruki extended his hand, showing his ring to Yahiko and the others. Although Rika has passed away, she still stays by my side to protect me. Yuta, protect Yuta, Rika repeated happily like a child. Haruki, with a gentle smile on his face, touched the upper half of Rika's face and uttered the classic line. This is pure love. Rika shyly embraced Haruki. Her movements were cautious as if Haruki was something fragile. After Rika cuddled with Haruki for a while, she returned to the ring. Yahiko and the others were still children after all. Accepting such things was much easier than for adults. In their eyes, this was entirely a beautiful love story. It's just that one of the protagonists looked a bit monstrous. What should we do now? Konan looked at Haruki. She hugged her knees helplessly, the smell of blood in the air lingered. Although she hadn't known Haruki for long, she had an inexplicable trust in him as if no matter what happened, Haruki could solve it. This was a sense of security that Konan couldn't get from Yahiko and Nagato. Haruki pondered for a moment and said to them, we have to leave this place. Leave. Yahiko looked at the small cave inside. All their hard work was piled up there. If they left, what about food? They had painstakingly stored it. Konan looked at the cave where they had stayed for an unknown amount of time, her face full of reluctance. Yes. Haruki nodded affirmingly and told them, although the bodies have been dealt with by Rika, their disappearance is a fact. With 4 people disappearing consecutively, someone will definitely come looking for them, and it will be terrible if they are found by ninjas who were with them. Yahiko nodded in agreement. He knew Haruki was right, he just felt a bit reluctant to part with the food. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C8. Sannin vs Hanzo. Chapter 8. Sannin vs Hanzo. Before we leave, let's grab as much food as we can. Haruki and the others walked into the small cave and began packing their belongings. After they finished, each person set off with a bag full of food on their back. Let's go. Haruki put his sword into his bag, and they, wearing simple raincoats, a group of 4, hurried through the fields. The 4 of them walked with unsteady steps, leaving a series of footprints in the mud. I'm not scared at all. Not long after they started walking, Nagato suddenly said. Haruki looked at Nagato beside him in surprise, wondering what was wrong with Nagato. The next second, Haruki's palm felt the warmth of another person's hand. Nagato gave Haruki a shy smile. Haruki. It was impossible to connect the current Nagato with the future Nagato who constantly clamored about being a god. Hanzo truly caused a lot of harm. Nagato took Haruki's and Yahiko's hands. Yahiko's face showed a brilliant smile, and he also held Konan's hand beside him. The 4 of them walked side by side, holding hands. If we walk together, I won't be afraid of anything. A faint blush appeared on Nagato's face as he lowered his head and said shyly. For the shy and introverted Nagato to say such a thing, it seemed the stimulation he received today was indeed significant. Haruki, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity to deepen their bond. He also firmly squeezed Nagato's hand and said to Nagato and the others, I will protect you. I will protect you too. Nagato, not to be outdone, also solemnly promised. Ha ha ha. Yahiko looked at the serious Nagato and Haruki, unable to help but burst into laughter, and he also said, although I don't have the talent like Haruki and Nagato, I will also protect everyone. Me too. Konan, beside Yahiko, immediately said. The rainy day seemed to become less gloomy. Haruki, do you have a dream? Midway, Yahiko suddenly looked at Haruki and asked. A dream. Haruki's dream was to live a good life and escape his current situation. It was too hard. Not only was he constantly facing life threats, having to hide everywhere, but he also couldn't eat enough, dress warmly, or sleep well. When had he ever lived such a hard life? Now, if he had a steaming bowl of instant noodles in front of him, he would treat it as a delicacy. I won't die in a place like this, Yahiko said firmly without waiting for Haruki to answer. He eagerly continued, I have a huge dream. To conquer the world. Yahiko clenched his fists, looked ahead, and said with conviction. Haruki, what a grand dream. He applauded Yahiko. If I can stand at the top of the world, I won't have to live this hard life, right? Yahiko continued. Haruki nodded in agreement. That's right. As long as he could live a good life, everything was fine. Besides, if I just die like this, how can I face my mom and dad who gave birth to me? Right, Conan. After Yahiko finished speaking, he looked at Conan beside him, seeking approval. Conan smiled gently and nodded at Yahiko. Quote. Haruki stroked his chin. Yahiko's pursuit of Conan was showing its first signs. Ads by PubFuture. Standing at the top of the world means you can do whatever you want. Yahiko excitedly rubbed his hands, wishing he could immediately take action. Isn't that like a god? Nagato said. Haruki immediately looked at Nagato. Nagato knows how to summarize. No wonder he would consider himself a god in the future. Can a god eliminate war? Nagato asked. Haruki. He really couldn't resist breaking the children's innocent fantasy. But we are humans. Yahiko scratched the back of his head. Quote. Oh, right, Nagato earnestly explained to Haruki, but if we become strong, so strong that we are omnipotent, wouldn't that be equivalent to a god? Yahiko's eyes lit up, and he nodded like a pecking chick. That's the logic. Before Haruki could say anything, they heard a whooshing sound. Haruki looked up. A shuriken descended from the sky. Quote. Not only that, he also sharply noticed the explosive tag tied to the shuriken. Quote. When a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water can choke them. Haruki immediately shouted at them, run. Yahiko and the others were children living in a time of war, so of course, they recognized it as a weapon used by ninjas for combat. The four of them simultaneously ran desperately in different directions. Boom. Haruki felt a wave of heat constantly surging from behind him. His body was thrown to the ground by the surging heat wave. His head spun for a moment, and his ears were filled with a buzzing sound. He sat on the ground, supporting his head, and only after his body reacted did he look at the others. Are you okay? Haruki asked. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. Conan responded with difficulty. As soon as they stood up, a powerful gust of wind swept over them. It blew them off balance, almost knocking them over again. The wind had just subsided and the sound of explosions kept coming from the valley not far away. Thick smoke mixed with flames continuously appeared before their eyes. The ground trembled incessantly. What happened? Yahiko looked ahead and asked in shock. It should be a ninja battle. Haruki said. Ninja are actually fighting so close. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Haruki turned his head and saw that Yahiko had somehow climbed onto a huge rock and was beginning to watch the ninjas fighting in the valley. Quote. This brat. Haruki decisively climbed up to watch with him. That's Hanzo. Yahiko whispered in Haruki's ear. The opposite side is Konoha ninjas. Yahiko's eyes gleamed. Haruki saw the figures of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. He slowly came back to his senses. It turned out they had reached a plot point. It was not surprising that Yahiko knew Hanzo. As the leader of a Megakure, Hanzo was currently like a god in a Megakure. Get out of here quickly. Haruki pulled Yahiko down. The three of them, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, were not Hanzo's match yet. Haruki couldn't guarantee whether he and Yahiko would be caught in their battle, and being caught in a battle of that level would only lead to their death. Yahiko, what's wrong? On the way out of the valley, Haruki asked Yahiko, who seemed unusually silent. Yahiko walked preoccupied, and upon hearing Haruki's question, he suddenly stopped and, as if having made up his mind, said to Haruki, I want to change this world. Haruki, first, let's change their current living conditions. Then what do you plan to do? Haruki asked supportively. I want to learn ninjutsu. The battle scene just now had greatly shocked Yahiko. With powerful strength, perhaps he could change this world. The idea of becoming stronger had initially formed in Yahiko's mind. Who do you want to learn ninjutsu from? Haruki guided him. Haruki recalled his ninjutsu copy ability. He could perform simple ninjutsu copy, so wouldn't learning ninjutsu be a breeze? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C9. Encountering the Sannin. Chapter 9. Encountering the Sannin. Learn from the Konoha ninja who fought Hanzo today, Yahiko said firmly to Haruki and Nagato. Konoha ninja. Nagato was startled. Subconsciously, he recalled the Konoha ninja who had killed his parents. Nagato immediately shook his head, looking at Yahiko with fear. No, Konoha ninjas will kill us. No, they won't, Yahiko denied with a burst of courage. They have the strength to fight Hanzo, their power must be terrifyingly great. Even now, the recent battlefield was still replaying in Yahiko's mind. I hate Hanzo. Yahiko frowned at the thought of Hanzo, his eyes revealing deep disgust. He is the one who turned a Megakure into such a battlefield. In any case, I want to become the student of a strong person. Yahiko turned firmly, looking towards the direction of the previous mountain hollow. He was clearly determined, regardless of anything. He was no longer listening to anyone's advice. I'm going to chase those people. Yahiko looked at the direction they had left, his eyes gleaming with light. Seeing Yahiko's resolute attitude, Nagato said nothing and remained silent. Haruki patted Nagato's shoulder comfortingly. Konan asked worriedly, even if we catch up to the Konoha ninjas, what if they get killed? Then we'll go find the person who killed them. Yahiko continued. In any case, I've made up my mind. Yahiko clenched his fist. Yahiko looked at Haruki beside him and asked, Haruki, what do you think? Are you content to live like this your whole life? Haruki. Was he already trying to appeal to his values? Haruki shook his head as Yahiko wished. Of course, he wasn't content. He wanted to sleep in a big bed, live in a big house, and eat big meals. And have powerful strength. Powerful enough that there would never be any threat. Seeing Haruki's reaction, Yahiko's face lit up with joy. It seemed Haruki thought the same as him. Then let's go find the Konoha ninjas. Yahiko said excitedly. Haruki nodded. Finding one more person would earn a little more affection value. For Rika to grow up healthy, he was willing to travel over mountains and rivers to find Jiraiya. He would even go find Hanzo. Let alone Jiraiya and the others. Without sufficiently strong power, it was safer to find Jiraiya than Hanzo. Although Nagato and Konan were worried about the dangers of the journey, they still unhesitatingly chose to follow behind Yahiko and Haruki. They searched for traces of the Konoha Sannin. But when they reached the mountain hollow where the battle had taken place, there was no one left. The light in Yahiko's eyes suddenly dimmed. He lowered his head somewhat dejectedly, pressing his lips together tightly. Nagato and Konan both looked at Yahiko worriedly. Haruki knew that Nagato and the others would inevitably encounter Jiraiya and the others, so he reached out and patted Yahiko's shoulder, comforting him. Let's find a place to rest tonight, and then look for them tomorrow. A Megakure is only so big, we'll definitely find them. The undisguised disappointment on Yahiko's face faded slightly, and he regained a little energy. When Yahiko turned and saw the fatigue on Haruki, Nagato, and Konan's faces, he nodded guiltily. Okay. They continued to walk deeper into the mountain hollow. There was a higher possibility of finding a cave for them to spend the night here. After walking for an unknown distance, they saw an entrance to a cave ahead. We can spend the night in that cave tonight. Konan pointed to the nearby cave, a surprised smile on her face. Haruki looked up at the night sky. It was deeply dark, and they indeed couldn't continue, otherwise, they would easily encounter wild beasts. Haruki and the others walked towards the cave. The cave before them was larger and deeper than all the caves they had stayed in before. After entering, no light could be seen at all. It was almost completely dark. Ads by PubFuture. Yahiko's fire starting skills were great. In a short while, white smoke rose from the wood under his hand, and the flame grew larger and larger, gradually illuminating their pupils. A warm bonfire rose. Haruki and the others sat around the fire, gnawing on bread. The firelight reddened their faces. At the same time, dozens of meters away, on the other side of the cave, Jiraiya and the two others leaned against the stone wall. Jiraiya was eating the biscuits in his hand. Tsunade was healing him. Orochimaru stood by, watching them, and said, "The situation should be stable for a while." Tsunade gritted her teeth, her face showing humiliation. "I don't want the title that guy gave us at all." Jiraiya's lips curved slightly, and he said indifferently, "Regardless of whether this title is humiliating or not, at least it can pause the war for a period." Tsunade glared at Jiraiya. Although they hadn't defeated Hanzo, they had at least shown Konoha's power, allowing Konoha time to breathe. Suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze sharply shot into the darkness ahead. A kunai slid from his sleeve to his palm. The undisguised footsteps in the darkness made alertness appear in the eyes of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. A small figure gradually emerged from the darkness, revealing himself to Jiraiya and the others. Haruki looked at the Sannin before him and sighed. Fate was destined to push Nagato and the others before Jiraiya. Soon after entering the cave, Haruki and the others heard voices. Haruki had Yahiko and the others hide in the shadows, and he came alone to check the situation. The reason he dared to do this was because he knew there was an 80% chance that the people here were Jiraiya and the others. Seeing it was a child, Jiraiya's tense face softened. Haruki slowly walked towards Jiraiya and the others. Tsunade frowned, just about to sharply warn him not to come closer, when she was choked by the bread that appeared before her. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat-burning method exposed. Haruki handed her the bread in his hand. Tsunade was startled, her gaze fixed on the bread in the child's hand. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Tsunade didn't take it, so Haruki kept holding out the bread. Until the bread in his hand was taken by another hand. Jiraiya took the bread, and quickly took a bite. The bread was dry and hard, but he knew that for this child, it was probably rare dry rations. Jiraiya. Tsunade frowned, looking at Jiraiya with some reproach. What if the bread was poisoned? Tsunade kept a close eye, constantly observing Jiraiya's condition. Seeing that Jiraiya had eaten half the bread without any adverse reactions, she subtly breathed a sigh of relief, her peripheral vision falling on the child. Jiraiya handed the biscuits from his embrace to Haruki. Haruki took them and shouted behind him, "Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, you can come out now, they won't hurt us." Tsunade and Jiraiya wouldn't, but Orochimaru was hard to say. Orochimaru's logical thinking should be the same as the ninja Haruki encountered when he first transmigrated, believing that killing them was ending their suffering. However, with Jiraiya and Tsunade present, Orochimaru wouldn't kill them. Hearing Haruki's words, Yahiko and the others immediately ran out, standing beside Haruki, looking at the biscuits in his hand. Compared to dry bread, sandwiched biscuits were more to a child's taste. Haruki divided the biscuits among them, each took a piece and chewed it in small bites. Pairs of big eyes curiously stared at Jiraiya and the others. They're all still children. Jiraiya looked at them gently. Don't let your guard down. Orochimaru reminded Jiraiya, even little mice are part of a megakure. Orochimaru's emotionless gaze fell on Haruki and the others. Where are your parents? Jiraiya looked at Haruki and the others, not seeing any adults, and asked curiously. They were killed by ninjas in this war. Yahiko stopped chewing. He stared intently at Jiraiya and the two others, his calm reply sounding incredibly sharp. Jiraiya and Tsunade were silent for a moment. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C10. Activating Sukuna, Jiraiya's decision. Pub Future ads. Chapter 10. Activating Sukuna, Jiraiya's decision. You guys are Konoha ninja, right? Yahiko asked, looking at the headbands on their foreheads. His gaze lingered on their headbands with a hint of hatred. Yahiko certainly hadn't forgotten. Besides Hanzo, there were also Konoha ninjas who turned a megakure into a battlefield. The war between them had killed countless people in a megakure. Nagato kept his head bowed. He was afraid that if he raised his head, the hatred in his eyes would be exposed. The tragic deaths of his parents constantly echoed in his mind. The image of Konoha ninjas approaching him with kunai was hard for him to forget. Haruki looked at the headbands on Jiraiya and Tsunade's foreheads. Although he had watched Naruto, He didn't remember the headband patterns of the various ninja villages in Naruto very clearly. He only knew the general plot of Naruto and its main characters. Details like headband patterns and mask patterns, he had long forgotten completely. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, neither of them answering. In the silence, Yahiko actually already knew the answer. Yahiko pressed his lips together tightly. For some reason, the request to ask them to teach ninjutsu couldn't be spoken. It was as if an inexplicable pride was supporting him not to show weakness in front of these people. I'm going to kill these children. A hoarse voice abruptly rang out. Jiraiya and Tsunade simultaneously looked at Orochimaru, who had spoken, in astonishment. Orochimaru's tone was extremely flat, as if he was talking about a trivial, commonplace matter not worth mentioning. But it was precisely such an understated tone that made others even more furious. So easily deciding the fate and most precious lives of others. This could no longer be considered mere arrogance. I've seen many war orphans, and their fates are all very tragic. Orochimaru noticed Jiraiya and Tsunade's shocked gazes and calmly replied. His gaze fell on Haruki, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, as if he had already seen their tragic second halves of life. Instead of sinking into the pain of war, it's better to just kill them here. He said coldly, it's better for these children too. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, an extremely sharp and cold killing intent, almost materializing, fiercely rushed towards Haruki and the others. Haruki, who asked you to do us a favor? Can you ask for our opinion? Is this the arrogance of the strong? It was precisely because he didn't want to fall into such a situation that Haruki wanted to work hard to become stronger. Noticing the trembling Konan, Haruki stepped forward, blocking her. Nagato lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. It's like this again. Their fate is being decided so easily again. Do they not have the right to live? Ding. System detected Orochimaru's killing intent value plus 5000. Haruki. He was grateful that it wasn't just them and Orochimaru here, but also Jiraiya and Tsunade. If it weren't for Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru might have really killed them, under the pretext of ending their suffering. Ding. Killing intent value collected. 11,000. Activating cursed spirit number. 001. Extreme Evil Curse, King of Curses, Sukuna. Sukuna, 11%. Haruki's pupils suddenly dilated. He abruptly pulled Yahiko and Nagato all behind him. He looked at Orochimaru in front of him with righteous indignation. Let all the killing intent come at him alone. He was willing to bear this extreme emotion. A blue light screen, visible only to him, unfolded again before his eyes. In the pop-up personal information page, Sukuna's avatar in the Cursed Spirit illustrated book was lit up. Below the avatar was the number 11%, symbolizing that Sukuna was in the initial stage. Haruki excitedly clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He stared at Orochimaru with growing excitement. A little more. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. He could bear it. Orochimaru. Is this leading child angry? Orochimaru didn't feel any emotion because of the child's anger in front of him. Human cognition is limited. Orochimaru knew very well that for this group of children struggling to survive, they obviously didn't know how difficult the future would be. But he had already seen the future of countless children like them. It would definitely not be much better than now. Therefore, ending their suffering here was his true compassion for this group of children. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya immediately looked at Orochimaru and frowned, saying, "Stop." Orochimaru. His serious gaze made it clear to both Orochimaru and Tsunade. Jiraiya would absolutely not let Orochimaru kill these children. If Orochimaru didn't want to fall out with Jiraiya. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru. She knew that with Orochimaru's personality, he wouldn't fight Jiraiya for these children. In Orochimaru's eyes, they weren't worth it. Jiraiya looked at the 4 children in front of him, then at Tsunade and Orochimaru, and a look of hesitation flashed across his face. But it was only for a moment. Soon, the hesitation in Jiraiya's eyes was replaced by determination. You and Tsunade go back first, I'll take care of these children for a while. Jiraiya made up his mind and said to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya disapprovingly, frowning slightly. Although the war had temporarily come to an end, still. Tsunade glanced at the children, then turned to look into Jiraiya's eyes. Jiraiya gazed at her unblinkingly, with deep trust in his eyes, and Tsunade sighed helplessly, slowly lowering her gaze. All right, she understood Jiraiya. She knew that once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Consider it an atonement. Jiraiya's words echoed in the minds of Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had already left Omegakure. Tsunade's heart was filled with complex emotions. Unlike Tsunade's feelings, Orochimaru only felt that Jiraiya was intensifying the suffering of that group of war orphans. Once deprived of ninja protection and re-entering the cruel world of war, the children would only find it harder to survive and would resent Jiraiya, who had once taken them in and protected them. Unless Jiraiya taught them ninjutsu and made them ninja. But not everyone has the talent to become a ninja. Orochimaru only hoped that Jiraiya would not regret it in the future. Omegakure. A small wooden house appeared by the boundless sea. The small wooden house was situated on a hillside near the sea. The hillside was covered with green grass up to a person's calves, rippling like green waves in the wind. At this moment, the small wooden house was filled with warmth. The overhead light shone warmly on everyone. That bone-chilling cold finally disappeared from Yahiko and the other orphans. Haruki and Yahiko sat around a round table. On the low table in front of them were various delicacies made from seafood. Grilled fish, escargot in sauce, steamed abalone, steamed crab. The entire table was covered with a bounty of seafood. All of it was Jiraiya's handiwork alone. Haruki and the others were only responsible for helping behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya sat opposite Haruki. He smilingly distributed the chopsticks. Hands clasped together. Let's eat. Yahiko and the others eagerly reached for their chopsticks. Haruki looked at this table of natural and unpolluted seafood feast, beaming. Seafood is good. He just loved eating seafood. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C11. My Only Fiancé. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 11. My Only Fiancé. Night. Sleeping in a soft, fluffy bed, Haruki took a deep, comfortable breath. Life finally had something to look forward to. Starting tomorrow, he would work even harder to earn emotional value. The days of sleeping under the sky and on the ground were finally over. Only when one is well fed, warmly clothed, and comfortably housed can they have the drive to work hard. The next morning, Haruki woke up feeling refreshed. Konan was folding blankets nearby, and seeing him get out of bed, she gave him a sweet smile. Ding! System detected Konan's affection value +2. Haruki's eyes immediately lit up. Konan, she was an angel. You have now collected 2 affection value. Would you like to feed your companion cursed spirit, Rika? Yes, no. Can a value of 2 also be fed? If 1000 affection value increased Rika's rank by 1%, how much would 2 affection value increase her rank? Haruki hesitated and clicked yes. Ding! Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 35.002%. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika, sent feedback. Did Yuta just feed me? I really like it, Haruki. Well, no matter how small, it is still a gain. It just looked a bit shabby. Haruki walked out of the room and happened to encounter Nagato, who was carrying a bamboo basket, and Yahiko, who was carrying a back basket. Haruki, you're awake. Yahiko's eyes lit up and he said, we're about to go pick fruit, are you coming? Haruki glanced at Konan, who had just walked out of the room. Konan looked at him and said, I'm going too. Jiraiya-sensei went fishing, so let's go pick some fruits. Haruki nodded. Okay. Eating seafood for every meal was unhealthy, he needed to supplement with dietary fiber and vitamins. Haruki followed them out of the wooden house and climbed up the nearby hillside. Beyond the small hillside was a jungle. Yahiko's eyes lit up, and he pointed to the forest, shouting to Haruki and the others, there must be fruits in there. Konan nodded. Since Jiraiya arrived, the smile on her face had never disappeared. Let's go quickly. Yahiko rushed down the hillside and ran towards the forest. For some reason, as Haruki looked at the lush forest, his chest felt heavy, as if a stone was pressing down on it. Haruki, what are you spacing out for? Come down quickly. Haruki's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He looked down the hillside, where Yahiko, with a brilliant smile, was waving at him. Nagato and Konan were also waving at him. Haruki composed himself and followed in their footsteps. Jiraiya-sensei said he wanted red fruit. Conan looked up, her gaze constantly moving between the branches, afraid of missing a single fruit. Haruki looked around, he really had no experience finding wild fruits. What's that? Yahiko suddenly pointed to a patch of grass ahead. Specks of red could be seen on it. Conan's eyes lit up, and she ran in that direction. Haruki and the others quickly followed. They were red berries, but only the size of a fingernail. They're raspberries. Haruki actually recognized these small berries. This was thanks to his childhood experience of living in the countryside. So sweet. Conan ate one and narrowed her eyes. Haruki picked one each for Yahiko and Nagato. Delicious, Yahiko said excitedly. Nagato smiled faintly. They squatted in front of the bushes, carefully picking the raspberries. There are some here too. Yahiko ran to a nearby bush, pointed at it, and turned back to Haruki and the others. Haruki's gaze swept over, and he saw that on the green leaves hung a few irregular red spots. His pupils constricted, and he ran towards Yahiko. Yahiko, run! Yahiko's eyes widened in confusion, not understanding why. He turned back to look closely at the bush. The red spots were not raspberries, but blood. Yahiko's pupils dilated, and a fist suddenly struck his chest. Bang! Yahiko flew backward, immediately falling unconscious to the ground. Nagato, Conan, run! Haruki immediately shouted at Nagato and Conan, who were frozen in place. Nagato reacted instantly. He pushed Conan and said, "Go find Jiraiya-sensei." Conan gritted her teeth, glanced at Haruki and Nagato, then quickly ran towards the hillside. "Stop that girl!" A low voice came from the bushes. In the blink of an eye, a figure had already appeared behind Conan. Haruki touched the ring on his finger and said, "Rika, help me. Protect Conan." "Okay, she's a girl, Yuta, not allowed." Black mist swirled around the ring. Rika's words stopped before she could finish. Haruki didn't care about anything else, completely immersed in his persona. His lips touched the ring, and he promised, "She is my friend, and you will always be my fiancé. My only fiancé." He was different from Yuta, that guy who toyed with women's feelings. He wouldn't talk nonsense. If he said she was his only fiancé, then she was his only fiancé. Yuta. Along with a loud noise, the ground was torn open, creating a huge deep hole. Rika raised her fist from within the deep hole. A cloud of dust rose. The ninja chasing Conan had already turned into a puddle of minced meat in the hole. Conan looked back and said, "Thank you, Rika." Her pupils were covered with a film of tears, and she sniffled, taking the opportunity to quickly run away. "What is that monster?" "It seems that monster killed Yusuke and the others." "Kill this child. That monster is controlled by him." The two ninjas who remained quickly recovered from the previous scene. Their fierce gazes shot towards Haruki. Ding. System detected Ninja A's killing intent value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Ninja B's killing intent value plus 2000. You have now collected 4000 killing intent value. Would you like to feed your cursed spirit, Sukuna? Ding. Your cursed spirit, Sukuna, has actively devoured killing intent value. Sukuna's rank has increased to 15%. The ninjas were extremely fast, and they quickly rushed in front of Haruki. One in front and one behind, completely trapping Haruki in their encirclement. The two blades simultaneously slashed towards Haruki's neck. Yuta. Rika let out a furious roar. Beneath the cover of his red hair, Nagato's violet pupils constantly dilated. ... Bang. The wooden house door was violently crashed open by Conan. Jiraiya, who was processing fish guts, looked up and saw Conan, her face full of tears. Conan, what happened? Jiraiya looked at the disheveled Conan in front of him, his expression immediately becoming serious. Jiraiya-sensei. Conan's eyes were filled with panic. She trembled and shouted. Yahiko and the others encountered ninjas. What? Jiraiya's expression was grave. He abruptly put down what was in his hands and, led by Conan, rushed out of the wooden house. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C12. A Misunderstanding. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 12. A Misunderstanding. Idiot. You hold your head too high. On a small mountain of bones sat a lazy figure. Two ninjas stood before the mountain of corpses, staring motionlessly at the person at the very top. Could it even be called a person? The thoughts of the two ninjas came to an abrupt halt. Everything before them suddenly dissipated. Time seemed to slow down. The mountain of corpses, along with that figure, vanished simultaneously. Haruki's eyes were filled only with blood. Blood shrouded the entire world. Suddenly, before him, there was only darkness. Rika held him in her arms. Then, the two corpses, cut into 6 pieces, stopped gushing blood. It all happened so fast that Haruki didn't react. The 2 ninjas approaching him were sliced by Sukuna. Rika released Haruki and returned to his ring. Haruki, not a single drop of blood on him, stood rooted to the spot, not daring to look at the bodies on the ground. Too violent. Both Rika and Sukuna were proponents of violent aesthetics. He walked out of the pool of blood without looking sideways. He walked over to Nagato. Nagato was kneeling on the ground, staring motionless at the bodies on the ground. His Rinnegan were wide open, and he had fallen into a daze again. Don't look, Nagato. Haruki covered Nagato's eyes. Nagato was ice cold, as if his entire body had lost its warmth. That familiar, icy fear once again coiled around his body like a snake. Only when Haruki reached out and embraced him did Nagato feel warmth. He felt the warmth of a human body. Did I kill them? Nagato drew warmth from Haruki's embrace. He finally had the strength to ask. Haruki paused, slowly understanding why Nagato would ask such a question. Nagato didn't know about Sukuna's existence. Apart from those 2 ninjas and Haruki, almost no one knew how those 2 ninjas were suddenly cut into 3 pieces. So, Nagato still thought, as before, that it was caused by his eyes. Haruki comforted him. It has nothing to do with you. This truly was a beautiful misunderstanding. But, Nagato wanted to say something more. His words were cut off by Haruki. Haruki released the fingers covering his eyes, knelt opposite Nagato, looked into Nagato's eyes, and said earnestly, Nagato. Believe me, you didn't cause it. I know you wanted to save me, thank you. Don't fear your power. He gripped Nagato's hand tightly. Ding. System has detected Nagato's affection value +1000. You have now collected 1000 affection points. Would you like to feed your attendant cursed spirit, Rika? No hesitation needed. Ding. Your attendant cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 36.002%. Your attendant cursed spirit, Rika, sends feedback. Yuta, so sweet. Haruki felt a pang in his teeth. Hurried footsteps came from behind them. Nagato. Haruki. Konan ran towards Haruki and Nagato, not even having time to glance at the gruesome scene on the ground. She immediately hugged Haruki and Nagato, her body still trembling, tears constantly overflowing from her eyes, flowing like a stream without stopping. Jiraiya's pupils were almost dyed red by the blood. His pupils constricted as he looked at the mess on the ground. He saw Yahiko's unconscious body not far away and immediately went to check on him. His hand felt a pulse. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yahiko was only unconscious. Jiraiya carried Yahiko on his back. His gaze retracted from the exceptionally bloody ground and turned to the 3 children on the other side. Just that one glance. Jiraiya froze. Those eyes. Those eyes. Jiraiya closed his eyes, then opened them again. The eyes covered by red hair were exposed before Jiraiya. It wasn't an illusion. He actually saw those legendary eyes. Jiraiya was so shocked for a moment that he lost his words. He had once thought it was just a legend. After an unknown amount of time, Jiraiya managed to compose himself from his shock. He said to the 3 children huddled together, let's go back first. Konan sniffled, wiped the tears from her face, and stood up from the ground. Haruki also helped Nagato up. The 3 of them followed behind Jiraiya, walking towards the small wooden house. Back in the small wooden house. After rubbing away the bruises on Yahiko's chest, Jiraiya looked at Yahiko's pale, sleeping face and tucked him in. He stood up, closed the room door, and returned to the living room. On the tatami, Haruki, Nagato, and Konan sat in a row. Seeing Jiraiya's figure, Konan immediately asked, Jiraiya-sensei, is Yahiko alright? Jiraiya shook his head, reassuring Konan, he's just unconscious, he'll wake up soon. Konan breathed a sigh of relief, relieved. Jiraiya sat down in front of Haruki and Nagato, his gaze moving back and forth between the 2 of them. Jiraiya-sensei, Don't blame Haruki and Nagato. Konan was sensitive. She saw something in Jiraiya's solemn expression, and she immediately sat up straight, unable to resist defending Haruki and Nagato. They didn't kill on purpose. Konan shook her head frantically, involuntarily recalling the previous scene, and her eyes reddened again. Those ninjas wanted to kill us. They were just protecting us. Jiraiya looked complexly at Konan, whose eyes were red. He could certainly understand killing in self-defense. He was a ninja. He certainly knew the cruelty of the world. The key was the method of killing. Nagato and Haruki were still children. How could children kill so cruelly? And the bodies on the ground were either minced meat or... Jiraiya looked at the two children before him with a complicated expression. And Haruki didn't kill anyone either. It was Rika who killed them. But Rika was also protecting them. Anyway, no one was wrong. Konan clenched her hands tightly. The ones who were wrong were those three ninjas. Jiraiya had clearly misunderstood Konan's words. Since Haruki didn't kill anyone, then the killer must be. After looking at Nagato's eyes for a long time, Jiraiya turned to Haruki beside Nagato and asked, "Did you kill the ninja?" Nagato wanted to say something, but Haruki held his hand. He knew that Nagato still believed he was the one who killed the ninjas. Jiraiya knew that resistance was for self-preservation, but torture was different. These were two completely different definitions. Haruki opened his mouth, not intending to refute anything, and simply nodded in admission. To be honest, Jiraiya didn't think Haruki had such ability. His gaze deepened, and he glanced at Nagato beside Haruki. The relationship between these four children was very good, so good that it surpassed kinship. Jiraiya realized that Haruki was taking the blame for Nagato. Jiraiya's heart felt a little heavy. Just then, Konan immediately stood in front of Haruki. She didn't know what Jiraiya would do. But Haruki had protected them too many times. She also wanted to protect Haruki. Konan, with red eyes, kept explaining to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sensei, Haruki didn't do that, she just wanted to protect Haruki. Don't get so close to Yuta. Yuta is mine." Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C13. Sukuna, so weak. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 13. Sukuna, so weak. A giant palm extended from the ring on Haruki's finger, reaching out towards Konan. "Rika." Haruki stopped Rika with a shout. Rika's massive figure emerged from behind Haruki. She hunched over, shielding Haruki beneath her, and reluctantly withdrew her hand. "Yuta, don't be angry. Yuta, don't be angry with Rika." Rika's voice was filled with urgency, as she frantically circled Haruki, explaining. "I'm not angry." Haruki quickly appeased her, afraid Rika might tear down the house if she got too agitated. Rika clung to Haruki, helpless like a child. "I just don't want other women near Yuta." Haruki comforted her. "Rika, I won't be angry with you. Konan is my family. If you hurt her, I'll be sad." Haruki looked at Konan and said to Rika, "No, Yuta, don't be sad. Rika doesn't want Yuta to be sad." Rika anxiously tried to reach out and touch Haruki's face. Haruki was quicker, reaching out to gently stroke the upper half of Rika's face. "I will never be angry with you." Haruki promised his companion cursed spirit, Rika. Rika was his guarantee of survival in this world. How could he possibly be angry with her? Rika loves Yuta. With the assurance, Rika's voice showed joy, and she obediently returned to Haruki's ring. Jiraiya, who had witnessed the entire scene. He stared in shock at Haruki and the ring on his hand. Jiraiya struggled to regain his tongue, which had been paralyzed by excessive shock. "She is my deceased fiancé, Rika Orimoto." Haruki introduced her to Jiraiya with great seriousness and solemnity. Jiraiya, was something wrong with his ears, or was Haruki talking nonsense? Are kids these days so open-minded? No, this was no longer a matter of being open-minded. Jiraiya was brainstorming. About 3 minutes later, he slowly managed to sort out his thoughts. "The one who killed the ninjas, was that Rika, is that right?" Jiraiya asked tentatively. Haruki thought for a moment, shook his head, then nodded. "Jiraiya, don't toy with poor Jiraiya-sensei. Rika doesn't cut people. It seems to be another curse." Haruki said hesitantly. Rika's existence needed a reasonable explanation. Jiraiya wasn't that easy to fool. To get Jiraiya's guidance, he had to give something in return. The existence of cursed spirits certainly couldn't be hidden, so it was better to tell Jiraiya proactively and earn his trust. Another curse. Jiraiya repeated his words, then with a solemn gaze, repeated the term from Haruki's mouth. Curse. Haruki pursed his lips and chose to first tell Jiraiya the love story of Yuta and Rika. Rika and I knew each other when we were very young. Jiraiya listened attentively. He knew Haruki wouldn't start telling a story for no reason. So, this story must be related to the curse Haruki mentioned. At that time, we promised to get married when we grew up. As Jiraiya listened, he felt the story's direction was not good. But later, she died. Jiraiya, I refused to accept Rika's departure. Haruki looked at Jiraiya with determination and said, so I cursed her. Jiraiya's pupils widened. Cursed her? Haruki nodded under his shocked gaze. Yes, cursed. I don't know why this happened. I only know that Rika came back to life and lives by my side in this way, protecting me and accompanying me. Haruki gave Jiraiya a shy, innocent smile. Rika and I both like this way, so we can be together again. Quote. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Logic told him to applaud the deep affection of the young couple. Logic. What the hell is logic? How is this possible? The dead cannot be resurrected. How could she turn into a monster? So, the key point is indeed Haruki. Jiraiya focused his gaze on Haruki. The power of the curse. Is this a secret technique? Or a keke genkai? This time, I felt a new curse appear. Haruki's words startled Jiraiya. Did a new curse kill the ninja? Jiraiya pressed. Haruki nodded, his eyes filled with confusion, as if he himself didn't understand. At that time, Rika was far from me, and the ninja's weapons were less than an arm's length from my neck. At that moment, the killing intent the ninja had towards me gave birth to a new curse. Jiraiya was horrified. So, curses are born from emotions. Jiraiya speculated in his mind. Have you seen the new curse? Jiraiya asked gravely. Haruki shook his head. I haven't seen it. Jiraiya took a deep breath. What a puzzling, headache-inducing ability. After rubbing his temples, Jiraiya looked at Nagato's eyes again. He once again sighed inwardly, realizing that staying this time was the right choice. These two children are both extraordinary. Haruki, with his cursing ability, desperately needed someone to guide him onto the correct path. Otherwise, he, who grew up in the distorted war, would head towards destruction. It would be both his personal ruin and the demise of the ninja world. And Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya instantly made up his mind. Fate had him meet Haruki and Nagato, perhaps to lead them onto the correct path. He looked at Haruki, Nagato, and Konan in front of him, and said to them, starting tomorrow, I will teach you ninjutsu. Konan's eyes widened in surprise, and she looked at Jiraiya. Firstly, it's to give you the ability to protect yourselves, and secondly, I hope you can all control your powers well. Jiraiya looked at Haruki and said, after learning ninjutsu, there will be no need for Rika and other curses to come out, and you will also be able to control the curses better. Haruki nodded obediently. Late at night, Haruki lied on the bed, eyes closed, trying to fall asleep. His consciousness continuously sank, but he didn't sink into dreams. Instead, he sank into a pool of black and red water until an entirely unfamiliar voice echoed in his ears. Haruki woke up with a startle and suddenly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was not the ceiling of the wooden house, but boundless dark red. He blinked, and his gaze shifted downwards, meeting a pair of red pupils. Curiosity, amusement, and mockery flickered within those pupils, making Haruki feel like a toy. Haruki, as my master, you're actually this weak. Sukuna felt it, the binding between him and Haruki. It was very strange. He couldn't break this binding, nor could he defy it. Sukuna stared at the human in front of him, clicking his tongue lightly. Truly terrifyingly weak. The thought of being dragged down by this human and completely disappearing was extremely irritating. Sukuna tried to launch a slash. Nothing unusual appeared before him. Just as he thought, the slash failed. Attacks against the master are always ineffective. Next time we meet, get a little stronger. Otherwise, I'll find it very boring. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C14. No chakra. Pub Future ads. Chapter 14. No chakra. Haruki suddenly opened his eyes. The pitch-black room was illuminated by moonlight. The ceiling, patterned with wooden slats, was revealed. System. Are you dead? Haruki shouted to the system in his mind. Can't you be quiet even late at night? The good fortune of this home will be disturbed by you sooner or later. Haruki gave the system a minute to compose itself. The system recalled a message. Good evening, may I ask where it hurts? Haruki. He stared resentfully at the ceiling. Why does Sukuna have more swagger than me? Isn't he the protagonist? Isn't he the cursed spirit mother? Sukuna looks more like his old mother. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. Didn't Sukuna always have more swagger than you? Is this the first day you've known this? Haruki closed his eyes and went to sleep. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. Cold shouldering me again. The system recalled a message. Haruki slept until the next morning. He was woken by Yahiko's voice. He opened his eyes and saw that Yahiko on the opposite bed had jumped up. His head almost hit the ceiling. Haruki, did I wake you? Yahiko looked at Haruki, who was sitting up in bed, and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Haruki shook his head. Hee. The next second, he pounced onto Haruki's bed. His eyes were wide, his face full of excitement. Haruki, you know, right? Jiraiya-sensei is going to teach us ninjutsu. This is great. Yahiko was so excited he was jumping up and down, as agile as a red-bottomed monkey in the forest. After breakfast, they arrived at the part Yahiko had been looking forward to. Haruki and the others followed Jiraiya out of the wooden house. They arrived at a rocky beach a short distance from the sea. Jiraiya stood opposite Haruki and the others, hands on his hips, and said seriously, "Today, we will learn the basics of ninjutsu, chakra." Chakra. Conan looked at Jiraiya curiously. Yahiko immediately jumped up and excitedly said, I know. I've heard ninja talk about it. They often say they don't have much chakra left. Jiraiya nodded and continued to ask, then do you want to know what chakra specifically is? Haruki had no choice but to pretend to be curious like Yahiko and the others. After building up the suspense, Jiraiya finally lifted his chin and explained, chakra generally refers to the product of an even mixture of one's mental energy and physical energy. This explanation was difficult for a group of children to understand. Jiraiya knew this just by looking at Yahiko and Conan's confused expressions. He cleared his throat and continued to explain, our human body has 130 trillion cells, and the mixture of physical energy and mental energy produced by these cells is called stamina. Do you know what stamina is? Jiraiya looked at them. Seeing Jiraiya's gaze fall on him, Haruki had no choice but to answer, it's the amount of strength and endurance displayed normally, like Yahiko's stamina is greater than Conan's. Jiraiya nodded. Well said, that's stamina, easy to understand, right? Yahiko and the others nodded repeatedly. Stamina is the basis for taijutsu. The physical combat you've seen ninja engage in without using ninjutsu is taijutsu. Jiraiya paused, confirming that no confusion appeared in the eyes of the four children before him, and continued to explain, stamina is converted into chakra within the body. Ninjas can use ninjutsu by extracting chakra through hand seals. Therefore, to learn ninjutsu, you must be able to extract chakra. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Yahiko eagerly asked, Jiraiya-sensei, how do we extract chakra? Jiraiya said, everyone possesses mental energy and physical energy. Chakra can be produced by evenly mixing these two elements, mental energy and physical energy, together. Haruki asked, if one fails to evenly mix mental energy and physical energy, will there be no chakra? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, everyone has mental energy and physical energy, but not everyone has chakra. If you can't extract chakra, you can't become a ninja. Today, let's start by extracting chakra. Jiraiya sat down cross-legged under their expectant gazes. The first step to extracting chakra, meditation. Jiraiya held up one finger. Meditation. Yahiko's eyes widened, a little confused by the word. Jiraiya explained, meditation is to sense the power within your body by achieving a state of deep tranquility, and then evenly fuse the sensed mental energy and physical energy together. This way, you can extract chakra. Jiraiya reminded, of course, achieving meditation is very difficult. It requires you to completely forget everything around you and immerse yourself in your own consciousness. Yahiko immediately imitated Jiraiya, sitting cross-legged and firmly closing his eyes. It's just meditation. I can definitely do it. I can definitely extract chakra. Yahiko kept giving himself psychological suggestions. Jiraiya, Haruki, Nagato, and Konan also successively sat cross-legged, slowly closing their eyes. Losing sight, their hearing became exceptionally keen. The sound of ocean waves and the rustling of wind sweeping through the grass echoed in Haruki's ears. He slowly calmed his mind. All thoughts in his mind were cast aside. Then, a piercing, clippy voice rang out in his mind. "What are you doing?" Haruki tried his best to remain calm. "Is it hard to guess?" "I'm meditating." Why are you meditating?" Haruki took a deep breath, his hands on his knees tightening. "You're not deaf, are you?" "I'm extracting chakra." Well, never mind. Take your time. You can do it. System is offline. Haruki continued to meditate. He didn't know how much time had passed. He heard Jiraiya and Nagato talking. "Successfully extracted. You're the first to successfully extract it." Haruki composed himself. Again, he didn't know how much time had passed. "Konan, very good. You're the second to successfully extract chakra after Nagato." Haruki's heart was calm, even dead calm. He felt the mental energy and physical energy Jiraiya spoke of, both incredibly strong. This was good news, and also bad news. Because both his mental energy and physical energy were excessively strong, he simply couldn't evenly mix them together. "This is great. I did it. Jiraiya-sensei." Nagato. "Konan, you succeeded too. How amazing. But why hasn't Haruki succeeded yet?" "Shish. Let's not disturb Haruki." Haruki was physically and mentally exhausted. Everyone could extract chakra, so why couldn't he? "You haven't extracted chakra, have you?" Haruki did the math and knew the system was online to make sarcastic remarks. "Yes, I haven't extracted chakra. Does System Sama have any brilliant insights?" The voice in Haruki's mind was weak. "Have you forgotten? Your body is a Yuta Okkotsu template. You don't have chakra, only cursed energy." "You are not from the ninja world and neither is Yuta. It's impossible for you to have chakra." "Why didn't you say so earlier? You were trying so hard. The system couldn't bear to tell you to give up." "I think you want me to die." Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's template. C15. Nanami's ratio. Chapter 15. Nanami's ratio. In the Naruto world, yet without chakra, Haruki dared not open his eyes, hoping it was just his imagination. But the system's incessant chatter kept echoing in his mind. Haruki could no longer deceive himself. He didn't even dare to open his eyes and look at Yahiko and the others. "But seriously, you were really working so hard just now. I was too embarrassed to remind such a diligent host. Your mindset is very good. Please don't compare yourself to others. Yahiko and the others are natives of the Naruto world, you can't compare yourself to them." He questioned the system. "How am I supposed to survive in this dangerous world without chakra? Tell me." Haruki broke down. He had transmigrated to the Naruto world, already halfway through his strategy guide, only for the system to tell him he had no chakra. What was the difference between this and finding a video, getting the tissues ready, making all the preparations, only to pull down your pants and realize you don't have a little bird at all? It was even more cruel than his example. "Don't be so anxious." Who wouldn't be anxious in this situation? He was already considered good-tempered. "Don't be senselessly enraged." Senselessly enraged. Haruki withered. His heart was completely dead. "Although you don't have chakra, you have cursed energy. And your talent in the cursed energy department is very high. Your cursed energy is also very vast. When I told you that you didn't have chakra, your cursed energy experienced a small burst." Haruki was silent for a second. "So what? Do you want an award?" "What award?" "The anger your host to death award." Haruki's heart was like still water. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. You need to look on the bright side. Although the source of attack power is different, the effect of the attack is the same. Haruki was reluctantly comforted. He really had no choice but to be comforted. Otherwise, was he really going to die? Haruki felt that his destiny was fraught with difficulties. Was this the suffering that a protagonist was destined to bear? How much cursed energy do I have? All right. Haruki took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset. The host's cursed energy is composed of 2 parts. Personal cursed energy, maximum 10 million, plus cursed spirit carried cursed energy, no maximum limit. Haruki understood. Yuta's body had a maximum cursed energy total of only 10 million, but every time he activated a cursed spirit, the cursed spirit's cursed energy would merge into his body. This meant that his cursed energy was unlimited in a sense. Ads by PubFuture. Suddenly, something flashed through Haruki's mind. He was suddenly stunned. Immediately after, he promptly had the system bring up his personal information. Copy current progress 36.002%. Can copy ninjutsu below A rank. Copyable techniques. Kento Nanami. Ratio activated Toge Inamaki. Cursed speech not activated Satoru Gojo. Six eyes not activated Satoru Gojo. Limitless not activated Satoru Gojo. Hollow purple not activated Satoru Gojo. Domain expansion not activated Suguru Gedo. Cursed spirit manipulation not activated Toji Fushiguro. Heavenly restriction not activated. Click to expand. Haruki immediately analyzed the key information in his mind. A- rank or lower ninjutsu copy. That meant he could still use ninjutsu. It's just that his ninjutsu wasn't activated with chakra, but with cursed energy, and the effect was the same. Haruki breathed a huge sigh of relief. He was now completely relieved. Not only that, he had already activated Nanami's technique. Why would Nanami's technique be activated? Haruki still didn't understand. He could only attribute it to Rika's upgrade and Sukuna's activation. To activate more copyable techniques, he needed to increase Rika and Sukuna's strength and activate other cursed spirits. Having received a somewhat satisfactory result, Haruki finally dared to open his eyes. Before he could clearly see the people in front of him, he first heard Yahiko and the others cheering. Haruki, you succeeded. That's great. I knew you could do it, Haruki. Before Haruki could say a word, Yahiko and Konan were already excitedly celebrating for Haruki. Jiraiya and Nagato smiled. Haruki. He had to interrupt them. The next second, the jubilant Yahiko and others heard Haruki's voice. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. I don't seem to have chakra. Jiraiya, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan. Are you kidding? Yahiko was incredulous. How can you not have chakra? Yahiko looked at Jiraiya as if seeking confirmation. Jiraiya looked at Haruki in confusion, stroking his chin. It's true that some people are born without chakra. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths imparted chakra to people, and people gradually spread chakra, thus giving birth to Ninshu. Outside Ninshu, there were still a large number of people in the world who had not been exposed to chakra, and their descendants also had no chakra. Then what should we do? Yahiko looked at Jiraiya with concern. Jiraiya stared intently at Haruki. To his surprise, he didn't see any disappointment or nervousness on the child's face. Haruki, you cannot learn ninjutsu. Haruki's heart was like still water when Jiraiya told him this result. Only he knew whether he could learn ninjutsu. But Haruki didn't say anything. He wanted Jiraiya to discover it himself and give Jiraiya a surprise. Haruki's heart revealed an evil smile. Jiraiya looked at Haruki and comforted him, but it's not necessarily true that you can only protect yourself by learning ninjutsu. Next, I will teach you taijutsu. Taijutsu. When Jiraiya mentioned taijutsu, Haruki thought of Toji. He really wanted heavenly restriction. To figure out the rules for activating copyable techniques, he still had to earn emotion points for experiments. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C16. Haruki deserves an Oscar. PubFuture ads. Chapter 16. Haruki deserves an Oscar. In the time that followed, Jiraiya had Nagato and the other two earnestly make as much chakra as possible. The three of them had started their training much later than the children in the village. Naturally, they had to put in more hard work. Haruki, on the other hand, was taught taijutsu by Jiraiya. Haruki, before he could even surprise Jiraiya, he was trained by Jiraiya into a puddle of mud within a single day. On the way back to the wooden house in the evening, Haruki was trembling all over. Nagato and Yahiko helped Haruki back to the wooden house with difficulty. The seafood feast prepared by Jiraiya was already laid out on the table. Let's eat. The small wooden house, bathed in the setting sun, emitted a warm yellow light, filled with laughter and joy, making it exceptionally cozy. Haruki, who had trained hard all day, ate the food on the table in large mouthfuls. So delicious. Haruki's mouth was full. This seafood was truly fresh. Konan couldn't help but secretly laugh at him. While secretly laughing, she didn't forget to pick another piece of fish for him. Eat slowly, don't choke. Konan gently reminded him. She knew that Haruki had worked harder than the three of them today. On the way back, Haruki's clothes were completely soaked with sweat. You all should also eat more meat. Haruki picked meat for Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan respectively. After eating, they played games together in the living room for a while before returning to their respective rooms to rest. Night. Late at night, all was quiet. Occasionally, a frog's croak could be heard, making the night seem even more tranquil. Haruki, in order to appear profound and earn affection points, tiptoed out of bed and quietly left the bedroom. He came to the veranda outside the living room's window and sat down. The bright moon seemed to rise from the sea, scattering countless silver specks that slowly drifted with the waves. Haruki had a profound expression, looking as if he was burdened with many thoughts. After sitting silently for 2 minutes, he finally heard a sound as he wished. Why are you still awake so late? Footsteps came from behind, and Jiraiya walked over and sat beside him. Jiraiya looked down at the child beside him and asked curiously, I felt like you had a lot on your mind during dinner today. Haruki. Regardless of the truth, Haruki grinned triumphantly in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. I can't sleep. Haruki replied dejectedly. Haruki, how old are you this year? Jiraiya suddenly asked. Haruki thought of the age marked on the system and answered truthfully, 8 years old. He's still a child. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Haruki had previously asked Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan their ages. Among the three of them, Konan was the youngest at 9 years old this year. So his 8 years old was quite advantageous. Hehehehehe. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise as expected, 8 years old. He didn't expect that Haruki, who looked the most mature, was actually the youngest among this group of children. Not only that, although Haruki was young, he was more like the big brother among this group of children in terms of taking care of Yahiko and the others. Jiraiya felt a surge of emotion. Why do you always want to protect Yahiko and the others? Jiraiya connected it to what happened yesterday and asked searchingly. As far as he knew, Haruki had not spent much time with Yahiko and the others. Because Yahiko and the others are my family. Haruki earnestly told Jiraiya, my relatives all died in the war. It was Yahiko and the others who voluntarily let me stay with them. In my heart, they are my family. Jiraiya listened to his exceptionally naive and sincere words, feeling both sad and warm. And, Haruki continued, he pursed his lips, his large eyes sparkling in the moonlight, even if I didn't know Yahiko and the others, I would still want to protect them. Jiraiya looked at Haruki with slight surprise. Next, he heard a sentence that shocked him. I want to protect everyone who has been hurt in the war. Haruki vowed. Jiraiya was speechless for a moment. Silence stretched for a long time. Jiraiya heard the question Haruki posed. Why must there be war? Jiraiya-sensei, why do people have to fight and kill each other? Facing his confused questions, Jiraiya's heart grew heavier. Yes, why must there be war? Jiraiya sighed deeply, echoing Haruki's words. After a while, he said to Haruki, this world is full of battlefields, and hatred is everywhere. I want to change this situation. What is peace? I also want to find the answer. Jiraiya looked deeply at Haruki, and his warm large hand ruffled Haruki's hair. Haruki, I believe you and Nagato can also do it. Perhaps you will find the answer to peace before I do. Jiraiya emphasized. Both Haruki and Nagato possessed abilities beyond ordinary imagination. Perhaps this was a hint from heaven. Fate had him stay and teach Haruki and Nagato, giving this world a chance for war to disappear. Jiraiya's heart was filled with strength. He would definitely teach Haruki and Nagato well. Haruki gradually became determined under Jiraiya's trusting gaze. He nodded and promised, "I will definitely do it." Jiraiya smiled. He ruffled Haruki's head again and said, "Go back and rest quickly." Haruki stood up and said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sensei, good night." Jiraiya looked at his retreating back, a wave of tenderness rising in his heart. "Good night." Ding. System detected Jiraiya's affection value plus 2000. System hereby awards the host the annual Best Acting Male Host Award. Affection value 2000 has been collected. Would you like to feed your companion cursed spirit Rika? Yes, no. Haruki clicked yes. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 38.002%. Your companion cursed spirit Rika sends feedback. I want to sleep with Yuta. Quote. Haruki's response to Rika. Go ahead. He lied tiredly on the bed, closing his eyes and immediately falling asleep. The next day, he and the others appeared on the training rocky beach. Haruki was doing push-ups nearby, while Jiraiya was testing Yahiko and the others' chakra natures. Jiraiya handed each of the three a piece of paper. Haruki knew these were chakra paper. Of course, he didn't have any. He was someone without any chakra, let alone chakra nature. The test results were quickly out. Haruki listened to Jiraiya and their conversation while doing push-ups. Yahiko, your chakra nature is water. Next, I will teach you water release ninjutsu. Yes. Nagato, Konan, your two natures are special. Nagato has multiple chakra natures and can learn ninjutsu of different natures. Konan, you are more suited to maximize your own origami. Quote. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C17. Bonus, this kid is a genius. Chapter 17. Bonus, this kid is a genius. Jiraiya first taught Nagato and Yahiko a simple C-rank water release ninjutsu. He stood on the sea, forming hand seals, with two fingers held to his lips. Water release. Wild water wave. A giant water ball spewed from his mouth, rushing towards the distant sea, stirring up huge waves. Amazing. Yahiko's eyes sparkled as he watched, exclaiming in awe. Jiraiya smiled. Jiraiya was definitely a qualified teacher. He meticulously explained to Yahiko and Nagato how to perform this ninjutsu. After speaking, Jiraiya gave Yahiko and Nagato time to explore on their own. Starting ninjutsu instruction the day after successfully extracting chakra was extremely fast progress, but Jiraiya had no choice but to do so. Because this was not Konoha, and Yahiko and the others were not Konoha villagers. Jiraiya could not stay here for a long time, so he could only teach them all the ninjutsu as quickly as possible. Even Jiraiya himself didn't know when he would receive an order from the village. He guided Konan on the other side, helping her develop her unique origami abilities. Konan was an exceptionally intelligent girl. She often only needed a hint from Jiraiya to understand. While Yahiko was still exploring, Nagato had already successfully performed the ninjutsu. Water release. Wild water wave. A small water ball spewed from Nagato's mouth, falling into the sea, and ripples immediately spread out in circles. Jiraiya looked at this scene in surprise. He succeeded on the first try. Jiraiya's eyes met Nagato's. He marveled in his heart, as expected of the wielder of the Rinnegan. I can't fall behind either. When Yahiko saw that Nagato beside him had already mastered the ninjutsu, a sense of crisis and fighting spirit was instantly ignited within him. He took a deep breath and began to work even harder, repeatedly performing the ninjutsu according to what Jiraiya had explained earlier. Haruki blinked. When Jiraiya had performed the ninjutsu, he had activated his cursed technique. Perhaps it was because his cursed technique was activated by cursed energy, causing Jiraiya to be completely unaware. Haruki's body had been transformed into Yuta's body, so Yuta's cursed technique was as if etched into his bones. Without him even realizing it, he began to copy Jiraiya's ninjutsu, following his deepest desires. Haruki stopped his training and ran to Jiraiya's side. What's wrong? Jiraiya saw him and thought he had encountered difficulties during his taijutsu training. Haruki pursed his lips, looked at the sea with anticipation, and said to Jiraiya, that one just now, can I try it too? Jiraiya didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until Yahiko and the others' gazes focused on Haruki that Jiraiya belatedly realized, Haruki wants to try ninjutsu. But that was too absurd. Haruki didn't even have chakra. Jiraiya looked at Haruki with regret, but when his gaze met Haruki's sparkling eyes, he didn't know how to refuse. So, Jiraiya suppressed the bitterness in his heart and said to Haruki, give it a try. Jiraiya only hoped that the result wouldn't hurt Haruki. Haruki was waiting for exactly that sentence. His body moved as his heart desired. The water release ninjutsu felt as familiar as if he had used it thousands of times, exceptionally smooth and effortless. Haruki's hand seal speed was extremely fast. Water release. Wild water wave. Ads by PubFuture. A giant water ball slammed violently into the sea. The soaring waves drenched all 5 people on the shore, including Haruki himself. Jiraiya, under the shock, didn't even manage to dodge. He was disheveled in the wind. His worldview suffered a huge impact. The understanding he had built in the ninja world had all collapsed into ruins at this moment. He looked at the sea, which had not yet calmed down, and then at Haruki beside him. Is this normal? Is this possible? Is he dreaming? No chakra, but able to use ninjutsu. How on earth was this done? Jiraiya was certain that this ninjutsu was definitely not activated by chakra. First, Haruki had no chakra. Second, the power fluctuation did not belong to chakra. Within his perception range, this power did not exist. In other words, this was a strange power similar to chakra, but not chakra. Jiraiya recalled the scene just now and added another piece of information. Moreover, the strength of this power was no less than that of chakra. Haruki, how did you do that? Jiraiya squatted down seriously and asked Haruki. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. Yahiko and the others also looked over curiously. But they didn't show as much shock as Jiraiya. They had no idea that there was only one type of power in the world, chakra. Their understanding of the ninja world had not yet been built up like Jiraiya's. Therefore, at this moment, they could easily accept Haruki's difference. Just as they quickly accepted Rika's existence back then. After watching it once, I just did it the way Jiraiya-sensei did. I felt a power within my body supporting me to perform it. Haruki said, half-truthfully. He observed Jiraiya's expression, seeming very scared. Jiraiya realized that his attitude might have scared the child a bit. He patted Haruki's shoulder reassuringly. His mind kept replaying Haruki's words. Watched it once. Could he perform it just by watching it once? Jiraiya lowered his gaze, and an idea formed in his mind. To verify his guess, Jiraiya stood up and said to Haruki in front of him, I'll perform another ninjutsu. See if you can. Learn it. Jiraiya still used the word, learn, even though Haruki's speed was almost a replication. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum wave. This ninjutsu was not only a B rank ninjutsu, surpassing C rank, but Jiraiya's hand seal speed was also very fast, and he didn't explain it like the previous ninjutsu. If Haruki could still learn it under these circumstances, then Jiraiya could almost confirm one thing. Just like with the previous water release, wild water wave, as soon as the thought of performing this ninjutsu arose in Haruki's mind, muscle memory already led his hands to quickly form hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum wave. The air expelled from Haruki's mouth appeared in the shape of a blade. The sharp, knife-like aura instantly pierced through the air, cutting the water waves in front of it in half. After the ninjutsu's effect stopped, the water waves gathered together again, swallowing all traces. Haruki looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's pupils trembled, his face and eyes were filled with shock. This kid is a genius. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C18. Total Cursed Energy. Chapter 18. Total Cursed Energy. While Jiraiya was processing this fact, Haruki thought of something else. How much cursed energy did he currently possess? He felt no pressure at all when performing the two ninjutsu. His body also did not show any signs of weakness. Haruki called out to the system in his mind. System, I can hear you. How much cursed energy do I have exactly? This. Before the system could find an excuse to refuse, Haruki started firing questions like a machine gun. I know my cursed energy is synchronized with Rika, and because of the cursed energy Rika and Sukuna carry, my current total cursed energy must be greater than my own cursed energy. You just need to tell me the number. After saying that, he added, if you can't even provide your host's information, you can go back to the furnace and be remade. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Tell me, what is my current cursed energy value? Haruki calmly repeated, host, you've grown up. Quote ... Haruki's lips twitched. Stop talking nonsense. Every time he asked the system a question, its answer was completely irrelevant. Host, for your future growth, the system has now decided to add a total cursed energy column to the personal information section, making it convenient for you to check your cursed energy at any time. Quote ... This time, the system's normal behavior made Haruki feel a bit unusual. Logically speaking, the system shouldn't be so understanding. Although he was suspicious, Haruki didn't plan to delve into it. After all, his time was equivalent to emotional value. Haruki promptly opened the personal information page, and sure enough, he really saw the newly added total cursed energy column at the very bottom. The system's efficiency was quite good. Total cursed energy. Self-cursed energy 3,800,200 plus cursed spirit carried cursed energy 5,300,200. Haruki looked at the numbers before him and fell into contemplation. It was exactly as he had thought. His cursed energy growth perfectly matched Rika's growth progress. Rika's current growth progress was 38.002%, so his cursed energy reached 3,800,200. When Rika's growth progress reaches 100%, his cursed energy will also reach the peak value of this body, 10 million. The cursed energy carried by the cursed spirit matched Haruki's current cursed spirit growth progress. Sukuna's current growth progress was 15%, and the cursed energy he carried was 1,500,000, which, when added to the cursed energy carried by Rika, was 5,300,200. The upper limit of the cursed energy carried by cursed spirits that could empower Haruki should also be 10 million. But because there was no limit to the number of cursed spirits, the empowerment from the cursed energy carried by cursed spirits was basically unlimited for Haruki. Basically, one single cursed spirit can provide a maximum of 10 million CE, but there is no upper limit to the number of cursed spirits, so Mick basically has limitless potential in terms of CE pool. Ultimately, what Haruki needed to work hard on was collecting emotional value. Moreover, he coveted those unactivated copyable techniques, especially Toge Inamaki's cursed speech. Host, please don't get lost in fantasy yet. The activation of copyable techniques not only requires your companion cursed spirit Rika's growth to increase, but also requires the activation of other cursed spirits. Ads by PubFuture. Don't forget, I am the cursed spirit mother assistance system. Quote ... Haruki hadn't forgotten, but he estimated the system had. If you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten you were an assistance system. A scamming system was more like it. The system didn't go offline, but Haruki couldn't help but go offline. As soon as Haruki went offline, he heard compliments from Konan and Yahiko beside him. Of course, Konan and Yahiko's praise was absolutely heartfelt. So amazing. Yahiko and Konan knew nothing. They only knew that Haruki had replicated Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Haruki also played along with them, acting as if he had no idea what he had done, smiling innocently at Yahiko and the others, taking their hands and saying excitedly, "That's great. This way I can continue to protect you all in the future." Yahiko and the others nodded heavily. "We can protect you too." Yahiko and the others were all very happy. The laughter of the four children reached Jiraiya's ears. Jiraiya looked at the smiles on their faces, and the solemnity in his heart temporarily faded. No matter what, they were all very good children. A gentle expression appeared on Jiraiya's face. He ruffled Haruki's head and said, "Then Haruki, you join in too." Haruki officially joined their ninjutsu training. Besides Haruki's extremely fast learning speed for ninjutsu, Jiraiya also discovered another issue. That was, Haruki seemed to be unaffected by chakra natures. He could master ninjutsu of all 5 elements. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. Not only that, the mysterious power within him, completely unfamiliar to Jiraiya, seemed to be very powerful. Far more abundant and sustained than Yahiko and the others' chakra. This made a sense of destiny subtly stir in Jiraiya's heart. Fate pushed these children towards him, perhaps to allow him to uplift them forward. The next day, Haruki and the others trained as usual on the rocky beach with Jiraiya. Haruki's learning progress was currently the fastest, but he still hadn't given up on taijutsu training. Therefore, Jiraiya had Yahiko and the others join taijutsu training as well. Jiraiya generously taught all his ninjutsu without reservation. Haruki was very satisfied with the current progress of ninjutsu replication. However, he was not satisfied with the collection of emotional value. The number of people was too small. Jiraiya, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan provided too limited emotional value to him. While they could certainly provide the love value needed for Rika's growth, they lacked the most essential thing for Sukuna's growth, killing intent value. Not only that, he wanted more cursed spirits. To activate more cursed spirits, he needed to collect more diverse emotions. In this small house with only 5 people, it was very difficult for him to activate a third cursed spirit. And to collect complex and large amounts of emotional value, for Haruki, there was one most suitable place. The battlefield. The battlefield had all kinds of emotional values, and for Haruki, it was definitely a natural place for strength improvement. However, to go to the battlefield, he needed a special reason, and also an ability that could attract attention. In war, besides frontline combat forces, the most important aspect was medical care. Therefore, Haruki wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. He certainly knew that Jiraiya didn't know medical ninjutsu, but Jiraiya could call for help. When Haruki effortlessly performed the ninjutsu Jiraiya had just demonstrated, just as he had done before, a hint of admiration and praise flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. After Haruki stopped, he suddenly looked up at Jiraiya before him and seriously requested, "Jiraiya-sensei, I want to learn medical ninjutsu." Jiraiya was stunned to hear this, his gaze falling on Haruki's face. On this child's face, he had never seen any negative emotions. He was always kind, optimistic, and positive. He didn't have the scorching light of the sun, but he had a power that warmed hearts more than the sun. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C19. Bonus Reverse Cursed Technique. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 19. Bonus Reverse Cursed Technique. Why? Jiraiya asked. Yahiko wanted to learn ninjutsu to protect himself and his companions, and to escape their past lives. Konan wanted to learn ninjutsu to follow in Yahiko's footsteps. Nagato was a child with deep thoughts and an introverted nature. Jiraiya couldn't tell how much he wanted to learn ninjutsu, but he could see that he was fearful of his own overly powerful strength. Because he was too strong, he was worried about hurting others. He was a child with an extremely soft heart. And Haruki was the child Jiraiya understood most deeply among the 3. System. Jiraiya wanted to know when Haruki had the idea of learning medical ninjutsu, and why he wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. Haruki pursed his lips, and after a moment of silence, he said heavily, "I don't want to only learn offensive ninjutsu that hurts people. I want to save people." Jiraiya's pupils widened slightly. This child. Ding. System detected Jiraiya's affection value +1000. The expression on Haruki's face remained sincere, filled with the conviction that came from deep contemplation. It was as if he had found his path. If I merely pay lip service to saving others, it's meaningless. I hope to truly heal others. Haruki continued to speak to Jiraiya after a moment of contemplation. Ding. Pub Future Ads. System detected Jiraiya's affection value +1000. Jiraiya looked at Haruki in shock. At this moment, in front of Haruki, he felt ashamed. Perhaps it was precisely because Haruki was still a child that his pure heart had not disappeared. No, it wasn't because Haruki was a child, but because Haruki was Haruki. Only Haruki would have such selfless thoughts. Whether they are ninja or not, whether they are enemies or not, I want to save them all. Haruki kept his gaze fixed on Jiraiya. In his pupils, Jiraiya saw the rising sun. Ding. System detected Jiraiya's affection value +1000. I don't know if I can save everyone, but I'll save one if I can. Haruki's voice grew increasingly firm. His volume wasn't loud but everyone heard him clearly. No matter who it was, Everyone felt a powerful force inject into their hearts with Haruki's words. I hope that one day, everyone can abandon prejudice and hatred, reconcile with themselves, and reconcile with their enemies, and the world will usher in peace. Haruki made his final elevation of his theme. With these words, let alone Jiraiya, even Yahiko, who wanted to conquer the world, had tears in his eyes. Konan and Nagato seemed to have been violently impacted in their worldviews. At this moment, they stared at Haruki motionlessly and intently, their eyes involuntarily revealing admiration and respect. Ding. System detected Jiraiya's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Konan's affection value plus 1000. A total of 7,000 affection value has been collected. Would you like to feed your companion cursed spirit, Rika? Yes, no. Haruki, of course, fed Rika without hesitation. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 45.002%. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika, sends feedback. Yuta, so full. Rika loves Yuta. Quote. How many times had Haruki said to omit this feedback section? Ding. Copyable technique. Shoko Ieri, reverse cursed technique activated. Note. Applicable to wounds caused by any power. It activated just like that. It was too strange. It was really too strange. Haruki suspected that the system had been swapped. The previous system would never have given such thoughtful reminders. For example, when ratio was activated, there wasn't a single notification. Anyway, reverse cursed technique was a major help and it came at the right time. For Haruki, with his cursed energy, it was certainly more efficient to use reverse cursed technique than medical ninjutsu, as it saved his cursed energy. After all, reverse cursed technique and cursed energy belong to the same power system. But learning medical ninjutsu was still necessary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have an excuse to cover for reverse cursed technique, nor would he find a reasonable excuse to leave the small wooden house. At this moment, Jiraiya, who had been lost in his own thoughts for a long time, exclaimed, "Is that so? To create peace with love and tolerance. Is this the path you have chosen, Haruki?" Jiraiya looked at Haruki seriously. From this moment on, he would no longer see Haruki as a child, because his thoughts had surpassed too many people in the ninja world, including himself. Your words have given me, your teacher, quite a revelation. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Haruki's eyebrow twitched imperceptibly. His words could certainly give Jiraiya a revelation, because these words were the path that the future Jiraiya would choose. Unfortunately, I, your teacher, don't know medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head regretfully, chuckling awkwardly. Nonsense. Haruki certainly knew he didn't know medical ninjutsu. He dropped his gaze slightly in disappointment, but soon, he raised his head again, his eyes filled with determination. It's okay, I can try it myself. He also needed to leave himself a second path. If Jiraiya didn't call someone, then he would tell Jiraiya that he had developed a reverse cursed technique similar to medical ninjutsu and earn another wave of Jiraiya's affection value. He was already a genius, so it was reasonable for him to research medical ninjutsu, right? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C20. Would you save your parents' killer? Chapter 20. Would you save your parents' killer? Host. It's time to get up. Host. It's time to get up. Host. It's time to get up. In the early morning, Haruki suddenly woke up to the system's terrifying high-pitched voice. He jolted upright from his bed and stopped the system. Shut up. Okay. System offline. Only then did Haruki feel the world become quiet. He took a deep breath of fresh air, washed up, and came to the living room for breakfast. He hadn't expected Jiraiya to give him such a big surprise. Pulling open the bedroom door, he immediately saw Tsunade sitting on the tatami mat. At that moment, Haruki almost knelt down to Jiraiya. Haruki's legs felt weak. He looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya gave him a triumphant smile. Tears welled up in Haruki's eyes. He sniffled, not holding back, and ran towards Jiraiya, hugging him. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Thank you for getting a suitable person for me. Thank you for contributing to my great cause of collecting emotional value. Jiraiya hadn't expected Haruki to hug him. He patted his back, feeling incredibly soft-hearted. His peripheral vision caught Nagato's gaze. He actually saw envy in Nagato's eyes. Jiraiya. Was Nagato envious of him being hugged by Haruki? Nagato watched Haruki rush over to hug Jiraiya, and a faint envy welled up in his heart. Only he knew how warm Haruki's embrace was. When hugged by Haruki, he would feel that no matter what he encountered, he would no longer be afraid because there was someone who would always embrace and support him so unreservedly. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and the child in front of her with surprise. She hadn't expected Jiraiya to be so close to these children. From Jiraiya's expression, she clearly saw his satisfaction with these children. HMPH. Thinking of this, Tsunade let out a soft snort. How could he not be satisfied? If he wasn't satisfied, would he have sent her a message yesterday, telling her to rush to Omegakure? When Tsunade received Jiraiya's urgent letter, she was so scared that she thought Jiraiya was about to die fighting Hanzo alone. She rushed from Konoha to Omegakure overnight, only to arrive and have Jiraiya tell her that it was merely to ask her to teach a child medical ninjutsu. If Jiraiya hadn't pleaded and guaranteed that this child would definitely not disappoint her, Tsunade would have beaten Jiraiya black and blue and then turned around and left. Jiraiya rubbed Haruki's head, who had already wriggled out of his embrace, and solemnly introduced, although I don't know medical ninjutsu, the person next to me is the ninja world's #1 medical ninja. Wow, so amazing. Conan and the others politely exclaimed. Haruki, as Omegakure's #1 hype man, immediately looked at Tsunade with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. I know Big Sister is a medical ninja. The first time we met, she was treating Jiraiya-sensei. Big Sister is truly amazing. Facing the most sincere adoration and praise from a group of children, even Tsunade, who had heard such words hundreds of times, couldn't help but feel pleased. Ads by PubFuture. HMPH. Tsunade gave an arrogant snort, turned her head, and crossed her arms. Why do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Tsunade raised her chin, squinting at Haruki, asking from a condescending position. Her attitude was certainly not friendly, but it also carried no malice, merely a simple inquiry. Of course, the answer would likely determine whether Tsunade would teach him medical ninjutsu. Haruki pursed his lips and gave a common answer, because I want to save people. Save people. Tsunade had heard this answer too many times, to the point where her ears were calloused. She pouted. Save who? Everyone. This time, Haruki's answer made Tsunade raise an eyebrow, piquing her interest a little. Save everyone. He really dared to say that. Even Tsunade couldn't bring herself to say, save everyone. She was a medical ninja, but she was not a saint. She also couldn't become a saint. Tsunade's pupils shifted, and she suddenly thought of something. She hesitated a little in her heart. Poking a child's scar seemed cruel, but she genuinely expected to hear a more unique answer. So, she steeled her heart and asked, how did your parents and relatives die? Jiraiya's eyes dimmed slightly, falling upon Haruki. Haruki froze, his pupils unfocused, revealing a look of pain. Jiraiya watched him clench his fists, as if the scenes of his relatives being killed were replaying in Haruki's mind. Jiraiya's eyes involuntarily showed distress. Haruki's eyes were slightly red as she said, they were killed by ninja. Tsunade paused for a few seconds. It was both a moment for Haruki to compose himself and for her to do the same. She took a deep breath and continued to ask, then if you were to see the ninja who killed your parents again, and they were severely wounded, would you save them? Tsunade's question instantly plunged the wooden house into a deathly silence. No one spoke. Anger had already stained Yahiko's pupils. He thought, what kind of question is this? This ninja was clearly trying to make things difficult for Haruki. Conan restrained the furious Yahiko. She shook her head at Yahiko and mouthed, listen to Haruki. Yes, listen to Haruki. This was Haruki's question, and only he could answer it. Yahiko angrily tightened his fists. Nagato stared intently at Haruki. He wondered, how would Haruki answer? Tsunade was not surprised by Haruki's silence. This was a question she herself couldn't answer. No, she could answer. Her answer was no, she wouldn't save them. She couldn't do it. I will. Haruki looked up at Tsunade in front of him. He wasn't lying. He could indeed heal his enemies. At worst, he would kill them after saving them. Haruki shrugged in his mind. Perhaps this way he could even earn double the emotional value. 1 part gratitude, one part hatred. A prophet. Tsunade frowned, disbelieving. She was more inclined to believe this was a forced answer Haruki gave to learn medical ninjutsu from her. Dissatisfaction appeared on Tsunade's face. Immediately after, Haruki continued to speak, filling the void of those simple 2 words, I will. It is precisely because of hatred that wars constantly continue. And to eliminate hatred, one side must first choose to let go of hatred and pass on love and tolerance. Tsunade looked at the child in front of her in shock. Unbelievable. Such words were actually spoken by an 8-year-old child. Tsunade's gaze instinctively shifted to Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled and nodded at her. It was then that Tsunade understood why Jiraiya would treat this child differently. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C21. Bonus copying an A-rank ninjutsu. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 21. Bonus copying an A-rank ninjutsu. An eye for an eye will never stop hatred. But love can. Haruki's face showed a gentle smile. It was a tolerance that could embrace all hatred and malice. It allowed people to truly feel love in his eyes. Love for everyone around him. Feeling her blood uncontrollably boiling and her heart beating faster, Tsunade frowned deeply. I watched them die without helping, and their children suffered the pain of losing their parents, which gave rise to hatred. If it continues like this, when will the war ever stop? Haruki's eyes held a hint of reminiscence as he slowly said, when I was little, I got lost in the forest, and my parents led me out of it. I believe that my parents, who are already in the afterlife, would not want to see me lost in the forest of hatred again. I also don't want the pain of losing loved ones to befall others. Because I am a survivor, I know how painful it is, so I don't want others to endure the same pain as me. Haruki seemed to be radiating golden light. Tsunade's lips parted slightly, and she stared blankly at the child before her. She found it difficult to describe her shock. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Truly amazing. There probably aren't many people in the entire ninja world who could say such words. Perhaps it was precisely because he had experienced too much pain that this child, who had lost everything due to war, was able to deeply reflect and achieve unprecedented growth. I am willing to teach you medical ninjutsu, Tsunade said without hesitation. Only such a person could truly make medical ninjutsu shine brightly because he possessed the brilliance of humanity. This was the most precious thing. Jiraiya smiled. He knew that no one would refuse Haruki because he was a child whose kindness made one want to cry. Haruki successfully gained Tsunade's approval. Pub Future Ads. Good. Jiraiya stood up, a brilliant smile on his face. Let's start our training today. Jiraiya looked at Haruki and said, although Haruki needs to learn medical ninjutsu, before learning medical ninjutsu, let's learn today's ninjutsu first. Tsunade immediately frowned at Jiraiya, dissatisfied. He should be with me all day today, learning medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu is much harder to learn than ordinary ninjutsu. More time should logically be allocated to medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya appeased Tsunade, patting her shoulder and mysteriously winking at her. Don't worry, it won't take long. Tsunade thought Jiraiya was crazy. Learning ninjutsu takes at least a month, and sometimes half a year or even 5 years. How could it be as easy as Jiraiya made it sound? However, when Tsunade, standing by the sea, personally watched Haruki effortlessly replicate the ninjutsu Jiraiya had just performed, her expression suddenly turned serious. Jiraiya, what's going on? Tsunade was full of doubts. Besides Haruki instantly replicating the ninjutsu Jiraiya performed, there was another point that made Tsunade even more puzzled. That was, she couldn't sense this child's chakra at all. Jiraiya nodded to Tsunade and waved to Haruki. Haruki ran towards the two of them and stood obediently by their side. Jiraiya explained to Tsunade, this is what I wanted to tell you. Jiraiya rubbed Haruki's head and said, this child has amazing talent, he can quickly master any ninjutsu just by looking at it once. Tsunade's shocked gaze moved back and forth between Jiraiya and Haruki. Even Orochimaru, who was known as a genius, couldn't do anything this incredible. This was beyond what the word genius could describe. But he doesn't have chakra. What? As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Tsunade's eyes widened abruptly, and she said in disbelief, how is that possible? Learning ninjutsu without chakra, it was utterly preposterous. It's true, He doesn't have chakra in his body, but he has another power. That power is very strong, capable of supporting him in performing ninjutsu, and its power is in no way inferior to chakra. Jiraiya's serious expression told Tsunade that he wasn't talking nonsense, her mind was in a tangled mess. Although such a thing was unheard of, the fact was laid out before her, and she had no choice but to accept it. Tsunade lowered her gaze to Haruki, and ultimately decided not to dwell on the issue anymore. She had Jiraiya catch a basket of fish. The fish kept flopping around in the basket. Tsunade took out a live fish, pulled a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, and cut a long wound on its belly. A green light glowed on her hand, and she instinctively wanted to explain the intricate manipulation of chakra to Haruki, but before she could speak, she suddenly remembered that Haruki didn't have chakra. Tsunade was immediately stumped and didn't know what to say. After all, she knew nothing about the power within Haruki's body. So, she could only watch as the wound on the fish's belly rapidly healed under her chakra. Tsunade. At this moment, Jiraiya's hand reached into the fish basket. He caught a fish, cut its belly with a knife, and gestured for Haruki to try it. Haruki smiled at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei is so understanding. Haruki's hand landed on the fish's belly, and the familiar sensation returned to his body. In a moment, a green light glowed in his hand. The fish's belly gradually healed. Copy is truly powerful. His cursed technique automatically recognized Tsunade's medical ninjutsu as a copyable technique, so it replicated the situation as Tsunade performed it. The resulting effect was what Haruki was currently demonstrating. Even if the green light in his hand wasn't chakra but cursed energy. No, new natural hack ignites rapid fat burn, no diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. Haruki frowned. Mystical palm technique is an A-rank ninjutsu, and his copy is limited to ninjutsu below A rank. So how did he successfully copy an A-rank ninjutsu? Could it be? The light screen unfolded according to Haruki's will. Copy current progress 45.002%, can copy ninjutsu below S rank. Indeed, as the progress increased, the level of copy had increased. Tsunade stared dumbfounded at the completely healed fish belly. Is this possible? Tsunade knew better than anyone how difficult medical ninjutsu was to learn. Medical ninjutsu has extremely strict requirements for chakra control and understanding, and very few ninja can reach this level, which has led to medical ninjas always being a scarce resource in the ninja world. And this child before her succeeded on the first try. Tsunade even thought she was dreaming. It was too unrealistic. She looked at Jiraiya, who was holding a lively, flopping fish in his hand. Seeing the smile in Jiraiya's eyes, Tsunade's heart constricted. Did Jiraiya already anticipate such a scene? Bastard. Medical ninjutsu is amazing. Tsunade-sensei. Tsunade's shocked feelings were interrupted by Haruki's excited voice. She was startled by Haruki's address. She paused, looked at the happy eyes of the child before her, and said nothing, tacitly accepting the title. Tsunade-sensei, I will not let your teachings down. Haruki looked at Tsunade, his eyes sparkling with determination. The various emotions intertwined in Tsunade's heart faded at this moment. A smile unconsciously appeared in her eyes. She began to look forward to this child's future. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C22. Tsunade's Most Important Lesson. Chapter 22. Tsunade's Most Important Lesson. Since you've mastered mystical palm technique, let's try this. Tsunade reached out and forcefully tugged on Haruki's hair, almost yanking his head from his neck. Haruki stabilized himself, and a quick glance downwards confirmed that the ring on his finger was once again emitting black mist. Don't come near Yuta. A faint female voice drifted through the air. Tsunade's expression turned serious as she searched for the source of the voice. Haruki quickly caressed the ring, soothingly saying, Rika, Tsunade-sensei is guiding me in my training. Be good, okay. Please don't get jealous, okay. As Haruki caressed it, the black mist on the ring gradually faded. Rika is good. Listen to Yuta. Tsunade listened to the voice in her ear, her gaze falling on Haruki's ring. What is this? Tsunade's confusion was too obvious. Haruki smiled slightly at Tsunade and explained, she's my fiancée, Rika. She's a bit prone to jealousy, so please don't mind her, Tsunade-sensei. Tsunade looked at Haruki's ring in disbelief. She couldn't quite comprehend Haruki's words. Haruki's ring was his fiancé. And it could talk. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead. He could tell from Tsunade's expression that she had misunderstood something. He explained on Haruki's behalf, Rika and Haruki were childhood friends. After she died, her soul resides in Haruki's ring, protecting him. Tsunade was dumbfounded, staring at Haruki in shock. Her expression gradually grew more solemn as she said, "How could a soul remain? After the body dies, shouldn't the deceased soul go to the afterlife?" Haruki pursed his lips and said with some guilt, "I cursed Rika, which is why her soul couldn't go to the afterlife and stayed by my side." Cursed. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya. From Jiraiya's expression, it seemed he knew about this matter. "How did you curse her?" She had never seen such a miraculous thing before. Haruki shook his head blankly and said, "I don't know either. I just know that I couldn't accept Rika's death, and the Rika who had died remained. I also want Rika to go to the Pure Land, but I can't do it." Haruki lowered his head guiltily. Looking at his tear-filled eyes, the solemnity on Tsunade's face gradually disappeared. She had initially thought Haruki had used some forbidden jutsu that violated the will of the deceased, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Haruki had unconsciously left the deceased's soul behind. This should be some kind of secret jutsu that Haruki possessed. Haruki himself couldn't even control this secret jutsu. She wondered if this secret jutsu had any harm to Haruki himself. Tsunade realized what she was thinking and immediately shook her head, shaking off the worries in her mind. Ads by PubFuture. Haruki was Jiraiya's disciple, so Jiraiya should be concerned about such matters. She was only briefly guiding Haruki in medical ninjutsu. She didn't want to bother herself with it. Tsunade acted as if nothing had happened and changed the subject. "Next, the ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is Chakra Scalpel." As her words fell, Tsunade extended her hands in front of Haruki, and her hands were immediately covered by a layer of blue chakra. The chakra flowed over her hands, forming the shape of a blade. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, who understood and handed the live fish back to Tsunade. The chakra scalpel was incredibly sharp, easily cutting open the live fish's belly. Tsunade said, "The chakra scalpel can cut through the surface of the skin and delve deep into the injured person's body for cutting, even if there are no external wounds, and it can also be used as a weapon for attack." Haruki listened to Tsunade's explanation and nodded. "I understand." The chakra scalpel in Tsunade's hand disappeared, and a green light glowed in her hand, rapidly healing the wound on the fish's abdomen. She placed the live fish in front of Haruki and said, "You try." Haruki nodded. When Tsunade had just demonstrated the chakra scalpel, he had activated his ninjutsu copy ability. His current total cursed energy was substantial, more than enough to copy 2 A-rank ninjutsu. Haruki extended his hands. Tsunade and Jiraiya both watched his hands intently, feeling inexplicably nervous. The next second, blue light appeared in Tsunade's and Jiraiya's pupils. Blue cursed energy condensed on Haruki's hands, quickly forming the shape of a blade. It was identical to the chakra scalpel Tsunade had just condensed. The difference was that Haruki's was a cursed energy scalpel. Haruki used the cursed energy scalpel to cut open the live fish's belly. The incision was neat and smooth. Tsunade looked at Haruki's focused profile, the accumulation of shock having turned into numbness. Although she couldn't believe there was such a genius in this world, the facts were before her eyes, undeniable. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat-burning method exposed. The cursed energy in Haruki's hand disappeared, and his hand rested on the live fish's belly. Haruki's mystical palm technique also relied on cursed energy to activate. Suddenly, his hand was gripped by Tsunade. Haruki looked at Tsunade's eyes, full of confusion. Tsunade glanced at the fish and said to him, "This fish has undergone multiple medical ninjutsu experiments. Even if you use mystical palm technique, you won't be able to save it." This was the most important lesson Tsunade wanted to teach Haruki. Medical ninjutsu cannot save every life. Tsunade's eyes were downcast. Even if she was the strongest medical ninja, there were still times when she was helpless. Facing ninja who were severely injured and on the verge of death, she could only alleviate their pain, not prevent the arrival of death. Watching the fish's tail, which had been flapping on the ground, gradually stop, Haruki broke free from Tsunade's iron-like grip. His hands were placed on the wound on the fish's abdomen, his expression focused, his gaze sharp. A green light quickly emanated from his hands. The long wound rapidly healed. The fish's tail, which had stopped flapping on the ground, suddenly flapped again. Haruki cupped the live fish and released it back into the sea. As soon as the fish entered the sea, it immediately regained its vitality, wagging its tail and disappearing like lightning from Haruki in their sight. Tsunade frowned. She strode forward, grabbed Haruki's hands, and pulled them under her eyes to examine them. What did you do? These hands were no different from her own. But these hands had healed that fish that was destined to die. No one knew better than Tsunade that after multiple experiments, the fish's cells had lost their activity, and the wound simply couldn't heal. Haruki seemed to not understand Tsunade's loss of composure. He quietly looked at Tsunade and said, "I didn't do anything. I just thought in my heart that I wanted to save it." Tsunade seemed to have all her strength drained, and her hands, still clutching Haruki's, dropped. She stared deeply at Haruki. On the battlefield, she had desperately wanted to save fallen comrades, but no miracle had occurred. No matter how much chakra she expended, her comrades still died. But such a miracle appeared on Haruki. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C23. Bonus It's Time to Leave. Chapter 23. Bonus It's Time to Leave. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who was completely oblivious. She thought, perhaps Jiraiya was right. The power of this child before her had already exceeded her imagination. He might truly be able to change the ninja world. What's wrong? Jiraiya walked over to Tsunade, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at her. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and smiled. He healed a wound I couldn't treat. Jiraiya was stunned. He looked at Haruki. A wound that even Tsunade couldn't treat. How was that possible? Hearing Tsunade's words, Haruki's pupils dilated, and he scratched his head, completely unaware. But I just did it the way Tsunade-sensei taught me. Let the existence of reverse curse technique remain hidden by him. Tsunade took a deep breath, patted Jiraiya's shoulder, and said to him with an unclear meaning, the same medical ninjutsu in his hands can heal wounds that were originally incurable. He might be the person you've been searching for. Jiraiya's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. He stared at Haruki intently. Could he be the person he had been searching for all along? I can't stay in a megakure for too long. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, shrugging her shoulders with a somewhat helpless expression. As you can see, your student mastered my medical ninjutsu in just one day, and I can't teach him anymore, so I have to leave. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and said, "Thank you, Tsunade. Thank you, Tsunade, for traveling thousands of miles overnight to a megakure, and for generously imparting medical ninjutsu to Haruki." Tsunade was a bit unaccustomed to Jiraiya's demeanor at that moment. She punched Jiraiya in the chest. Are we still being polite with each other? Jiraiya clutched his chest, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. An ordinary person truly couldn't withstand Tsunade's punch. Want to leave after dinner? Jiraiya swallowed the blood and suggested. Tsunade shook her head, her expression solemn. No, there are still missions in the village. Jiraiya sighed silently. Missions indeed could not be delayed. He said, "Then I'll see you off." Tsunade nodded, a smile gracing her lips. All right. Haruki came closer, standing beside Jiraiya, facing Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei, I'll see you off too. Tsunade lowered her gaze to him, reached out her hand towards Haruki, and placed it on Haruki's shoulder. I hope you always remember your original intention for learning medical ninjutsu. Tsunade said. Haruki's original intention for learning medical ninjutsu. To earn emotional value. Haruki nodded firmly. AMD said, Tsunade-sensei, I will always remember it. How could he forget to earn emotional value? Tsunade withdrew her hand, feeling pleased. Haruki and Jiraiya saw Tsunade off at the dock. Tsunade boarded the ship. She stood on the deck, watching Jiraiya and Haruki grow smaller in the distance. Their figures quickly shrunk into two tiny black dots, slowly disappearing from her sight. The ship disappeared into the boundless sea, and Jiraiya and Haruki walked towards the seaside wooden house. Yahiko and the others remained in the wooden house, diligently practicing ninjutsu. On the way back, Haruki suddenly asked, will Jiraiya-sensei leave us too? Ads by PubFuture. Hearing such a question out of the blue, Jiraiya was startled, then reacted with a hint of helplessness. His gaze fell on Haruki as he said, "Haruki, no one can accompany you forever, and neither can I." Jiraiya keenly noticed that Haruki's mood became low. Haruki pleaded, "Jiraiya-sensei, can you leave a little later? I don't want to part with Jiraiya-sensei." A smile appeared in Jiraiya's eyes, and he saw a blush on Haruki's cheek. Ding! System detected Jiraiya's affection value plus 500. Currently collected affection value plus 500. Would you like to feed it to the accompanying cursed spirit Rika? Yes, no. Haruki said in his mind, we can skip this step in the future. He earned affection value solely for Rika's growth. Was there even a need to ask? Ding! Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 45.502%. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika sends feedback. Yuta, I miss you. Haruki's lips twitched, and he continued to say in his mind, skip this step in the future too. Received. Processing. I will only leave once you all have fully grown and gained the ability to protect yourselves, so don't worry. Jiraiya comforted him. By the time they returned to the seaside wooden house, it was already dusk. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. Yahiko and the others had already returned to the wooden house. Seeing Jiraiya and Haruki appear, their eyes lit up. Jiraiya put his hands on his hips and instructed Yahiko and the others, tonight we're having a seafood feast. Let's go. Let's go catch some fish. Yay. Yahiko was the first to jump up and rush out the door. Konan smiled and followed behind Yahiko. Nagato glanced at Haruki, who smiled back at him. The two of them chased after Yahiko and Konan. Watching the backs of the four of them, a bright light flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. A month's time passed in a flash. Haruki repeated his daily routine of practicing taijutsu and copying Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Almost all of Jiraiya's ninjutsu below S rank had been copied by Haruki, including the A rank ninjutsu Rasengan. Although the progress of ninjutsu copy was good, the progress of emotional value remained stagnant. Sukuna's rank had remained at 15%, completely motionless. Rika's rank, on the other hand, had intermittently risen to 46%. The overly peaceful life made it incredibly difficult for Haruki to collect emotional value. Haruki looked at Jiraiya and the others, who were eating with relish, and put down his chopsticks. He had to set sail. Otherwise, Sukuna would starve to death. What's wrong? Seeing Haruki not using his chopsticks, Jiraiya was a bit puzzled. Why aren't you eating, Haruki? Yahiko and the other two also looked at him strangely. Haruki's gaze moved from them one by one, finally settling on Jiraiya. Jiraiya noticed something different in his eyes and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Jiraiya-sensei, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, I plan to leave this place. As soon as Haruki finished speaking, Yahiko immediately propped his hands on the table, leaning his upper body towards Haruki. Why are you leaving us, Haruki? What's wrong with you? Tears quickly welled up in Konan's eyes as she looked at Haruki. She bit her lower lip, not saying a word. Nagato was unusually silent. Jiraiya calmly looked at Haruki, waiting for Haruki's explanation. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C24. Saving a Ninja. Chapter 24. Saving a Ninja. A Megakure is deeply mired in war, and countless people like us, whose lives have been destroyed by war, are living in dire straits. The reason I learned medical ninjutsu with Tsunade-sensei is to save more lives. With great power comes great responsibility. I cannot enjoy my current stable life with a clear conscience. I want to save people. Haruki lowered his head, tears dripping onto the table. Even if you don't agree, I will go. I'm sorry. Jiraiya looked at his bowed head, at his continuously falling tears, and said helplessly, Haruki, no need to apologize, there's no need to apologize. As Haruki's teacher, he was proud to have a student like Haruki. With great power comes great responsibility. Who would have thought that Haruki, an 8-year-old child, could say such words? Ding. System detected Jiraiya's affection value plus 1000. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 47%. Jiraiya-sensei. Haruki looked up, touched, his eyes blurred with tears. Jiraiya smiled at him encouragingly. Conan said softly, "But it's very dangerous." Tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to keep Haruki. She did not want Haruki to get hurt. The terror of those ninjas had left a deep shadow in her heart. "I'm not afraid of danger, I will be careful," Haruki promised Conan. Conan did not know what to say to make Haruki stay. This was Haruki's own choice. If she insisted on stopping Haruki, Haruki would definitely be sad. But letting him go like this, she worried about Haruki's safety. Conan's brows furrowed like caterpillars, deeply conflicted. "I will work hard and train." Nagato, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Jiraiya and Yahiko were stunned. Haruki also looked at Nagato. Nagato raised his head. His Rinnegan, revealed from beneath his red hair, was full of seriousness, and he said word by word, "When my strength catches up to Haruki, I will change a Megakure with Haruki." Ding! System detected Nagato's affection value +1000. Jiraiya was stunned when the usually reserved Nagato suddenly said something like this. The next second, Yahiko, beside Jiraiya, slammed the table and stood up with great passion. Yahiko wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and shouted loudly, "Nagato is right." He looked at Haruki, as if making a vow. "I will also work hard in training. We will find you then. Let's achieve our dreams together." Ding! System detected Yahiko's affection value +1000. A total of 2000 affection points have been collected, and your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 49%. Jiraiya looked at the genuine emotions in the children's eyes and could not help but smile. Ads by PubFuture. Hearing the system's broadcast, Haruki beamed with joy. He nodded to Yahiko and the other two, promising, "I'll wait for you." After lunch, Jiraiya, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan stood at the door of the wooden house to bid farewell to Haruki. Haruki, carrying his backpack, waved at them. Jiraiya and the others watched Haruki's figure walk away. Haruki climbed the hillside. By this time, the small wooden house by the sea had become only the size of a fist in his vision. He walked towards the center of a Megakure without looking back. The wooden house by the sea was nearly 20 kilometers from the center of a Megakure. There was no one in sight on the road. Thanks to the physical training during this period, the 20 kilometers were not difficult for him. Haruki stopped and took a breath. Ahead was a lush forest. As long as he passed through this forest, he would be able to reach the center of a Megakure. When he reached the central town, the first thing he wanted to do was to sharpen his sword. Jiraiya was a good person. When he left, he even put money in his bag. Stepping into the forest, Haruki raised his guard. A Megakure was in turmoil, and any place could suddenly turn into a battlefield. The forest in front of him was the best place for ninja battles. The dense trees supported huge canopies, blocking the already dim daylight, and Haruki's vision instantly became dim. He carefully stepped on the damp humus. A faint smell of rust permeated the air. The thick tree trunks around were covered with traces left by various ninjutsu and ninja tools. The deeper he went into the forest, the taller the trees became, with gnarled veins exposed on the surface, and roots deeply embedded in the black soil. Haruki leaned against an ancient tree beside him, climbed onto a raised root, and as soon as his foot landed, his body immediately plummeted uncontrollably. Something was pulling him down. Haruki's heart almost flew out. He immediately stabilized himself, struggling and looking down at the same time. A hand covered in mud and blood tightly gripped his ankle. No matter how Haruki kicked, the owner of this hand refused to let go. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. Not sensing danger, after his heartbeat calmed, Haruki carefully squatted down towards the person on the ground. Black mist swirled around his ring. As long as the person on the ground made any rash move, Rika could instantly tear them to shreds. Haruki brushed away a thick layer of fallen leaves. A cold light was reflected in his eyes. It was the light reflected from a forehead protector. During his time in the wooden house, Jiraiya not only taught them taijutsu and ninjutsu but also explained knowledge about the ninja world. From the pattern on the forehead protector, the ninja in front of him was a ninja from a Megakure. Save me. His pale, cracked lips moved, emitting a faint breath. Haruki's gaze moved downwards, seeing a huge penetrating wound on the ninja's chest. Haruki. Even Tsunade would not be able to heal such a severe injury. But Tsunade not being able to heal it did not mean he could not. As long as the ninja in front of him still had a breath left, his reverse curse technique could heal him. Green light emanated from Haruki's hand. The ninja's wound was enveloped in green light. Due to excessive blood loss, he could not even open his eyes. Sending out a distress signal had exhausted all his strength. An intense pain, like a needle, forcefully pierced his brain. His numb and hazy consciousness suddenly cleared. The sharp pain slowly receded like a tide. Suzaku forced his eyelids open, his vision blurry. He blinked, feeling strength return to his body. Who saved him? His pupils slowly moved, his vision gradually became clear, and the tender face of a child beside him entered his sight. You're awake. Haruki looked at the ninja who had opened his eyes. Suzaku supported himself with his hands on the ground and sat up. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling smooth skin, and his pupils constricted to pinpricks. Where was his wound? Suzaku's gaze was firmly fixed on Haruki. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C25. Bonus Nostalgia Value. Chapter 25. Bonus Nostalgia Value. It's great that you're okay. Seeing the ninja looking lively and healthy, Haruki's eyes curved, and he said happily. Suzaku looked down at his chest again in surprise and uncertainty, then he looked up and scanned his surroundings. Besides him and the child in front of him, there was no trace of anyone else in the entire forest. You saved me. How could this be? Suzaku didn't believe that this child in front of him possessed such ability. A Megakure wasn't without medical ninjas, but Suzaku had never seen any medical ninja capable of healing such severe wounds. Haruki nodded innocently and said, "Yes, I saved you." As if he hadn't noticed Suzaku's shock, he continued to speak to himself, "It's a good thing I arrived early. If I had come any later, I might not have been able to save you." As he said this, relief appeared on his face. Suzaku stood frozen in place. It was really this child who saved him. How could it be? It was a miracle. A dark light flashed in Suzaku's pupils, and he asked, "You know medical ninjutsu?" Haruki nodded, and scratched his head sheepishly. "Yes, my medical ninjutsu is quite powerful. At such a young age, to be able to use medical ninjutsu so skillfully." Suzaku immediately made a decision in his heart. He didn't doubt for a moment that the child in front of him was a spy. After all, no ninja village would send a child with such skilled medical ninjutsu to be a spy. "Where are your parents?" Suzaku asked a question unrelated to medical ninjutsu. He already had a rough guess in his mind. After a Megakure became a battlefield, many children lost their parents in the war, and war orphans in a Megakure were countless. Since there were no adults around the child in front of him, he must be one of those countless orphans. Haruki paused, he lowered his eyes and took a deep breath. "My mom and dad are no longer here. But I will definitely listen to my mom and dad and live well." His voice was full of determination. Suzaku looked at his shining eyes, and for a moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. The special geographical location led to a Megakure inevitably becoming the battlefield for Konoha and Sunagakure. Later, Hanzo led them to fight against Konoha and Sunagakure simultaneously, just to prove a Megakure's strength, so that Konoha and Sunagakure would no longer use a Megakure as a battlefield, and to free the ravaged Megakure from further exploitation by war. However, such an action once again pushed a Megakure into the quagmire of war. This was a cycle, but for the future of a Megakure, they had to endure the current pain. Drive Konoha and Sunagakure out, sign treaties with them, and make it impossible for Konoha and Sunagakure to set foot in a Megakure again. This was what Suzaku and his comrades were doing now. They were not unaware of the suffering of the people of a Megakure, but they were helpless. In order for a Megakure to usher in lasting peace in the future, they could only sacrifice the current villagers. The sacrifices of them, the ninja, were no less than those of the villagers, but they could not wallow in pain. There were still enemies waiting for them to drive out. "Where are you going?" Suzaku asked, seeing the backpack on Haruki's back. "I'm going to the central town." Haruki said to Suzaku, "That place is full of ninjas, what are you going there for?" Suzaku asked. A Megakure was not large to begin with, and now the entire Megakure was caught in the midst of war. The central town was entirely comprised of ninjas, constantly following Hanzo's orders to fight against Konoha and Sunagaku. Ads by PubFuture. The villagers had long since fled the central town. Some hid in the deep mountains and valleys, while others directly escaped to Megakur. Few went to the central town like the child in front of him. I'm going to save people. Haruki stared at Suzaku seriously, enunciating each word. My mom and dad died protecting a Megakur. Although I don't have the ability to protect a Megakur, I can save ninja who are injured protecting a Megakur, just like my mom and dad. His clear, childlike voice was resonant and firm. Suzaku felt his head spin a little from his words. He reached out and supported his forehead, his eyes a little red. Do you know that that place is very dangerous? Suzaku took a deep breath, lowered his hand, and said to the child in front of him. Haruki nodded. Of course I know. I've seen so many strange ninjas. If I hadn't dodged them in time, I might have already been dead. He rubbed his arms in fear. Then you're going to the central town, aren't you afraid of death? Suzaku continued to ask. Haruki hesitated. Of course I'm afraid of death. Suzaku looked at him, and for a moment, his gaze softened, not knowing what he was thinking of. All ninja fear death, let alone a child. I'm all alone, and it will be dangerous wherever else I go. Since there's danger everywhere, I might as well go to a place I want to go. Haruki pursed his lips, sat on the ground, and hugged his knees with a lost expression and said, a Megakur is my home where I grew up, and my mom and dad are here. I don't want to leave home, I don't want to leave my mom and dad. Suzaku's nose tingled, and his throat felt like it was blocked by a wad of cotton, unable to make any sound. His younger brother, who had died in the war, had said the same thing to him. I don't want to leave Big Brother. Wherever Big Brother is, I'll be there. Big Brother, let's go together. Haruki invited. That way I won't be so scared. Haruki scratched his head sheepishly. Ding. System has detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 3000. Not enough to activate a cursed spirit, nostalgia value has been stored. Haruki's address made Suzaku's memories of his younger brother even more vivid. He took a deep breath and nodded towards Haruki. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Even if this child didn't have great medical ninjutsu, he would protect his safety. Haruki gave Suzaku a sweet smile. Nostalgia value. What cursed spirit could nostalgia value activate? Haruki was curious. He inadvertently glanced at Suzaku out of the corner of his eye. Since there was such a thing as nostalgia value, he wouldn't be polite. Big Brother, my name is Haruki Shiratori, you can call me Haruki. Haruki said enthusiastically to Suzaku. Suzaku nodded. Haruki's eyes darted around, and he asked, what's your name, Big Brother? Suzaku. Haruki. Then I'll call you Brother Suzaku. Before Suzaku could speak, he chattered on endlessly, I've always really wanted a big brother. Every time I'm scared, I think, if only I had a big brother, maybe I wouldn't be scared. A big brother would definitely protect me. He tentatively took Suzaku's hand. Suzaku stiffened, but didn't shake him off. Ding. System has detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 5000. Not enough to activate a cursed spirit, nostalgia value has been stored. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C26. Bonus activating Choso. PubFuture ads. Chapter 26. Bonus activating Choso. Suzaku had not lied. The central town of Megakur had been utterly destroyed by the war. Haruki held Suzaku's hand and looked around. The once neatly arranged houses were now nothing but broken walls and crumbling ruins. Bricks, stones, and rubble were piled into messy mounds. The air was thick with a strong smell of burning, mixed with damp fishiness and mildew. Watch your step. Suzaku's reminder came to Haruki's ears. Haruki looked down and saw that he was stepping on a pile of rubble. A slight misstep could cause him to lose his footing or kick a sharp fragment. War is terrifying, Haruki exclaimed. Suzaku did not deny it. He continued to walk towards the central area, holding Haruki's hand. The outline of steel buildings emerging in the distance made Haruki breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the central area had not been destroyed by the war. He certainly didn't want to live in ruins forever. Two towering structures of steel stood before Haruki. Between the two towers stretched an iron net nearly 10 meters high, covered in sharp spikes. After Suzaku appeared beneath the iron net, it wasn't long before two dark figures leapt down from the towers, landing in front of Suzaku. Their masks couldn't hide their excited emotions. "You're finally back. We almost thought." The two ninjas didn't continue speaking. "It's good that you're back." They patted Suzaku's shoulder. A relaxed smile appeared on Suzaku's face. He glanced at Haruki. Without Haruki, he might have truly died. He had been sent by Hanzo to investigate intelligence in Sunagaker, and was accidentally discovered by the ninjas of Sunagaker. The Sunagaker ninja pursuing him thought he was severely wounded and certain to die, but they didn't expect him to return alive. Pub Future adds. The two AIM ninjas' gazes swept over Haruki. They looked at Suzaku in confusion and reminded him, "It's not suitable to bring civilians here." Once war broke out, no one could look after civilians. Civilians were very likely to be mistakenly killed as ninja. Not to mention such a small child. Getting caught in a ninja battle would make survival even more difficult. Suzaku nodded. "I know." The two ninjas were stunned. If he knew, why would he still do this? Before Suzaku could speak further, Haruki spoke first. "Big brother, I insisted on coming in myself, please don't blame brother Suzaku." Haruki released Suzaku's hand, stepped forward, and stood in front of Suzaku in a protective stance. Ding. System detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 2000. Currently collected nostalgia value totals 10,000, activating cursed spirit number 002. Cursed womb. Death painting, Choso. Choso 10%. The cursed spirit activated by nostalgia value was actually Choso. Why? Was it because Choso always reminisced about the good old days with his brothers? He's not an ordinary child, he possesses extremely powerful medical ninjutsu. If it weren't for him, I would be dead by now. Suzaku solemnly explained to the two ninjas. What? The ninjas? Shocked gazes fell upon Haruki. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Such a small child could use medical ninjutsu. And saved Suzaku. Haruki looked at Suzaku, then raised his head to face the two ninjas. "I'm here to protect Omegakure with everyone and drive out the enemy." Quote. A ninja scoffed, You haven't even fully matured yet. Go home and drink your milk." Suzaku said. His parents died in the war. The smile on the ninja's face immediately vanished. He has no family left. He asked Suzaku in a hushed voice. Suzaku nodded. His medical ninjutsu is very strong. I'm taking him to see Hanzo-sama. Seeing Suzaku's serious demeanor, the ninja couldn't help but question it. Could this child really use medical ninjutsu? But how old was he? The number of medical ninjas in the entire Omegakure was not large. After the war broke out, the medical ninjas of Omegakure were constantly targeted and killed by Konoha and Sunagakure. Now, the entire Omegakure couldn't even find 3 medical ninjas. The two ninjas exchanged glances. They opened a tightly shut iron door beneath the iron net. The rusty iron door let out a creaking sigh. Haruki took Suzaku's hand again and walked inside the iron door. After they entered, the two ninjas closed the iron door. Inside the iron door was a city built of steel. The buildings were constructed exceptionally tall to save space. Being built of steel, even if war broke out, they wouldn't easily collapse or be damaged. Haruki and Suzaku walked along the street, which was empty. Occasionally, dark figures would flit overhead. Is there no place to eat here? Haruki hadn't seen a single restaurant along the way. Suzaku shook his head and said, Ninja's food is distributed at fixed times. As Hanzo-sama very powerful, Haruki felt it was necessary to gather some information about Hanzo in advance. I heard my parents talk about Hanzo-sama. They said he is the strongest ninja. Suzaku looked at Haruki's innocent eyes, nodded, and affirmed, Hanzo-sama is indeed the strongest ninja. Without Hanzo-sama, we would be no match for Konoha and Sunagakure at all. Omegakure would forever be a battlefield for Konoha and Sunagakure. Suzaku's voice was filled with admiration for Hanzo. I believe Hanzo-sama will lead us to completely drive out Konoha and Sunagakure. The future Omegakure will no longer struggle for survival between Konoha and Sunagakure. The villagers of Omegakure will no longer be tormented by war. The light in Suzaku's eyes grew brighter and brighter, a faint blush appeared on his face, and he excitedly gripped Haruki's wrist. Haruki. Suzaku was actually a crazy fan of Hanzo. Hanzo-sama is amazing. Haruki nodded heavily and vowed, I want to become a ninja as powerful as Hanzo-sama too. A hint of a smile flashed in Suzaku's eyes. He didn't crush the child's dream. I believe you can become a more powerful ninja than me. A steady voice came from a distance. Suzaku froze, then immediately looked forward. A familiar tall figure appeared ahead. Hanzo-sama. Suzaku immediately released Haruki's hand and bowed. Hanzo walked up to Suzaku and helped him up. It's good that you're all right. Suzaku's eyes reddened, and his face was full of guilt. This subordinate is incompetent. Hanzo patted his shoulder and said, this mission was inherently dangerous, it's already not easy for you to return safely. Hanzo's voice revealed strong confidence. What's more, even without intelligence from Sunagaku, I can drive them out. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C27. A horrifying sight. Chapter 27. A horrifying sight. Haruki looked at Hanzo. At this moment, Hanzo was full of vigor and ambition. He was indeed an excellent leader. Haruki's gaze attracted Hanzo's attention. Hanzo squatted down, looking at Haruki with a smile in his eyes. I believe you will become a stronger ninja than me in the future, but before you become a stronger ninja than me, you must first survive. This is not a place for a child like you. Haruki looked into Hanzo's eyes, he raised his head to look at Suzaku, and reached out to tug on Suzaku's sleeve. Suzaku immediately explained, Hanzo-sama, all of his relatives have died in the war. I brought him back because he has special abilities. Hanzo looked at Haruki, his heart sinking. Did they all die in the war? He would definitely end the war in a megacure. However, special abilities. Hanzo understood Suzaku. His subordinate would not lie. A hint of curiosity flashed in Hanzo's eyes. What kind of special ability was it? Suzaku continued, he possesses powerful medical ninjutsu. If it weren't for him, I might have died on the way back. Hanzo looked at Haruki in shock, his pupils widening. Haruki gave him a smile and said, I'm here to help Hanzo-sama, and I also hope to contribute my strength. The child's tender voice echoed in Hanzo's mind. He suppressed the complex emotions in his heart, stood up, and looked at Suzaku. For such a young child to possess medical ninjutsu sounded like a fantasy. But considering Suzaku's expression, he did not seem to be faking it. And Suzaku could not possibly deceive him. Hanzo's gaze fell on Haruki. The child's eager gaze made him feel a moment of trance. He hadn't seen such a vibrant child in a megacure for a long time. The war had deeply harmed this village and these children. Neither this village nor these children could smile anymore. Hanzo took a deep breath, and looked at Haruki. Come with me to a place. Haruki nodded, following behind Hanzo. Suzaku walked beside Haruki. Hanzo led them towards a tall iron tower. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger and stronger. Haruki's gaze passed through Hanzo, landing on the iron tower in front of him. He had already guessed where this place was. The gathering place for war casualties. Hanzo had brought him here to verify the truth of Suzaku's words. Hanzo did not push the door open directly, he turned to look at Haruki behind him. His 8-year-old body meant Haruki had to look up to see Hanzo. Hanzo-sama, where is this? Haruki pretended to be ignorant and asked curiously. Half of Hanzo's face was blocked by a respirator, only his eyes could convey emotion. Beyond this door are countless ninjas injured for a megacure. Hanzo's voice reached Haruki's ears through the respirator. Haruki seemed to only hear the word, injured, and the emotion on his face was immediately replaced by anxiety. Hanzo-sama, please let me in to treat them. Looking at the sincere emotion in his eyes, Hanzo's heart stirred. However, his eyes did not reveal any emotion. Aren't you afraid? Hanzo continued, some of them have lost their legs, some are blind, and some. Hanzo watched as the child's face grew paler. He was interrupted by the child in front of him before he could finish speaking. I'm not afraid, Haruki said loudly. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. His eyes gleamed with firm light, making others not doubt the truthfulness of his words in the slightest. I'm not afraid. They are protecting a megacure. They are heroes. I want to save them. Haruki's voice grew louder and more determined with each word. There was no fear in his eyes, only an iron-like will. Looking at his eloquent appearance, Hanzo's pupils widened, and he felt a moment of trance. It was as if he saw himself as a child, resolutely deciding to transplant the poison sac into his body. How much this child in front of him resembled himself when he was young. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 13%. Haruki. He didn't know what had happened, but he probably knew how to gain Hanzo and Suzaku's nostalgia value now. The core was just one word: act. Good. Hanzo's comforting large hand landed on Haruki's shoulder. Haruki gave him a brilliant smile. Hanzo pushed open the heavy iron door in front of them. The stale air that had been confined behind the door immediately rushed out like a flood. Haruki almost couldn't breathe. He looked at the scene before him in shock. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Even though Rika and Sukuna had severely trained his endurance, this scene still made the acid in his stomach churn. The ground was strewn with injured ninja. Just as Hanzo said, even more exaggerated than Hanzo described. The wounds on these ninjas exceeded a normal person's endurance. Haruki was so overwhelmed by the scene that he took a while to recover. Hanzo and Suzaku were both observing his reaction. The only two medical ninjas inside the iron rower looked towards them. They temporarily stopped their work and walked towards Hanzo. Hanzo-sama. Seeing the faces of the two medical ninjas, Haruki took a sharp breath. The dark circles under the eyes of the two medical ninjas in front of him were almost reaching their chins. They looked hardly better than the injured ninjas on the ground. How much had they been exploited? You've worked hard, Hanzo said to them. The two medical ninjas numbly shook their heads. They no longer had the strength to speak. Haruki took a deep breath, his voice clear. Hanzo-sama, let me treat them. Haruki looked at Hanzo with determination. A hint of relief flashed in Hanzo's eyes. He nodded. Go. The two medical ninjas' gazes focused on Haruki, confused. Haruki walked towards the nearest ninja. He squatted beside the ninja, examining his injuries. The ninja's main injuries were to his legs. Both legs were charred black, like two pieces of dark charcoal. They must have been burned by fire release ninjutsu. An ordinary medical ninja really couldn't heal such injuries. Even if they were healed, the ninja in front of him would only be a cripple in the future. But reverse cursed technique was different. Reverse cursed technique could reverse the negative energy that caused wounds, generating positive energy with regenerative capabilities. As long as the person hadn't completely become a corpse, reverse cursed technique could exert super healing effects. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C28. Bonus Gratitude Value. Chapter 28. Bonus Gratitude Value. The two medical ninjas exchanged glances. They didn't understand what Hanzo was doing. Why bring a child here? Although they were puzzled, they did not question Hanzo's decision. They just watched the scene quietly. But they still couldn't help but find it absurd. Haruki extended his hands and placed them on the ninja's legs. Cursed energy surged within his body, flowing continuously towards his hands. A green light emanated from his palms. It was like a vibrant green sprout. Upon seeing this, the two medical ninjas' numb expressions shattered. Their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. However, what happened next completely stunned them. The green light covered the injured ninja's legs. Charred scabs continuously fell to the ground. Fresh, red flesh began to regenerate at a visible speed. Not only the two medical ninjas, but even Hanzo's breathing became rapid. Flames burned fiercely in his pupils as he stared intently at Haruki. The ninja, whose consciousness had long since fallen into darkness, suddenly let out a cry of pain. He struggled to open his eyes and saw an unfamiliar child. The two medical ninjas simultaneously held down the injured ninja's shoulders. Don't move, he's helping you heal. The two medical ninjas gulped, their gaze never leaving Haruki. Hanzo-sama. The injured ninja raised his eyes and saw Hanzo and Suzaku standing nearby. Hanzo was too preoccupied to pay attention to him at this moment. All his energy was focused on Haruki. The injured ninja's gaze slowly shifted downwards. He saw his gradually recovering legs and the exceptionally serious child. His pupils suddenly widened, and he looked at the child before him in disbelief. His legs actually. But didn't the medical ninjas say they couldn't be healed back then? What was happening now? And who was this child? A series of questions filled his mind. He was no longer able to think. And beside him, the two medical ninjas were in the same state. The intense shock left them unable to do anything but stare blankly at the child's actions before them. Haruki watched as the charred legs beneath his palms returned to normal, then he withdrew his hands. Cursed energy flowed within his body. All done. Haruki wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, smiled, and gasped as if utterly exhausted. My legs. The ninja extended his trembling hands. His hands pressed against his legs. A little stinging pain. Pain. He could feel pain. Let me help you up to walk. Haruki stood up, extended his hand towards him, his face full of anticipation. Walk. The ninja was stunned. He could actually walk. Looking at the child's outstretched hand, the ninja tremblingly offered his own. Leaning on Haruki's hand, the ninja slowly got up from the ground. Aside from the initial awkwardness, he didn't notice any abnormalities. Haruki released his hand. He didn't notice. He was completely immersed in the ecstasy of his legs recovering. I can walk. I've recovered. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Quote. He looked up, his tear-filled eyes brimming with surprise and relief. Seeing his appearance, Suzaku breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze falling on Haruki. Fortunately, he had brought Haruki back. That's wonderful. Haruki looked at the ninja before him and said happily. The ninja looked at Haruki, his hands gripping Haruki's shoulders. Thank you. Tears welled up in the ninja's eyes. Ding. System detected Ninja Tetsu's gratitude value plus 1000. Did not reach the activation value for a cursed spirit. Gratitude value has been stored. Gratitude value. What kind of cursed spirit can be activated by gratitude value? Haruki's peripheral vision swept over the large group of injured ninjas. Aren't these all his gratitude values? Haruki said to the ninja named Tetsu before him, You're welcome. You are a hero who protects a Megaker, and I'm very happy to help you. Before Tetsu could say anything more, Haruki hurriedly said, I need to save the others. I can't delay. Tetsu watched with wide eyes as he ran to another injured, unconscious ninja and squatted down. Tetsu's eyes were red, a hero. So, in this child's eyes, even an unknown person like him was a hero. Suzaku patted Tetsu's shoulder and said, It's good that you've recovered. How did he do it? Even now, the two medical ninjas couldn't believe their eyes. I don't know. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. The other medical ninja shook his head and said, Logically speaking, even if Tsunade, the most renowned medical ninja of the ninja world, came, Tetsu's leg injury couldn't be restored to its original state. But he did it. The medical ninja murmured, Perhaps this is a gift from heaven to our Megaker. Seeing Haruki begin to heal again, the two medical ninjas quickly ran to his side to help him. Although they couldn't help with the healing itself, they could at least help him hold down the injured. To prevent the injured from moving around and interfering with the treatment. What's his name? Hanzo watched Haruki intently treating the ninja and asked. Haruki Shiratori. Suzaku said each word carefully and seriously. Haruki Shiratori. Hanzo repeated. He thought of what the medical ninja had just said. Perhaps Haruki truly was sent by heaven to help a Megaker. Hanzo was indeed powerful, but no matter how strong he was, he couldn't prevent casualties among his subordinates. And now, Haruki's arrival perfectly compensated for his weakness. With Haruki's presence, a Megaker would become even stronger. Hanzo's heart was immediately filled with boundless ambition. Ding. System detected Takagawa's gratitude value plus 1000. Did not reach the activation value for a cursed spirit. Gratitude value has been stored. Takagawa tremblingly caressed his chest, his heart beating powerfully, and tears of gratitude streamed from his eyes. Thank you. Haruki smiled at him and then, without stopping, went to collect gratitude values from the remaining ninja. He already had Rika, Sukuna, and Choso, but of course, the more cursed spirits, the better. A medical ninja followed Haruki and reminded him, Do you want to rest for a bit? Haruki was still a child after all, and continuous healing like this must be very draining for him. No need. Saving lives is more important. Haruki tightened his face and said seriously. Rest first. Hanzo's hand rested on Haruki's shoulder, his attitude firm. He couldn't let saving others harm Haruki's body. Haruki shook his head at Hanzo and explained, I'm really fine. If I couldn't handle it, I would definitely stop and rest. Don't disturb him from earning gratitude value. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C29. Hatred Value. Chapter 29. Hatred Value. Ding. System detected Rin's gratitude value plus 1000. The value for activating a cursed spirit has not been reached, gratitude value has been stored. Haruki didn't stop for a moment, immediately running to the next ninja awaiting treatment. Hanzo kept a constant eye on Haruki. As soon as a hint of fatigue appeared on his face, he would immediately make Haruki stop. Watching Haruki not pause for a moment, focused on saving people, Hanzo couldn't help but think of himself. This child in front of him was too much like his former self. Equally devoted to the village, equally selflessly dedicated to the village, equally firm in will. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 16%. Haruki subtly glanced at Hanzo. To gain Hanzo's nostalgia value, he had to act like a strong little boy who loved a megakure in front of Hanzo. Currently, it seemed Hanzo was quite susceptible to this approach. Gratitude values dinged and rang incessantly in Haruki's mind. Haruki had never heard such beautiful music. Now that the gratitude value had reached 9,000, after treating just one more person, he would be able to activate a new cursed spirit. Haruki couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He swiftly ran towards the injured ninja. Ding. System detected Suko's killing intent value plus 5000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 20%. Killing intent value. Where did the killing intent value come from? Haruki's gaze subtly swept over the injured ninjas on the ground. Who is Suko? Why would he have killing intent value towards him? Could this Suko be an infiltrator sent by another ninja village to a megakure? The more Haruki thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Only an infiltrator from another ninja village would have killing intent towards him, who could heal aim ninjas. Such strong killing intent, it seemed he was eager to eliminate him, this threat. Haruki didn't know who this Suko was, nor could he rashly ask Hanzo and Suzaku. But he believed this Suko would definitely make a move against him. Before making his move, this Suko must contribute more killing intent value to him. Haruki nonchalantly knelt down and continued his treatment. Thank you. The ninja leaning against the wall smiled at Haruki. Haruki watched the wound under his hand gradually heal, and he glanced at the ninja in front of him. Strange. Why was there no gratitude value? I have something I want to give you. Thank you for saving me. The ninja's pale lips moved, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked at Haruki. Haruki raised an eyebrow. This ninja kept saying, thank you, but he still hadn't received any gratitude value from him. Ding. System detected Suko's killing intent value plus 3000. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Ding. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 23%. Haruki stared at the ninja in front of him. So, this ninja in front of him was Suko. What a coincidence. No wonder he wasn't receiving gratitude value. This ninja named Suko only had killing intent towards him. No, how can I accept your gift? Haruki, full of integrity, said with great principle, I saved you because you were a hero who protected the village, not for your gift. After speaking, he turned and extended his hand towards the injured ninja behind him. He had already given Suko the opportunity, he hoped Suko wouldn't disappoint him. Haruki wasn't worried about getting injured at all. Since he had started saving people, Hanzo's gaze had never left him. Even if Hanzo didn't react in time, he still had Rika, Sukuna, and Choso as triple safeguards. Of course, Haruki didn't believe this ninja named Suko could successfully assassinate him under Hanzo's nose. Ding. System detected Suko's killing intent value plus 3000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 26%. Suko looked at the defenseless child in front of him, his fingers twitching. Even if his identity was exposed, he would die with this child. With this child present, the casualties of a megakure would be greatly reduced. The threat to Sunagaku would be greater. For Sunagaku, he would kill this child even if it meant his own death. He absolutely could not let this child live. Otherwise, a Megakure would be like a tiger with wings. Defeating a Megakure would become even more difficult. Haruki's hands glowed with a green light. He seemed to notice nothing, absorbed in his treatment. The AIM ninja receiving his treatment slowly regained consciousness, and the two medical ninjas on either side helped support the injured ninja's body. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat burning method exposed. Hanzo watched Haruki's complexion. After this ninja's treatment was complete, he would force Haruki to rest for a while. No matter how powerful Haruki's talent was, it couldn't change the fact that he was still a child. He was destined not to work day and night like an adult medical ninja. In the dim tower, a white light flashed quickly in Hanzo's eyes. The tip of a kunai approached Haruki's neck. Hanzo's pupils constricted. Haruki. Suzaku trembled all over and immediately ran towards Haruki. However, a figure was faster than him. Even with preparation, the moment danger arrived, the hairs on Haruki's nape stood on end. Bang! A loud bang erupted from behind him. Haruki turned his head sharply. Tsuko's body was heavily stomped onto the floor by Hanzo. His arms and legs were all broken by Hanzo, twisted into distorted poses. His head was forcefully smashed into the floor by Hanzo, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. His resentful gaze fell upon Haruki. Ding! System detected Tsuko's hatred value plus 5000. The value for activating a cursed spirit has not been reached. Hatred value has been stored. Hanzo cleanly dislocated his jaw to prevent him from committing suicide. He stared darkly at the ninja on the ground. An infiltrator had actually gotten in. And he almost injured Haruki. Hanzo nodded towards Suzaku and said, "Drag him out." Hanzo didn't need to say more. Suzaku knew what to do. Suzaku stepped forward, grabbed Tsuko's hair, and roughly dragged Tsuko towards the door. Haruki stood dumbfounded, maintaining his shocked state. In his mind, however, he was thinking about the hatred value Tsuko had just contributed to him. Killing intent value activated Sukuna, nostalgia value activated Choso, so which cursed spirit could hatred value activate? Mahito, Jago, Hanami. Haruki went through all the cursed spirits' names in his mind. He felt that the cursed spirit most likely to be activated by extreme emotions like hatred value was Mahito. Unfortunately, only 5000 hatred value was collected. Haruki sighed regretfully in his heart. "Haruki, are you all right?" Hanzo crouched in front of Haruki, his eyes filled with concern. After the attack just now, Haruki was like a stone statue, losing all reaction. The two medical ninjas nervously supported Haruki. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C30. Bonus What's with this RCT? Pub Future Ads. Chapter 30. Bonus What's with this RCT? Haruki, who seemed to have lost his soul, suddenly shivered. His pupils stiffly rotated. "It's not finished yet," he muttered to himself. Haruki continued to turn, a green light glowing in his hand. Only when the ninja's last wound healed did he withdraw his hand, collapsing onto the ground, his face pale. The ninja looked at his healed wounds, then at Haruki. This child was so frightened, yet he still remembered to heal him. Ding! System detected Liko's gratitude value plus 1000. 10,000 gratitude points have been collected, activating curse spirit number 003, Land God. Land God 10%. Haruki had an impression of this cursed spirit, mainly because its ability was too special. Instant death gaze. As long as the target is gazed upon by Land God's pupils, the target will begin to rot within 10 seconds, ultimately dying. Hanzo-sama. Haruki opened his mouth, a bright light quickly appearing in his pupils as he stared intently at Hanzo. Hanzo-sama is amazing. Thank you for saving me. Under Haruki's adoring gaze, Hanzo's heart instantly softened. Haruki, were you scared? Rest for a while. Two medical ninjas walked up to Haruki, one touching Haruki's forehead, the other checking if the back of his neck was injured, as if they wanted to hold Haruki in their palms. Haruki's face returned to normal. He smiled at the two medical ninjas, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "I want to become a powerful ninja like Hanzo-sama. I won't be easily scared." The two medical ninjas were startled. A smile appeared in Hanzo's eyes. "Good. Pub Future Ads. I believe in you." Hanzo encouragingly patted Haruki's shoulder. Looking at Haruki, An idea formed in Hanzo's mind. Haruki could master medical ninjutsu at such a young age, so mastering other ninjutsu should not be difficult either. Haruki could not be left without the power to protect himself. I still want to continue saving everyone, Haruki said firmly. No matter how the medical ninjas tried to persuade him, he did not stop to rest. The number of ninjas he healed increased, and the gratitude points he collected also increased. In just one day, the new cursed spirit's rank had already risen to 35%. Haruki believed that if this continued, it would definitely be the fastest to reach 100%. As long as the war continued, ninja would constantly be injured. Gratitude points would continuously flow to Haruki. However, Haruki was not content with just absorbing gratitude points. When night completely enveloped Omegakure, Haruki stopped what he was doing. Let's collect gratitude points up to here for today. After all, his cursed energy was also limited. Although the activation and upgrade of Choso and Land God had given him a lot of cursed energy, he would still get tired from continuously using reverse cursed technique. Come, I'll take you to a place to rest, Hanzo said to Haruki. Haruki nodded. He followed Hanzo, leaving the Iron Tower and coming to the street. As night fell, warm yellow lights lit up on the street, and the road was no longer empty. The ninjas on the street saw Hanzo, their eyes full of reverence. Hanzo-sama. Hanzo nodded to them. He could feel Haruki's burning gaze beside him. What's wrong? Hanzo looked at him and asked. Pub Future ads. Haruki's eyes glowed as he asked, Hanzo-sama, can I learn ninjutsu from you? Hanzo was startled. He looked at Haruki seriously. Even if Haruki didn't say it, he had already planned to let him follow him to learn ninjutsu. Too many ninjas had died in the war, and the village's next generation of ninja needed to grow up. After a full day of observation today, he was very satisfied with Haruki. This child was too much like him. Resilient, kind, brave, and loved the village. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 1000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has risen to 17%. Why? Hanzo asked. He wanted to know Haruki's thoughts. My power can heal them, but it cannot protect them. Haruki gave Hanzo an unexpected answer. Hanzo was startled. Haruki, as if unaware of his reaction, was immersed in his own world and slowly said, I want to be like Hanzo-sama, to have the power to protect the village. If I had been as strong as Hanzo-sama then, my mom and dad wouldn't have died. I don't want the people in the village to shed painful tears like I did then. Hanzo saw his reddened eyes, tears welling up in them. Haruki sniffled, forcing the tears back into his eyes. Hanzo's heart was like a water-soaked sponge, becoming wet and heavy, constantly sinking in his chest. Okay. Hanzo nodded. He reminded, learning ninjutsu with me will be very hard. I will guide you strictly. A surprised smile appeared on Haruki's face. I'm not afraid of hardship. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Hanzo's eyes. The accommodation Hanzo arranged for Haruki was right next to Hanzo's. Haruki looked at the standard single apartment in front of him. Hanzo at this time was truly incorruptible. It was impossible to imagine that Hanzo would later get lost in power and wealth. Rest well, Hanzo said to Haruki. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, start learning ninjutsu with me. 5 o'clock. Haruki gulped. He nodded heavily under Hanzo's scrutinizing gaze. I understand, Hanzo-sama. Hanzo turned and left. Haruki stood at the door, watching Hanzo open the door to the single apartment next door, his figure disappearing behind the door. Only then did he return to his own room and close the door. Sitting on the tatami in the narrow living room, Haruki immediately opened his information page. Personal information. Name: Haruki Shiratori. Identity: Yuta Okkotsu, Cursed Spirit Mother. Age: 823. Gender: male. Associated Cursed Spirit: Rika. Cursed Spirit Illustrated Book. Rika activated, Sukuna activated, Choso activated, Land God activated, Jago not activated. Click to expand. Body abilities. Copy activated. Current progress 49%. Click to expand. Black Flash activated. Reverse Cursed Technique not activated. Domain Expansion not activated. Haruki called out to the system in his mind. Didn't my reverse cursed technique already activate? Has the system not had time to update yet? Host: Please clarify. You activated Shoko Yeri's copyable reverse curse technique, not your body's inherent reverse curse technique. Haruki was expressionless. What's the difference? Host. The reverse curse technique you activated can only heal others. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's template. C31. Haruki's chakra has no nature. Pub Future adds. Chapter 31. Haruki's chakra has no nature. My main body's abilities sync with Rika's rank. Rika's rank is already at 49%, and I've only fully activated one skill, Black Flash. Haruki was very displeased. Host. Please calm down. Hearing the system's voice, Haruki was furious. There's something I forgot to tell you. Haruki had a bad feeling. When the cursed spirit's rank is between 0% and 50%, 1000 emotional points can increase the rank by 1%. When the cursed spirit's rank is between 50% and 90%, 10,000 emotional points can increase the rank by 1%. When the cursed spirit's rank is between 90% and 100%, 100,000 emotional points can increase the rank by 1%. Haruki sat on the tatami mat, letting out a cold laugh as if he had multiple personalities. He wondered why the cursed spirit's rank had increased so easily. It turned out the damn system had a hidden trick. 100,000 emotional points to increase the rank by 1%. Why not just rob someone? How much would others have to love him for him to max out Rika's rank? Thinking this, Haruki suddenly felt his future was bleak. Oh, right, there's also copy. He had activated 2 cursed spirits today, Choso and the Land God, and accordingly, some copyable techniques should have been activated as well. Haruki clicked to expand the copy section. Copy current progress 49%, can copy ninjutsu below S rank. Copyable cursed techniques. Kento Nanami. Ratio activated, Shoko Yeri. Reverse cursed technique activated, Yuji Itadori. Divergent fist activated, Toge Inamaki. Cursed speech not activated, Satoru Gojo. 6 eyes not activated, Satoru Gojo. Limitless not activated. Click to expand. Haruki scrolled through the copyable cursed techniques section up, down, left, and right several times, finally arriving at a cruel truth. He had only activated Yuji's Divergent Fist. Pub Future adds. Host. Please calm down. Haruki said nothing. Host. Think about it. Although you've only activated the main body skill Black Flash and Yuji's Divergent Fist, you have 2 powerful cursed spirits. Choso is a powerful cursed spirit with blood manipulation, and there's also Land God. Land God not only has the ability of instant death gaze but also possesses a domain and it can absorb ninja's chakra. What does that mean? Haruki propped up his chin and mused, what use is it for a cursed spirit to absorb chakra? Unless it can convert chakra into cursed energy. Host, congratulations, you guessed correctly. Land God can absorb chakra and convert it into cursed energy, feeding it back to the cursed spirit mother. Land God's skill somewhat comforted him. Haruki glanced at the total cursed energy at the bottom. Total cursed energy. Personal cursed energy, 4,900,000, plus cursed spirit carried cursed energy, 12,700,000. Haruki's lips curled up. The knot in his heart instantly vanished. This total cursed energy was very impressive. Haruki closed the light screen and went straight to sleep. 4:30 a.m. Cluck cluck cluck. Cluck cluck cluck. Haruki was woken up by the preset system alarm. Cluck cluck cluck. Please stop clucking. Received. Haruki floated like a ghost into the bathroom. Looking at his resentful reflection in the mirror, Haruki vigorously rubbed his face. He forced a smile. Wake up in the morning with a smile, and emotional points flow into your wallet. After 5 minutes of self-affirmation, Haruki took a deep breath, re-energized. After getting ready, Haruki opened the iron door. Outside, it was pitch black. The stars were still in the sky. Closing the iron door, Haruki saw a dark figure flash across his vision. Haruki was startled. He looked closely and saw that the dark figure stopped not far down the corridor was Suzaku. Haruki. Why was Suzaku here? Brother Suzaku. Haruki walked towards him, stopping in front of Suzaku. Suzaku had no extra expression. He nodded and said, Hanzo-sama has matters to attend to and has ordered me to guide your training. What kind of matter would it be so early? Haruki nodded. Okay. Thank you, Brother Suzaku. Suzaku pursed his lips and said, follow me. Haruki followed behind Suzaku, who was walking ahead, and suddenly spoke. The ninja who attacked you yesterday was a Sunagaku spy. He is already dead, so you don't need to be afraid. Haruki. He wasn't afraid. He stared at Suzaku's back, smiling mischievously in his heart. Regardless of whether Suzaku could see him, he nodded heavily, his voice filled with deep trust in Suzaku. I'm not afraid. I know Brother Suzaku will protect me. With Brother Suzaku here, I'm not afraid. Suzaku's footsteps paused. Ding. System detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 500. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 17.5%. Suzaku nodded lightly. He would protect Haruki, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Haruki was more valuable than him. Haruki being alive could save more ninjas in a Megakure. No matter what, he would protect Haruki. Moreover, Haruki regarded him as a brother. As a brother, he naturally had to protect his younger brother. Haruki followed Suzaku to the training ground behind the single-person apartments. It was clear that this training ground was specifically prepared for the ninjas residing in the single-person apartments. Although it was only 5 a.m., quite a few ninjas were already gathered on the training ground. They were focused on their own training, no one looked their way. Suzaku found an undisturbed corner on the training ground. He took out the chakra paper he had prepared earlier and handed it to Haruki. Haruki took the chakra paper. Inject your chakra into the test paper. Suzaku said. 1 minute passed. The test paper showed no reaction. Suzaku repeated, inject your chakra into the paper. Haruki. Another 3 minutes passed. Did you inject it? Suzaku frowned. What was going on? Haruki nodded. Confusion appeared on Suzaku's face. Why wasn't the chakra test paper reacting? How about, Brother Suzaku, you teach me ninjutsu first? Haruki suggested. But I don't know your chakra nature. Suzaku looked strangely at the paper in front of him. Could it be that Haruki's chakra had no nature? He had never encountered such a situation before. Suzaku glanced at Haruki. However, it was indeed possible to determine Haruki's chakra nature through ninjutsu. It would just take a bit more time. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C32. Bonus Genius. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 32. Bonus Genius. Let's start with water release ninjutsu first. Suzaku thought. Most ninja in a Megakure possess water chakra nature. Then let's start with the C-rank ninjutsu, water release, water bullet. Suzaku looked at Haruki. Since Haruki could master medical ninjutsu, which requires extremely precise chakra control, then ordinary C-rank ninjutsu shouldn't be too difficult for him. Rat, rabbit, tiger, dragon, bird, monkey. Remember the hand seal sequence. Suzaku overlapped his thumbs and intertwined his fingers, slowly demonstrating the hand seals to Haruki. Haruki activated copy the moment he began forming the hand seals. Water release. Water bullet. Water attribute chakra condensed in Suzaku's throat. As his words fell, countless fist-sized water spheres shot out consecutively from his mouth. The tree trunk 10 meters away from Suzaku was immediately struck by the water spheres. Numerous deep, bowl-sized craters densely covered the entire thick tree trunk. So amazing, Haruki exclaimed, as if he had never seen such a thing. The familiar words and gaze made Suzaku momentarily dazed. Ding. Detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 500. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 18%. Suzaku instantly reined in his emotions. He said to Haruki, you try it. Pub Future Ads. Haruki nodded. The cursed energy within him surged, and his hands naturally began to form hand seals. His movements were fluid and extremely fast, as if he had performed the same ninjutsu countless times. Water release. Water bullet. Water spheres, like bullets, densely slammed into the nearby tree trunk. The tree trunk could not withstand the heavy impact, and deep cracks burst open on its surface. A hint of shock flashed in Suzaku's eyes. I succeeded. Haruki's expression of surprise and joy entered his vision. Suzaku had long been prepared for Haruki's extremely high talent, but he was still shocked by Haruki's genius. Brother Suzaku, I want to learn other ninjutsu too. Haruki tugged at Suzaku's sleeve. Suzaku came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, wind release. Great breakthrough. Suzaku did not slow down his hand seal speed. A small whirlwind rose from the ground and rushed towards the distant tree trunk. The large tree swayed violently in the whirlwind. Countless fallen leaves and broken branches drifted down from the air. The wind gradually subsided. Suzaku looked at Haruki. Haruki almost impatiently stepped forward, forming hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. It was exactly the same as the wind release ninjutsu performed by Suzaku. Suzaku stood in place, his pupils dilated, his lips slightly parted. He had not explained any details to Haruki, nor had he slowed down the speed of his hand seals. How did Haruki learn it? No, this isn't learning. This is nothing short of replication. Suzaku thought of Haruki's medical ninjutsu, and he solemnly knelt down in front of Haruki. Haruki, who taught you your medical ninjutsu? Haruki seemed not to understand why he was so agitated. He thought for a moment and honestly replied, no one taught me, I just secretly watched. Suzaku's breath hitched. Just as he had guessed, no one had taught Haruki medical ninjutsu. Haruki was an orphan, who could have taught him? His medical ninjutsu could only have been self-taught. Suzaku looked at the battered tree in the distance. More precisely, Haruki's ninjutsu was copied. No one could learn that fast. To verify his guess, Suzaku said to Haruki, wait for me here for a moment. He turned and walked towards the other ninjas on the training ground. Haruki watched his back, standing still and waiting. Soon, Suzaku appeared before Haruki with 3 ninjas. A strange ninja stepped forward, glanced at Haruki, and said to Suzaku, shall I begin? Suzaku said to Haruki, Haruki, he will teach you a new ninjutsu. Haruki nodded, his gaze fixed on the strange ninja. Suzaku nodded towards the ninja and the ninja quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Several lightning spheres hovered in the air, emitting a harsh crackling sound of interwoven currents. The lightning spheres trailed dazzling yellow light in everyone's eyes. When they struck the distant tree, the trunk was instantly charred black. Haruki, you try it. Suzaku said. The unfamiliar lightning release user beside him immediately looked disapprovingly at Suzaku. I only demonstrated it once, and I haven't even started teaching him yet. If he rashly performs this ninjutsu, he will be injured. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Again, the exact same jutsu effect. Suzaku looked at Haruki, who had effortlessly accomplished all of this, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. The lightning release user beside him was stunned. His gaze moved back and forth between the distant, battered tree and Haruki. Back then, it took me a whole year to learn. Now this child mastered it just by looking. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat-burning method exposed. Scientists reveal the metabolism hack everyone's talking about. The lightning balls just now seemed to have struck the lightning release user, leaving him in a daze. My turn. Another ninja stepped forward, refusing to believe it. Could this child really learn a ninjutsu just by looking at it? Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. The air suddenly heated up. Flames spewed from his mouth, condensing into a roaring dragon that charged towards the nearby tree trunk. The tree trunk turned to charcoal in the blink of an eye. The fire release user stood with his hands on his hips, staring at Haruki. Haruki once again formed hand seals. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Boom. The charred tree trunk completely turned into a pile of dust. Sparks were still exploding above. The fire release user's legs went weak, and waves of dizziness washed over him. He steadied himself and looked stiffly at Suzaku. This brat, where did he come from? Suzaku pursed his lips, his expression serious. He did not answer the question but looked at the last ninja. Wow, it seems you really picked up a genius, Suzaku. The earth release user shrugged. His mindset was better than the previous two. Perhaps he had already accepted the fact that the child in front of him was a genius. Earth release. Earth spikes. Countless human-height spiral spikes extended from the ground, their tips gleaming coldly, intertwining into a dense array, leaving no room for retreat. The earth release user then looked at Haruki expectantly. Haruki skillfully formed hand seals. The result was the same as the previous times. The exact same jutsu effect. The earth release user massaged his forehead and said, "Ah." Such a genius is enough to make one jealous. The ninjutsu they took 1 to 3 years to master, a genius could skillfully perform after just one glance. Suzaku looked at the earth spikes rising from the ground before him. He finally understood why Haruki had no chakra nature. It was because Haruki could replicate ninjutsu of any chakra nature. This was Haruki's terrifying talent. Suzaku's gaze fell on Haruki, who was immersed in the excitement of learning ninjutsu. This child probably had no idea of his own genius. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C33. Land God 50%. Chapter 33. Land God 50%. With such terrifying talent, he would probably find it very difficult to guide Haruki's training. Suzaku realized this point. It seems I need to inform Hanzo-sama of this news. Suzaku said to Haruki, "Come with me to see Hanzo-sama." Haruki nodded, followed behind Suzaku, turned around and waved to the 3 ninjas. Goodbye. The 3 ninjas. It's better if he disappears. Otherwise, they would feel unbalanced. Haruki jogged a few steps, looked at Suzaku beside him, and asked, "Why are we going to see Hanzo-sama? Your talent is very high, only Hanzo-sama can guide you." Suzaku said. "Ah." Suzaku looked at Haruki. A hint of quiet joy appeared on Haruki's face. "Really?" Suzaku nodded, a smile flashing in his eyes, thinking Haruki was indeed still a child. "But I think brother Suzaku is also very amazing." Haruki continued. Suzaku's lips curved slightly upwards. "Suzaku." A figure leapt down from the rooftop, landing beside Suzaku. "Nagi." Suzaku looked at the anxiety in his eyes and asked, "What happened?" Nagi spoke very quickly. "A ninja team of at least 500 people is approaching from the southwest." Suzaku's expression immediately turned serious. He said, "You go report to Hanzo-sama first. I'll be there shortly." Pubfuture adds. Nagi nodded. "Okay." He leapt back onto the rooftop, and in a few bounds, he disappeared from Suzaku's sight. Suzaku turned, looking seriously at Haruki and asked, "Haruki, do you still remember the way to the Iron Tower yesterday?" Haruki's eyes flickered, and he nodded. "I remember." Suzaku reached out and patted Haruki's head, instructing, "Now, go hide inside the Iron Tower, and don't come out casually. It seems another war is about to happen." Haruki nodded. "Okay." He turned and ran towards yesterday's Iron Tower. Watching his retreating figure, Suzaku breathed a sigh of relief. Although Haruki's talent was exceptional, he was too young and constantly faced danger in war. The Iron Tower was currently the safest place in the entire Omegakure. Medical ninjas would also take care of Haruki. Only when Haruki's figure was completely out of sight did Suzaku turn and run towards Hanzo's office. Hanzo-sama. By the time Suzaku arrived, Hanzo had already put on his battle armor. Hanzo glanced at Suzaku and asked, "Where's Haruki?" Suzaku explained, "I sent him to the Iron Tower." Hanzo nodded, satisfied with Suzaku's arrangement. That place was safe enough, and Haruki could also help treat ninjas there. "Let's go." Hanzo strode quickly towards the door. He leapt onto the rooftop, and a dense crowd of AIM ninjas appeared behind him, like a condensed dark cloud. Suzaku walked to Hanzo's side and said, "Hanzo-sama, after this war ends, please personally guide Haruki." Hanzo glanced at him from the corner of his eye and asked, "Why?" Suzaku looked forward, pausing. "That child is a genius, he can master any ninjutsu just by seeing it once." Hanzo turned to look at Suzaku in disbelief. Suzaku quietly met Hanzo's gaze, his eyes full of seriousness. Ads by Pubfuture. Hanzo withdrew his gaze, calming the turbulent waves in his heart. "Good." Hanzo looked straight ahead, a smile on his lips. "After we win this war, we'll go back and see just how amazing Haruki's talent is for you to say such a thing." In fact, Suzaku was also a genius. How high could the talent of someone called a genius by another genius possibly be? The iron gate outside the Iron Tower was knocked. The medical ninjas nervously opened the door, looking down. "Haruki." The medical ninjas immediately pulled Haruki into the Iron Tower. "Haruki, are you not injured?" The medical ninja squatted down worriedly, carefully examining Haruki's entire body. Haruki held down their hands that wanted to lift his clothes, emphasizing, "I'm fine. I'm not injured. The enemies haven't come in. Only then did the medical ninjas breathe a sigh of relief. Haruki, let's stay here and not go out, it's very dangerous outside. They led Haruki further inside. The ninjas cured by Haruki yesterday were standing guard inside the Iron Tower. Seeing Haruki, they promised him, don't worry. We will protect you. We absolutely won't let you get hurt. Haruki looked at them, smiled, and also promised, I will protect you all too. The ninjas all burst into laughter. Let's continue the treatment, Haruki said to the two medical ninjas beside him. Since they were already here, he definitely had to earn some gratitude points. Although many people had been treated yesterday, the rate at which ninjas were injured far exceeded the rate of treatment. Now that the war had resumed, the number of injured ninjas would only increase. Okay, the medical ninjas did not decline. Indeed, many ninjas were still waiting for Haruki's treatment. They had already dealt with common injuries. There were also some ninjas whose injuries they were powerless to treat, waiting for Haruki to resolve them. Metabolism miracle. The fastest fat-burning method exposed. Why is this purple peel transforming lives in 72 hours? Although placing such a heavy burden entirely on Haruki alone was too much for him, they had no other choice. They would try their best to share the burden with Haruki. Ding. System detected Kishi's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has risen to 36%. Haruki smiled brightly at the ninja who had contributed gratitude value. All done. He moved to another injured ninja. Ding. 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 ... The notification sound of gratitude value constantly echoed in Haruki's mind. Land god's rank was climbing at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few hours, land god's rank had already surpassed Rika. Ding. System detected Sakikawa's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has risen to 50%. After land god's rank crossed the 50% mark, the rate of rank increase visibly slowed down. As land god's rank increased slowly, other ideas arose in Haruki's mind. So far, among the four cursed spirits, Choso and Sukuna's ranks were relatively low. Increasing nostalgia value required specific scenes and people, so there was no point in rushing. But the opportunity to increase killing intent value was right before him. Was there any place more suitable for increasing killing intent value than a battlefield? Haruki treated patience while turning his head to look at the two protectors on either side. The two medical ninjas, seeing him look over, asked, "Are you tired?" Before Haruki could answer, they immediately said, "If you're tired, rest for a while." "Are you hungry? Do you want some bread?" Haruki fell silent. It would be a bit difficult to shake them off and secretly go to the battlefield. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C34. Bonus Haruki has diarrhea. Pub Future ads. Chapter 34. Bonus Haruki has diarrhea. Ding. System detected Kabur's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has risen to 51%. Haruki let go. After such a long time, land god's rank had only increased by 1%. He looked around, his gaze falling on the two medical ninjas beside him. The two medical ninjas breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him stop. They were really afraid that Haruki's small body couldn't handle such high-intensity work. Yet, Haruki's personality was stubborn, and convincing him to stop and rest was not an easy task. Now that Haruki was willing to stop and rest on his own, it couldn't be better. Haruki sat on the ground. The ninjas, who were healed by him, occasionally looked towards the Iron Tower's main gate, with hidden anxiety. Although protecting Haruki was very important, they were constantly worried about the battlefield ahead. Their comrades were fighting on the battlefield, but they could only stay here and wait for news. Haruki asked, "Can you handle their injuries?" The severely wounded ninjas had all been picked out and healed by Haruki. The remaining injuries were all ones that an ordinary medical ninja could handle. The two medical ninjas quickly nodded. "Yes, we can. You're tired, so rest well first." They were afraid of overworking Haruki. Haruki's value to a Megakure was simply too great. Haruki nodded. He stood up from the ground, and as he took a step, the two medical ninjas immediately warned him vigilantly, "There's a war outside right now, it's very dangerous. You can't leave the Iron Tower." Haruki. He mumbled a response, then walked towards the corner where the ninjas were gathered. The ninjas saw him and withdrew their gaze from the iron gate. Pub Future adds, if not for Haruki, they might have already become corpses. I have some biscuits here, want to try one? A ninja smiled and handed Haruki a biscuit in a tin box. Haruki took it, leaned against the wall, and looked at the ninja in front of him. Thank you. The ninja smiled. We should be thanking you. Compared to Haruki saving their lives, what was a biscuit he gave to Haruki? Haruki's true intention was not the biscuit. He distractedly bit into it and tentatively asked, why do you always look towards the iron gate? The ninjas exchanged glances. The ninja who had given Haruki the biscuit sighed. We're a bit worried about the war. Do you want to go to the battlefield? Haruki asked curiously. The ninja hesitated for a moment, then nodded, explaining, we'll leave a few people to protect you all. Protecting you is the most important thing. Haruki looked at the two medical ninjas who were diligently treating the injured ninjas, then changed the subject and asked, are there a lot of injured ninjas on the battlefield? Hearing Haruki ask this, the ninjas all fell silent for a moment. Actually, ninjas like them were quite lucky. Although severely wounded, at least they could die in the village. Not to mention, they also encountered Haruki. Most ninjas died on the battlefield. Even their bodies couldn't be brought back. Many of them still had a little vitality left, but there were no treatment conditions on the battlefield, so they could only watch as their blood drained and their last breath was cut off. But even so, medical ninjas could not be allowed to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, the enemy would precisely target them. The casualties of medical ninjas were unbearable for a small ninja village like theirs. Omegaker's previous medical ninja unit didn't even appear on the battlefield, yet they were ambushed by the enemy. Let alone medical ninjas appearing on the battlefield. You should go help Hanzo-sama and the others. Haruki broke the silent atmosphere. The ninjas were stunned, looking at Haruki in surprise. Haruki explained earnestly, we don't need too many ninjas guarding us here, it's very safe inside the Iron Tower. You should go to the battlefield and help Hanzo-sama. The ninjas looked at each other. We must leave a few people to guard here. A ninja squatted down, looking at Haruki firmly. He knew Haruki was a sensible and good child, but Haruki's life was more important than anything. If Haruki was alive, they and the others had a chance to survive. A plan formed in Haruki's mind. He held up 2 fingers and said, then just leave 2 ninjas. The ninja thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, then we'll leave 2 ninjas. Kabur, Sakikawa, you 2 stay. The 2 ninjas who were called out stepped out of the ranks, looking exceptionally young, around 17 or 18 years old. You must protect Haruki well. The ninja repeatedly urged. Kabur and Sakikawa nodded solemnly, promising, we will. After instructing Kabur and Sakikawa, the ninja then instructed Haruki, it's very dangerous outside, so don't run around. If you absolutely must go out, remember to have Kabur and Sakikawa accompany you. Haruki nodded. I understand. He only said he understood, but he didn't say he would do it. The ninjas then turned and walked towards the iron gate. Kabur and Sakikawa followed behind them, opening the iron gate for them. The moment the iron gate opened, cold rain instantly blew into the iron tower's interior with the wind. The figures of the ninjas disappeared one after another into the continuous rain curtain. The iron gate closed again before Haruki's eyes. Haruki's vision returned to darkness. Only the dim candlelight flickered. Haruki looked at Kabur beside him, lowered his head, and whispered, I want to go to the toilet, but I'm a little scared. His voice grew softer and softer. A smile flashed in Kabur's eyes, and he immediately said, I'll go with you. Haruki nodded. Kabur led Haruki towards the toilet inside the iron tower. Closing the toilet door, Kabur gestured to Haruki with his chin. Don't worry, I'll wait right here. Haruki said to him, then you turn around. Kabur laughed. All right. He turned around, and suddenly his vision went black, with a soreness coming from the back of his neck. He staggered a few steps, and a hand easily caught his sinking body. Haruki instructed Rika to lock Kabur in the toilet. After the unconscious Kabur was securely locked in the toilet, Haruki formed hand signs, and a white smoke spread. When the white smoke cleared, Haruki's figure was replaced by Kabur's. Haruki touched his face. He was now Kabur. He took off the ring where Rika resided, put it in his pocket, and strode towards the iron gate. "Kabur, where's Haruki?" Sakikawa called out to Kabur, looking suspiciously at the empty space behind him. Kabur pointed his thumb towards the toilet and explained, "Haruki has diarrhea and asked me to find something for him." Sakikawa glanced in the direction of the toilet and asked, "Diarrhea? Is it something serious?" Kabur shook his head. "He said it's fine." Sakikawa continued to ask, "What does he need to find? Should I go with you?" Kabur refused without hesitation, "No. You have to stay here and protect him." Sakikawa thought about it and realized it was true, both of them couldn't leave the Iron Tower. "Then hurry back as soon as possible," Sakikawa said. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C35. Saving Lives on the Battlefield. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 35. Saving Lives on the Battlefield. Rain pattered on Kabur. He glanced at the closed iron gate behind him, then swiftly ran forward. White smoke diffused in the rain, and Haruki returned to his original form. Basic ninjutsu like the transformation jutsu was the first thing he copied when he learned ninjutsu with Jiraiya. He still remembered Suzaku's conversation with the AIM ninja. The direction the enemies attacked from was southwest. It was highly likely the battlefield was also in that direction. Haruki ran towards the southwest. As he moved across the rooftops, he took out a ring and put it back on his finger. He gradually left Omegaker's central area. The buildings beneath his feet abruptly vanished, replaced by muddy ground soaked by the rain. The surroundings also changed from tall buildings to rolling hills. Looking at the mud stained red with blood before him, Haruki's heart quickened. He looked ahead, and a chilling killing intent seemed to emanate from the rain. The battlefield was just ahead. The sharp whistles of flying kunai and shuriken reached his ears. The roar of exploding explosive tags detonated ahead. The ground beneath Haruki's feet trembled. Even though the heavy rain fell incessantly, it couldn't wash away the scent of blood in the air. The heavy rain couldn't stop the spread of the bloody smell. Haruki frowned. The pervasive scent of blood lingered around him. His footsteps silently approached the battlefield ahead. He pushed aside a gap in the tall bushes blocking his way. The battlefield before him suddenly unfolded. The valley 20 meters away had been ravaged beyond recognition by the war. Tall trees were snapped in half, and raging fires burned large patches of bushes. The ground was covered with cracks and craters. Blood and corpses filled these gaps. Thick smoke continuously rose. Countless chaotic figures moved and collided in the smoke and firelight. Haruki didn't have Byakugan's vision, so he couldn't see the battlefield clearly. He could only make out the blurred outlines of ninjas fighting and the afterimages caused by their high-speed movements. Various ninjutsu erupted on the battlefield. Haruki was dazzled. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Rocks rose from the ground to form an earth wall, and the rumbling sound made eardrums ache. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Pub Future Ads. A huge fireball struck the earth wall. As the two collided, the flames erupted in a scorching roar. Cracks appeared in the earth wall. An AIM ninja's figure suddenly appeared behind the enemy. The clang of metal was like a sudden storm. Haruki watched intently. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Could he copy ninjutsu on the battlefield? Wouldn't it be a pure waste not to copy so many ninjutsu? Host, please think twice before acting. Jutsu copy requires the host to be within 3 meters of the target to be copied. Haruki's enthusiasm instantly faded. Within 3 meters. Wouldn't that be suicide? Which idiot on the battlefield would let him stand still and copy ninjutsu? If the opponent didn't send a shuriken into his heart, he would change his name. Moreover, when he is copying ninjutsu, he can't use cursed energy to attack. Wouldn't he become a free kill delivery service then? It might be alright for him to copy ninjutsu when the cursed spirit's rank increases and he can let them fight for him. But now, forget about it. Ninjutsu is precious, but life is even more so. Although he couldn't copy ninjutsu, he could earn emotional value. Haruki searched for the figures of AIM ninjas on the battlefield. A short sword pierced through an AIM ninja's chest. The intense pain caused the AIM ninja's face to twist for a moment. He forcefully plunged the kunai in his hand into the opponent's neck. Only after the opponent stumbled and fell did the AIM ninja's legs give way, and he knelt in the mud. Blood instantly stained his upper body. The short sword was still stuck in his chest. He knew he was beyond saving. Being able to take down an enemy before dying, he was already very satisfied. His body grew cold in waves. Excessive blood loss made him dizzy. The sounds of fighting and sharp screams constantly reached his ears. None of this mattered to him anymore. He could no longer feel the pain. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. His body began to fall into the mud. A pair of hands caught the sinking body of the AIM ninja. The AIM ninja felt his body being dragged. What's going on? He struggled to open his eyes and saw a child's face. Why was a child on the battlefield? I am Haruki, I will save you. Hold on, Haruki said. The AIM ninja's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He had heard from Hanzo that Suzaku had brought back a genius boy with powerful medical ninjutsu, named Haruki. Before the war began, Hanzo had told them to hold on to their last breath and make it back to the village no matter what. The child named Haruki could pull them back from the brink of death. But wasn't this child in a megakar? Who brought him to the battlefield? Haruki glanced at the large rock behind him, large enough to shield him and the AIM ninja, and gave up on continuing to drag the AIM ninja. He pulled the short sword from the AIM ninja's chest, and blood splattered onto his cheeks. His hands immediately pressed onto the AIM ninja's chest, and a bright green light glowed as the deep penetrating wound on the AIM ninja's chest healed at a visible speed. The AIM ninja watched his chest in shock. This child. He finally understood why Hanzo valued this child so much. This was not medical ninjutsu at all. Medical ninjutsu couldn't heal his wound like this. This was a miracle. Ding. System detected Yuma's gratitude value plus 5000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 51.5%. Sure enough, the gratitude value for saving people on the battlefield was much higher than saving people in the village. Haruki's heart burned with excitement. After seeing the wound of this AIM ninja named Yuma heal, he pulled himself up against the rock, his gaze returning to the intense battlefield, excitedly searching for the next target to earn emotional value. You must leave this place. Haruki paused and looked at Yuma, who had spoken. This kid is heartless. Just because he was saved, he doesn't want him to save others, right? No. Haruki turned his head back to the battlefield. I want to save people. No one can stop me. Yuma frowned, intending to forcibly send Haruki back. But before he could act, Haruki seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said in advance, "It's so dangerous here, enemies are everywhere. Can you ensure you can safely send me back alone? Won't we encounter other enemies on the way?" Yuma was speechless. He indeed couldn't guarantee that he could safely send Haruki back. If you really want to protect me and worry about my safety, then stay by my side and help me save people. Haruki turned to stare at Yuma. Yuma looked at his determined eyes and couldn't bring himself to refuse. He himself was saved by Haruki, and he also hoped that his comrades in the village could survive. Okay, Yuma swore in his heart. Even if it costs him his life, he will protect Haruki. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C36. Bonus: Can a dead person feel pain? Pub Future Ads. Chapter 36. Bonus: Can a dead person feel pain? Kurogaya's body flew backward under the impact of the violent ninjutsu, crashing heavily onto the ground. A sharp pain shot through his chest, his internal organs feeling as if they had been shattered. The moment he opened his mouth, blood mixed with fragments of flesh gushed out. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fingers clutched the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. HMPH. The enemy's arrogant face appeared in his vision. A ninja from Sunagaku, wearing a Sunagaku forehead protector, looked down at his opponent on the ground. He didn't deliver a finishing blow because there was no need. This person was already beyond saving. Killing him would only be a waste of his time. The Sunagaku ninja quickly turned and rejoined the battlefield. Cough, cough. A weak roar escaped Kurogaya's lips. Gradually, his breath grew weaker and weaker, and he could barely keep his eyes open. Kurogaya. A familiar face appeared in Kurogaya's vision. It was Yuma. A faint smile appeared on Kurogaya's face. Yuma didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately picking up Kurogaya's body and placing him in front of Haruki, who was hidden behind a rock. Haruki's hands immediately pressed onto Kurogaya's chest, and a green light emanated from his hands, enveloping Kurogaya's wounds. Cursed energy quickly healed Kurogaya's wounds, which were so severe that his organs were visible. Kurogaya slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yuma in front of him. You're also in the afterlife. How unfortunate, Yuma. Yuma's face darkened. Look again. Before Kurogaya could lower his gaze, he felt a sharp pain, and he frowned, wondering how a dead person could still feel pain. Realizing something was wrong, he looked at his chest. His damaged organs were perfectly healed, and the bloody wounds gradually healed. Kurogaya stared dumbfounded at Haruki in front of him. It was like a bolt of lightning striking his head. Pub Future ads. Kurogaya instantly blurted out the name of the child in front of him, Haruki. Haruki glanced at him and smiled. Don't worry, I'll heal you. He hadn't expected to be so famous among the ninjas of Omegakure. Kurogaya recalled what Hanzo had said. Initially, he had doubts about a child possessing such miraculous medical ninjutsu, but now, a miracle was happening right before his eyes. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's gratitude value plus 5000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 52%. Coming to this battlefield was truly worth it. All right. Haruki withdrew his hands and said to Kurogaya, I need your help. Okay. Kurogaya said decisively. Even if it meant going through mountains of blades and seas of fire, he would do it. After all, Haruki had given him a succinct life. There are many other ninjas injured, help me bring them over. Haruki said to Kurogaya with concern. Kurogaya's body trembled, and he suddenly thought of something, asking, how did you get to the battlefield? Haruki didn't speak, lowering his gaze. Kurogaya looked deeply at Haruki. To save people, a child dared to come to such a dangerous battlefield alone. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's affection value plus 1000. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 50%. Haruki hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Kurogaya's face was full of smiles, and his eyes gazed softly at Haruki. I will definitely protect you. Such a strong and brave child. He was the future of their Omegakure. Haruki. It was hard to say who would protect whom. Kurogaya left the hidden rock and went to the core battlefield, where ninjutsu was flying chaotically, to retrieve bodies. Yuma stayed behind to protect Haruki. Haruki couldn't bear to see him idle and urged, you go save people too. Yuma remained unmoved and said, I need to stay and protect you. Haruki stared at him, earnestly persuading, but if you bring one more person, I can save one more person, and they won't have to die. I don't want any ninja from Omegakure to sacrifice themselves. No one will find me hiding here. Yuma couldn't help but recall the pain and despair he felt when he was in a life or death situation. If possible, he didn't want his comrades to experience that feeling. Yuma wavered. Haruki pressed on. Once there's danger, I'll run out, and you'll protect me. Yuma looked around. No ninja noticed them here. You must be careful. Yuma cautioned Haruki. Haruki nodded. Yuma looked at Haruki with lingering concern, then turned and left from behind the rock. His figure swiftly moved through the battlefield. After Yuma left, the black mist swirling around Haruki's ring grew denser. Ding. System detected Sushigomo's killing intent value plus 5000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 31%. A dark shadow enveloped Haruki. Omegakure actually has such a powerful medical ninja hidden away. What a pity. Kid, blame your luck for being from Omegakure. The dripping blade reflected Haruki's exceptionally calm eyes. The Sunagakure ninja, Sushigomo, moved his wrist, and the long blade immediately slashed towards his neck. Boom. The long blade was caught by a pale blue giant claw. Sushigomo's pupils slowly moved upwards, his body stiff. Rika's figure emerged from the ring. A deafening shriek erupted from Rika's blood-filled mouth, lined with sharp teeth. Sushigomo's body exploded into a mist of blood before Haruki's eyes. Haruki. Too violent. Rika. Haruki looked to his side. Kurogaya and Yuma were each holding an injured ninja, looking warily at Rika in front of him. Haruki. Don't move. Leave it to us. Kurogaya and Yuma put down the ninja they were carrying, gripped their weapons tightly, and their murderous gazes fell upon Rika. Haruki reached out to Rika, and Kurogaya and Yuma's pupils contracted. They immediately rushed towards Haruki, wanting to shield him. The next second, Rika obediently allowed Haruki to pat her head, then transformed into black mist and returned to the ring. Kurogaya. Yuma. What happened? Quickly save them, Haruki said to Kurogaya and Yuma. Only then did the two remember their dying comrades and carried them to Haruki. A green light glowed in Haruki's hands. He explained to Kurogaya and Yuma, who were staring at him intently, that was my fiancée, Rika. Kurogaya. Yuma. Was it an illusion, or were their ears malfunctioning? Yuma rubbed his ears. Haruki's lips twitched, noticing his action, and he simply explained, after Rika died, she stayed by my side in that form to protect me. Protect. Kurogaya blinked. The scene just now looked like the monster was trying to kill Haruki. Yuma's gaze fell to the ground. He picked up a long blade, his expression tense. Someone just attacked you. Haruki nodded. It was a ninja from Sunagaku, but Rika already killed him. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C37. Medical Ninjutsu. No, it's a miracle. Chapter 37. Medical Ninjutsu. No, it's a miracle. Ding. System detected Yushi's gratitude value plus 3000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 52.3%. Ding. System detected Mizuna's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 52.5%. Why did the gratitude value decrease? Haruki withdrew his hand, looking at the two ninjas in front of him with a hint of regret. If only every ninja he saved could contribute 5,000 gratitude value, how good would that be? I never thought I'd still be alive. Yushi looked at his hands, in a daze, as if he hadn't recovered from the brink of death. Mizuna leaned against the rock, his eyes filled with confusion. The feeling of death approaching was too real. Even now, they couldn't believe they had come back to life like this. Yuma looked at the two dazed individuals in front of him, extended a hand, and patted their cheeks, expressionless. Now is not the time for you to lament. The war is still going on. Our comrades are still fighting, so you two better pull yourselves together. The force with which Yuma patted their cheeks was neither too hard nor too soft, producing a clear sound. Yushi and Mizuna were startled by Yuma's pats, but quickly reacted. That's right. What are they doing? This is a battlefield. How can they be daydreaming on a battlefield? They were extremely lucky to be saved by Haruki. Was it just to stand around in a daze? Sorry, Yushi and Mizuna said guiltily. Yuma shook his head, stood up, and looked at the distant battlefield. We cannot stop for even a moment. After Kurogaya's words fell, he continued to go to the battlefield to save people. Haruki looked at Yuma, Yushi, and Mizuna in front of him, and said urgently, it's still too slow. The three of them immediately looked at him. Haruki stared at them, saying word by word, ninjas who are seriously injured are difficult to move in the first place, and while you're carrying them, you also have to guard against enemy attacks. This is too dangerous, and the efficiency is too low. Yuma instantly understood Haruki's idea. He wanted to personally go deep into the core battlefield to save people. No, Yuma refused firmly without thinking. Yushi explained, Haruki, it's too dangerous there. You'll be attacked by the enemy. Mizuna echoed Yushi, advising, only if you are safe can they be rescued, so you must stay here. Haruki's gaze swept over the three of them, the stubbornness in his eyes causing Yuma's brows to furrow. But this place has already been exposed. Haruki looked at Yuma and said, just now, there was a Aasuna ninja who attacked me. Yuma was unable to refute for a moment. Haruki continued, moreover, there is no safe place on the battlefield. Yushi and Mizuna also had nothing to say. Just as Haruki said, there is no safe place on the battlefield. You can protect me by my side. Haruki looked at them, his eyes full of trust. I believe you can protect me well. Yuma clenched his fists. His pupils were deep, and a struggle flashed in his eyes. If I can move freely, more ninjas will survive. I don't want to always be protected by everyone. I also want to become everyone's backing. Haruki's voice echoed in the minds of Yuma and the other two. Ads by PubFuture. Yuma opened his mouth. He looked down at Haruki's resolute brows and eyes. His throat felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton, and he couldn't say anything. Yushi and Mizuna's eyes stung. You were already everyone's backing. Yushi stared at Haruki, saying seriously. But I still want more people to know that I can protect their lives and won't let them die on the battlefield. Haruki's eyes sparkled with tears. The desire I have to protect everyone is the same as everyone's desire to protect a Megakure. If someone dies without timely treatment, I will never forgive myself. He shouted towards the three of them. Yuma took a deep breath, his nose stinging. Ding. System detected Yuma's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Mizuna's affection value plus 1000. 3000 affection value has been collected. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 50.3%. World. Surrender to my personal charm. Opening square bracket ... Isn't it surrendering to your acting skills? System retracted a message. Alright. Yuma's face was stern, but his nose and the corners of his eyes were red. He looked at Haruki, not treating him as a child, but communicating with him as an equal adult. We won't stop you from saving people, but you also shouldn't stop us from protecting you. Whatever we give, it's our own initiative, and we do it willingly. Yushi and Mizuna nodded simultaneously. The gazes of the three of them fell on Haruki, carrying quite a bit of weight. Haruki nodded. Okay. Yuma leaned against the rock, shielding Haruki in front, while Yushi and Mizuna were positioned to the left and right behind Haruki. The three of them formed a triangle, protecting Haruki in the center. Scientists reveal the metabolism hack everyone's talking about. Discover the purple peel secret that transforms fat loss overnight. Let's go. Yuma crouched low and walked forward. Without the cover of the rocks, the heat waves and shockwaves from the battle rushed towards them. Yuma's tall figure blocked everything for Haruki. Splashing debris hit the bodies of Yuma and the other two, but they didn't make a sound. That's a ninja from a Megakure. Haruki suddenly saw something and quickly ran towards a nearby spot. Yuma and the others stayed closely around him. The Megakure ninja lied on the ground, blood continuously spreading from his waist and abdomen, like a red lake. Haruki knelt in the bloody mud, and a vibrant green light illuminated in his hands. The upper body of the Megakure ninja in front of him was almost severed. The ninja felt something, opened his eyes, and with a dim gaze, looked at Haruki, spitting out a few words. Don't waste chakra. I can't be saved. He knew his own body well. Even if a deity came, it would be impossible to save his life. I will definitely save you. I will. The green light in Haruki's hand slowly healed the Megakure ninja's wounds. The negative energy remaining in the ninja's wounds was gradually being converted by Haruki's cursed energy. Tears sparkled in the Megakure ninja's eyes. He thought, don't take risks for me, a dying man. Ding. System detected Muteki's gratitude value plus 5000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 53%. The battlefield is truly a good place. 2 days' progress far exceeded Haruki's progress in the wooden house for a month. How could he bear to leave the battlefield? The terrifying slash wound on Muteki's upper body, which had almost cut him in half, gradually healed under the gaze of Yuma and the others. The gazes of Yuma and the others fell on Haruki. They didn't believe this was medical ninjutsu. This was a miracle created by Haruki. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C38. Bonus Rage Value and Fear Value. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 38. Bonus Rage Value and Fear Value. The sound of metal clashing exploded beside Haruki. Muteki's wound had not yet fully healed. Haruki did not release his hand pressed against Muteki's wound. He looked behind him. Yuma's figure stood like a rock behind him. He held open a wide, scarred metal black umbrella. He and the umbrella firmly protected Haruki, blocking the enemies behind him. Iron umbrella. 1,000 needles. The open black umbrella spun rapidly in Yuma's hand. The edge of the umbrella drew circles of white light in the air. A low hum entered Haruki's ears. Shuriken continuously flew towards Yuma, colliding with the metal umbrella surface in his hand, producing a harsh scraping sound. Yuma's arm muscles bulged, and he coldly scanned the direction from which the attacks came, as extremely fine steel needles shot out from the edge of the umbrella. They were dense, almost merging with the heavy rain, making them difficult to distinguish. The sound of them cutting through the air was sharp. Screams came from within the rain and wind. A faint smell of blood drifted over, and Haruki looked to his left. Yushi stood beside him, his figure seemingly transforming into strands of rain, dazzling to the eye. The kunai in his hand mercilessly reaped the lives of his enemies. A faint mist of rain surrounded him, enveloping his form, allowing him to move stealthily among the enemies, silently taking their lives. The pile of corpses in front of them grew larger and larger. All right. Haruki withdrew his hand. Muteki's waist wound had healed. His face was somewhat pale from blood loss, but his body had fully recovered. He felt no pain whatsoever. The wound on his waist was as if it had never existed. PFF'd. A kunai pierced Mizuna's shoulder. He gritted his teeth, not allowing the Sunagaker ninja in front of him to approach Haruki one step further. The Sunagaker ninja's eyes were filled with killing intent. He pulled out the kunai and stabbed towards Mizuna's neck. However, the injured Mizuna reacted extremely quickly, his figure dodging the Sunagaker ninja's hand like a slippery fish. The Sunagaker ninja suddenly let out a short, sharp scream. The short blade in Mizuna's hand had already pierced the Sunagaker ninja's neck from behind. He pulled out the short blade that had gone through the Sunagaker ninja's throat, bringing out a trail of blood beads. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Intense pain came from behind. Mizuna looked down at the long blade piercing his chest. His gaze turned to Haruki. He opened his mouth, wanting to reassure Haruki that he was fine, that he was going to die anyway, but he couldn't make a sound. Rika. Haruki gently stroked his ring, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Accompanied by a shriek that seemed to shatter eardrums, Rika's massive body appeared before Haruki. Rika grabbed Mizuna with one hand and slapped the shocked Sunagaker ninja behind Mizuna with the other. Boom! A mist of blood scattered in the air. Mizuna was placed in front of Haruki by Rika. Haruki calmly pulled the blade from Mizuna's chest, and cursed energy surged towards Mizuna's chest wound. "You'll be fine," Haruki promised him. Mizuna's pale lips twitched. Before a smile could form, pain arrived first, making his brows furrow. The wound on Mizuna's chest rapidly healed. "Don't hurt Yuta." Rika was enraged by the constantly approaching Sunagaker ninjas. A brutal shriek tore through the entire battlefield. Her giant claw slammed down towards the Sunagaker ninjas. The Sunagaker ninja who was close to Haruki was like a person being squeezed into a hydraulic press. PFF'd. The Sunagaker ninja was instantly compressed like a biscuit. After compression, only a cloud of blood mist scattered in the air remained. The blood mist was mixed with shattered headbands and fabric remnants. The Sunagaker ninjas watched this terrifying scene with their own eyes. The closest Sunagaker ninja frantically tried to activate the substitution jutsu. He was almost drenched in cold sweat. That terrifying monster had already reached out its hand towards him. Unfortunately, he had only half formed his hand seal. Thud! The Sunagaker ninja's dull corpse crashed to the ground, but his head was nowhere to be seen. Rika released her grip, and a ball of blood mist exploded from her palm. Rika's massive, distorted body shielded Haruki in her shadow. Rika's brutality plunged the battlefield into a momentary silence. "Yuta, protect Yuta." Rika's throat squeezed out a loving gurgle. She stretched out her blood-stained claws. Even the slightest rustle of wind approaching Haruki would cause her to burst into a frenzy. Ding! System has detected Sunagaker Ninja A's killing intent value +1000. Ding! System has detected Sunagaker Ninja B's killing intent value +1000. Ding! System has detected Sunagaker Ninja C's killing intent value +1000. Ding! Ding! ... Haruki listened to the incessant prompt sounds in his mind. He murmured in his mind, "It's New Year's Day today. What a joyous day." He actually gained so much killing intent value. Even now, the killing intent value had not stopped increasing. It kept dinging and donging incessantly. Kill him at all costs. The voices of the Sunagaker ninjas came from different directions. Haruki looked up, and saw that the battle situation before him had changed. Countless Omegaker ninjas gathered around him. He was like the center, with countless Omegaker ninjas blocking him, forming a circle. And on the outer perimeter of the circle, countless Sunagaker ninjas completely surrounded Haruki and the Omegaker ninjas, forming a huge circle. Haruki did not see Hanzo or Suzaku, so there must be a second battlefield. He can not only heal dying ninjas but also command monsters. He cannot be allowed to live. ... The Sunagaker ninjas stared at him with bloodshot eyes, their malice almost solidifying. Haruki didn't expect himself to be so hated. Ding. System has detected Sunagaker Ninja A's fear value plus 2000. Did not reach the activation value for a cursed spirit, fear value has been stored. Ding. System has detected Sunagaker Ninja B's rage value plus 3000. Did not reach the activation value for a cursed spirit, rage value has been stored. Ding. System has detected Sunagaker Ninja C's hatred value plus 3000. Did not reach the activation value for a cursed spirit, hatred value has been stored. Ding. A total of 21,000 killing intent value has been collected. Your cursed spirit, Sukuna's rank has increased to 51.1%. Haruki controlled the corners of his lips from curling upwards. Haruki looked at the Omegaker ninjas who surrounded him. They all had more or less injuries on their bodies. Kurogaya turned around and put down the severely injured ninja on his back. You just need to save people, leave the rest to us. Kurogaya looked at Haruki seriously. He smiled reassuringly and said, we will protect you well. After speaking, Kurogaya stood up, and turned his back to Haruki. His gaze towards the Sunagaker ninjas suddenly turned cold, he drew the curved blade from his waist. It was time for the cursed spirits to repay him. Haruki's gaze passed through the Omegaker ninjas and landed on the Sunagaker ninjas surrounding them. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C39. Omegaker's Predicament. Chapter 39. Omegaker's Predicament. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. Several Sunagaker ninjas simultaneously formed hand signs. The battle had officially begun. Violent hurricanes swept across the battlefield. Various ninjutsu intertwined. Earth-shattering roars echoed. The Sunagaker ninjas and Omegaker ninjas simultaneously charged at each other. Blades clashed. The sound of metal colliding echoed overhead. Haruki knelt on the spot. The cursed energy in his hand quickly healed the ninjas' wounds. The Sunagaker ninjas' objective was very clear. They desperately suppressed the Omegaker ninjas, continuously closing in on Haruki in the very center. Yuma, in front of Haruki, roared and swung his black iron umbrella. He simultaneously faced two ninjas, already bleeding profusely from his lips, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, mechanically fending off the attacks of the two Sunagaker ninjas, using his body and black umbrella to separate them from Haruki. Kurogaya's twin blades unsheathed, and with a flash of black light, two large wounds appeared on the Sunagaker ninja's chest. Yushi's kunai violently collided with a Sunagaker ninja's magnet-covered arm. Sparks flew. Yushi heard a crisp cracking sound. His expression changed, and his gaze shifted to the kunai. A crack had appeared on the kunai. The Sunagaker ninja let out a sneer. Another Sunagaker ninja silently slid in from the side, a sharp blade slashing across Yushi's ankle before he could defend. Blood splattered, and Yushi's body stumbled, falling awkwardly to the ground. His Achilles tendon was severed. Seeing Yushi fallen on the ground, the Sunagaker ninjas immediately converged on him like sharks smelling blood. Yushi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. The pain didn't come. Yushi opened his eyes, and saw that Rika's massive body blocked him. Before the kunai and shuriken could strike, she crushed them into twisted scrap metal. Blood mist continuously exploded before Yushi's eyes. Yushi suddenly felt the pain gradually fading. He turned and saw Haruki. The wound on his ankle instantly healed. Haruki smiled at him. A surge of strength immediately welled up from within him, and Yushi stood up, rejoining the battle, swinging the twin blades in his hands. Haruki's gaze swept over the Omegaker ninjas blocking him. The Omegaker's ninjas were already somewhat exhausted. Yuma was still struggling to resist the Sunagaker ninjas. But his movements in swinging the umbrella became slower each time. The originally impenetrable umbrella surface was covered with deep scratches left by various weapons and spots of poison corrosion. The senbon within the umbrella's rim were already depleted. Every Omegaker ninja was covered in all sorts of wounds. Though not fatal, they still affected their strength. The number of Sunagaker ninjas was already greater than that of the Omegaker ninjas. If this continued, there would only be one outcome. The defeat of the Omegaker ninjas was inevitable. Wind blades grazed Kurogaya's arms, and streaks of blood immediately burst open on them. Blood continuously dripped onto the ground, and his twin blades fell with it. His hands trembled, no longer able to lift the blades from the ground. Muteki's lips turned purple, his movements could no longer keep up with his mind. His sore and weak hands showed an imperceptible hesitation, and in that single second, he was immediately caught off guard by a Sunagaku ninja. Steel wires tightly bound his hands. Yushi gasped heavily. With each breath, a stinging pain like needles pricking came from his lungs. He formed hand signs again, however, his chakra was almost depleted. Overuse of chakra made his vision black out in waves, and his legs felt as if their bones had been removed, unable to stand. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. High-pressure air bullets tore through the air, piercing Yushi's body in the blink of an eye. Several bloody holes burst open on Yushi's body. His expression was dazed. Only when his body heavily hit the ground did he feel the onset of pain. Blood rapidly drained from his body. He felt his life draining away with it. No Omegakure ninja could stand up anymore to carry his body to Haruki. All the Omegakure ninjas were already preoccupied with their own struggles. They might have wanted to move, but their bodies had lost control. Haruki. Kurogaya crawled up, only to fall back into the mud the next second. The little chakra left in his body could only keep him from fainting. Escaping with Haruki was simply impossible. But he refused to give up, continuously getting up and falling down. Ads by PubFuture. The Sunagaku ninjas formed a circle, the fear in their eyes gone, looking at them mockingly. Haruki held his hand. Kurogaya gripped his wrist tightly and said, "Run. Run." Haruki looked at the increasingly battered Omegakure ninjas, as cold rain mixed with blood slid down their faces. Their eyes all looked at him, conveying the same signal as Kurogaya. Run. Would Haruki run? Of course not. He came to the battlefield to earn emotional points. It's not over yet. He hasn't even started harvesting the next wave of emotional points. How could he run? Wouldn't that be foolishly giving up an easy gain? I won't run. I told you, I will protect you. Haruki held Kurogaya's hand, his resolute gaze sweeping over each Omegakure ninja looking at him. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Yuma's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 1000. Ding. ... Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Haruki hummed in his mind. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Ding. A total of 83,000 affection points have been collected, and your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 58.6%. HMPH. Protect. The Sunagaku ninjas scoffed. Forget protecting them. You're going to die yourself. A Sunagaku ninja glanced at Rika above Haruki's head, his eyes darkening. This monster will die with you too. Of course. Their tone shifted. If you're willing to serve Sunagaku, we might spare your life. A Sunagaku ninja stared at Haruki and said, your medical ninjutsu is somewhat useful. Live or die, you choose. The Sunagaku ninja raised the long blade in his hand, wiping away the bloodstains bit by bit. I will live on as a ninja of Omegakure. Haruki looked at the Sunagaku ninja before him and said, and you will die. Ha 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 ha. The Sunagaku ninja couldn't help but burst into laughter. A child not yet 10 years old, spouting such big words to nearly 100 ninjas. How could that not be amusing? Even if he had a monster helping him, he was no match for them. Suddenly, their laughter abruptly stopped. The world seemed to have been muted. Utter silence. Only the intertwining sounds of breathing and heartbeats remained. A powerful killing intent, like viscous cement, instantly sealed the mouths and noses of all Sunagaku ninjas, and intense fear seized their minds. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C40. Bonus Sukuna starts aura farming. Chapter 40. Bonus Sukuna starts aura farming. The air around Haruki twisted and rippled violently as if a stone had been thrown into water, creating circles of black waves. A hand tore open space, slowly appearing before the Sunagaku ninjas. Sukuna lazily kneaded his neck, glancing at Haruki on the ground. Sukuna's lips curved into a smile. Ah, how pathetic. Is that how he talks to me, his cursed spirit mother? Haruki questioned the system. Opening square bracket ... Host. If you have any complaints, please express them directly to your cursed spirit. Haruki. Never mind then. As a father, I can't argue with my son. Haruki cleared his throat in his mind. Who is he? How did he appear? Is it a space-time ninjutsu? The Sunagaker ninjas recovered from the chilling killing intent, staring at Sukuna in shock. No matter. Kill that brat first. The Sunagaker ninjas' eyes revealed a sharp killing intent as they charged towards Haruki. PFF'd. Blood splattered all over the Sunagaker ninjas. Their pupils rigidly shifted to their side. Their companion, who had just taken a step towards Haruki, was cut into 3 pieces by an invisible sharp blade. Sukuna raised an eyebrow, his tone relaxed. Did I tell you to move? Ding. System detected Sunagaker Ninja A's fear value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Sunagaker Ninja B's fear value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Sunagaker Ninja C's fear value plus 1000. Ding. Currently collected a total of 15,000 fear value, activating cursed spirit number 004. Forest Incarnation, Hanami. Hanami, 15%. Haruki glanced at Sukuna and asked in his mind, System, didn't you say that only emotions generated towards me could be collected? This was clearly the Sunagaker ninja's fear of Sukuna, right? Informal explanation. Host, didn't you say Sukuna is your son? What's his is yours? Formal explanation. As the cursed spirit mother, cursed spirits are a part of you, so emotional value generated towards a cursed spirit is equivalent to emotional value generated towards you. Haruki. He accepted the informal explanation. Sukuna's scarlet pupils boredly swept over all the Sunagaker ninjas. He casually raised his hand and waved it lightly. There was no sound. There were no fancy moves. All the Sunagaker ninjas were instantly cut into neat, smooth-edged 3 pieces. Bloody lines appeared on the Sunagaker ninjas' faces. Their astonished expressions were even frozen on their faces. Whoosh. Blood, like spilled red paint, gushed out from countless cuts, instantly dyeing a large area red. The ninjas' body parts fell simultaneously like building blocks. Sukuna lightly flicked his fingers, as if just dusting off a bit of dirt. Haruki. He averted his gaze. But no matter where he looked, there was only blood and corpses. Sukuna stared at Haruki and scoffed, his playful gaze fixed on Haruki. Too weak. It was unclear whether he was referring to Haruki or the Sunagaker ninjas. Sukuna's figure disappeared before Haruki. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Haruki stroked Rika and said, You're still the well-behaved one. Rika's sweet voice entered Haruki's ears. Yuta. Rika likes Yuta. Watching Rika's shy demeanor, Haruki let out a deep sigh. Forget it. You go back first too. Rika reluctantly lingered for a moment, then transformed into black mist and entered the ring. There was still a wave of emotional value to harvest, so Haruki walked over to Yushi's side. Yushi had only a little life left. If he didn't use reverse cursed technique soon, once that little bit of vitality was completely gone, even reverse cursed technique would be useless. Haruki placed his hand on Yushi's chest. Green light enveloped the fatal wounds on his body. I will save you all. I will definitely save you all. Tears dripped onto Yushi's face. Haruki sniffed, afraid his snot would follow. That would be too damaging to his image. ... Yushi felt the drops of water falling on his face. Why was this rain warm? What recovered before his vision was his hearing. He heard a familiar crying sound. It was Haruki. Was he still safe? Yushi struggled to open his eyelids, and Haruki's tear-stained face appeared in his vision. It's good that he's all right. Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. I'll save you. Don't sleep. Hearing his anxious shouts, Yushi curved his lips. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 1000. Ding. Scientists reveal the metabolism hack everyone's talking about. Discover the purple peel secret that transforms fat loss overnight. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 58.7%. The wounds on Yushi's body gradually healed. Haruki quickly rushed to the next severely injured Omegaker ninja. Yushi propped up his upper body from the ground, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Although his wounds had healed, the lost blood could not be replenished. Yushi steadied himself, stood up, and walked towards Haruki. As soon as he took a step, he was stunned by the scene before him. It was all blood. The blood almost formed a vast lake. Dark red blood covered the entire ground. It was like a dark red carpet had been laid out. Body parts were mixed in the pool of blood, and the foul smell was nauseating. What happened? Yushi quickly noticed the overly smooth cut surfaces of the body parts. How was this done? Who was it? Yushi looked at Haruki. Haruki was currently treating the injured Omegakure ninjas. Haruki. Yushi squatted beside Haruki, his face pale and bloodless, looking frail, which was true, but his simple movements were unaffected. He looked at Haruki and asked, "What happened? Who killed the Sunagakure ninjas?" Haruki maintained the movements of his hands, his lowered eyelashes trembling, but he said nothing. Noticing Haruki's unusual reaction, Yushi's heart sank. "Don't be afraid." Yushi gently comforted him. "Did you do it?" Yushi didn't believe Haruki could kill so many Sunagakure ninjas, but there was no one else besides Haruki. All the ninjas of Omegakure were unable to fight anymore. And now there was only Haruki. Who else could it be besides him? Haruki shook his head, then nodded. Yushi didn't understand what Haruki meant. Ding. System detected Muteki's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. Your curse spirit land god's rank has increased to 53.6%. Muteki slowly regained consciousness. His gaze fixed on Haruki. This was the second time. Haruki had saved him a second time. Something suddenly flashed through Muteki's mind. It was the scene he had witnessed before losing consciousness. His pupils trembled. Haruki. Who was that ninja? Haruki glanced at Muteki. When Sukuna had attacked the Sunagakure ninjas, many Omegakure ninjas had not yet fallen unconscious. He's not a ninja. Haruki pursed his lips and said softly. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C41. Rika and Land God have a feast. Pub Future ads. Chapter 41. Rika and Land God have a feast. What do you mean? Muteki and Yushi were both stunned. Not a ninja. He's not a ninja, nor is he human. Haruki saw Muteki's wounds heal, withdrew his hand, and walked over to Yuma. Yuma's chakra pathways in both hands were almost completely severed, his shoulder was pierced by a sharp weapon, and he had many burns on his legs. Haruki's hand pressed on Yuma's arms, green light enveloped the wounds on Yuma's arms, the broken chakra pathways reconnected, and the wounds healed rapidly. Muteki and Yushi followed Haruki. Hearing his words, their pupils were filled with shock. The two of them exchanged glances. Not human. Then what is it? Muteki and Yushi gulped. They stared intently at Haruki, afraid of receiving an earth-shattering, ghost-crying answer from his mouth. He is a curse. Haruki pursed his lips. Muteki and Yushi saw tension and guilt on Haruki's face. The two were about to ask, but Haruki lowered his head and explained on his own. After my parents died, I wandered alone and sometimes encountered danger. I was scared, and he appeared. I didn't want him to kill people, but I couldn't control him. Haruki's voice was filled with helplessness. Haruki continued healing, then looked up at Muteki and Yushi. I'm sorry, I just wanted to protect you. I didn't want them to hurt you. I didn't know he would kill so many people. Seeing Haruki's incoherent and flustered appearance, Muteki and Yushi suddenly snapped awake. Haruki was still a child. Yes, he was still a child under 10 years old. No matter how brave and kind he was, it didn't change the fact that he was still a child. After experiencing so many things today, he must have been more terrified and scared than anyone else. Muteki and Yushi were instantly overwhelmed by guilt. Haruki, don't be afraid, we're not blaming you, on the contrary, we're very grateful to you. Yushi's gray pupils held a comforting intent. That's right, Muteki quickly chimed in. His eyes curved, and he said gratefully, if it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. You saved us. Ding. System detected Muteki's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Yushi's gratitude value plus 1000. Currently collected gratitude value. 2000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 53.8%. Muteki and Yushi's words seemed to have a comforting effect. Haruki's demeanor was no longer so flustered. At this time, Yuma's injuries also healed. But perhaps because he was too tired, he didn't wake up immediately. While Haruki continued to heal the next person, the topic of Sukuna continued. Yushi thought of the enormous being that appeared before, and he speculated, the one that appeared before, was also a curse. Yushi really didn't know what to call the monster that protected Haruki. Judging by Haruki's attitude, his relationship with the monster should be good. Haruki nodded, and when he mentioned Rika, his eyes sparkled. Her name is Rika, and she is my fiancé. Yushi. Muteki. Pub Future adds. Were their ears not healed? Should they ask Haruki to treat their ears? If she's a curse, how can she be your fiancé? Muteki scratched his head, struggling to sort out his confused thoughts. She was human, she only became a curse after she died. Haruki's face seemed to be covered in a layer of gray, incredibly dim. Her name is Rika Orimoto, and she was my childhood friend, but Rika died in an accident. I didn't want her to leave me, so she became like this and has been with me. Hearing Haruki's explanation, cold sweat suddenly broke out on Muteki and Yushi's backs. They looked at Haruki in front of them in shock. Because he couldn't accept the death of his childhood friend Rika, his childhood friend existed in this form. Because he was afraid of danger, a powerful existence that slaughtered the Sunagaku ninjas was born. Both were existences born from Haruki's wishes. Did Haruki consider them curses, and thus called them curses? Muteki and Yushi's expressions became solemn. They had never heard of such strange ninjutsu. But in the vast ninja world, there was nothing that couldn't exist. Undoubtedly, Haruki was powerful. Ding. System detected Mizuna's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 53.9%. Mizuna looked at his hand, it was alive again. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. With Haruki's existence, death was no longer a terrifying thing. It was as if he had just fallen asleep. He knew that Haruki would wake him up. He was really spoiled. The smile on his face froze after seeing the corpses of the Sunagaku ninjas. He looked at Muteki and Yushi in front of him and asked, who did this? Muteki and Yushi's gazes involuntarily focused on Haruki, who was continuing to heal. Pub Future adds. Mizuna's gaze followed them, and finding them looking at Haruki, he asked in confusion, why are you looking at Haruki? I did it. Haruki's voice entered Mizuna's ears. Mizuna was stunned, and blurted out, what did you do? The moment the question left his mouth, Mizuna immediately reacted. He hadn't connected this matter with Haruki at all. In his opinion, no matter who did it, it couldn't have been Haruki. He was just a child. Mizuna looked blankly at Muteki and Yushi. Yushi said in a deep voice, more accurately, it was the curse on Haruki that did it. Yushi spent 3 minutes explaining to Mizuna that Haruki had 2 curses on him. Mizuna was silent for a moment after listening. He looked at Haruki's back, he could feel Haruki's fear. Since it was the curse that did it, then it had nothing to do with Haruki. He must have been terrified after seeing such a bloody scene. Not to mention, when the curse appeared, most of them had fallen unconscious. Haruki must have been helpless at the time. Haruki, thank you. Mizuna stepped forward, his hand resting on Haruki's shoulder. He said very seriously, your medical ninjutsu has saved us many times, and the curse saved us again, it's all thanks to you. Ding. System detected Mizuna's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 54%. Haruki looked up, tears welling in his eyes. Are you really not afraid of me? Won't you think I'm a monster? A jinx. I can curse others, I'm so scary. Mizuna and the others were stunned. They finally knew what Haruki was worried about. Ding. System detected Muteki's affection value plus 500. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 500. Ding. System detected Mizuna's affection value plus 500. Currently collected affection value. 1500. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 58.85%. 2YT. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C42. Bonus Kekkei Genkai. Chapter 42. Bonus Kekkei Genkai. It was then that Muteki and the others realized the misconception they had fallen into. Their worries were all from an adult's perspective. But for Haruki, a child not yet 10 years old, weren't these exactly the issues he cared about most? Because his power was too immense and uncontrollable, he feared and rejected his own strength. He was afraid of becoming an anomaly among people. Wasn't that just a child's way of thinking? Haruki used to be alone, they didn't know how he had gotten by. Haruki, how could we possibly be afraid of you? Yushi's hand landed on Haruki's head, gently ruffling his hair. He gazed at the rare blue sky after the rain in Omegakure, feeling a touch of emotion. We're grateful to have met you. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead by now. You're not a jinx, you're Omegakure's lucky star. Muteki earnestly explained to Haruki, curses is your power, and you haven't used your power to harm anyone. On the contrary, you saved us. Mizuna joked, maybe those curses are your Kekkei Genkai, Haruki. This is a power we could only dream of having. Mizuna's words to comfort Haruki, however, made Muteki and Yushi consider the possibility of a Kekkei Genkai. Really? Haruki looked at them anxiously. The three immediately nodded in unison. Of course, it's true. The three spoke in one voice. Haruki pursed his lips, a resolute light flickering in his eyes as he promised, then I will save more people in the future. I will protect more people. I won't let them harm you all. Mizuna and the others felt a warmth in their hearts. At this moment, intense footsteps approached from the distance. Mizuna and the others immediately became vigilant. Muteki glanced at them and said, I'll go check. Mizuna and Yushi had to stay here to protect Haruki. Mizuna and Yushi also understood what Muteki meant. Be careful, Yushi reminded him. Muteki nodded, his figure flashed, and in a few moments, he disappeared from their sight. Haruki worried, he won't be in danger, will he? Yushi comforted him, don't worry. Although he reassured Haruki, the worry in Yusha's heart did not diminish in the slightest. Seeing that Muteki had not yet returned, Yushi and Mizuna's hearts grew heavier and heavier. The two of them shielded Haruki between them, vigilantly watching the direction from which the footsteps came. Judging by the sound, there were quite a few people. Hopefully, they weren't ninjas from Sunagakure. Yushi, Mizuna, Hanzo-sama is here. Muteki's surprised voice rang out like a clap of thunder. Yushi and Mizuna trembled. They immediately stood up and looked at Muteki, who jumped out of the bushes. Behind Muteki, Hanzo led hundreds of ninjas, appearing before Yushi and Mizuna. The hearts that Yushi and Mizuna had held high finally settled back into place. Hanzo-sama, they shouted. Haruki. Suzaku's uncontrolled voice came. A dark shadow flashed and Suzaku appeared in front of Haruki. His hands gripped Haruki's shoulders. How are you here? Weren't you in the Iron Tower? Hanzo's gaze swept over the blood and dismembered bodies on the ground, then landed on Haruki, and he asked in a deep voice, who brought Haruki to the battlefield? If anything happened to Haruki on the battlefield, it would be the greatest loss for Omegakure. Hanzo suspected whether this person was a ninja from Omegakure. Did they not know Haruki's importance to Omegakure? In a moment of silence, Haruki raised his hand and said, I wanted to come myself. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Suzaku frowned. Nonsense. What do you think this place is? This is a battlefield. Do you know how dangerous it is? As soon as he said this, Suzaku's gaze swept over the thick bloodstains and neatly severed body parts nearby, and his eyes tightened. Such a scene must have frightened Haruki quite a bit. I know. Haruki nodded. You know and you still came. Suzaku's tone was stern. Yushi, standing nearby, couldn't bear it and stepped forward, wanting to speak up, but as soon as he took a step, he was pulled back by Mizuna. Mizuna shook his head at him. I want to save everyone. Haruki said softly. His words immediately halted Suzaku's anger. Suzaku took a deep breath and said, after the war, we will bring the injured ninjas back, and you can save everyone then. Suzaku's tone was still harsh, but his attitude had softened considerably. Haruki lowered his head and asked, what about the ninjas who can't be brought back? Suzaku opened his mouth. Haruki's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. I want everyone to go home. I don't want to leave anyone behind. Suzaku fell silent. How could this not be a child's innocence? Only a child would have such naive thoughts. As long as there is war, there will inevitably be casualties. This was an unchangeable fact. What happened here? Hanzo looked at Muteki. Muteki told Hanzo everything that had happened in meticulous detail. While Muteki was telling the story, Haruki was continuously treating injured ninjas, earning gratitude points. Ding, ding, ding. Discover the purple peel secret that transforms fat loss overnight. Scientists reveal the metabolism hack everyone's talking about. Gratitude points collected. 8,000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 54.8%. Upon hearing Muteki mention the curses on Haruki, Hanzo frowned. Haruki is very afraid of the power of curses, he can't control it. He always feels like he'll hurt those around him and be rejected by them. Muteki narrated, his gaze tenderly fixed on Haruki, who was treating the ninjas. Hanzo looked at Haruki, recalling his own past. So similar. When he was a child, after the salamander's poison sac was implanted in him, he was also rejected by the villagers because he couldn't control the salamander's toxins. Later, he relied on his efforts to gain the trust of the villagers and the loyalty of the ninjas. He believed that Haruki would also gradually control the power within him, just like him, and become a powerful ninja worth following. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5,000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 23%. Haruki's lips twitched imperceptibly. Was Hanzo reminiscing about his childhood again? By the time Haruki had healed all the severely injured ninjas, Land God's rank had already risen to 58.5%. The amount of cursed energy consumed today was quite substantial. Fortunately, the increase in cursed spirit rank also brought an increase in cursed energy. Otherwise, Haruki's cursed energy would have been depleted by now. Haruki. Suzaku frowned, supporting Haruki's falling body. Haruki, weakly, blinked his eyes. I'm fine. I still need to continue treating. Suzaku's attitude was firm. You've treated countless people today, you can't continue. Get some good rest first. He carried Haruki on his back. Brother. Haruki's head rested on his back, calling out softly in a voice only they two could hear. Suzaku froze, his eyes suddenly stung, and he lowered his head, blinking rapidly to force back the tears. Ding. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C43. Bonus 3 New Techniques. Chapter 43. Bonus 3 New Techniques. System detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 5000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 28%. Haruki closed his eyes and gently curved his lips. Today's harvest greatly exceeded his expectations. He refused to believe that a new copyable technique hadn't been activated. System. Haruki called out in his mind. Host, I'm here. Have I activated a new copyable technique? If he hadn't activated a new copyable technique today, then he would call the main system to complain. He suspected his system had embezzled his emotional value. Host, yes, you have. Since I activated a copyable technique, why didn't you give a prompt? He remembered that when he had previously activated Shoko's reverse curse technique, the system had clearly given a timely prompt. Host, turning on the prompt sound might disturb your immersive work. Haruki, I'm not afraid of being disturbed. Turning on the prompt sound will only motivate me to keep moving forward. Okay, host, the prompt sound has been turned on. As soon as the system finished speaking, the prompt sound rang out. Ding. Main body ability. Reverse curse technique activated. Ding. Copyable technique. Toji Fushiguro, heavenly restriction activated. Ding. Copyable technique. Mei, black bird manipulation technique activated. Haruki waited for a few minutes, and no more prompt sounds rang in his mind. That's it, host, that's all. Haruki wished that the prompt sound could keep ringing. Unfortunately, that was impossible. With the activation of the main body's reverse curse technique, Haruki could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least he could now heal his own injuries. Haruki valued physical combat, and Toji's heavenly restriction was a technique he had always wanted to activate. Although ninjutsu was indeed powerful, his own strength gave him more of a sense of security. Even if his cursed energy was exhausted one day, he could still fight his way out with physical combat. Moreover, how cool was it to have great physical strength? Mei's black bird manipulation technique was a reconnaissance technique. It involved injecting cursed energy into crows to control them. There was no limit to the number. As long as the cursed energy was enough, a large number of crows could be controlled. The crows could share their vision with the controller. Also, this skill could not only be used for reconnaissance but also for attack. Of course, the core of the black bird manipulation technique was to share vision with crows and use them for various tactical operations. Today's three techniques, to some extent, compensated for Haruki's shortcomings. Main body healing, physical combat, and reconnaissance were all the abilities Haruki needed most at the moment. He hit the jackpot. Haruki leaned on Suzaku's back, taking it easy. Since he could take transportation, why should he walk himself? Hanzo's voice rang out. Set off for the village. Yes. The Omegakure ninjas spoke in unison, their eyes filled with excitement. Hanzo's figure walked at the very front, followed by a dense mass of Omegakure ninjas. They quickly approached the central area of Omegakure. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. On the other side, Iron Tower. Sakikawa's expression was solemn. Kabur, beside him, was full of remorse. He annoyedly patted his head and said, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been careless, Haruki wouldn't have snuck out." Sakikawa leaned against the cold wall, his heart colder than the wall. He said in a deep voice, "It's not your fault. I also didn't realize Haruki used a transformation jutsu." After Kabur left, Sakikawa became suspicious when Haruki didn't come out of the restroom for a long time. He went to the restroom to look for Haruki but didn't find him. Instead, he found the unconscious Kabur. At that moment, Sakikawa knew they were in trouble. Now they could only pray that Haruki was discovered by other Omegakure ninjas and hadn't encountered any life-threatening danger. Otherwise, they would be unable to face Hanzo. Two medical ninjas anxiously paced back and forth in front of them. After Haruki's disappearance was exposed, the medical ninjas could no longer calm down. They were the ones who best understood how valuable Haruki was. If Haruki didn't return, then the injured Omegakure ninjas returning from the battlefield wouldn't survive either. The entire Iron Tower was shrouded in a cloud of gloom until the iron door was knocked. Sakikawa and Kabur instantly became alert, but hope involuntarily arose in their hearts. What if it was Haruki returning? "It's me. I'm back." Haruki, standing outside the iron door, shouted towards it. Behind him were the lightly injured Omegakure ninjas. As soon as Hanzo returned to the village, he had to start dealing with various post-war matters, so he and Haruki went their separate ways. The iron door was abruptly pushed open. Sakikawa and Kabur looked at Haruki, and their highly raised hearts finally returned to their original place. The two medical ninjas immediately squeezed past Sakikawa and Kabur. They half knelt in front of Haruki and nervously asked, "Are you injured? Where did you go? You scared us to death. Didn't we say not to run around? Did you encounter any danger?" A string of questions poured out of their mouths. Haruki smiled. "I went to the battlefield to save people. I'm not injured." Upon hearing the words, "battlefield," the two medical ninjas' vision immediately went black, and they almost fainted. PubFuture ads. Sakikawa and Kabur also felt a surge of fear. It was already difficult for Haruki, a child, to go to the battlefield alone and return alive, let alone completely unharmed. This was simply a miracle. "They're injured, let them in to treat their wounds," Haruki said to the two medical ninjas. The two medical ninjas immediately became serious. However, when they saw the injured Omegakure ninjas in front of them, they were instantly shocked. How are there so few people?" The medical ninjas asked blankly. In the past, after wars ended, injured ninjas could almost fill the street outside the iron door. Many seriously injured ninjas were even carried on stretchers. But now, the ninjas outside the iron door were less than a third of what they used to be. A quick glance showed no seriously injured ninjas. Haruki has already healed most of the ninjas on the battlefield. He's worked too much, so we won't trouble him with our minor injuries. The leading ninja smiled and explained to the two medical ninjas. The two medical ninjas suppressed the shock and emotion in their hearts and nodded repeatedly. "Of course, we can't let him work too much. He's still a child." Ding. System detected Suishin's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Rutsuki's gratitude value plus 1000. Currently, a total of 2000 gratitude value has been collected, and your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 58.7%. The two medical ninjas immediately began to treat the ninjas' wounds. Haruki walked up to Kabur and said, "I'm sorry." Kabur was stunned, and his heart softened. He shook his head and said, "No need to apologize, you did it to save everyone." How could they blame Haruki? Haruki disregarded his own safety to save their comrades. They were more than grateful to Haruki. Ding. System detected Kabur's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 58.8%. One apology exchanged for 1,000 gratitude value. Haruki was very satisfied with this transaction. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C44. Becoming Hanzo's Student. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 44. Becoming Hanzo's Student. Sakikawa quickly added, but you can't do that next time. It was too dangerous. Haruki nodded. I understand. Suzaku's figure appeared at the Iron Gate. Wasn't he with Hanzo dealing with post-war matters? A hint of confusion flashed in Haruki's eyes. Suzaku's gaze fell on Haruki. Come with me. Hanzo-sama is looking for you. Hanzo was looking for him. Haruki nodded, walked towards Suzaku, and his downcast pupils hid his thoughts. Is it for the curse? Haruki glanced at Suzaku beside him, who had returned to his expressionless state. Brother Suzaku, why is Hanzo-sama looking for me? Haruki asked curiously. Suzaku replied, you'll know when we get there. Haruki. Topic Terminator. Suzaku. Hanzo's office was on the second floor of a pagoda-like building, which was also the top floor. Haruki stood at the office door, and Hanzo inside said to him, come in. Haruki glanced at Suzaku and walked into the office, the door behind him closed by Suzaku. Only Haruki and Hanzo were in the spacious office. Hanzo stood up and walked to the window, motioning to Haruki. Haruki saw Hanzo's posture, and thought he should be reminiscing about the glorious past. He walked to Hanzo's side. Hanzo's gaze fell on the empty streets of Omegakure. Pub Future Ads. Since I can remember, Omegakure has often been embroiled in war. Haruki. It really was reminiscing about the past. Haruki nodded. He leaned against the window, looking out. Mom and Dad often left home, but after a while, they would always come back. They told me they went to protect the village, and when the war ended, we could be together forever. He choked up, but later, after they left home, they never came back. Hanzo's heart trembled. He looked down at Haruki's reddened eyes. His hand landed on Haruki's head. When I was very young, I decided to drive out these ninjas fighting in Omegakure. For this, I worked hard to learn and get stronger. Even if I was ostracized by the villagers and suffered from poisoning, I never gave up. Hanzo saw admiration in Haruki's eyes. Haruki stared at Hanzo without blinking, his eyes burning, full of reverence for Hanzo. I also want to be as strong as Hanzo-sama. I also want to protect the village and the villagers. Let Omegakure no longer have wars. Let Omegakure become strong. Looking at Haruki's determined eyes, Hanzo seemed to see himself making a vow years ago. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has risen to 33%. Haruki had already found the pattern for earning Hanzo's nostalgia value. Good. Hanzo patted Haruki's shoulder. He looked at Haruki's eyes, which seemed to be burning with fire. AMD said, to achieve all this, you must possess great power. Are you willing to become my student? Pub Future Ads. A huge surprise came crashing down. Haruki looked at Hanzo excitedly, his breathing rapid, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Really? Can I really become your student? Haruki looked at Hanzo excitedly. Hanzo looked at Haruki's excited expression, a smile appeared in his eyes, and he nodded affirmatively. Of course, with Haruki's talent, only he could guide him in the entire Omegakure. Most importantly, only he could empathize with Haruki's fear of his own abilities. Sensei. Haruki rushed up and hugged Hanzo. Hanzo's body stiffened. After the salamander's venom sac was implanted in his body, he had never engaged in such intimate contact with anyone else. No one dared to approach him either. The ninjas of Omegakure revered him, but also feared his poison. Only Haruki, this simple-minded child, would express his admiration and love for him so unreservedly. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 1000. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has risen to 58.95%. Haruki's lips twitched. Little rascal. Winning over Hanzo was a piece of cake, wasn't it? That's great. Haruki let go of Hanzo, and he promised earnestly, Sensei, I will definitely train well from now on. When I become strong, I will be able to protect you. Hanzo. It was the first time he had heard someone say they wanted to protect him, and it came from his only student. Although he didn't take Haruki's words seriously, Hanzo's mood inexplicably improved. Pub Future Ads. Haruki. To become strong, the first thing is to accept your power. Hanzo's words had a deeper meaning. He guessed right, it was indeed related to the curse. Haruki quickly changed his expression, he nervously lowered his head, his fingers fiddling with his shirt. I. Hanzo's hands rested on Haruki's shoulders as he said, the curse is your talent, don't resist it, try to control it. As long as it's power, it must be used by people. Hanzo believed that a firm will could conquer everything. Haruki, have you forgotten what I told you? I couldn't control the salamander's venom sac at first, but I didn't give up and eventually successfully mastered the power of the venom sac. Since you are my student, you can also control your power. Haruki looked up at Hanzo. Hanzo's willpower at this time was astonishingly firm. Just by looking into Hanzo's eyes, he could feel the firm belief emanating from Hanzo. It was as if even if the sky fell, Hanzo would not abandon his beliefs, still standing unyielding like steel. How did such a Hanzo become so cowardly later on? Does one's mentality change with old age? Haruki couldn't understand. He still had to keep acting. Yes, I am Sensei's student. I am the student of the ninja world's demigod. I cannot be so weak. I cannot embarrass Sensei. Haruki's voice became more and more firm. He stared at Hanzo, sparks shooting from his eyes. I want to become a powerful ninja like Sensei. He had praised Hanzo so much, it would be unreasonable if Hanzo didn't contribute some emotional value. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 500. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has risen to 59%. Haruki estimated that the half of Hanzo's face under his respirator must have been split with laughter. Good. Hanzo's eyes showed relief. He looked at Haruki and finally experienced the joy of raising a student. No wonder Konoha's Hokage Hiruzen took 3 students. Pub Future adds. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C45. End of War. Pub Future adds. Chapter 45. End of War. Hanzo said, let me see your curse. Haruki nodded nervously. He gently touched his ring. A faint black mist swirled around the ring. Rika, my sensei wants to meet you. Haruki called out softly. Congratulations, Rika, on successfully meeting the parents. Host, congratulations to you and Rika on your happy union. Haruki. The black mist grew thicker and thicker. Suddenly, the black mist seemed to tear open a rift. The first thing to emerge was a pale, skeletal giant claw. Immediately after, the rift seemed to burst open, and the black mist dispersed into the air, as Rika appeared. Hanzo looked at the ugly behemoth before him, sensing the immense power of this cursed monster, and narrowed his eyes. Yuta. Rika shielded Haruki beneath her, her voice sticky and muffled. Haruki. It was not appropriate to be so intimate in front of Hanzo. Is it the one that killed the Sunagaku ninjas? Hanzo asked. Haruki shook his head, saying with some disappointment, the one that killed the Sunagaku ninjas was another curse, I can't control it. Hanzo mused. The scattered remains of the Sunagaku ninjas on the battlefield indicated they had no power to retaliate against the other curse. He glanced at the curse hovering above Haruki's head. The monster that Haruki couldn't control must be more powerful than this curse. He must make Haruki master the power of curses. Alright, let her go back. Hanzo said. Pub Future adds. He observed the curse before him. Rika, go back. Haruki stroked Rika's head. Rika grumbled a few dissatisfied remarks about not wanting to be separated from Yuta, but obediently went into the ring. Hanzo watched Haruki's actions and asked, why are you able to control this curse? Haruki glanced at Hanzo. Had Muteki not told Hanzo? Rika was his fiancé. Sukuna wasn't his fiancé. Haruki shivered. Wouldn't Sukuna be even more terrifying if he were his fiancé? Because Rika is my fiancé. This was the sentence Haruki had repeated the most since arriving here. He had also fully embodied Yuta's persona. Hanzo was speechless for the first time. He looked at Haruki and then recalled the monster's appearance from earlier. Fiancé. Rika only became like this after she died. Haruki explained. He lowered his head in guilt and said, I cursed her, which is why she became like this. Hanzo understood. The core was still Haruki's curse ability. It was just that Haruki himself didn't know how to control this ability. But the power of curses had never appeared in the ninja world. Haruki, try to accept your power, understand your power, and control your power. All Hanzo could do was change Haruki's evasive mindset, prompting him to actively try to control his curse power. If you can control Rika, you can control other curses. Hanzo looked at Haruki. Once Haruki mastered the power of curses, he would become a great asset to Omegaker. Whether from the perspective of the Omegaker's leader or Haruki's teacher, Hanzo had to urge Haruki to gradually master the power of curses. Just as he himself had gradually mastered the power of salamander toxins. I will. Haruki nodded solemnly. I won't disappoint sensei. Watching Haruki make his promise, Hanzo's eyes were filled with satisfaction. Haruki was indeed a good child, just like he was back then. Starting tomorrow, you will follow me to learn ninjutsu and taijutsu. Hanzo said. Haruki nodded. Your curse power requires you to calm down and take control of it yourself. Haruki continued to nod. Hanzo patted his shoulder with satisfaction and said, go back and get some good rest. Haruki was a child, not an energetic ninja, and after spending a whole day on the battlefield, saving people and fighting, he must have been exhausted. Haruki walked to the office door. He pushed the door open, not rushing to leave immediately, but instead urged, Sensei should also get some good rest. Don't overwork yourself. After saying that, Haruki closed the office door. Hanzo, who had returned to his desk and sat down, blinked. It was the first time anyone had told him to get some good rest. He was a ninja known as a demigod, his subordinates had long been accustomed to his strength, and no one thought he would get tired. Hanzo sighed. Having an apprentice felt quite wonderful. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 500. Ding. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 59.5%. Haruki at the doorway and smiled. He waved to Suzaku, who was still standing guard at the door and said, I'm going back to rest now. Brother Suzaku, remember to get some good rest too. Suzaku nodded slightly, still expressionless. He watched Haruki's figure disappear into the distance. Inside the office, Hanzo's hand rested on the ninja world map, his eyes deep in thought. Currently, the war between Omegaker and Konoha had stopped. However, no one had proactively proposed a peace treaty. Today, the battle with Sunagaker had just ended. The 200 Omegaker ninjas he led had faced Sunagaker ninjas led by the puppet master Chiyo on the second battlefield. Chiyo had deciphered his toxins and created an antidote, but Chiyo still couldn't defeat him. Correspondingly, Hanzo also lost the advantage of his toxins and couldn't defeat Chiyo. The two sides were in a stalemate for a long time before deciding to retreat. On the first battlefield, Sunagaker was completely annihilated, suffering heavy losses, while the Omegaker ninjas had no casualties. This was all thanks to Haruki's medical ninjutsu and his curse power. Sunagaker was still engaged in battle with Konoha. To free up their hands and focus on dealing with Konoha, Sunagaker would likely soon cease hostilities with Omegaker. The day the war completely ended would arrive very soon. Of course, the end of the war did not mean that the Land of Rain had completely restored peace. The Land of Rain had been a battlefield for Iwagakure, Sunagaker, and Konoha for many years, and its territory was a mixed bag, with Iwagakure, Sunagaker, Konoha, Rogue, and wandering ninjas still causing trouble within the Land of Rain. It would take considerable effort to completely clear these ninjas from the Land of Rain. In addition, there was the reconstruction plan for Omegaker. All of this would require at least 10 years of effort. Currently, the most important thing was to establish peace treaties with Sunagaker, Iwagakure, and Konoha, to ensure that the great nations recognized Omegakure's status as an independent ninja village, and to prevent the Land of Rain from becoming a battlefield for the great nations again. Ceasefires were easy, but establishing peace treaties was difficult. Omegaker must constantly maintain strong combat power. Once Omegaker ninjas show weakness, Iwagakure, Sunagaker, and Konoha will immediately return. Training new ninjas and absorbing new blood were crucial for Omegaker. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C46. Bonus Overpowered Heavenly Restriction. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 46. Bonus Overpowered Heavenly Restriction. Rika 59.5%. Sukuna 51.1%. Choso 33%. Land God 58.8%. Hanami 15%. Haruki had already activated 5 cursed spirits, among which Rika, Sukuna, and Land God had all reached Jonin level. However, he estimated that Rika and Sukuna's strength should be greater than an ordinary Jonin. Otherwise, Sukuna wouldn't have killed Sunagaku ninjas as easily as cutting watermelons. He remembered that the system had also said that cursed spirits formed from special emotional values were stronger than ordinary cursed spirits. He was looking forward to Sukuna's strength after reaching 100%. Among the current 5 cursed spirits, if ranked by strength, it should be Sukuna first, Rika second, Land God third, Choso fourth, and Hanami fifth. Hanami's strength was at the bottom because its current rank was too low. Although Hanami's rank was low, as a special grade cursed spirit, Hanami's potential was high. If they were at the same rank, then the strength ranking would change. In addition to the 5 cursed spirits' ranks increasing, Haruki's own abilities had also greatly improved. With a heavenly restriction physique, his physical conditioning in the future would be twice as effective. Tomorrow, he would look for crows in the village and inject cursed energy into their bodies. He would make the crows his monitors installed in various corners of a megaker. Haruki closed his eyes and contentedly fell into a dream. 5 a.m. Haruki got up, washed up, and went out. He looked dazed. System, did I really sleep? I feel like I just lied down. Host, you slept from 9 p.m. last night until 5 a.m. today, you've already had 8 hours of sleep. Haruki, is that so? Then why did he still feel so sleepy? No, Haruki corrected the system in his mind. Children need to maintain 12 hours of adequate sleep. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Host, you are already 23 years old. Haruki held out his hand. My body is only 8 years old. Host, then why don't you go reason with Hanzo? Let's not. One must know when to yield and when to stand firm. Haruki still wanted to extract emotional value from Hanzo. The heavy night sky of a megaker pressed down on Haruki. It wasn't even dawn yet, and he had to start training. He was even more miserable than students in his previous life. In the familiar training ground, Hanzo's figure had already appeared in his sight. So early, Haruki thought he had gotten up early, but he didn't expect there to be an even earlier bird. Besides Hanzo, many ninjas were already training on the training ground. Had this group of ninjas evolved past the need for sleep, Haruki entered work mode. He accelerated his pace towards Hanzo, a look of guilt on his face. Sensei, I'm late, Hanzo said sternly, don't let it happen again. Haruki nodded quickly. Start training. Hanzo swept a glance at the training ground and said to Haruki, run around the training ground. You cannot stop until I tell you to. He wanted to first figure out Haruki's physical limit. Suzaku only knew that Haruki had great talent in ninjutsu learning, but knew nothing about Haruki's stamina. Hanzo was not a fool who only valued ninjutsu. He was very clear about how important physicality, which was often overlooked by ninjas, truly was. Even though he had mastered various ninjutsu and powerful poisons, he had never stopped doing physical exercises. As his student, Haruki naturally had to possess a powerful body like him. Yes, Haruki nodded. He also wanted to experience Toji's heavenly restriction physique. Toji was forced into a contract by the world from birth, sacrificing all his cursed energy in exchange for the ultimate peak of human physical strength. You ask why Haruki, who possessed a heavenly restriction physique, didn't need to sacrifice cursed energy. Of course, it was because Haruki had the system, a cheat. If Haruki also needed to sacrifice cursed energy to use heavenly restriction, then what would he need the system for? What's more, not having chakra was already a disadvantage. If he didn't even have cursed energy, what would he collect emotional value for? The heavenly restriction physique brought superhuman senses, extreme muscle strength, and speed. Not only that, but the body's self-healing speed after injury was also extraordinary, and his stamina was like a bottomless pit. Since activating the heavenly restriction, Haruki hadn't felt any change in his body. Today's physical training was a good opportunity for him to test it out. Inside the training ground, Haruki was running in regular circles. Hanzo stood still, his gaze following Haruki's movements. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 10 laps, 11 laps, 12 laps. As the number of laps continuously increased, Haruki didn't feel any change in his body. He felt no fatigue at all. At this moment, Haruki finally realized the horror of heavenly restriction. He had exercised with Jiraiya in the seaside wooden house. Back then, his stamina was good, but it was nowhere near this level. 100 laps, 200 laps, 300 laps. Sweat appeared on Haruki's forehead. Hanzo. This was not normal. The Omegakure ninjas on the training ground all stopped their training. They stood aside, staring dumbfounded at Haruki, who was still running laps. How many laps? 328 laps. How many laps can you run? 287 laps. Quote. Haruki's breathing became ragged. Sweat continuously dripped from his forehead, and he felt tired, but stronger than the fatigue was excitement. He still wanted to keep running, run desperately, run until he died. Heavenly restriction. No, Haruki thought it should be renamed, permanent stimulant. The more tired he got, the more excited he became. However, Haruki still stopped. Because he was hungry. Although his body didn't feel tired, the heavy sweating and excessive consumption made him extremely thirsty and hungry, in urgent need of replenishment. How many laps? The surrounding Omegakure ninjas asked blankly. 401 laps. The Omegakure ninja next to him answered just as blankly. Reached your limit. Hanzo looked at Haruki, who had stopped in front of him. Haruki shook his head, exceptionally honest, not tired, but hungry and thirsty. Hanzo. Haruki meant that if he had food and drink, he could continue running. Hanzo felt there was no need to test further. Haruki was a natural ninja. With an ultimate physique and extremely great ninjutsu talent, he was destined to become a powerful ninja renowned throughout the ninja world. Next, we will begin taijutsu training. Hanzo did not give Haruki any time to rest. In the short 2 minutes Haruki had stopped, he felt his body's strength had completely recovered. Quote. This was too overpowered. Haruki looked at Hanzo and nodded. Yes. A hint of satisfaction quickly flashed in Hanzo's stern eyes. Haruki's resilience made him pleased. Haruki was becoming more and more like his former self. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 500. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 33.5%. Haruki estimated that Hanzo was once again giving himself too much credit. 1 hour later. Huff. Sweat flowed like a stream continuously from Haruki's forehead and temples, into the corners of his eyes, and then dripped from his chin onto the ground, like a localized light rain. Ever since Hanzo knew his stamina was good, the intensity of his training sharply increased. Hanzo abandoned conventional exercises and instead used sparring to train Haruki's reaction speed and enhance his combat experience. After each sparring session, he would teach Haruki combat techniques and have him apply them in the next sparring session. If he didn't have the heavenly restriction, Haruki estimated he would have been beaten to death by Hanzo on the training ground. Even if he wasn't beaten to death, he would have died from exhaustion. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C47. Bonus Rapid Progress. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 47. Bonus Rapid Progress. Hanzo was filled with awe. What a powerful physique. The bruises left by his punches on Haruki's body quickly disappeared. Through his training, Haruki's punching speed became faster and faster, his strength greater and greater, and his angles more and more tricky. At this rate of growth, Haruki's taijutsu would probably surpass his own in less than 3 years. This could no longer be described as genius. He was a born ninja. Again, Hanzo's voice, muffled by his respirator, reached Haruki's ears, low and clear. Hanzo looked at Haruki, who was 3 meters away from him. Haruki's clothes were completely soaked with sweat. A light ring would squeeze out a lot of water. However, his eyes gleamed, like 2 flames burning. Hanzo liked the look in his eyes, always revealing determination and an unyielding belief. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 100. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has risen to 33.6%. No sooner had Hanzo's words fallen than Haruki's figure instantly transformed into an afterimage, disappearing from his original spot. He had fallen in love with the feeling of fighting with his bare fists. His whole body was boiling with excitement. He felt no pain, no fatigue, only excitement flowing in his blood, clamoring for battle. Haruki was momentarily puzzled. Was he too excited? But his fleeting thought was quickly drowned out by the fervor of battle. So fast. He is getting faster and faster. This is too amazing. Hub Future ads. Quote. At some point, the ninjas who had been training had all gathered around Hanzo and Haruki. They watched intently as Hanzo instructed Haruki in taijutsu, and the more they watched, the more shocked they became. Shocked by Haruki's terrifying learning speed and progress. Genius was not enough to describe Haruki's talent. No wonder Hanzo was willing to take him as a student. The floor beneath Haruki's feet exploded the moment he pushed off, sending shattered stones flying into the air. His figure, like an arrow released from a bowstring, instantly arrived before Hanzo. His fist brought with it a gust of strong wind. A straight punch went directly towards Hanzo's face. There were no superfluous flashy movements. A simple, ordinary straight punch. However, the air was compressed by this straight punch, emitting a cracking sound. One could estimate how astonishing the force of this punch was. A subtle hint of approval flashed in Hanzo's eyes. However, such a fast punch was easily blocked by Hanzo. The surrounding ninjas hadn't even seen Hanzo move, yet Haruki's fist was already enveloped by Hanzo. The watching Omegakure ninjas didn't see it, but Haruki saw it clearly. The moment his fist struck towards Hanzo, Hanzo moved. However, his movements were extremely small. A side step and an arm raise, and Haruki's fist crashed into his palm. This was the gap between the Naruto world and the Jujutsu world. However, he would break this gap. Wasn't heavenly restriction about getting stronger the more you fought? The stronger a ninja's taijutsu was, the higher the upper limit of his heavenly restriction. Hanzo felt his lips tremble from Haruki's force, his calm voice entered Haruki's ears. One strike missed, continue the pursuit. In close combat, dense attacks were the most rigorous defense. Once you stopped, you gave the opponent an opportunity to counterattack. Haruki did not forcibly pull his fist out of Hanzo's hand. He spun in the air, his left leg sweeping out like a steel whip, aiming for Hanzo's chest. Hanzo's composure was not broken. He lowered his body, and Haruki's leg whip swept over his head. His elbow struck towards Haruki's chest. At such close range, there was no avoiding it. A sharp pain came from his chest, and Haruki's body flew backward. He quickly adjusted his posture in the air, landing firmly on the ground with both feet. Hanzo's strike left a large bruise on his chest. It hurt, but it didn't injure his internal organs or bones. Haruki suspected Hanzo had done it on purpose, intentionally wanting to teach him a lesson. Such a minor injury didn't require reverse curse technique. The powerful self-healing ability of his heavenly restriction physique would make the bruise disappear quickly. As expected of Hanzo-sama. Hanzo-sama is indeed formidable. Quote. The Omegakure ninjas looked at Hanzo with burning eyes. Haruki's progress is truly fast. At first, his punches were clumsy, but now his speed and power have already reached this level. Yes, if he continues training like this, Haruki will soon be able to defeat us in taijutsu, won't he? Hiss. The Omegakure ninjas immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. What kind of thing was it to be defeated by a child like Haruki? I'm going to train. Me too. Haruki is so amazing, we can't lose either. Quote. The watching Omegakure ninjas dispersed, and began to train frantically. Hanzo, like a machine, repeated, continue. Haruki had no choice but to act again. His speed was still astonishing, faster than before, and his steps lighter. He no longer rushed straight towards Hanzo like last time, but moved at high speed around him, creating a blurry circle of afterimages to interfere with Hanzo's vision. Haruki's figure suddenly appeared behind Hanzo, his fist aiming to strike him. Just as Hanzo raised his hand to block, Haruki immediately withdrew his hand, clenching his other hand into a fist, and striking towards Hanzo's head. Bang! Another dull thud. Haruki's fist did not land on Hanzo's head, but Hanzo's fist landed on his chest. Haruki felt as if he had been hit by a charging rhinoceros. His chest was throbbing with pain and numbness, and his body rapidly flew backward. Seeing that he was about to violently crash into the iron wall of the training ground, Haruki did a backflip, landing steadily on the ground. Again, Hanzo uttered those words again. Haruki. From 5 in the morning to 12 noon, a full 8 hours, Haruki finally got an hour of rest. Haruki's morning training was equivalent to half a year of training for an ordinary ninja. Many of the watching ninjas had their mentality collapse. Haruki, oblivious and uncaring, dragged his stomach, which was cramping from hunger, to the ninja cafeteria in the village to find food. It was mealtime, and he met many acquaintances along the way. The news of him becoming Hanzo's apprentice had already spread throughout Omegakure. Coupled with going to the battlefield to save people yesterday, his name had reached a point in Omegakure where no one was unaware of it. Haruki. Yushi looked at Haruki, who seemed to have been pulled out of water, and exclaimed in surprise. Haruki was queuing for food when he heard his voice, turned to look at him, and showed a smile. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw Suzaku behind Yushi. "Brother Suzaku," he waved and called out. "Yushi." He looked at Suzaku with dissatisfaction. Suzaku gave Yushi a faint glance and walked to Haruki's side. "Did you train this morning?" Suzaku looked at his sweaty hair and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Strength can't be improved in a single day." Haruki thought that Suzaku's words should be said to Hanzo. He looked at Suzaku sincerely and said, "I want to become strong as soon as possible to protect brother Suzaku." Suzaku avoided his gaze. Ding. System detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 1000. Ding. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has risen to 34.6%. "I don't need your protection," Suzaku said. Yushi passed Suzaku, glaring at him. He didn't know how good he had it. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C48. Sword. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 48. Sword. After lunch, Haruki returned to the training ground. When he arrived, Hanzo was already standing there, having waited for him for an unknown period. Haruki gained a new understanding of Hanzo's strictness. In the afternoon, Haruki only learned ninjutsu with Hanzo for 2 hours. After personally witnessing Haruki's speed in learning ninjutsu, Hanzo no longer forced Haruki into high-intensity ninjutsu training. In Hanzo's eyes, Haruki's training of curses was more important than all other things. So, Hanzo left the remaining time entirely for Haruki to explore his personal power. Hanzo himself returned to his office to handle the affairs of Omegakure. As the leader of Omegakure, Hanzo naturally could not spend an entire day instructing Haruki. As soon as Hanzo left, Haruki's heart grew wild. As the cursed spirit mother, why would he need to practice with curses? Host, I am truly relieved, you are becoming more and more like a mother. Haruki. After confirming Hanzo had left, Haruki also left the training ground. He wanted to explore Omegakure and see if he could find crows. He was eager to try out his blackbird manipulation technique. Rain fell on the steel pipes of Omegakure and on the pristine streets. Haruki, wrapped in a dark raincoat, looked up at the lead gray sky. The rain in Omegakure was too frequent. Living in such a cold, damp environment year-round must affect one's mental health. This was evident from the later twisted mindsets of Hanzo and Nagato. Haruki walked through the steel forest, touching the cold metal forehead protector on his head. Just this afternoon, Hanzo had personally placed the forehead protector on his head, officially declaring him a ninja of Omegakure. Haruki's gaze shifted around. He clearly noticed that the number of people in Omegakure had increased. It was more than when he had first arrived here. The streets were no longer deserted and empty. Occasionally, 2 figures walked past Haruki. A vigorous furnace fire suddenly shot out from a nearby house. The sparks were quickly extinguished by the continuously falling rain. Haruki stopped and looked at the house from which crisp hammering sounds emanated. It looked like a blacksmith's shop. Haruki walked into the house, and a wave of warmth washed over him, making his face feel tight. "Who is it?" A shirtless man appeared before Haruki. Sweat dripped from his bulging muscles. He held a hammer in one hand and a long sword in the other. His gaze fell on Haruki, and he widened his eyes in surprise, shouting, "Haruki!" Haruki looked at the familiar face of the man before him. Wasn't this Yuma? He also worked as a blacksmith. He was too diligent. "Why are you here?" Yuma knelt before Haruki, looking at him. Since it was an acquaintance, it would be easier to handle things, and he might even earn something. Haruki said to him, "I want to ask you for a favor." Yuma agreed without even asking. No problem. Haruki had saved him countless times. No matter what the favor, he would do his best for Haruki. Haruki scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I want to ask you to help me look at my sword." Yuma smiled helplessly when he heard this. He thought it was some big favor, but it turns out it was just such a small matter. Bring the sword over. I'll take a look for you first. Yuma put down the sword in his hand and said to Haruki. Haruki nodded, turned, and ran towards the door, shouting as he ran, I'll bring the sword right away. Yuma stood up, nodded at him, and opened his mouth as if to say something, but Haruki's figure quickly disappeared from his sight. Be careful on the way. These 5 words flowed from Yuma's mouth, and only he could hear them. He picked up the sword from the ground and placed it aside. The weapons hanging on the wall were all repaired. After each battle, the ninjas in the village would bring their damaged weapons to him for repair. Haruki quickly brought his sword over. Yuma drew the sword from its sheath, and when he saw the cold, deep blue light reflected on the sword, he exclaimed, what a fine sword. Haruki looked up, expectantly at Yuma. Really, I picked this up on my escape, and I thought it was unusable. Yuma shook his head and explained to Haruki, it's not unusable, it just hasn't been sharpened yet. After I sharpen it for you, it can be used. Haruki smiled brightly and said in surprise, that's great. This way I can practice my sword skills. Yuma looked at the long sword in his hand, then at the cheerful Haruki, and he frowned. It's too early for you to train with this sword at your current age, you might get injured during practice. It's okay. I'm not afraid. Haruki's eyes sparkled with firm and fearless light. Yuma paused, and he advised, training cannot be rushed. His words were interrupted by Haruki before he could finish. I want to grow up quickly. Haruki looked at Yuma intently, saying each word clearly, I not only want to heal everyone in the rear, but I also want to protect everyone on the front lines. Ding. System detected Yuma's affection value plus 2000. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 59.7%. Yuma was touched. Even though he already knew what a sensible child Haruki was, he was still moved by him every time. He couldn't bring himself to pour cold water on Haruki's enthusiasm even though he was very worried about Haruki's safety. Okay, come pick it up at dinner time. Yuma said to Haruki. Thank you. Haruki smiled at Yuma. Yuma shook his head. He was the one who should be thanking him. No matter how much he did for Haruki, he could not repay Haruki's life-saving grace. After entrusting the sharpening of the sword to Yuma, Haruki continued his search for crows. Knowing that it would be difficult to find crows within the central area of Omegakure, he walked towards the barren mountain behind Omegakure. He had to find crows today. This was his most important task today. Just thinking about the crows soaring through the steel forest of Omegakure made Haruki's breathing quicken. The black bird manipulation technique could not only compensate for his inability to scout from afar but also increase his prestige. This is the most important thing, isn't it? Just then, a rapid and powerful flapping sound echoed above his head. Flap, flap. Haruki's movements suddenly paused, his heart almost leaping out of his throat. He abruptly looked up. A crow circled above his head. He finally found it. Haruki almost wanted to sit down on the ground. To find a crow, he had traversed mountains and valleys, keeping his eyes and ears open. Hard work pays off. Now that one crow had been found, were more crows far behind. The crow's feathers were as black as ink, and its beam-like eyes stared at Haruki below, sparkling with intelligent and agile light. It swooped down towards Haruki like a black lightning bolt. Haruki, as if possessing muscle memory, automatically extended his arm towards the crow. Cursed energy enveloped his entire arm, flowing continuously over it. The crow landed on his arm, and Haruki's cursed energy instantly surged into the crow's body. The crow's body stiffened, and it raised its head high towards the sky. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C49. Bonus Generating a Cursed Spirit. Chapter 49. Bonus Generating a Cursed Spirit. Office. Hanzo frowned, staring at the map on his desk. Suzaku stood silently behind Hanzo, like an inconspicuous shadow. Many Omegakure ninjas stood neatly in front of the desk. They were all elite ninjas who had a say in the village. Feeling the heavy atmosphere in the office, Yushi looked at his companions beside him, then at Hanzo in front. He suddenly cleared his throat. Several gazes immediately focused on Yushi. Yushi felt immense pressure, and he tentatively said, Hanzo-sama, how about we proactively submit a contract to Konoha? As soon as Yushi finished speaking, an Omegakure ninja immediately retorted, we haven't lost the war between us and Konoha. Why should we be the first to back down? Yushi's lips twitched, and he explained, what does this have to do with backing down or not? We certainly haven't lost, so it's normal for us to submit the contract. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, and currently fighting Sunagaku, how could Konoha have the time to proactively submit a contract? Actually, what Yushi wanted to say more was that Konoha had deep foundations. Although Omegakure had achieved a temporary victory relying on Hanzo's power, it might not be able to maintain its winning streak forever. Instead of being utterly defeated in the future, it was better to quit while they were ahead. As long as Konoha acknowledged Omegakure's status and signed a non-aggression pact with them, it would suffice. Now that Konoha was fighting Sunagaku, if Omegakure proactively submitted a contract, Konoha would likely sign it. Saying these words would too much diminish their own prestige, so Yushi chose to express his meaning in a subtle way. Hanzo glanced at Yushi, and Yushi felt as if his thoughts had been seen through by Hanzo. Yushi had a clear conscience. He was also thinking for Omegakure. At this moment, a crow landed on the office window. The crow tilted its head, pecked at its feathers, and shrewdly watched the people talking in the office. An ordinary crow, not a summoning beast. Suzaku checked it and then told Hanzo. Hanzo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the Omegakure ninjas in front of him. As Yushi said, submit a contract to Konoha. Hanzo made the final decision. The current war between Konoha and Sunagaku was escalating, and they would not choose to antagonize Omegakure. This was also Hanzo's consideration. Once the war between Konoha and Sunagaku stopped, wouldn't they be free to continue fighting Omegakure? Hanzo's ultimate goal was to drive out the ninjas of the great nations in the Land of Rain, not to continuously fight the great ninja villages. The Omegakure ninja who originally wanted to refute immediately swallowed his words. Yes. The crow circled and landed on the railing of a single apartment balcony. On the tatami mat in the living room, Haruki stroked his chin, recalling the scene he had just witnessed in Hanzo's office. Omegakure and Konoha were going to sign a contract. Haruki vaguely remembered that the chaotic situation in Omegakure hadn't ended this quickly. However, although they had decided to sign a contract, the final result was not yet determined. Haruki still had a chance. The battlefield, for him, was the perfect place to collect emotional value. He couldn't bear for the war to end like this. But even if the war between Omegakure and Konoha ended, there was still Sunagaku eyeing them from the side. Glancing at the increasingly dark sky outside the window, Haruki went out to retrieve his sword. At Yuma's blacksmith shop, Yuma took down Haruki's sword, which was hanging on the wall, and handed it to Haruki. Haruki took it with both hands, one hand on the hilt. With a clang of metal, the long sword was unsheathed. The blade slowly revealed itself, displaying a deep, inky black color. Ads by PubFuture. A faint blue light flowed on the blade, like lightning tearing through the night. The edge of the sword was so thin it was almost invisible, condensing a bone-chilling cold light. Under the firelight, it was so sharp that it made Haruki's eyes sting slightly. He was satisfied. He looked at Yuma in surprise and said, "The sword is so sharp." "Thank you." Yuma smiled slightly. He was clearly a burly man with over-the-top muscles, but sometimes he was unusually shy. "The sword is too sharp. Be careful when you practice with it." Yuma reminded him. Haruki nodded heavily. "I will." He slung the sword behind his back, full of fighting spirit. "I will practice well, work hard to become stronger and become a powerful ninja that everyone can rely on." Yuma looked at Haruki, thinking that he had already become a powerful ninja that everyone could rely on. Haruki's medical ninjutsu gave all the Omegakure ninjas a second life. On the battlefield, he was the confidence that allowed the Omegakure ninjas to fight without restraint. His thoughts were overflowing, but Yuma couldn't bring himself to say them directly. Ding. System detected Yuma's affection value +1000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 59.8%. Haruki glanced at Yuma. It seemed Yuma had a lot of internal thoughts. "I'm leaving first, brother Yuma." Haruki waved at Yuma and ran out of the blacksmith shop. Yuma chased to the doorway, and the words he hadn't said at noon finally blurted out, "Be careful on the way." "I know. Scientists reveal the metabolism hack everyone's talking about. Why is this purple peel transforming lives in 72 hours? Haruki looked back halfway, continued to wave at him, and his figure quickly disappeared from Yuma's sight. Yuma breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that he would actually say it. Haruki weaved through the steel pipelines of a megacar and soon arrived at the training ground. When he arrived, a familiar figure was already standing in the rain. Hanzo really loved to launch surprise attacks. What was the difference between Hanzo and Haruki's homeroom teacher in his previous life? You didn't have training this afternoon, where did you go? When Haruki stood still in front of him, Hanzo sternly questioned him. After finishing his political affairs, he came to the training ground to check Haruki's training progress, but he didn't even see a trace of Haruki. Had Haruki forgotten yesterday's promise so quickly? Haruki took down the long sword from his back and held it in his hands. I went to get my weapon. I didn't mean to be lazy. I've already practiced my curses, and for the rest of the time, I want to practice swordsmanship and become a powerful swordsman like Hanzo-sama. The more he spoke, the more his voice trembled. Hanzo hadn't expected this to be the reason, and his fingers curled at his sides. Looking at Haruki's teary eyes, Hanzo's heart felt as if it was squeezed by an invisible hand. Ding! System detected Hanzo's guilt value plus 5000. Not enough to generate a cursed spirit, guilt value has been stored. Ding! System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 2000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 60%. Haruki noticed the system's wording. What does generate a cursed spirit mean? Didn't it used to be activate a cursed spirit? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C50. Battling Hanzo. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 50. Battling Hanzo. Congratulations, host, you've asked a crucial question. Let me reiterate, this system is called the Cursed Spirit Mother Assistance System. Since you, the host, are the Cursed Spirit Mother, you can give birth to different cursed spirits from the various emotions produced by humans. Cursed spirits awaiting activation are cursed spirits that already exist, while cursed spirits awaiting generation are new cursed spirits born from new emotions. Haruki gasped. So that means? Haruki immediately asked, since I am the Cursed Spirit Mother, can I curse already deceased people to become my cursed spirits? Just like his companion cursed spirit, Rika. Opening square bracket ... Host, you are truly a genius. The system was getting more and more arrogant. Host, what I mean is, you are truly a genius. ... Haruki urged, stop talking nonsense, just tell me if it's possible. Before the system could answer, Haruki added, if not, you're dead. Opening square bracket ... Closing square bracket. Host, congratulations on unlocking the hidden innate ability, curse unactivated. Haruki sneered. If he hadn't been smart, such a powerful skill would have been brushed aside by the system. If he could curse deceased people. Pub Future Ads. Haruki felt he could form a curse core. However, given the system's usual behavior, activating this hidden innate ability would surely be quite difficult. He still needed to collect more emotion points. The sword was given to me by Big Brother Yuma. I promise I won't run off during training anymore. Sensei, please don't be angry with me. Haruki lifted his head, his watery eyes gazing at Hanzo, carefully tugging at Hanzo's clothes. Hanzo sighed inwardly. He had been prejudiced. Haruki hadn't done anything wrong, yet he had misunderstood him. Hanzo took a deep breath and said, tomorrow, I will teach you swordsmanship. Haruki understood what Hanzo meant. Hanzo was giving him a way out. Thank you, Sensei. I will definitely follow Sensei and learn swordsmanship diligently. Haruki promised earnestly. As if remembering the previous scene, he quickly added, I won't run around anymore. I'll definitely listen to Sensei and stay in the training ground. Ding. System detected Hanzo's guilt value plus 3000. Not enough to generate a curse spirit. Guilt value has been stored. Hanzo's voice came from behind his respirator. I misunderstood you. A flicker of surprise crossed Haruki's mind. He hadn't expected Hanzo to apologize. It was my fault. Haruki lowered his head and said, I acted without telling Sensei. Haruki felt a touch on his head. Hanzo was actually patting his head. But Hanzo's hand was as stiff as a zombie's, like a robot that had been given a command. Hanzo's tenderness lasted only a minute. He quickly reverted to the stern, unsmiling teacher from the morning. Tomorrow morning at 5, training will be here again. The next day, 5 in the morning, the training ground was dim, still in the dark hours before dawn. There were even more Omegakure ninjas in the training ground than yesterday. When Haruki arrived, these Omegakure ninjas had already started training. Each one seemed full of vigor. They're really energetic, Haruki mused in his mind. He stood in front of Hanzo and called out, "Sensei." Today, Haruki had specifically asked the system to time him. He wasn't late. In fact, he arrived at the training ground a minute early. Hanzo's eyes showed no extra emotion as he said, "Before training, attack me with all your strength. Let's see how much you've improved compared to yesterday." Yes, Haruki also wanted to test the power of Divergent Fist and Black Flash. Haruki and Hanzo moved apart. Haruki's right foot slightly receded, and his body's center of gravity lowered. Seeing their stances, the surrounding Omegakure ninjas simultaneously stopped their training and quickly gathered around them, starting to watch the fight. Raindrops slid off Hanzo's body. Only a pair of sharp eyes were visible on his face, which was covered by the respirator. He stood silently in the rain, unmoving like a mountain, waiting for Haruki to initiate the attack. Hanzo and Haruki stood 10 meters apart, confronting each other, the air seemingly solidified. The watching Omegakure ninjas involuntarily grew tense. Although it was just a test of Haruki's strength, the atmosphere felt like that of a life-and-death battle. Since Hanzo was waiting for him to make the first move, Haruki wouldn't be polite. He had never been one to adhere to so-called honor. Haruki's figure blurred into an afterimage in the rain. The accumulated water in the puddles under his feet exploded. The terrifying speed brought by the instantaneous burst of pure physical strength and cursed energy allowed him to cross the 10-meter distance in an instant, appearing in front of Hanzo. So fast. Faster than yesterday. This growth rate is too unbelievable. Why is this purple peel transforming lives in 72 hours? Discover the purple peel secret that transforms fat loss overnight. Quote. The Omegakure ninja's pupils followed Haruki's figure, and they continuously let out exclamations. Haruki's right fist was enveloped in condensed, almost solid blue cursed energy. His fist tore through the rain, carrying a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for Hanzo's face. He believed in Hanzo's strength. If Hanzo's respirator was shattered by him, then Hanzo could give the title of demigod to Haruki. Hanzo's eyes showed no ripples. Haruki's speed and punch were both within his expectations. However, he was very pleased with Haruki's growth rate. The instant the fist was about to land on Hanzo's face, Hanzo's left foot subtly slid back half a step, smoothly brushing past Haruki's fist without causing Hanzo any harm. While dodging Haruki's fist, Hanzo's arm extended like a venomous snake, his 5 fingers forming a claw, precisely grasping at Haruki's right shoulder joint. Hanzo's movement seemed light, but his fingers could almost crush stone. Hanzo's evasive action was also within Haruki's expectations, and he was already prepared for Hanzo's counterattack. Today's Haruki was no longer the rookie from yesterday. He forcefully twisted his waist, his body fully capable of keeping up with his brain's speed. His left leg, like a steel whip, fiercely kicked towards Hanzo's knee. A hint of approval flashed in Hanzo's eyes. His outstretched right hand changed from a claw to a palm, his arm sinking, his elbow precisely blocking Haruki's sweeping lower leg. Bang! A dull thud of flesh colliding rang out. Haruki frowned, a sharp pain and numbness spreading through his lower leg. He took the opportunity to distance himself from Hanzo, staring at Hanzo's elbow. Was that thing made of rebar? Fortunately, his physique was special, and the pain and numbness disappeared instantly. Haruki raised an eyebrow in surprise. A heavenly restriction physique was truly amazing. Hanzo lowered his arm. A ninja's physique was forged through countless trials. At first, he would also feel intense pain, but when thick calluses covered his body layer after layer, it became difficult to feel pain anymore. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C51. Bonus testing Black Flash and Divergent Fist. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 51. Bonus testing Black Flash and Divergent Fist. Haruki took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within his body. Heavenly restriction was good in every way, but perhaps due to the influence of his physique, Haruki vaguely felt himself developing into a battle maniac. This went against his principle of fighting if he could, and running if he couldn't. Therefore, Haruki forced himself to calm down when he got caught up in a fight lest his battle enthusiasm ever erode his rationality, leading him to his own demise. Icy air mixed with rainwater rushed into his lungs, and Haruki's scalding blood slowly began to cool. Unlike his cooling blood, the cursed energy within Haruki's body began to flow at high speed. He clenched his fists, and cursed energy continuously compressed within his body. The blue cursed energy covering his fists suddenly became dazzling, like burning ice flames. Haruki's gaze locked onto Hanzo, and his figure once again vanished from his spot, moving even faster than before. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, precisely capturing Haruki's every movement. In a blink of an eye, Haruki had already arrived in front of Hanzo. Hanzo detected a subtle difference. The same attacking posture, but the power was different. A dangerous aura was brewing. Now, Haruki's eyes suddenly burst forth with astonishing brilliance. He threw a punch. The surging and roaring cursed energy, an instant before the punch connected with Hanzo, achieved a 1/1,000,000th of a second level of ultimate synchronization with the impact force. Hanzo's pupils constricted. The space in front of him was forcibly distorted. Black flash silently appeared in front of Haruki's fist. What is that? Such incredible speed. No, even more terrifying is his strength. Even space is being distorted. Quote. Pub Future adds. The surrounding ninjas were dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold before them. What Haruki had used was black flash, a spatial distortion phenomenon caused by the ultimate coincidence of cursed energy and physical striking force. Its power is 120 times that of a normal cursed energy strike. Hanzo's calm eyes finally changed. He extended his armored arms to defend, covering them with chakra. Bang! Haruki's fist slammed hard into Hanzo's arms. The ground beneath Hanzo's feet slightly cracked. The armor on his arms shattered inch by inch, emitting a grating sound of disintegration. The armor fell to the ground, revealing Hanzo's arms covered with tiny bloodstains. Blood seeped from the wounds, instantly diluted by the rain. He was injured. Hanzo was somewhat incredulous. Sensei. Haruki ran to Hanzo's side and immediately healed Hanzo's wounds. His eyes were filled with distress over Hanzo's injured arm. In Hanzo's eyes, the injury on his hand wasn't even considered an injury. But Haruki was so serious about it. Hanzo looked at Haruki, who was diligently tending to his arm wound, and a warmth surged through his cold heart. Is this what it feels like to have a disciple? Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 1000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 60.1%. Haruki's mind was filled with his heroic posture from just now. He said to the system, the only one he could share with in his mind, did you see that? I just shattered Hanzo's old turtle shell with a black flash. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Thinking of Haruki's punch just now, Hanzo's eyes gleamed. Haruki, how did you do that just now? Hanzo's arm wound healed quickly, and Haruki looked at his hands in confusion. I don't know. I just thought in my heart that I wanted to show Sensei my progress. I couldn't disappoint Sensei, and then, my body was filled with power. His voice revealed a hint of apprehension. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 1000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 60.2%. This is your power, Hanzo said, looking at Haruki. This child was more talented than he had imagined. He soothed Haruki's emotions. Learn to master that feeling you just had, and you will become stronger. Looking at Hanzo's trusting gaze, Haruki seemed to draw strength from it, and he nodded seriously. I will, Sensei. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 2000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 36.6%. Hanzo had to admit, Haruki was too much like him when he was young. Hardworking, persistent, longing to be trusted. Continue training, Hanzo said. Haruki had already seen the effect of Black Flash. It was time to try Divergent Fist. Haruki looked at Hanzo with gratitude. This time, he was serious. Besides Hanzo, who else would be willing to be his punching bag without complaint? Hanzo naturally saw the emotion in Haruki's eyes, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. This child, Haruki, was too kind. As a ninja, Kindness was not necessarily a virtue. Hanzo's brow furrowed, and a sharp light shot from his eyes. He was Haruki's teacher, and he would guide Haruki to become a mature ninja and not a kind ninja. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 1000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 60.3%. Haruki. What was Hanzo imagining now? He couldn't care too much, he was eager to try Divergent Fist. He charged at Hanzo again, his speed undiminished, cursed energy gradually covering both fists. Haruki first threw a right punch, with a piercing shriek, aiming for Hanzo's chest. Hanzo's eyes were sharp, his right palm covered in chakra, precisely meeting Haruki's right fist. Just as the right fist was about to collide with Hanzo's palm, Haruki threw a left punch towards Hanzo's abdomen. The main point was to feint an attack elsewhere. However, Haruki's left fist was still enveloped by Hanzo's palm. Haruki's two attacks were blocked by Hanzo, but the vigilance in Hanzo's heart had not dissipated. His combat intuition told him something was wrong. Bang! Hanzo's premonition came true. A dull explosion sounded from beneath his skin. A tearing pain came from Hanzo's hands. His body trembled, an invisible force brutally struck his hands, and the powerful impact and collision caused his palms to be blasted into a bloody mess. If he hadn't reacted extremely quickly to block with chakra, his hands might have completely exploded. Hanzo looked at Haruki's hand, with shock in his eyes. Haruki's fist was clearly intercepted by him. Why was he still injured? Where did the force that injured him come from? When his palm exploded, he had even released Haruki's hand. Hanzo's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. A flash of insight struck him, and he had an explanation. Is it a delayed strike effect? Hanzo mused. Hearing Hanzo's self-questioning, a hint of surprise quickly flashed in Haruki's eyes. Hanzo had guessed correctly. After a physical strike hits, the cursed energy effect is delayed, causing a secondary strike. This is Divergent Fist. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C52. Peace Treaty. Chapter 52. Peace Treaty. Sensei. I'm sorry. Haruki quickly ran to Hanzo's side and began to treat the wound on his hand. I've caused you to get hurt again. His brows were tightly furrowed, his lips pressed into a straight line, looking utterly remorseful. Hanzo looked at the rapidly healing wound on his palm and said to Haruki, it's common to get injured in battle. You should be happy that you could injure me, because you have gotten stronger again. Haruki, however, didn't dare to think so highly of himself. The reason he could injure Hanzo was that Hanzo willingly became a punching bag. If Hanzo truly regarded him as an enemy, he might have released poison gas before he even got close. How could I be happy seeing Sensei injured? Haruki lowered his head, sniffled, Sensei is so good to me. I only want to protect Sensei and don't want anyone to hurt Sensei, not even myself. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. System rubbed its non-existent goosebumps. Hanzo was startled. His heart was gradually filled with bitterness. Hanzo had no family, he had never experienced the feeling of being cared for and worried about. But at this moment, he felt the taste of having family from his student. Bitter, yet happy. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 2000. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 60.5%. Hanzo's palm had recovered completely. A hint of warmth appeared in his eyes as he looked at Haruki and said, the two punches you just used can be systematically trained to become your secret weapons in taijutsu combat. Haruki nodded. Hanzo said, first, name the two moves. After naming them, we'll conduct targeted training. Haruki pretended to ponder, and after a minute of hesitation, he said, Black Flash and Divergent Fist. Hanzo nodded. Good. First, train Black Flash, ensuring you can skillfully use it in any situation. Haruki followed Hanzo and practiced Black Flash, Divergent Fist, and ordinary swordsmanship for an entire morning. He had just started learning swordsmanship and was not yet suitable to display ratio. He also didn't plan to let Hanzo know about ratio. Once on the battlefield, he would naturally understand the effect of ratio cutting people down. In the afternoon, after Hanzo taught Haruki a ninjutsu, he left the training ground, leaving Haruki to practice his special power, curses as usual for the remaining time. Hanzo walked towards the office, glancing at a crow flying overhead. It wasn't a summoning beast, just an ordinary crow. Hanzo relaxed his guard. Entering the office, Suzaku handed over a scroll and said, "Hanzo-sama, this is Konoha's reply." So fast. Hanzo took the scroll. Yesterday, the Ninja Hawk had just delivered the contract signing letter to Konoha, and today, Konoha had sent a reply. It seemed Konoha's situation was more difficult than he had imagined. Hanzo scanned the contents of the scroll, reading 10 lines at a glance. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Ads by PubFuture. He placed the scroll on the table and sat in his chair. Notify Yushi to draft the contract to be signed with Konoha. Hanzo instructed Suzaku. Yes. Suzaku left the office. From Hanzo's instructions, he knew that Konoha had agreed to sign a contract with Omegakure. Omegakure had finally taken a big step towards peace. Suzaku appeared in the office with Yushi. Hanzo-sama. Yushi bowed respectfully. Hanzo waved his hand indifferently and said, "Suzaku has already told you about it, right?" Yushi nodded, his face showing uncontrollable excitement. Yes, Omegakure would usher in a ceasefire with Konoha. How could he not be excited? The dawn of peace was ahead. How could he not be excited? All Omegakure ninjas had sacrificed their lives for this moment. The matter of drafting the contract is up to you, but there's one more thing. Hanzo pointed to the scroll from Konoha on the table and looked at Yushi. We are to sign the contract at the border where the land of rain meets the land of fire. Yushi's brows unconsciously furrowed as he analyzed. It would be best if Konoha truly wants to cease fire with us, but I fear they might want to take the opportunity to lure us to the border and wipe us out. Hanzo-sama cannot leave Omegakure, lest he falls for Konoha's trick. Why is this purple peel transforming lives in 72 hours? 10 worst foods you should never eat after 50. Yushi lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Hanzo watched him quietly, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Yushi's concerns were also his concerns. Yushi suddenly looked up, staring directly at Hanzo, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. There's a way to solve this dilemma. What way? Hanzo asked. We can spread the news of signing the contract with Konoha before we even go to the border. Yushi analyzed. Once the ninja world knows that Omegakure is going to sign a contract with Konoha, Konoha won't dare to go back on its word. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha won't risk its reputation, otherwise, who in the ninja world would trust Konoha in the future? That's true, but there's still one point. Hanzo pointed out, if Sunagakure knows in advance that we are going to sign a contract with Konoha, they will definitely cause trouble and prevent the signing of this contract. Yushi sighed helplessly. We don't have a better solution. Hanzo didn't speak. Indeed, as Yushi said, they had no other more perfect solution. Then do as you say. Hanzo said to Yushi. Yushi nodded, then hesitated. Hanzo-sama, what about the ninjas to be sent to the border to sign the contract? Going to the border to sign the contract, this mission was tantamount to a suicide mission. Suzaku volunteered. Hanzo-sama, I am willing to go. Yushi glanced at Suzaku and said without hesitation, Hanzo-sama, I am also willing to go. Hanzo glanced at Yushi and rejected. You stay, Omegakure still needs you. Go to the border between the land of fire and the land of rain to sign the contract. Haruki was willing. He was very willing to go. The more dangerous the place, for him, the more emotion points he could collect. Outside the office, on a pipe, a crow twisted its head and blinked its eyes. Hanzo looked at Suzaku, without the slightest waver and said, Suzaku, you, Sakikawa, and Kurogaya will go to the border together to carry out the mission of signing the contract with Konoha. Suzaku nodded, his voice firm. Yes. Yushi opened his mouth, his throat feeling dry and rough. He knew why Hanzo would assign this dangerous mission to Suzaku, Sakikawa, and Kurogaya. It was because Suzaku, Sakikawa, and Kurogaya were all ninjas who had lost all their family. Not only that, but the 3 of them also had no close friends among the Omegakure ninjas. It could be said that if they died, no one would be heartbroken. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C53. Bonus Karma Cocoon. Guilt. Chapter 53. Bonus Karma Cocoon. Guilt. No, he has to find a way to join this mission. Haruki was physically at the training ground, but his mind was in Hanzo's office. As soon as the sky above turned deep blue, Haruki immediately ran out of the training ground and headed towards Suzaku. To figure out how to join Suzaku's mission, Haruki's crows had been monitoring Suzaku ever since Suzaku left Hanzo's office. Knowing Suzaku's exact location, Haruki meticulously created a chance encounter with Suzaku. Brother Suzaku, what a coincidence! Haruki flashed from the other side of the street and ran towards Suzaku. He stopped in front of Suzaku and gave him a brilliant smile. Suzaku snapped out of his thoughts, looked at Haruki's smiling face, and paused. Why are you here? Suzaku looked around. This place was some distance from the training ground, so why did Haruki run all the way here? Haruki looked at Suzaku, as if gauging his expression, afraid of making him angry, and whispered, "Actually, I came to find you." Suzaku frowned, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Did something happen? Otherwise, why would Haruki specifically come to find him? Haruki looked up at Suzaku, his lips turned down, his eyes slightly red. Nothing happened. Hearing Haruki's answer, Suzaku not only didn't feel relieved but became even more worried. Haruki's reaction clearly showed something was wrong. What exactly happened? Suzaku squatted in front of Haruki, looked at him, and asked seriously. Haruki's eyes grew redder and redder. He sniffled, tears welling up in his eyes. I missed you, and you never came to find me. Aren't you my brother? If you don't come to find me, I can only come to find you myself. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 5000. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 61%. Ding. System detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 41.6%. Haruki almost laughed out loud. Thankfully, he managed to stabilize his emotions by furiously scolding the system. Suzaku's nose felt sour, his throat felt like it was blocked by a wet, heavy wad of cotton, making him incredibly uncomfortable, yet he couldn't speak. He looked at Haruki in front of him, took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and said coldly, "I'm not your big brother, and you're not my younger brother. You don't need to come find me anymore." Suzaku remembered that mission, the mission he might not return from. For Haruki's sake, it was better to cut off their bond. Suzaku didn't like his current self. Once a person had attachments, they couldn't be as brave as before. He hoped to always fearlessly dedicate everything to Omegakure. Haruki stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, gazing at Suzaku, tears welling up in his eyes. "You're too much." Ads by PubFuture. "You're not my brother. I'm never talking to you again." Haruki covered his face and left. He ran while wailing, waiting for the system's prompt. Why wasn't it ringing yet? Haruki's eyes, covered by his hands, were full of confusion. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 5000. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 61.5%. Ding. System detected Suzaku's guilt value plus 5000. A total of 13,000 guilt value has been collected, generating cursed spirit no. 005. Karma Cocoon. Guilt. Guilt 13%. This trip was worth it. Haruki returned to his single apartment, still covering his smiling face. Only when the door closed did he dare to lower his hands, revealing his smiling face. Haruki plopped down on the tatami and questioned the system in his mind. What abilities does this generated cursed spirit, guilt, have? Host, please check the personal information page. On the personal information page, click on Guilt's avatar to get its related information. Karma Cocoon. Guilt. Origin. Long-term accumulated guilt arising from broken promises, betrayed trust, failure to prevent tragedies. Cursed technique. Karma rebirth activated. Chains extend from the cocoon and pierce the enemy's body, forcing the enemy to share the cursed spirit's guilt and pain, amplifying the enemy's guilt and pain until their mind collapses. Their physical body and soul will be absorbed by the cursed spirit and converted into the cursed spirit's guilt power. Guilt insect swarm activated generates countless tiny insect-shaped cursed spirits that can gnaw away at the enemy's happy memories, intensifying guilt and pain, affecting their sanity, and laying eggs in the enemy's wounds. After hatching, the eggs feed on the enemy's energy, nourishing the cursed spirit, until the enemy's mind is consumed by guilt, leading to brain death. Oath scale activated at rank 80% forces the target into guilt settlement. The cursed spirit expands a domain-like barrier, 10-meter radius, and a giant golden scale appears in the air. The enemy is forced to materialize their most painful guilt memory as a weight and place it on one side of the scale. On the other side appears a corresponding weight representing their most cherished possession, e.g. life, loved ones. If the enemy's cherished weight is heavier than the guilt weight, their soul will be extracted from their body and converted into the cursed spirit's nourishment. Domain expansion. Eternal Guilt Reckoning activated at rank 100%. What is this? Haruki was dissatisfied. Why does a specified rank need to be reached to activate certain cursed techniques? Rika and Sukuna didn't have this rule, did they? He suspected this was a private setting added by the system. Host. Rika and Sukuna are pre-existing cursed spirits, while guilt is a generated cursed spirit. They are different. You mean all generated cursed spirits are like guilt? Their cursed techniques need rank advancement to activate. Yes, host. Host, please calm down. Only generated special grade cursed spirits have this rule. If it's below special grade, the cursed techniques are all activated the moment the cursed spirit is generated. Single quote ... Then I'd still rather have special grade cursed spirits. Anyway, whether it's special grade or grade 1 cursed spirit, they all need rank advancement. Might as well choose the one with a higher upper limit. Host. The system generates cursed spirits based on human emotions. If it's ordinary emotions, only cursed spirits below special grade will be generated. He forgot about that. Haruki closed his eyes. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C54. Let's Go Gambling. Chapter 54. Let's Go Gambling. A cursed spirit was generated, so it wasn't a completely fruitless day, but Haruki's main goal was not achieved. That was to join Suzaku's mission. It was almost impossible to get Hanzo's permission openly. Haruki was very clear about his own value. Hanzo would not agree to him taking risks. Not only Hanzo, but also the 3 executors of this mission, Suzaku, Sakikawa, and Kurogaya, would not agree. So, can he only sneak out like last time? Haruki stroked his chin. Although this method had a high risk of being discovered, the success rate was also high. Who was Haruki? A pure gambler. Bro is Hikari's skull. In this situation, he unhesitatingly chose to take a gamble. He bet that by the time Hanzo discovered his absence, it would already be too late. His crows had been monitoring Suzaku, Sakikawa, and Kurogaya. He knew exactly when they would depart. After planning, Haruki lied peacefully on the bed. This mission was dangerous. To ensure his safety, he had to work hard tomorrow to collect emotional values and raise the rank of each cursed spirit. Noon the next day. As soon as Hanzo left the training ground, Haruki followed him out. However, their directions were completely opposite. Hanzo proceeded as usual to his office to handle the political affairs of Omegakure. Haruki, on the other hand, walked towards the gate of Omegakure. Haruki. The Omegakure ninja on duty at the gate happened to be Mizuna, whom Haruki had saved on the battlefield. In fact, most of the ninjas in the entire Omegakure had been saved by Haruki. Mizuna looked at Haruki, who had appeared at the gate, in surprise. He looked around Haruki, confirmed that only Haruki was there, and then asked curiously, "How did you get here?" "I want to go out and find someone," Haruki said. "When I was wandering before, I had 3 friends who were also orphans, and I want to go see how they are doing." Mizuna was silent for a while. Of course he knew Haruki's past. No one didn't know Haruki's past. Haruki was a victim of the war in the Land of Rain. After his parents sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, he wandered alone in the Land of Rain. Mizuna's silence, besides feeling sorry for Haruki's past experiences, also had a more realistic and cruel reason. It was highly likely that the children who were orphans like Haruki had died during their wandering. Mizuna couldn't figure out how 3 orphans could survive in a war-torn environment. But when he saw Haruki's hopeful eyes, he couldn't bring himself to speak. No matter how outstanding Haruki's talent was, or how powerful his medical ninjutsu was, he was still a child, and he held a childlike innocent view of everything. How could Mizuna bear to shatter his innocence? If Haruki knew the truth, he would be very pained, wouldn't he? Rather than letting Haruki suffer, it was better to let him search. If he couldn't find them, at least there would be a comforting excuse. I'll go with you. The only thing Mizuna couldn't rest assured about now was Haruki's safety. A joke, could Haruki let Mizuna meet Jiraiya? Wouldn't that be like dry wood meeting a raging fire? No need. Brother Mizuna still has work, right? I can do it myself. Haruki assured Mizuna. Mizuna looked at the other ninja on duty. His work was indeed hard to put off, and the duty task was too heavy to leave to one person alone. Seeing the hesitation on Mizuna's face, Haruki struck while the iron was hot and said, and maybe I'm even more powerful than Brother Mizuna. I've learned so many things from Sensei now. Looking at Haruki's conceited appearance, Mizuna was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, how could he forget Haruki's talent? Perhaps Haruki's strength now already surpassed his. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Mizuna painstakingly reminded him, you can't leave the range of a Megakure, understand? If you can't find them, come back, and you must return to the village before dark, otherwise I'll tell Hanzo-sama. Haruki immediately nodded. Okay. After seeing that he really listened, Mizuna opened the iron gate. Haruki jumped out of the iron gate and waved to Mizuna. I will definitely be back before dark. He ran towards the distance. Jiraiya, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, wait for him. He's back to collect emotional values. Seaside wooden house. Konan propped her chin, sitting by the shore, looking at her reflection in the seawater. I wonder how Haruki is doing now, there's no news at all. Konan sighed with emotion. Yahiko stood beside Konan, throwing the stone in his hand towards the calm sea surface. The stone skipped 5 times on the water before finally sinking into the sea. Ripples spread across the water. Yahiko put his hands on his hips and laughed confidently. Haruki is so amazing, he'll definitely be fine. Maybe he's already living the good life. When the time comes, we'll just go seek refuge with him. Ha ha ha. Nagato and Konan looked at the blindly optimistic Yahiko, and couldn't help but be infected by his smile. Yahiko is right, Haruki is much more powerful than us, he must be doing very well. Konan nodded. Nagato looked at the rippling water, he hoped that the 4 of them could always be together, he didn't care about anything else. Nagato, Konan, Yahiko. Jiraiya's voice came from afar. The 3 of them simultaneously turned their heads to look at Jiraiya. At that sight, they froze. Is it true? Yahiko asked blankly. Nagato reacted and couldn't help but take a step forward. PubFuture ads. A figure swiftly darted past him. Yahiko rushed towards Haruki beside Jiraiya, spreading his arms towards Haruki from afar. Haruki, we missed you so much. Yahiko showed a brilliant smile and hugged Haruki tightly. Haruki also smiled and hugged Yahiko back. His eyes, full of smiles, looked at Konan and Nagato not far away. Ding. System detected Yahiko's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Nagato's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Konan's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Jiraiya's affection value plus 3000. Currently collected affection value totals 12,000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 62.7%. Haruki. They are all good children. It was not in vain that he traveled over mountains and rivers to visit them. I missed you all too. Haruki patted Yahiko's back. Yahiko let go of him and waved to Konan and Nagato. What are you still standing there for? Haruki is back. Only then did Konan and Nagato seem to come to their senses. Their bodies trembled, and they ran towards Haruki. Konan rushed forward and hugged Haruki. Konan has grown taller. When they let go, Haruki said to Konan. Konan's cheeks were slightly red. Haruki looked at Nagato, who was standing aside, and extended his hand towards Nagato. Aren't you going to give me a hug, Nagato? Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C55. Bonus Yahiko, Pain Value. PubFuture ads. Chapter 55. Bonus Yahiko, Pain Value. Nagato pursed his lips and smiled. He reached out and hugged Haruki. Ding. System detected Nagato's love value plus 2000. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 62.9%. This hug was worth a fortune. Haruki released Nagato. Since Haruki is back today, how about we have a seafood feast tonight? Jiraiya shouted excitedly. Good. Yahiko jumped up and yelled. Konan and Nagato also nodded happily. Jiraiya's big hand landed on Haruki's head, ruffling it vigorously. Yahiko and the others missed you terribly. You four get along well, I'll go prepare dinner for you. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Haruki looked up and said to Jiraiya. Seeing the familiar smile on Haruki's face, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Haruki hadn't changed. Jiraiya patted Haruki's shoulder and said, no need to be so polite with me. He strode forward, took a large iron bucket from the wooden house, carried the bucket, and walked towards the distant shallow beach. Haruki was pushed and shoved into the house by Yahiko. They sat down in a tight circle. 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at Haruki. Yahiko squirmed excitedly on the tatami mat, his eyes wide, and asked with immense anticipation, Haruki, what have you been doing all this time? Has the war not stopped yet? Have you participated in battles between ninjas? Pub Future adds. Yahiko didn't give Haruki any time to answer, chattering endlessly. With each question he asked, his eyes grew brighter. Yahiko, you need to give Haruki time to answer. Konan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Oh, right. Yahiko scratched the back of his head sheepishly, then grinned widely at Haruki. Haruki, quickly tell me, what have you been doing all this time? I've been saving people and training at the same time. Haruki spoke truthfully. Is there still fighting outside, then? Yahiko's eyes widened as he asked nervously. Haruki nodded. He brought new information. You might not know this, but we are about to sign a contract with Konoha, which means we are going to stop fighting Konoha. Currently, under Hanzo's deliberate actions, this news had already spread throughout the ninja world. Yahiko and the others lived in a secluded wooden house by the sea, so they might not have received this news yet. Really? Just as Haruki expected, Yahiko and the others knew nothing. Upon hearing this news, Yahiko jumped up excitedly. That's great. Yahiko had only one thought in his mind. The land of rain was about to usher in peace. They would no longer have to live as difficult a life as before. Haruki, how did you know this news? Konan hugged her knees, looking at Haruki curiously. Haruki smiled at her and said, it's already spread everywhere outside. Konan breathed a sigh of relief, a smile also appearing on her face. So that's how it is. Yahiko's cheers suddenly stopped, and he sat down on the floor in disappointment. So it's just rumors from outside. News from outside has no credibility at all. They said they would stop fighting a long time ago, but the war hasn't stopped until now. Pub Future adds. No, it's not. Haruki shook his head at Yahiko. He earnestly explained to the 3 of them, this news is credible. Hanzo-sama said it himself. Yahiko was stunned, looking at Haruki blankly, and opened his mouth. Haruki, how do you know Hanzo said it himself? Konan's heart leapt into her throat. She looked at Haruki nervously, afraid of what terrible words might come out of Haruki's mouth. I've been working by Hanzo-sama's side. This is news I heard with my own ears. Haruki said, looking at Yahiko. Flames suddenly shot up in Yahiko's eyes. He leapt up and yelled at Haruki, how can you be by Hanzo's side? Don't you know who turned the land of rain into what it is now? It's Hanzo. He started the war. He caused us to become orphans. Ding. System detected Yahiko's anger value plus 5000. The cursed spirit activation value has not been reached. Anger value has been stored. Yahiko. Konan was startled by the enraged Yahiko and called out tremblingly. Unfortunately, Yahiko couldn't hear anything now. He stared at Haruki, Haruki's words constantly echoing in his mind. Haruki stood up, looked at Yahiko sternly, and reprimanded, Yahiko, I won't allow you to speak of Hanzo-sama like that. You don't understand anything at all. Hanzo-sama is not what you say he is. Ding. System detected Yahiko's anger value plus 8000. A total of 16,000 anger points have been collected. Activating Cursed Spirit Jago. Jago, 16%. Haruki, how could you say that about me for Hanzo's sake? Is Hanzo more important to you than me? More important than Nagato and Konan? Hanzo is a fanatic who only knows how to wage war. He killed your family. He killed our family. And now you're defending him. Pub Future adds. Yahiko was like an angry young bull, his chest heaving violently, his words coming out in a rapid-fire torrent. You're too agitated. Haruki looked at Yahiko, his voice overpowering him. You've misunderstood Hanzo-sama. You only want to immerse yourself in your own fantasies. Ding. System detected Yahiko's pain value plus 5000. The cursed spirit activation value has not been reached. Pain value has been stored. Pain value. Haruki looked at Yahiko in front of him. Did Yahiko feel pain because of him? Haruki, you've changed. You've become Hanzo's lackey. I don't want to see you. Yahiko let out a sharp roar. Ding. System detected Yahiko's anger value plus 4000. Your cursed spirit Jago's rank has increased to 20%. Nagato and Konan stood up, their gazes darting back and forth between the fiercely arguing Haruki and Yahiko, feeling helpless. Haruki looked at Yahiko, his voice lowering. You will understand Hanzo-sama one day, Yahiko. Don't you dare mention him in front of me. Yahiko's eyes were red, staring fixedly at Haruki. Haruki took a step back, watching him with disappointment. Yahiko, we can't communicate right now. You'll understand later. He turned and walked towards the wooden house door. At that moment, he bumped into Jiraiya, who was returning with a full load. Jiraiya looked at Haruki, who was rushing out of the room, in confusion. Huh, Haruki, where are you going? Jiraiya-sensei, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Haruki bowed to Jiraiya. My apologies. Ding. System detected Yahiko's pain value plus 5000. A total of 10,000 pain points have been collected. Activating cursed spirit number. 007 living cursed object Kenjaku. Kenjaku 10%. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C56. Jiraiya. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 56. Jiraiya. Haruki. Unbeknownst to her, Konan's face was covered in tears. She stood at the doorway, shouting at the figure that was getting further and further away. Unfortunately, the person in front never looked back. Tears streamed from Konan's eyes. How could this be? Everything was fine just a moment ago. Haruki. Ding. System detected Konan's pain value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 15%. Konan's legs felt weak, and a terrifying thought made her dizzy. She clutched the doorframe tightly, her vision blurred. Will you still come back? Would Haruki still come back? Would they ever see Haruki again? What happened? Jiraiya, holding a bucket full of seafood, looked at the three children in confusion. He had only left for a moment. How did it become like this? Why did Haruki suddenly leave? Didn't he say he would stay for dinner? And why was Konan so sad? She was so upset she looked like she might faint. Nagato stood rooted to the spot, his soul seemingly having left his body. Pub Future Ads. Jiraiya looked at Yahiko. Yahiko choked back a sob, and a line of tears suddenly flowed from his eyes. He immediately wiped them away with his sleeve, stubbornly unwilling to admit his sadness. Ding. System detected Nagato's pain value plus 10000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 25%. Nagato moved, slowly sitting on the floor, his hands wrapped around his knees, not saying a word. Jiraiya looked at the three children, then at Haruki, who had already disappeared. He walked over to Yahiko, patted Yahiko's shoulder, and asked, Yahiko, did you and Haruki have a fight? These four children were closer than family, how could such a fierce argument break out? It wasn't a fight, Yahiko sniffled. He looked at Jiraiya, and his emotions, which he had just managed to compose, burst forth in tears again when he met Jiraiya's concerned eyes. He changed. Jiraiya-sensei. Haruki changed. Yahiko hugged Jiraiya and cried loudly. Jiraiya gently patted his back and asked, how did Haruki change? He's been following Hanzo. For Hanzo, he said he knew I hate Hanzo. Yahiko spoke incoherently. Although Yahiko's words were jumbled, Jiraiya still understood his meaning. It turned out that Haruki had been following Hanzo and working for him all this time. Jiraiya felt this was both unexpected and, at the same time, somewhat expected. Haruki was originally an orphan from the Land of Rain. It was understandable for him to join a Megakure and work for Hanzo. To be honest, Jiraiya didn't dislike Hanzo. One could even say he admired Hanzo. But Yahiko seemed to deeply resent Hanzo. Children's minds are simple. He couldn't grasp the deeper meaning, so he attributed the current situation of a Megakure to Hanzo. Yahiko, who viewed Hanzo as an enemy, couldn't accept Haruki becoming Hanzo's subordinate, which led to a dispute with Haruki. He just left. I won't forgive him. Yahiko sobbed. Jiraiya sighed. Haruki ran wildly on his way back to the village. Along the way, he hummed a song in good spirits. Today is a good day. Everything you wish for will come true. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. Before dark, Haruki arrived at the main gate. Haruki. The moment Mizuna saw Haruki, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. You're finally back. Did you see your friends? Mizuna opened the iron tower for Haruki to enter. Haruki nodded. Mizuna's eyes widened in surprise. Haruki actually found them. Why are you still so unhappy after seeing your friends? Mizuna looked at Haruki's dispirited appearance and asked worriedly. I wanted them to come to Omegakure with me, but they refused. Haruki told Mizuna disappointedly. So that was it. Mizuna smiled wryly and shook his head, explaining to Haruki, Haruki, not everyone is as brave as you. They also don't have the outstanding talent you do. If they came here, they would encounter danger. I will protect them. Haruki looked at Mizuna and said firmly. Mizuna smiled helplessly. But you can't protect them their whole lives. There will be times when you're not around. What will they do then? Haruki slowly lowered his head and said, Big brother Mizuna, you're right. I was too selfish. Mizuna looked at his forlorn expression and comforted him with a pained heart. How could Haruki be selfish? Haruki is the bravest and most amazing child I've ever seen. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to avoid when you're over 50. Really? Haruki looked up, cautiously looking at Mizuna. Of course, it's true. Mizuna said firmly. Then I will continue to work hard in the future. I will become the bravest and most amazing ninja Big Brother has ever seen. Haruki promised earnestly, word by word. Mizuna. He smiled and nodded. Good. Ding. System detected Mizuna's affection value plus 1000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 63%. After saying goodbye to Mizuna, Haruki returned to his single apartment. Through the eyes of the crows, he saw that Suzaku and the other two had already begun to pack their bags. According to a ninja's speed, if they set off tonight, they should reach the border where the land of rain and the land of fire meet by noon tomorrow. Haruki quickly packed his ninja tool bag, slung his long sword over his back, put on his raincoat, left a note, closed the door to his single apartment, and set off with Suzaku, Sakikawa, and Kurogaya. Rain still enveloped Omegakure. The rain gently tapped on Haruki's raincoat. He was like a shadow merged with the night, clinging to the shadows of a giant water pipeline. Haruki remained motionless, his breathing suppressed to an extreme low, almost merging with the sound of the rain. Not far away, 3 Omegakure ninjas on duty were on their routine patrol. Rain flowed down their hat brims and headbands. Their steps were steady, and their gazes sharply scanned their surroundings, not missing a single corner. The different perspectives provided by dozens of crows allowed Haruki to easily find a route to avoid these patrolling ninjas. Haruki's footsteps were light and silent, not splashing a single drop of water when he landed. The complex terrain formed by Omegakure's discarded machinery, giant condensing iron towers, and layers of pipes became his natural cover. Haruki weaved through the gaps, moving further and further away from the center of Omegakure. Guided by the crows, he submerged himself in the water and, after a period of underwater stealth, skillfully bypassed the line of sight of the watchtowers and fixed sentries. Leaving the most heavily guarded area, Haruki breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly ran forward, his figure speeding through the rainy night. Leaving the confines of Omegakure, Haruki took a deep breath, and cold air mixed with water vapor rushed into his lungs. Several crows flapped their wings above Haruki's head as he chased after Suzaku and the others. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C57. Bonus and Ambush by Puppets. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 57. Bonus and Ambush by Puppets. Haruki trailed far behind Suzaku and his 2 companions. The distance between him and them had already exceeded the normal ninja's sensory range. He wasn't worried about being discovered by Suzaku and his companions, nor was he worried about losing track of them. Even if Haruki were to lose them, would so many crows also lose them? Haruki was checking his personal information. After returning to the wooden house, he had activated 2 cursed spirits, Jago and Kenjaku. By activating 2 cursed spirits, he should have also activated quite a few cursed techniques. Didn't I tell you to turn on the notification sound last time? Haruki questioned the system in his mind. Why was there no notification sound again? Host, I'm afraid the notification sound might affect your emotions and make you act out of character. Am I someone who can't control himself? If you suddenly activate Toge's cursed technique, can you really hold back your laughter? Haruki smiled and admitted, just imagining the scene of activating Inumaki's cursed technique makes me unable to hold back my laughter. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. So, host, how about this? When you need to know if you've activated a cursed technique, just click on your personal information. Haruki interrupted, can't you just tell me directly? Opening square bracket ... Of course, I'd be happy to serve you, host. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. Momo Nishimiya, tool manipulation activated. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. Kurobana, mercury manipulation activated. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. Uraum, ice formation activated. Pub future ads. The moment he saw ice formation, Haruki knew he had struck gold. This was essentially a simplified version of ice release. However, Momo, if Haruki remembered correctly, her cursed technique was flying on a broomstick, wasn't it? Host, the professional explanation is imbuing the broom with life for flight and piercing attacks. Isn't that still flying on a broomstick? Did I say something wrong? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Being able to fly was actually not bad. After all, in the ninja world, besides those related to the 6 paths, no one could fly. But this flight required riding a broom as a prerequisite, so he would have to find a broom. Flying on a broom would really affect his image. Forget it, as long as he could fly. Who is this Kurobana? Why such an unlucky name? Haruki couldn't recall this character for a moment. Kurobana appeared in the culling game. His cursed technique is mercury manipulation. His body can liquefy and deform, manipulating liquid metal like mercury for attack and defense. Then this ability was quite interesting. Suzaku, Sakikawa, and Kurogaya galloped through the muddy terrain in a paean formation for most of the night. They had set out from a megakure, aiming straight for the border between the land of rain and the land of fire. Suzaku ran at the forefront, rain streaming down his sharp jawline. Even though his body was exhausted, he didn't lower his guard. His right hand remained on the hilt of his sword at his waist, ready for battle at any moment. Kurogaya and Sakikawa followed closely, silently advancing forward. The prolonged, monotonous journey caused Suzaku's thoughts to wander. He couldn't help but think of Haruki. Before leaving a megakure, he had said such heartless words to Haruki, but those words were actually false. He had long considered Haruki his own younger brother. If he could return alive this time, he would sincerely apologize to Haruki. Kurogaya frowned deeply, his face appearing somewhat pale under the washing rain. Something's wrong. Kurogaya stopped, and both Suzaku and Sakikawa caught the gravity in Kurogaya's voice. Kurogaya's sensory ability was the strongest among the 3. How? Suzaku's words were cut short. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound tore through the rain curtain. Dense kunai and shuriken, like rain, poured down from the bushes on both sides, blocking all possible escape routes. Scatter! Suzaku roared. Like a clap of thunder, it burst in Kurogaya and Sakikawa's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 reacted instantly. Suzaku suddenly rolled to the left, his long sword unsheathing from his waist, countless silver lights flashing, as the long sword violently clashed with the kunai and shuriken. Sparks flew in the rain, and metallic clangs rang out continuously. A shuriken grazed Sakikawa's cheek, leaving a burning red bloodstain. An ambush. The attack didn't stop. Among the bushes, shadowy figures continuously appeared. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Violent hurricanes rose from the ground, instantly altering the trajectory of the rain. At the same time, several highly compressed air bullets whistled towards Suzaku and his companions, who had just dodged the projectiles and regained their footing. Kurogaya suddenly stepped forward, pressing his hands firmly against the ground. Earth release. Fist rock technique. The ground rumbled, raising 2 giant rock fists to meet the wind blades and vacuum spheres. Boom. Crack. The rock fist shattered in less than 2 seconds against the violent wind release, fragments of rock mixing with wind blades and scattering everywhere. Kurogaya grunted, thrown back by the explosion's shockwave, fortunately caught by Sakikawa, a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his lips. Sakikawa quickly formed hand signs. Water release. Water formation wall. A wall of water rose, deflecting the remaining vacuum spheres. Suzaku's eyes were cold, the sword's shine reflected in them. He clashed with the shadowy figure before him, and in a blink, they exchanged dozens of blows. When Suzaku saw his opponent's eyes, his heart sank instantly. It was a puppet. Rip. A hooked weapon grazed Suzaku's ribs, tearing through his clothes and skin, bringing a burning sting and an instant numbing sensation. Poison. By the time Suzaku realized this, it was too late. Kurogaya, seeing Suzaku injured, was anxious and inadvertently exposed a weakness, allowing the puppet to cut a deep gash on his shoulder, bleeding profusely. "We can't stay here." Sakikawa spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse. "These are all puppets. Our chakra will be depleted. Retreat." Suzaku endured the numbness in his ribs, his sword flaring, temporarily forcing back the puppet. The three fought and retreated, with the Sunagaker ninjas secretly controlling the puppets in hot pursuit. Cough. "You two go first. I'll cover the rear." Suzaku pushed Sakikawa and Kurogaya. The poison had already spread through his body. His vision blurred. He couldn't hold on any longer. It would be better to stay behind and buy time for Kurogaya and Sakikawa to escape. No one had expected Sunagaker to be willing to send out such a powerful puppet master. No. Sakikawa and Kurogaya dragged Suzaku, retreating with difficulty. A muffled groan. Suzaku and his two companions fell to the ground simultaneously. A puppet lurking underground had severed their Achilles tendons. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's template. C58. No weaknesses. I'll just create one. Pub Future adds. Chapter 58. No weaknesses. I'll just create one. Suzaku supported himself with his long blade, his back against the rough tree trunk, the poison blurring his vision. Kurogaya and Sakikawa lied prostrate before him, gasping for breath, blood spreading from their ankles. Sakikawa pushed himself up with his hands, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. A dense swarm of puppets surrounded the three of them, leaving no room to escape. A Sunagaker ninja emerged from among the Luppets. He looked at Suzaku and the other two, as if seeing prey that had fallen into a trap, his eyes cold and cruel. Kurogaya looked at the Sunagaker ninja approaching, a flicker of hatred in his eyes. "Aasuna, the puppet ninja. Sunagaker actually sent you to ambush us." Puppeters were Sunagaker's secret weapon. This time, to prevent Omegakure and Konoha from signing a contract, Sunagaker had even dispatched a puppeteer. "It's over." Aasuna looked coldly at the three ninjas before him. Suzaku tightened his grip on the hilt, his knuckles turning white. Sakikawa closed his eyes. Despair engulfed them. On a branch extending from the tree trunk above Suzaku's head, a crow covered in black feathers let out two soft caws. Aasuna looked up, and poison needles shot out from his hand. The crow flapped its wings and flew high. The poison needles missed their target. Aasuna narrowed his eyes. Black feathers slowly drifted down from the sky. A figure, faster than the circling crow, silently pierced through the black crow feathers, swooping down at a speed beyond the capture of the naked eye. The figure was small but contained explosive power. Aasuna had expected it. How could an ordinary crow evade his poison needles? A puppeteer never confronts people head-on. Aasuna instantly retreated, and a puppet blocked Haruki's path. Haruki's figure approached like a ghost, his long blade slicing across the puppet's body. Crack. Pub Future adds. The puppet was instantly cut in half, becoming a pile of scrap metal. Aasuna frowned. How could his puppet be dealt with in one strike? He leapt onto a tree branch, his fingers moving slightly, and countless puppets instantly surged towards the small figure. Haruki's figure left a blurry afterimage in the air. His body weaved through countless puppets. The sharp blade, with a piercing sound of cutting through air, critically struck the weakness of every puppet. Fast, accurate, ruthless. There was not a single wasted movement, swordsmanship born purely for destruction. Even though these puppets had been modified by the puppeteer to have no weaknesses, under his blade, they were easily sliced open. That's Haruki. How is he here? Kurogaya's voice trembled. More terrifying than death was the realization that the person who came to save them was Haruki. If Haruki encountered a life-threatening danger to save them, he would rather die. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's pain value plus 5,000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has risen to 30%. He must have snuck out. Sakikawa immediately asserted. Hanzo would never allow Haruki to leave the village alone. Sakikawa looked at the figure weaving through the puppets, his breathing quickening. Haruki cannot be in trouble. He absolutely must not be in danger. He is a Megacure's hope. His value far exceeds the three of them. Ding. System detected Sakikawa's fear value plus 5,000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has risen to 20%. Haruki. Suzaku's vision had been encroached by darkness. He heard Kurogaya and Sakikawa's words, his eyes stained crimson. How could Haruki be here? How could he sneak out? Is he not afraid of death? Ding. System detected Suzaku's anger value plus 5,000. Your cursed spirit Jago's rank has risen to 25%. I came to save them, shouldn't they feel gratitude and affection towards me? What's with fear value and anger value? Haruki thought to himself. He could slightly understand pain value. Haruki's splitting movements did not stop. Akasuna's puppets had no weaknesses, after all, those things weren't human. But coincidentally, Nanami's technique, ratio, could forcibly create an invisible weak point division on a person or object, with a fixed ratio of 7:3. This 7:3 division point was the absolute weakness set by the technique. As long as this marked 7:3 division point was hit, it could ignore the target's inherent defensive strength, toughness, or special abilities, and would definitely cause critical damage. Haruki didn't care if these puppets had weaknesses, he directly forcibly set a weakness. A technique built on rules is just that unreasonable. Clang. A teeth-grating clang of metal exploded. Sparks flew. Haruki felt a huge force coming from the long blade, numbing his arm and sending him staggering back several steps before he barely managed to stabilize himself. A massive puppet appeared before Haruki, surrounded by many ordinary humanoid puppets. Ding. System detected Akasuna's killing intent value plus 5,000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has risen to 51.6%. Haruki glanced at Akasuna in the distance on the tree. It seemed Akasuna had discovered the problem and chose to keep his distance. Akasuna on the tree sharply tugged on his chakra threads, and the massive puppet immediately floated in the air, opening its chest armor to reveal a gaping cannon muzzle. Blinding purplish-black chakra instantly converged. Whoosh! 3 bowl-sized beams of light tore through the air, forming a triangular pattern that sealed off all of Haruki's evasion space. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. Haruki sheathed his blade, without the slightest panic. A large amount of silvery gray liquid metal, like boiling water, gushed out from his shadow beneath his feet. Mercury. The mercury moved with his cursed energy, easily controlled by him. The mercury was like a living creature, allowing his cursed energy to mold it into any shape. A huge, continuously flowing mercury shield formed in front of Haruki. Boom! The 3 beams of light fiercely struck the mercury shield. The terrifying impact caused the shield surface to severely dent, and ripples surged wildly. The mercury was scattered and splashed by the huge energy impact. Although the shield was riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse, it did not completely break due to its unique properties. Haruki spread the 5 fingers of his left hand, aiming at the puppet in the air. Bone-chilling extreme cold cursed energy surged out. The cold air spread forward at an astonishing speed, approaching the massive puppet floating in the air. Crack! The puppet's hands were quickly frozen, and the cold air spread throughout its body. No matter how Akasuna swung his chakra threads, the puppet, frozen solid, remained motionless. Akasuna frowned tightly. The chakra threads connecting to the massive puppet broke from his fingertips, immediately connecting to a new puppet. Could he not even deal with a mere child? Akasuna sneered. Today he would nip a Megacure's genius in the bud. Ding! System detected Akasuna's killing intent value plus 5,000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has risen to 52.1%. Chakra threads danced. 3 humanoid puppets leapt out from behind the frozen massive puppet. One puppet extended rotating chainsaw blades from its arms, creating a piercing sound as it swooped low to the ground, targeting Haruki's lower body. Another puppet opened its mouth mechanism, spraying a large amount of poison Senbon rain. The dense poison needles sealed off all of Haruki's escape routes. The third puppet extended several iron whips with barbs from its back, winding around the front like venomous snakes, striking towards Haruki's sides and back. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C59. Kenjaku becomes Sasori's father. Chapter 59. Kenjaku becomes Sasori's father. Three sides attacking, airtight. Kurogaya's breathing was rapid, and he looked nervously at Haruki. The toxins were gradually invading his chakra pathways, making it difficult for him to even support his upper body. Sakikawa lay beside Kurogaya. Like Kurogaya, he stared intently at Haruki, who was fighting the Sunagaku puppeteer in front of them. Suzaku's vision was completely dark. He couldn't see anything, but he could roughly judge the situation through the sounds. The mercury, like ocean waves, began to surge again as Haruki raised his hand. Haruki's thought moved. The mercury instantly came alive. They moved as flexibly as if given life. Some mercury surged rapidly from Haruki's feet, enveloping him within a sphere formed of mercury. All the thousands of needles were intercepted by the mercury. And some mercury, like silver venomous snakes, suddenly shot up from the ground and air, precisely meeting the low-flying puppets. The mercury spikes fiercely stabbed into the joints of the diving chainsaw puppet. The mercury sphere enveloping Haruki opened a window in front of him. Cursed energy surged in Haruki's hand. A huge ice cone descended from the sky, pinning the puppet firmly to the ground. Haruki's figure, enveloped by mercury, flashed past. When he reappeared, the sword in his hand was already unsheathed. His gaze focused on the puppet. An invisible mark instantly and forcibly divided the puppet's chest and abdomen into a 7-3 weak point. Ratio activated. A single slash. A cracking sound. It was grating to the teeth. The puppet, made of refined steel and chakra-conducting metal, seemed to be struck at its weakest point by an invisible giant hammer, instantly twisting and shattering. Haruki quickly ran towards Aasuna. He didn't know how many puppets Aasuna had, so it was better to finish the fight quickly. Aasuna looked at the approaching young man, raised his hands, and a scroll unfurled in the air. White smoke filled the air, and countless puppets emerged from the scroll. Ding! System detected Aasuna's killing intent value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 52.6%. Puppets covered the sky and charged towards Haruki. Haruki's figure was swallowed by countless puppets. Haruki. Kurogaya desperately tried to stand up, but his weak body was completely out of his control. His vision went black. His overly excited emotions accelerated the spread of the toxins, and he lost consciousness. Aasuna's lips curled into a sinister smile. The space behind Aasuna suddenly twisted and tore violently without warning. An intensely suffocating ominous aura rapidly permeated the air. Black mist condensed behind Aasuna. A grotesque giant claw, covered in twisted bone armor with razor-sharp nails, suddenly reached out. Aasuna's pupils sharply contracted. He looked back, and accompanied by an inhuman shriek, Rika's massive, distorted figure fully appeared in the black mist. Violent cursed energy stirred up a storm. Rika's huge body, covered in bone spikes, enveloped Aasuna, and she let out a piercing roar at Aasuna. Don't harm Yuta. Rika's huge bone claw, carrying the terrifying power to tear space, fiercely grabbed at the two puppets blocking her and Aasuna. Rika, whose rank had already risen to 63%, had become greatly stronger. The puppets in her hands were like two paper toys, crushed into pieces. What is this thing? Aasuna's mind was greatly shaken. Puppet fragments splattered, scratching his cheek. He raised his left hand, and 5 puppets immediately blocked him, resisting Rika who was grabbing at him. Aasuna's right hand controlled puppets to deal with Haruki, and his left hand controlled puppets to deal with Rika. Even he, powerful as he was drenched in cold sweat on his back. Whoosh! A high-pressure blood arrow, moving too fast for the naked eye to catch, shot out from another direction with sniper-like precision. Puff! Ads by PubFuture. The blood arrow penetrated Aasuna's chest without any obstruction. Aasuna's pupils contracted, and chakra threads broke from his fingertips. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the bloody hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. 10 meters away from Aasuna, on a tree branch, Choso's figure quietly appeared. He maintained the posture of extending his finger forward, with a dark red blood glow remaining on his fingertip. With the chakra threads severed, the puppets surrounding Haruki collapsed limply to the ground, as if their bones had been removed. The battlefield, which had been filled with various sounds just a moment ago, now fell into absolute silence. Rika's massive body dispersed into black smoke, condensing behind Haruki. She followed Haruki step by step, making a sticky sound from her mouth full of sharp teeth. Yuta, I miss Yuta so much. Haruki nodded. I miss you too. Rika's giant claws twisted together, and she shyly swayed her body. Yuta is so good. Haruki responded to Rika while coming to Akasuna's side. Akasuna was kneeling, blood still gushing from the hole in his chest. Haruki half squatted in front of Akasuna, examining Akasuna's red hair and familiar face. Why does he look so much like Sasori? Haruki wondered in his mind. Host, why don't you guess yourself? Haruki. He almost forgot that Sasori also had a father and mother. Could this person in front of him be Sasori's father? That would be quite a coincidence. He would become Sasori's father's killer. Haruki's gaze shifted for a moment. Suzaku and the others were deeply poisoned and had lost consciousness. Brother. Choso came in front of Haruki, tears welling up in his eyes, and reached out to Haruki. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. Haruki. I am your father, not your brother. Before Choso could embrace Haruki, a purple vortex swallowed his figure. Haruki's lips twitched, and he let out a sigh of relief. You think you're Rika. Rika was a girl, so he was happy to coax her. Choso was a grown man, crying like that, he should quickly go somewhere cool and stay there. Yuta. Rika floated around Haruki, constantly trying to make her presence known. Haruki stared at Akasuna's corpse, a bold idea forming in his mind. Sasori, I killed your father, so I'll give you a new father. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Haruki extended his hands. Come out, Kenjaku. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. A purple vortex appeared beside Haruki. A brain appeared in front of Haruki. That's right, just a brain. The brain also had a mouth. Haruki rubbed the goosebumps that had risen on his arms. He almost forced himself to watch Kenjaku lift Akasuna's skull and enter Akasuna's brain. Akasuna opened his eyes, a non-human, disgusting smile appearing on his face. Haruki stared at Akasuna's forehead, where a suture line was hidden by Akasuna's red bangs. Akasuna extended his hands, feeling his new body. This is good. What do you want me to do for you? Master. Akasuna's lips stretched to his ears, his pupils excitedly contracting into 2 dots. Haruki. Even more disturbing. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's template. C60. Bonus copying puppet manipulation technique. Pub Future ads. Chapter 60. Bonus copying puppet manipulation technique. Kenjaku is able to forcibly seize others' bodies, inherit their cursed technique and memories, and achieve soul transfer, granting him eternal life. Now that Kenjaku is parasitic within Akasuna's body, he has, in turn, inherited Akasuna's puppet manipulation technique. Haruki stroked his chin and commanded Kenjaku, demonstrate Akasuna's puppet manipulation technique. He was about to begin copying. His copy range was within 3 meters, so Haruki moved closer to Kenjaku. Kenjaku raised an eyebrow. As you command, master. He raised his hands, and several chakra threads shot out from his fingertips, connecting to the puppets lying on the ground. The puppets immediately seemed to regain life, standing up from the ground once more. Kenjaku skillfully manipulated the puppets to demonstrate various attack methods in the air. The cursed energy within Haruki surged, his gaze intently fixed on Kenjaku's every move as he controlled the puppets. All right. As Haruki's voice fell, the chakra threads from Kenjaku's fingertips broke. The puppets fell back to the ground. Kenjaku took out a scroll from his waist. He sealed the puppets within the scroll. After completing the seal, he put the scroll back into his ninja tool pouch and looked at Haruki with a beaming smile. I know what you desire, master, and I will help you. Kenjaku looked at Haruki meaningfully. Haruki asked, then tell me, what do I desire? Kenjaku smiled. I will find powerful incarnated bodies, and after mastering their abilities, I will allow you to copy them. It was just an ordinary expression, but when it appeared on Kenjaku's face, it inexplicably exuded an evil aura. Haruki stared at Kenjaku and asked the system in his mind, "Cursed spirit can't break free from my control, right?" Kenjaku gave Haruki an uncontrollable feeling. "Host, when you die, the cursed spirit die. As their mother, they cannot escape your control. This body's identity is good. I will convey all the information you wish to know, Master." Kenjaku said with a smile. "Haruki." He waved his hand wearily at Kenjaku. "Go, go." Haruki could no longer waste time on Kenjaku, otherwise Suzaku and the others would truly succumb to the poison. Kenjaku bowed gracefully to Haruki, and his figure quickly disappeared into the forest. A crow caught up with Kenjaku, flying above his head. Kenjaku looked up, and the curve of his lips deepened. Haruki walked towards Suzaku and the others. Looking at Suzaku and the other two's purple lips, he squatted down and placed his fingers under their nostrils. There was still some breath, but not much. Haruki rolled up his sleeves and began the rescue work. Suzaku walked in a pitch-black darkness where he couldn't see his own hand. He turned his head in confusion, seeing nothing, and could only continue walking forward aimlessly. Why was he here? Was he already dead? Suddenly, a white ball of light appeared in the distance. Suzaku realized that this thing might be the reason he was here. He quickly walked forward. Suzaku's steps slowed, and he looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. Muku, the young man, radiating a faint white light, was his younger brother, Muku, who had died in the war. Almost instantly, Suzaku's eyes welled up with tears. He quickly wiped away his tears, afraid of missing the reunion with his brother. "Are you here to pick me up?" Suzaku approached his brother, choked with emotion. Muku laughed heartily and playfully made a funny face at Suzaku. "I'm not here to pick you up. I'm here to remind you not to wander around." "What?" Suzaku looked at him blankly. Muku scratched the back of his head, the mischief in his eyes replaced by a faint smile, and his voice softened as he awkwardly twisted his body. "Brother, don't come looking for me. I don't want to see you on the other side at all. It's not your time yet." Suzaku saw his hand glowing, and his body became increasingly transparent. "Muku." His brother suddenly became very distant. "Brother, you should go back." Muku's shout echoed in Suzaku's ears. Suzaku suddenly opened his eyes. Blinding white light shone directly into his eyes. Even though they were sore and stinging, making him want to cry, Suzaku did not close them. The sound of his heart beating became clear in his ears. Suzaku knew that he was alive again. He turned his head slightly, and a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. It was Haruki. He had been saved by Haruki again. Ding. System detected Suzaku's gratitude value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 59.1%. Haruki had pulled him back from the brink of death. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 5000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 63.5%. Hearing the system's prompt, Haruki knew that Suzaku had woken up. Now he just had to wait for Sakikawa and Kurogaya to wake up and harvest their emotional values. Haruki put on an excited expression and ran towards Suzaku. He helped Suzaku up and leaned him against the tree trunk. "Brother Suzaku, you're finally awake." Haruki looked at Suzaku in surprise. Ding. System detected Suzaku's anger value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Jago's rank has increased to 30%. Haruki. "No, brother, what are you angry about now?" Haruki. Suzaku stared at Haruki, his face grim, his tone severe. "How did you end up here?" Haruki froze, then slowly lowered his head, looking guilty. "Do you know how dangerous it is here? Do you know you could have died? If you died, what would the ninjas in the village do? What would Hanzo-sama do? How could you do something so impulsive?" Suzaku's brows were tightly furrowed, his nostrils flared, and intense emotions surged in his chest. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's gratitude value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 59.4%. Ding. System detected Sakikawa's gratitude value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 59.7%. Everyone's here. Time for the show. Suzaku's words suddenly stopped. All his reprimands were caught in his throat. Tears kept falling from the cheeks of the child who was hanging his head in front of him. Haruki was crying. Suzaku's heart felt as if it had been heavily twisted. A strong sourness welled up in his eyes. I know it's dangerous, so I didn't want you, brother, to face it alone. I know I might die, but I'm more afraid of not being able to save you than dying. I just want everyone to live. I don't want to lose anyone. Ding. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C61. Bonus: Hanzo finds Haruki's letter. Pub Future adds. Chapter 61. Bonus: Hanzo finds Haruki's letter. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Sakikawa's affection value plus 5000. A total of 15,000 affection points have been collected, and your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 65%. Enough. Suzaku. Kurogaya couldn't listen anymore. He got up from the ground, knelt beside Haruki, put his hand on Haruki's shoulder, and said to Suzaku, he's already very tired. Don't question him anymore. He did everything for us. Are we more important than Omegaker's future? Suzaku glared at Kurogaya with red eyes. Kurogaya's throat tightened, his eyes reddened, and his gaze at Suzaku was filled with pleading. He pleaded with Suzaku to stop talking. Let Haruki rest for a while first. But in my heart, everyone in Omegaker is the most important. It's because of everyone that Omegaker exists, and only then will there be a future for Omegaker. Haruki's tearful voice rang out. He looked up, met Suzaku's gaze, and tears streamed down his face. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's affection value plus 5000. Ding. System detected Sakikawa's affection value plus 5000. A total of 15,000 affection points have been collected, and your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 66.5%. Pub Future adds. These tears were worth it. Haruki continued to sob. I'm sorry. Suzaku suddenly said. He lowered his head and repeated, I'm sorry. He shouldn't have questioned Haruki. He shouldn't have spoken to Haruki like that in Omegaker. He was just too worried about Haruki. It's okay. Haruki wiped away the tears from his face and gave Suzaku a bright, unreserved smile. I know brother was so anxious because he was worried about me. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 2000. Your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 66.7%. Suzaku reached out to Haruki and ruffled his hair. Since Suzaku had contributed so much affection, Haruki generously let him rub his head. The emotions of all four slowly calmed down. Sakikawa looked at Haruki and teased, you little brat, you're really something. You managed to evade the village patrol, and even followed us without being discovered. You truly are Hanzo-sama's student. Haruki smiled shyly and humbly said, it was just a coincidence. Kurogaya clicked his tongue in wonder, that's too much of a coincidence. Suzaku frowned and asked worriedly, how did that puppeteer Aasuna leave? Kurogaya and Sakikawa's expressions became serious, and they simultaneously focused their attention on Haruki. Aasuna was a well-known puppeteer in Sunagaker, after all. Haruki visibly tensed under their gaze, his expression flustered. It's the curse, it ran out again. I won't let them hurt you. Kurogaya immediately comforted him. Haruki, we're not afraid of you, don't worry. Haruki stared at Kurogaya, gulped, and cautiously said, I practiced controlling them well in the village, but this time, when I saw you guys were injured, I got a little anxious and they lost control. Then I don't know what happened, that ninja just ran away. Suzaku and the others exchanged glances. The most likely possibility was that Haruki lost his control over the curse. The curse had already threatened Aasuna's life, so Aasuna chose to flee. That's amazing, Haruki. Sakikawa patted Haruki's shoulder and laughed. We don't even have your curse power. Don't be afraid of your own strength. Haruki's stiff body gradually relaxed, and he nodded towards Sakikawa and the others. So what do we do now? Kurogaya looked at Suzaku. Suzaku pursed his lips, his peripheral vision on Haruki. He couldn't guarantee that the path ahead was without danger. Similarly, He couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't encounter Aasuna again on the way back to Omegakure. There was danger whether they advanced or retreated. In that case, it was better to choose to take the contract to the border. Keep going forward. Suzaku stood up and said to Kurogaya and Sakikawa. Kurogaya smiled. All right. Sakikawa looked at Suzaku, his eyes questioning. Suzaku gently shook his head at him. They had no other choice. Sakikawa withdrew his gaze and put his hand on Haruki's shoulder. Haruki, you walk in the middle of us later. Haruki nodded. Okay, I understand. The group of 4 continued towards the border of the Land of Rain. Haruki was protected in the middle by the 3 of them. Omegakure. Training ground. Hanzo stood still and looked at the rising sun. 3 whole hours had passed since 5 o'clock. Haruki's figure was nowhere to be seen. Hanzo's gaze became increasingly solemn. Hanzo-sama, Haruki might have forgotten. The other ninjas in the training ground saw this and helped Haruki explain. Yes, Hanzo-sama, Haruki is still a child who is growing, it's normal for him to oversleep. The ninja said, enduring Hanzo's pressure. Hanzo's gaze swept over them. The ninjas immediately felt their scalps tingle, and no one dared to speak again until Hanzo's figure disappeared from the training ground. Hanzo came to Haruki's single apartment, opened the window and entered. The room was empty. His peripheral vision caught a piece of paper on the desk. He walked over and picked up the paper. It was a letter left by Haruki. Sensei, by the time you see this letter, I have already left Omegakure. I went to find Brother Suzaku. You don't have to worry about me, I will return safely with Brother Suzaku and the others. Do not worry. Hanzo's pupils constricted. He should have known Haruki was audacious in this regard. He should have realized that Haruki had a close relationship with Suzaku. How could Haruki just watch Suzaku go to his death? Hanzo held the letter and walked quickly towards the office. Yushi rushed to the office in a hurry. Hanzo-sama, what's wrong? He took a breath, looking at Hanzo, who was exuding a low pressure. Hanzo handed the letter to Yushi. Yushi scanned the contents of the letter, and his vision immediately went black, falling straight to the ground. Muteki supported his body and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Yushi tightly grabbed Muteki's wrist and said, Haruki, he followed Suzaku to the border for a mission. Muteki's body trembled, and his heart immediately sank. A chill rose from his feet, quickly spreading throughout his body. Just thinking that Haruki might not return, Muteki felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Muteki, you led 20 ninjas to the border to support Suzaku. Hanzo commanded. Yes. Muteki quickly recovered from the terrifying conjecture, and he nodded without hesitation. Go quickly and return quickly. Hanzo said solemnly. Yes. Muteki immediately turned and left the office. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C62. Encountering an Acquaintance. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 62. Encountering an Acquaintance. Forests, bushes, and grasslands were left behind by Haruki. His footsteps landed on a scorched piece of land. The air was filled with an earthy smell mixed with the scent of rust. Haruki looked around, and before his eyes stretched a completely dead wasteland. As far as the eye could see, there was only boundless, dark brown scorched earth, cracked inch by inch. There was no grass, no trees, not even a single intact stone. Only rusty, unrecognizable kunai and shuriken were half buried, half exposed, sticking out of the ground. This is a battlefield. Suzaku's words confirmed Haruki's guess. Countless Omegakure ninjas lost their lives here. Kurogaya and Sakikawa stood solemnly in place. Haruki suddenly squatted down, his hand gently stroking the ground. Suzaku and the others watched his actions. Haruki, what are you doing? Kurogaya asked in confusion. Haruki looked up, his dark eyes clear and free of impurities, allowing anyone to see the sadness in his eyes at a glance. I am apologizing to them. Haruki lowered his head again. I came too late and couldn't bring them home. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Sakikawa's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's affection value plus 1000. A total of 3000 affection points have been collected, and your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 67%. Suzaku squatted down, his hand resting on Haruki's shoulder, his palm warm. Suzaku looked at Haruki's focused profile and said, "Haruki, you don't have to say sorry. Your appearance was already timely enough." Kurogaya sniffled. He realized that ever since Haruki appeared, he had become prone to crying. Pub Future adds. He patted Haruki's other shoulder and said, "That's right. Haruki, don't take everything upon yourself. Do you know how old you are this year?" Haruki looked up at Suzaku and the others, smiling slightly with pursed lips. "When I turn 9, I want to make a wish. I hope to always appear by everyone's side in time, so that everyone in Omegakure can return to the village safely." Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Sakikawa's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's affection value plus 1000. A total of 3000 affection points have been collected, and your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 67.3%. Then when I turn 16, I'll wish to protect Haruki for life. Kurogaya said impatiently. Haruki looked at Kurogaya, his face showing unconcealed shock. Was Kurogaya really only 15? This damned war. Kurogaya was as young as a middle school student. Suzaku and Sakikawa both laughed. Let's continue forward. Suzaku stood up. Their speed had slowed down considerably. Because they had already entered the border of the Land of Rain, the further they went, the closer they got to the border with the Land of Fire. Suzaku narrowed his eyes, heightened his vigilance, and sharply scanned the edge of the scorched earth closer to the Land of Fire ahead. The wind picked up dust, sweeping past Haruki and the others. Haruki saw the blurred outlines of figures in the distance. The distance was still far, but an extremely subtle, cold, and slippery sensation, like a poisonous snake, had silently spread over the scorched earth, gently touching Haruki's location. This feeling was a bit familiar. Haruki narrowed his eyes. In the distance, a crow perched on a carbonized, scorched tree branch cawed twice. Its black pupils looked downwards. The figure standing at the very front was wearing a Konoha ninja vest, his long, straight black hair swaying slightly in the wind. His skin was as pale as a corpse, and under his narrow eyes, two heavy purple-black eye shadows extended downwards. Orochimaru. The crow tilted its head. What a coincidence. Half a step behind Orochimaru, Shikaku looked straight ahead. Further back were two Konoha ninjas with solemn expressions and tense muscles. Suddenly, a pair of golden vertical pupils stared at the crow on the branch. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly upwards, a smile devoid of any warmth, only a chilling, almost pleasurable interest. The crow flapped its wings, leaving the branch. No more playing. Orochimaru was too sinister. The distance gradually shortened. When Haruki and the others were only 10 meters away from the Konoha ninjas, Suzaku was the first to stop, and Haruki followed suit. Dead silence spread between the ninjas on both sides. Orochimaru's gaze slowly swept over Suzaku and the others. His eyes finally rested on Haruki's face. This child looked a little familiar. Shikaku raised an eyebrow. Why bring a child to sign a contract? Shikaku took a step forward, pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, and threw it towards Suzaku. At the same time, Suzaku also threw a scroll to Shikaku. Suzaku and the other two had tensed up the moment they saw Orochimaru, like a fully drawn bow, ready to strike. Suzaku opened the scroll and carefully scanned its contents. After confirming its accuracy, Suzaku signed the names of Omegakure and himself on the scroll. The two sides exchanged scrolls once again. Suzaku checked the contents of the scroll and carefully placed it in his ninja tool pouch. Please inform all Konoha ninjas within the Land of Rain to withdraw from the Land of Rain, Your Excellency. Suzaku said to Shikaku. Shikaku nodded. Don't worry, you. Orochimaru suddenly took a step forward. Suzaku and the other two instantly had their weapons in their hands. They watched Orochimaru warily. Orochimaru ignored them, his gaze fixed on Haruki, a smile curling his lips. I've seen you before. The child he thought would die in the chaos had actually joined Omegakure. The life trajectory he had envisioned for this child seemed to have changed. But where was Jiraiya? Wasn't he supposed to stay in the Land of Rain to take care of these children? Do you remember me? Orochimaru asked. Haruki nodded. I remember. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, this child in front of him had piqued his curiosity. Judging by the attitude of these 3 Omegakure ninjas, this child seemed to have some value. What do you want? Suzaku questioned. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Suzaku. Suzaku gulped. Orochimaru curled his lips. Just saying hello. He retreated to his original position. Let's go. Shikaku glanced at Orochimaru, reminding him. Orochimaru slowly turned and walked towards Konoha. It wasn't until the Konoha ninjas completely disappeared from sight that Suzaku and the other 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sakikawa wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and asked, Haruki, do you know Orochimaru? Suzaku and Kurogaya both looked at Haruki. Haruki nodded slightly. When I was wandering, I met him after he was defeated by Sensei, and I was almost killed by him. Suzaku and the other 2 instantly froze in place. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C63. Bonus Haruki's Anti-Hanzo Technique. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 63. Bonus Haruki's Anti-Hanzo Technique. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Sakikawa's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Kurogaya's affection value plus 1000. A total of 3000 affection value has been collected. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 67.6%. Suzaku and the others suddenly realized that before Haruki came to Omegakure, the hardships he had endured were beyond their imagination. A war orphan had to fight with all his might just to survive in the midst of war. Suzaku rubbed Haruki's head and said, Let's go, Haruki. We're going home. Haruki smiled at him. We're going home. Kurogaya's voice held an irrepressible excitement. He had thought he wouldn't be able to go back. On their way back to Omegakure, Suzaku and his 2 companions encountered the support ninja unit led by Muteki. Muteki immediately pulled Haruki from behind Suzaku and carefully checked if Haruki was missing any limbs. Only after confirming that Haruki was unharmed did Muteki let out a huge sigh of relief. Haruki, you're too reckless. Muteki pressed Haruki's shoulder and said to him seriously, his eyes full of solemnity. I wasn't reckless, I thought carefully before doing anything. Haruki explained. Looking at his stubborn appearance, Muteki couldn't help but recall the last war with Sunagakure. If Haruki hadn't secretly run to the battlefield, he might have died. Whenever Muteki thought of this, the words he wanted to use to persuade Haruki would get stuck in his throat. Forget it. Muteki sighed. When we get back, Hanzo-sama will teach you a lesson. Pub Future Ads. Haruki. He had his own way of dealing with Hanzo. The next day, Omegakure. Office. Hanzo's gaze swept over Suzaku and the other 2 kneeling on the ground, landing on Haruki. I'm sorry, Sensei. Haruki lowered his head. Hanzo withdrew his gaze, expressionless. He glanced at the scroll Suzaku handed over and said, Suzaku, Kurogaya, Sakikawa, you all completed this mission very well, go and rest. Kurogaya looked up, worriedly glancing at Haruki. Hanzo-sama, Haruki he didn't finish his sentence. Hanzo stared at him warningly. Kurogaya pursed his lips and lowered his head. Kurogaya was dragged out of the office by Suzaku and Sakikawa. Suzaku shook his head at Kurogaya and said, Haruki is Hanzo-sama's student, leave it to Hanzo-sama. Kurogaya looked helplessly at the closed office door and said, I'm just worried that Haruki will be punished by Hanzo-sama. I don't think so, Sakikawa said, crossing his arms, who would be willing to punish Haruki? That's true. Kurogaya unconsciously nodded. No, but that's Hanzo-sama. The most ruthless. Inside the office. No mission. No orders. Leaving Omegakure without authorization. Do you know what the consequences are? Hanzo stared coldly at Haruki. Haruki looked up at him and shook his head. Expelled from Omegakure. Becoming a rogue ninja. Hanzo said each word clearly. Sensei, if I had voluntarily told you that I wanted to join Brother Suzaku's mission, would you have agreed? Haruki asked proactively. Hanzo did not speak. Haruki didn't need him to answer. He lowered his eyes in disappointment. You wouldn't agree, you always treat me like a child. I hope Sensei can treat me as a ninja of Omegakure, and not a child who can't do anything. Haruki looked up, staring directly at Hanzo. I want to carry out missions and go to the battlefield with everyone. I can save people, why should I hide in the village? I know Sensei is worried about me, but I'm also worried about Sensei and everyone else. Sensei, please let me act with you all. Haruki looked at Hanzo, pleading. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 2000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 67.8%. You're not afraid of death. Hanzo stared at Haruki. Haruki shook his head and said, what's so scary about death? Dying for dreams and beliefs is not scary at all. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 44.6%. Hanzo asked, what are your dreams and beliefs? Haruki answered, I hope the war in the land of rain stops, and the people and ninjas live in peace and happiness. No one will worry about war happening at any moment, everyone will only worry about whether the crops are well planted, how the harvest is, how business is, no one will continue to wander around, starving. Hanzo looked at the eloquent Haruki, his eyes momentarily dazed. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 47.6%. After a long while, when Haruki stopped speaking, Hanzo slowly opened his mouth. By this time the anger in his heart had long since vanished. The battlefield is more terrifying than you imagine. You've already experienced it once, but I tell you, that's nothing compared to a full-scale war. Haruki looked at Hanzo seriously and said, but I am Sensei's student. What? Hanzo was stunned. I am Sensei's student. Haruki repeated solemnly. I am the student of the ninja world's demigod. I can overcome my fear. I will not be defeated by fear. I will make everyone acknowledge me. I will make Sensei proud of me. A brilliant light shone in Haruki's eyes. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 50.6%. Hanzo's pupils slightly dilated. He seemed to see his past self letting out a deafening roar. Hanzo took a deep breath. Haruki was a ninja with the ambition of his youth. He shouldn't restrict him to the village under the guise of protection. The battlefield was a good place for training. Although there were dangers everywhere, Haruki was his student. As his student, Haruki would not be easily defeated by such minor setbacks. Good. Hanzo looked at Haruki and said in a deep voice, I agree to your participation in missions, battles, and even wars. Thank you, Sensei. Haruki ran to Hanzo's side, his eyes filled with adoration. I knew Sensei was the best. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 1000. Your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 67.9%. The corner of Hanzo's lips under his respirator couldn't help but curl upwards. Starting tomorrow, your training will be doubled. Hanzo made the final decision. Haruki. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C64. Akasuna's Family Time. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 64. Akasuna's Family Time. 3 days later, Sunagaku. Casecage's office. The mission failed. The third Casecage asked in disbelief. He looked at Akasuna in front of him. Akasuna was powerful, even capable of taking down a city by himself, yet a mission to assassinate a few Omegakure ninjas actually failed. Did Hanzo go to the border himself? According to the information he had, Hanzo was clearly not among the Omegakure ninjas who went to the border to sign the contract. The third Casecage could only think of one possibility. That was, Hanzo used a transformation jutsu to deceive the ninja responsible for intel. Akasuna shook his head and explained, no, it wasn't Hanzo. A new powerful ninja appeared in Omegakure, and I was not his match. What? The third Casecage's eyes darkened. Another powerful ninja has appeared. His fist slammed heavily on the desk. He immediately looked at Akasuna and said, later, you will summarize the information on that ninja. Yes, Akasuna nodded. Casecage-sama, Konoha has already signed a contract with Omegakure. So, are we? Ebizo tentatively asked. The third Casecage narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the desk. After a moment of thought, he snorted lightly. The land of rain has been a softie for so many years. Just because a Hanzo appeared, they've become tough. Even if we sign a contract, we can't let them get too complacent. The third Casecage's gaze swept towards Ebizo and he said, draft a contract and add conditions to it. Sunagaku ninjas have the right to freely enter and exit the land of rain, the right to station troops in the land of rain. Pub Future Ads. After listening, Ebizo frowned deeply and said with difficulty, this. Hanzo probably won't sign. Won't sign. The third cage said coldly, then we go to war. Ebizo glanced at the third cage, said nothing, and retreated. Yes. You may leave too, Aasuna. The third cage glanced at Aasuna standing before him. Yes. Aasuna turned, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. The third cage's body was quite good. Aasuna left the cage's office and, following the memory of the body, arrived in front of a 2-story house. The house was built with a mixture of sand and stone, and a mother and son stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. Aasuna's gaze immediately softened upon seeing the two. Aasuna, holding Sasori's hand, Chizuru ran downstairs. She impatiently opened the door and hugged her husband. You're finally back. Aasuna gently stroked her back and said, yes, I'm back. Chizuru let go of her husband and lifted Sasori beside her. Sasori missed Papa too, right? Yes. Sasori, whose baby fat hadn't faded yet, nodded earnestly, I missed Papa. Aasuna smiled. He reached out and lifted Sasori into the air, spinning him around, making Sasori laugh heartily. Papa missed Sasori too. Aasuna held Sasori in his arms, took his wife's hand, and walked into the spacious living room on the first floor. Aasuna, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen. Based on this body's memory, Kenjaku determined that she was this body's mother. Chiyo, what happened to your forehead? Chiyo's eyes narrowed, staring at her son's forehead. What's wrong? Could it be an injury? Upon hearing this, Chizuru immediately worriedly brushed aside the stray hairs on Aasuna's forehead. Seeing the stitched wound, she gasped and looked at Aasuna with distress. Why didn't you tell me about your forehead injury? Such a dangerous place. Sasori hugged Aasuna's head and gently blew on it. Papa, no pain. Pain, go away. Aasuna soothingly rubbed Chizuru's hand and said gently, I'm fine, aren't I? It's just a small injury. Thank you, Sasori. Aasuna turned to Sasori in his arms and said. Sasori's cheeks were slightly red, his chin resting on Aasuna's shoulder, and his arms wrapped around Aasuna's neck. Wasn't this mission to intercept the ninjas sent by Megakure to sign the contract? Chiyo approached Aasuna, staring intently at the wound on his forehead. Was Hanzo among them? Otherwise, how could they have injured you? Aasuna looked at Chiyo, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. It wasn't Hanzo, it was an unfamiliar ninja. He was very strong. Fortunately, I managed to escape in time, otherwise. He didn't need to say the rest. Chizuru and Chiyo could understand. Chiyo frowned deeply, her attention diverted. So, Konoha and Megakure have successfully signed the contract. What is Kazekage-sama thinking? Does he want to go to war with both Konoha and Megakure at the same time? Although Megakure is just a small village, the strength of its ninjas should not be underestimated, especially Hanzo, and now there's another powerful ninja. Kazekage-sama has already sent someone to draft the contract to be signed with Megakure, but Kazekage-sama has proposed quite a few conditions. Aasuna added. Chiyo looked into his eyes, somewhat lost in thought, and for a long time didn't recall what she wanted to say. Never mind, as long as he doesn't act recklessly. Chizuru quickly reminded Chiyo in a low voice, Mom, you shouldn't speak of Kazekage-sama like that. HMPH. Chiyo snorted coldly, but ultimately did not continue speaking. All right, dinner will be ready soon. You two go wash your hands first. Chiyo walked towards the kitchen. Aasuna, holding Sasori, went to the bathroom with Chizuru, chatting and laughing, to wash their hands. Chiyo suddenly turned her head from the kitchen, staring at Aasuna's back for a long time. What's wrong? Chizuru looked at Aasuna, who had suddenly smiled. Aasuna looked at Chiyo, his intention unclear. It's good to be back alive. I can't bear to leave you and Sasori. I can't bear to leave Papa either. Sasori hugged Aasuna. Chizuru also threw herself into Aasuna's arms and said, It's good that you know, so you must protect yourself well. Aasuna nodded gently. I will. Where did this crow come from? Chiyo's voice came from the living room. Aasuna walked into the living room holding Sasori and looked at the crow resting on the windowsill. I brought it back. Chiyo looked at Aasuna in confusion and asked, This is just an ordinary crow, why did you think of bringing it back? While on the mission, thanks to its warning, I was able to dodge in time. Aasuna pointed to the stitches on his forehead and said, "Otherwise, the blade would have gone through my brain." Upon hearing this, Chiyo quickly stepped forward and gently stroked the crow's feathers. "Thank you for saving Aasuna. In that case, let's keep it." Chizuru glanced at Aasuna beside her and nodded heavily. "We should definitely repay it well. It can also play with Sasori." Aasuna stroked Sasori's short red hair in his arms. Sasori, in Akasuna's arms, reached out to the crow. Aasuna held him, and Sasori's tender little hand gently brushed over the crow's smooth feathers. The crow's dark eyes stared at the four people in the living room. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C65. Bonus Cursed Corpse plus Puppets. Chapter 65. Bonus Cursed Corpse plus Puppets. Rika 67.9%. Sukuna 52.6%. Land God 59.7%. Hanami 20%. Guilt 13%. Jago 30%. Kenjaku 30%. Judging by their rank, Rika, Sukuna, and Land God, all above 50%, already possess power equivalent to a Jonin in the ninja world. However, there is no doubt that Rika and Sukuna are even stronger than a Jonin. This is because they are cursed spirits born from extreme emotions, making them far more powerful than cursed spirits born from ordinary emotions. Ding. Copyable Cursed Technique. Masamaiki Yaga, Cursed Corpse activated. Single quote. How many days has it been? The system alert just sounded. Your delay is a bit severe, isn't it? You didn't forget to remind me until now, did you? Haruki always assumed the worst intentions from the system. Of course, his assumptions were always quite accurate. Host. That's not the case. The system only played the alert because it detected you are currently in a relaxed state. Haruki looked at himself, sprawled out on the bed, making excuses. How could he be easily deceived by this annoying system? Haruki immediately focused on the newly awakened copyable cursed technique. Masamaiki Yaga's Cursed Corpse. He had just copied Akasuna's puppet manipulation, and now Yaga's technique had activated. What a coincidence. The puppet manipulation of the ninja world and Yaga's Cursed Corpse each have their own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of puppet manipulation is that the puppets it controls are powerful and fully functional, while its disadvantage is that they lack autonomous consciousness and require chakra threads for connection. The advantage of Cursed Corpse is that the cursed corpses have independent mobility. The more cursed energy and stronger emotions injected, the stronger the cursed corpse. The disadvantage is that the strength of the cursed corpse depends on the upper limit of injected cursed energy. If these two techniques are combined, perfect. With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Haruki leapt up from his bed. 3 seconds later, he lied back down. Host, aren't you going to get up and burn the midnight oil? No midnight oil for me, I have to wake up at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. Haruki seemed to have his essence instantly drained. He immediately closed his eyes, cherishing every second of closed-eye time. Don't talk to me, I'm going to sleep. The next day, after finishing his daily training, Haruki went to the only place in Omegakure that had trees. He clasped his hands together and bowed 3 times to the tree. Forgive me. Ads by PubFuture. Crack. The tree let out a cry of agony as Haruki chopped it in half. Haruki carried the tree all the way to Yuma's blacksmith shop. Along the way, he attracted the attention of many ninjas, who enthusiastically offered to help Haruki. To avoid dampening their enthusiasm, Haruki let them feel the weight of the tree trunk. After feeling the weight, they all forced smiles and bid Haruki farewell. Haruki knocked on the door. With a creak, Yuma opened the door. He saw a large tree, and Haruki, who was not even as tall as the tree branches. It took him a while to find Haruki. It wasn't because Haruki was too short, but because the tree was simply too big. Haruki. Looking at the contrast between Haruki's small frame and the large tree, Yuma was afraid Haruki would be crushed. He quickly hugged the tree trunk, intending to lift it off Haruki's shoulders. His desire to help was so eager, and he so quick, that Haruki didn't even have time to warn him. Just as Haruki had expected, Yuma overestimated himself and underestimated Haruki. Yuma's body suddenly stumbled under the weight of the tree trunk, almost falling to the ground in a face plant. The tree trunk, which had fallen back from his hands, was caught by Haruki. Haruki. Maybe we shouldn't try to help. Luckily, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have suffered internal injuries. Yuma steadied himself, not mentioning helping again. He opened the door as wide as possible and led Haruki to place the tree trunk in the warehouse where he usually stored materials. Looking at the tree trunk that occupied half of the warehouse, Yuma asked curiously, "Haruki, why did you bring back such a big tree?" Haruki knocked on the tree trunk, and it emitted a dull thud. It was clear that the quality of the tree trunk was excellent. With good raw materials, half of his puppet making was already successful. "I'm going to make a puppet out of it." Haruki would need to borrow Yuma's blacksmith shop in the future, so this matter certainly couldn't be hidden from Yuma. It was better to tell him directly. Yuma's pupils slightly widened, staring at Haruki in shock, unable to utter a single word. A puppet. When did Haruki learn to make puppets? Although Yuma's tongue seemed to have been snatched away, his face and eyes thoroughly exposed what he wanted to say. "The last time I left the village for the border, I fought against a puppeteer from Sunagaku. I also want to become a puppeteer," Haruki said to Yuma, but there's no one in the village who can teach you." The matter of Haruki secretly leaving the village for the border had already spread among the ninjas of Omegakure, and Yuma had also heard about it. But he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Haruki even fought a puppeteer. However, Haruki wanting to learn puppet jutsu made Yuma a bit troubled. Throughout the entire ninja world, only the ninjas of Sunagaku knew puppet jutsu. If Haruki wanted to learn, he couldn't find a way. "No need for teaching, I already learned it when I fought him last time," Haruki told Yuma. As Haruki was conceptualizing in his mind, he didn't hear Yuma's voice for a long time. He turned his head and saw that Yuma's mouth was wide enough to fit a whole egg. So amazing. It took Yuma a while to find his voice again. "Brother Yuma, I want you to help me." As soon as Haruki finished speaking, Yuma blurted out without hesitation. "Okay." Haruki smiled at Yuma. "I want to make puppets here at your blacksmith shop in the future, is that okay?" Yuma nodded as firmly and powerfully as if he were striking iron. "Of course, you can." Having received Yuma's affirmative reply, Haruki, after finishing his training every day, would unhesitatingly run to Yuma's blacksmith shop and, using the various tools there, begin to craft puppets. The puppets he wanted to create were neither lifeless objects like Aasunas that required chakra threads for control, nor were they furry dolls like Yaga's. He wanted to combine the strengths of both to create a high combat power puppet that didn't require control. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C66. Number 1. Chapter 66. Number 1. It was another afternoon. Omegakure, uncharacteristically, had no rain. Suzaku took a scroll from Sunagaku off a ninja hawk's leg. "Hanzo-sama." Suzaku presented the scroll. Seeing the Sunagaku mark on the scroll, Hanzo's brow furrowed slightly. He opened the scroll and quickly scanned its contents. Bang! The scroll slammed against the wall and rolled onto the floor. Suzaku was startled and looked at Hanzo. Hanzo took a deep breath, calming the surging anger in his chest. "Summon the Jonin for a meeting." Hanzo looked at Suzaku. "Yes." Suzaku immediately exited the office to notify the Jonin within Omegakure. A crow perched on a pipe not far from the office pecked at its feathers, its dark feathers almost blending with the pipe. A moment later, Hanzo's office was filled with the Jonin of Omegakure. Hanzo's gaze swept over everyone. The scroll had already been picked up and was back by his hand. "Just now, Sunagaku sent word, agreeing to sign a contract with us, acknowledging Omegakure's status." Before Hanzo could finish speaking, a cheer immediately erupted in the office. "That's great. We can finally end the war completely." Quote. Listening to the laughter and cheers in the office, Hanzo did not stop them until they quieted down. The Omegakure ninjas gradually realized a problem. If it were really that simple, why would Hanzo summon them for a meeting? Sunagaku had always been greedy, how could they sign a contract with them so easily? Hanzo handed the scroll to Suzaku and said, "Let every one of them see it." Suzaku took the scroll, his gaze falling on the handwriting. His breathing suddenly became heavy, and the knuckles of his hands, holding the scroll, turned white. He wished he could tear the scroll into pieces. As the scroll was being passed among the ninjas, Hanzo began to speak. "Sunagaku is indeed willing to sign a contract with us. The conditions they proposed are: first, after the contract is signed, Sunagaku will extract 1/10 of the delegated missions undertaken by Omegaker. As soon as these words were spoken, the Omegaker ninjas' expressions all changed. Second, allow Sunagaku ninja to move freely within the land of rain, and allow Sunagaku ninja to reside in Omegaker, with no time limit. They are going too far. If we agree to their terms, does Omegaker still have any sovereignty left? Is this still called Omegaker? We might as well change its name to Sunagaku. Quote. The Omegaker ninjas could not hold back and began to denounce them one after another. We will not sign such a humiliating contract. The voices of the Omegaker ninjas converged, the anger in their tone almost threatening to lift the roof. Hanzo looked at them. He stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes as calm as an abyss. Then we fight. Prove to Sunagaku with our strength that the current Omegaker is no longer the Omegaker of the past. Post the scroll on Omegaker's public notice board, so that all ninjas of Omegaker remember the humiliation we are suffering now. We will reclaim our dignity with our strength. Various precise tools were laid out on the desktop, densely arranged by Haruki's hand, gleaming coldly under the light. Haruki stood in the center of the room, holding a screwdriver and a small hammer steadily in his hand. Before him lay a puppet that had taken on a rudimentary human form. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. At this moment, the puppet's chest cavity had been opened by Haruki, and its interior was filled with precise metal machinery. The screwdriver turned, embedding a deep blue transparent crystal into the puppet's chest cavity. What is this? Yuma asked aloud. Haruki placed a wooden board over the puppet's chest cavity, twisted the screwdriver, and tapped with the small hammer. That is its heart, Haruki explained. In fact, it was a cursed energy core. Heart. Yuma looked at the puppet in surprise. Do puppets also have hearts? Yuma had never heard such a statement. But he did not know much about puppets, only having seen Hanzo fight against that female puppeteer from Sunagaku. Since Haruki could create puppets, he must know more than him. Haruki put down the screwdriver in his hand and nodded. Of course, without a heart, how would his puppet move? He looked at Yuma, pointing at the puppet's eyes. See, with a heart, doesn't it come alive? Under Yuma's shocked gaze, the eyes, embedded with black iron balls personally polished by Yuma, actually lit up with faint black light. It was as if a soul had been awakened. Yuma's breathing even stopped. He watched with wide eyes as the black light in the puppet's eyes steadily focused, falling directly on Haruki's face. Haruki looked with anticipation at the puppet he had personally created. The puppet's gaze had no warmth, yet it carried a chilling penetrative power. Previously, Haruki had worried about the failure of the puppet's creation and had input a large amount of cursed energy into the crystal. Later, as the puppet was perfected, he realized he had worried too much. Cursed Corpse was about imbuing cursed energy to control the puppet. It might not be possible to create a perfect living being. After all, even Yaga only created Panda as a representative work, but it would certainly be possible to create an obedient puppet. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to never eat when you're over 50. The various joints of the puppet's body made extremely faint yet unusually smooth, click, sounds, as fluid as human breathing. The puppet sat up under Yuma's incredulous gaze, jumped off the table, and came before Haruki. I should give you a name. Haruki glanced at the puppet, stroked his chin, and mused, what should I call you? You are my first work. Number 1 then. Let's call you Number 1. Haruki was not good at naming things. When his skills improved in the future and he created more and more puppets, he could just call them Number 2, Number 3, Number 4. He would not have to think of names anymore. It was a permanent solution. Is this name okay? Haruki observed Number 1's facial expression. Number 1's face was covered with dense metal brackets and connectors underneath, their density no less than human facial nerves. Although the brackets and connectors were so messy that Haruki himself got them confused, at least they allowed Number 1 to control its face to make some simple expressions. To Haruki's disappointment, Number 1 showed no expression. Quote. Had his facial nerve reconstruction plan failed? Number 1's head moved up and down. It startled Yuma. Yuma pointed at Number 1. gulped, and tried hard to find the chakra threads connecting to the puppet on Haruki's fingers, but no matter how he looked, Haruki's fingers were empty, and his fingers did not even move. Number 1. Shake hands with Brother Yuma. Haruki gave the command. Number 1 turned, walked briskly to Yuma, and extended its hand towards Yuma. Although it could not speak or show expressions, it could understand human speech and obey commands. Number 1 could be considered a success, barely. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C67. Bonus: a buffet of emotion points. Chapter 67. Bonus: a buffet of emotion points. Haruki left Number 1 at Yuma's blacksmith shop. On his way back to his single apartment, he saw countless Omegakure ninjas gathered around the public notice board from a distance. The Omegakure ninjas were all red-faced, veins throbbing, and filled with indignation. Haruki's eyes darted, and he knew this was a good time to collect emotional value. He strode towards the crowd, a look of simple curiosity on his face. Haruki. Mizuna caught a glimpse of Haruki from the corner of his eye and asked, "Is training over?" Haruki stood beside him, nodded, and curiously stood on his tiptoes to look inside. "What is everyone looking at?" Mizuna paused, glanced at the notice board. It's better to keep this from Haruki lest he secretly run to the battlefield again like the previous 2 times. The scale of this war is not a minor skirmish. For Haruki, it was still too dangerous. "Nothing." Mizuna smiled and changed the subject. "Have you had dinner yet?" Haruki looked at Mizuna, then cleverly squeezed into the crowd and ran towards the innermost part. "Hey!" Mizuna's eyes widened, and he didn't react for a moment. By the time he reached out to pull Haruki's figure had already scurried into the innermost part. The Omegakure ninjas in the innermost part all looked down at the suddenly appearing Haruki. Haruki was looking up, intently staring at the scroll posted on the notice board. The Omegakure ninjas all noticed Haruki's presence. They exchanged glances. It was too late to stop Haruki from continuing to read. Sunagakure is going too far. After finishing, Haruki's eyebrows immediately shot up, and he turned to all the Omegakure ninjas and said, "We absolutely cannot let them succeed." Seeing him like this, the Omegakure ninjas all smiled. "Of course. How could we let them insult us like this? We will drive Sunagakure out of the land of rain. Let them never set foot in the land of rain again." The rising and falling voices entered Haruki's ears. Haruki's gaze swept over everyone, his eyes sparkling, and he declared loudly, "I also want to go to the battlefield with everyone. We will drive out the ninjas of Sunagakure together. I will definitely bring everyone back to Omegakure safely." The originally excited Omegakure ninjas fell into a dead silence after hearing Haruki's words. Ding. System detected Mizuna's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Takagawa's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Tetsu's gratitude value plus 2000. Currently, a total of 28,000 gratitude points have been collected, and your Cursed Spirit Land God's rank has increased to 62.5%. Mizuna's hand rested on Haruki's shoulder. He bent down and looked at Haruki seriously, saying, "Haruki, you just wait for us to return safely in the village. You are still a child, war has nothing to do with you." Haruki's smile vanished, his lips straightened, his face full of defiance, pointing to the headband on his forehead. "I am also a ninja of Omegakure. Why does war have nothing to do with me? I am also everyone's medical ninja. I want to treat everyone on the battlefield." Ding. System detected Mizuna's affection value plus 1000. Ads by PubFuture. PubFuture ads. Ding. System detected Takagawa's affection value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Tetsu's affection value plus 1000. Currently, a total of 14,000 affection points have been collected, and your companion Cursed Spirit Rika's rank has increased to 69.3%. You are a ninja of Omegakure, but you are still too young, and the battlefield is full of danger. You are more important than all of us, you cannot be harmed. Tetsu said earnestly after a moment of silence. Haruki's gaze shifted to him. Tetsu's face was expressionless, like an iron tower standing silently in the rain. "A ninja's strength isn't measured by age, is it?" Haruki retorted. Tetsu had no rebuttal. Takagawa's voice poured down like ice water. "You are a genius, very strong, but the battlefield is a place specifically designed to stifle geniuses. Once Sunagaker discovers your talent, they will specifically target you until they confirm your death. But I am not afraid of death. I just want everyone to live. Haruki spoke with conviction. His clear childish voice echoed in everyone's ears. An 8-year-old child stood before them, fearless of the approaching war, and told them firmly. He was not afraid of death, he just wanted everyone to live. Ding. System detected Nagi's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Mizuna's affection value plus 2000. Pub future ads. Ding. System detected Tetsu's affection value plus 2000. Currently, a total of 28,000 affection points have been collected, and your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 72.1%. Sensei has already agreed for me to go to the battlefield with everyone. No matter what, I will not change my mind. Haruki shouted to them. I'm going to prepare my things. Haruki pushed through the crowd and ran towards his apartment. Midway, he suddenly turned around and waved to the Omegaker ninjas who were staring intently at his retreating figure. See you tomorrow. Ding. System detected Mizuna's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Takagawa's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Tetsu's gratitude value plus 2000. Currently, a total of 28,000 gratitude points have been collected, and your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 65.3%. Did Hanzo-sama really agree? Mizuna watched Haruki's figure disappear and asked doubtfully. Haruki shouldn't be lying. Hanzo-sama really agreed for him to go to the battlefield with us. Mizuna's eyes were full of worry. What is Hanzo-sama thinking? Nagi asked abruptly. Hanzo-sama is Haruki's sensei. There must be a reason for him to do this. Tetsu said. Omegaker cannot afford the cost of losing Haruki. Nagi stared at Tetsu, saying each word distinctly. I know, but we can't keep him confined in Omegaker forever. A helpless expression appeared on Tetsu's face. Keeping him in Omegaker and protecting him until he has sufficient strength is the safest approach. Nagi's gaze moved from Tetsu's face, coldly watching the lead gray clouds in the distance. How do you know he doesn't have enough strength? Suzaku's figure appeared in everyone's sight. He walked to Nagi, gently patted his shoulder and said, I know you're worried about him, but trust Hanzo-sama, trust Haruki, and trust us, we will protect him, won't we? Nagi lowered his eyes and nodded. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C68. Broom Curse. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 68. Broom Curse. Excellent. Finally, we're going to battle again. Haruki couldn't contain his excitement. Although the battlefield was fraught with danger, for him, it was a place of great nourishment. As the saying goes, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? For the sake of emotional value, what's a battlefield? Haruki began to pack his belongings for the battlefield in his single apartment. Ninja tools must be fully prepared. Kunai, shurikens, senbon, steel wire, smoke bombs, explosive tags, poison, antidote, long sword, armor. After Haruki had packed everything, he lied on the bed, stretched contentedly, and casually placed his hands behind his head. Haruki closed his eyes, waiting for the next day to arrive. Knock knock knock. Haruki on the bed opened his eyes. His system alarm hadn't gone off yet, which meant it wasn't even 5 in the morning. Haruki jumped out of bed, got ready, and opened the door. Suzaku appeared before him, ready to depart. Suzaku was concise. Haruki was shocked. So fast. But isn't war all about seizing the initiative? Pub Future Ads. Haruki nodded seriously. I'm ready. Suzaku turned and said, follow me. Haruki's hand, closing the door, suddenly paused. Noticing that Haruki hadn't followed, Suzaku turned to look at him, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Before Suzaku could ask, Haruki immediately ducked into the room, and when he reappeared, a broom was on his back. Suzaku. The door closed, and Haruki breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had everything. Haruki followed beside Suzaku, vaguely excited. Suzaku's peripheral vision constantly fell on the broom on Haruki's back. He hesitated for a long time, finally unable to resist asking midway, why bring a broom? When going to the battlefield, it's best to keep everything simple. Haruki touched the broom behind him and said, "It's not an ordinary broom." Suzaku looked left and right but couldn't see any difference between this broom and an ordinary broom. "You will know later." Haruki mysteriously winked at Suzaku. Led by Suzaku, Haruki got closer and closer to the Iron Tower in Omegakure. Rainwater continuously washed over the Iron Tower of Omegakure. On the flat ground beneath the Iron Tower, muddy water splashed. Thousands of Omegakure ninjas stood silently in formation. They wore dark ninja uniforms, with armor on their chests and arms, reflecting a cold glint in the dim light. The rain wet their hair and clothes, and they pressed their lips together, their eyes sharp. A murderous aura condensed, overpowering the continuous sound of rain. In front of the neat ninja ranks, Hanzo's figure was particularly conspicuous. He was fully armored, his iconic gas mask perfectly fastened to his face, his pupils deep, looking straight ahead. His unwavering gaze suddenly shifted, looking towards Haruki and Suzaku. "Sensei." Haruki quickly walked towards Hanzo. He stood beside Hanzo. Suzaku, like a shadow, stood silently behind Hanzo. Ads by PubFuture. Hanzo looked down at Haruki and asked, "Are you scared?" Haruki shook his head without hesitation. No. Hanzo indeed saw no fear in Haruki's eyes, he only saw excitement and eagerness. Hanzo tightened his grip on the chain scythe in his hand, the huge weapon seemed weightless in his grasp. Good. As expected of his student. Hanzo's gaze fell on the Omegakure ninjas, and his voice, coming through the mask, carried an undeniable authority, overpowering the sound of wind and rain, clearly echoing above the heads of all Omegakure ninjas. The land of wind is insatiably greedy, attempting to treat our land of rain as their backyard. They view our desire for peace as weakness and something to be bullied. Hanzo paused, his cold gaze sweeping over the steel-like ranks below. Wherever his gaze fell, the Omegakure ninjas subconsciously straightened their backs and tightened their grip on their weapons. Today, we will not remain silent. Today, we respond to provocation with weapons. Today, we declare our boundaries with war. The strong wind whipped up rain, lashing at the faces and bodies of the Omegakure ninjas. Their eyes burned as they stared at Hanzo, their breathing ragged. For the dignity of the land of rain. For the future of the land of rain. Depart. Hanzo let out a roar. The Omegakure ninjas' figures flashed. Like a black torrent, they rushed towards the border where the land of rain and the land of wind met. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 foods to avoid when you're over 50. Hanzo said to Haruki, "Your first challenge is to keep up with our speed." After speaking, his figure, in a few leaps, had already reached the front of the team. Haruki looked at the broom behind him, then at Hanzo in front. "Forget it, it's better not to use the cheat for now, lest Hanzo gets enraged later." Haruki chased after Hanzo. Hanzo watched Haruki appear beside him. Catching up to him wasn't difficult, he knew Haruki was fast, but the challenge was maintaining that speed consistently. The rain did not stop the whole way, instead becoming more intense midway, the cold rain mercilessly lashing at everyone. The road quickly turned into a muddy swamp, but it did not affect the ninjas' speed. The Omegakure ninjas were already accustomed to the weather in the land of rain. Hanzo was at the very front of the team, his steps steady and his speed extremely great. His peripheral vision occasionally fell on Haruki beside him. Even now, Haruki had not fallen behind. The Omegakure ninjas maintained astonishing discipline in the harsh environment. No one complained. Different types of ninjas performed their respective duties. Haruki took out the broom from behind him. Hanzo saw his action, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Sensei, I can scout the way for everyone," Haruki said to Hanzo. Hanzo glanced at Haruki and said, "There are sensory ninjas. I can see further and more accurately." Haruki got on his broom and soared into the sky. Hanzo stopped, looking in shock at Haruki flying high in the sky. The Omegakure ninjas also all looked up, their mouths agape, the murderous aura instantly dissipating completely. "So cool." Haruki excitedly patted the broom and said, "This is much more comfortable than traveling on foot." He slowly descended, floating in front of Hanzo. Hanzo stared at Haruki's broom and said, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Haruki opened his mouth and uttered a perfect lie, "This isn't ninjutsu. It's a curse." "A curse?" Hanzo looked at the broom in confusion. "Is there really a curse in this shape?" Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C69. Bonus Joy of Flying. Chapter 69. Bonus Joy of Flying. I've been practicing my power recently, and I found a new curse that was unconsciously born. It's this. Haruki patted the broom beneath him and said regretfully, it's a pity it doesn't have any other abilities, only the ability to fly. A hint of understanding flashed in Hanzo's eyes. So that's how it is. Haruki's curse was too mysterious. Hanzo couldn't predict what changes it might undergo. If it weren't for Sensei, I wouldn't dare to touch curses at all. Now I can already control part of them. I will perfectly control my power like Sensei. Haruki happily told Hanzo, his eyes filled with admiration for Hanzo. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 50.9%. Hanzo looked at Haruki. This child had been working hard to grow. Whether it was taijutsu, ninjutsu, or curses, Haruki was rapidly growing in all aspects. Hanzo remembered Haruki's fear of curses. And now, Haruki could already control part of the curses. Of course, he had some credit for this, but the most important thing was Haruki's perseverance. A look of relief flashed in Hanzo's eyes. He had not misjudged Haruki. Haruki was his second self. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Pub Future adds, your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 51.2%. Sensei, I can fly high to scout the way for everyone. Haruki continued. Hanzo did not refuse. A high-altitude view could indeed provide a lot of help. He reminded Haruki, be careful. After Haruki nodded, the broom quickly ascended. Hanzo glanced at Haruki flying high in front, and his voice reached the ears of all Omegakure ninjas behind him, keep moving forward. The horizon revealed the first light of dawn. A bluish light gradually enveloped the earth. The rain gradually became lighter. Haruki sat on the broom, his posture relaxed. He had already fallen in love with this broom. The feeling of riding a flying device was simply wonderful. Haruki didn't know much about the character Momo, and even less about her cursed technique. Could it be that Momo's cursed technique could only be used to fly on a broom? Haruki asked the system in his mind about Momo's cursed technique. Host, are you looking for the skill description of tool manipulation? Don't tell me to click on the personal information page to check it myself. What's the use of you if I do it myself? Haruki blocked the system's next words. Host, you misunderstood me. I will certainly answer your question. Cursed technique. Tool manipulation. Core principle. Imbues inanimate objects with life, or autonomous movement, and precisely manipulates them with cursed energy for flight, attack, defense, and reconnaissance. Adds by PubFuture. Reminder. Tool manipulation is not simple physical manipulation but rather imbues objects with a certain degree of spirituality and will, allowing them to execute relatively complex commands. Of course, I think if you find it difficult to operate, you can also simply perform physical manipulation. You don't need to add the last sentence. Also, I don't want what you think, I want what I think. After a full day of travel, when the lead gray sky was once again stained a deep golden red by dusk, Haruki and his group finally arrived at the border between the land of rain and the land of wind. The broom descended, and Haruki's feet touched the ground. The landscape before him suddenly changed. The muddy ground and low shrubs of the land of rain had disappeared. In their place was scorched earth where not a blade of grass grew. And in the distance, the outline of yellow sand flickered in Haruki's vision. The rain and clouds of the land of rain could not cover the border. The rain above Haruki's head stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a deep blue sky. Form up. Set up camp. Hanzo's orders were concise and powerful. The Omegakure ninjas, in groups of 3 and squads of 9, moved swiftly and orderly. Earth release users pressed their hands to the ground, and the earth rapidly rose, hardening into low but sturdy barricades. Ninjas skilled in traps began to set up explosive tags and various trigger-activated mechanisms around the camp's perimeter. Waterproof heavy canvas was quickly unfolded and secured to the ground, which had been temporarily reinforced with earth release. Haruki watched their neat and orderly movements, occasionally lending a hand and asking for useful information. For example, how the layout of the tents within the camp was meticulously designed. The core area guarded Hanzo's main tent and the logistics and medical ninja area, surrounded by elite troops, with the outer perimeter housing the tents of sensory ninjas, reconnaissance ninjas, and patrol ninjas. Another example was that the ninjas within the camp were divided into frontline combat echelons and support and logistics echelons. The frontline combat echelon was divided into assault units responsible for tearing open enemy defenses and main combat, assassination units for assassinating enemy logistics and intelligence reconnaissance ninjas, defense units guarding the camp, and strategic units for large-scale clearings. The support and logistics echelon was divided into medical teams responsible for battlefield first aid, intelligence teams for deciphering intelligence and observing the battle situation, trap units for setting traps and providing early warning, and supply units for providing resources. Watchtowers built with earth release rapidly sprang up at key positions like bamboo shoots after rain. Dark figures constantly flashed before Haruki's eyes, and the ninjas stood at their respective positions, their eyes scanning the entire camp and its vicinity like searchlights. Soda's hand rested on Haruki's shoulder as he said, "Haruki, you are now the captain of the medical ninja team. Please guide us from now on." Rika appeared on Haruki's other side, and upon hearing this, she winked playfully at Haruki. Soda and Rika were the only two medical ninjas remaining before Haruki came to Omegakure. Haruki didn't expect them to come to the front lines. "Let's go. Let's see where we'll be working next." Soda and Rika linked arms with Haruki and walked towards the medical ninja team's tent. The medical ninja team's tent was very large, built to accommodate more injured people. It was empty at the moment. Soda sighed. When the war officially begins, this place will be filled with injured ninja. But it doesn't matter. Soda took a deep breath. As long as the three of us work together, we will definitely be able to improve the efficiency of treatment. Haruki looked at Soda and Rika. He thought these two medical ninjas had misunderstood something. "I'm going to the battlefield." "Huh. Soda and Rika looked at Haruki in disbelief. "Medical ninjas are not allowed on the battlefield." Rika quietly reminded him, her eyes filled with concern. "I will fight and save people on the battlefield. I'll leave this place to you two." Haruki smiled at Soda and Rika, looking at them with full trust. Soda and Rika exchanged glances. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C70. Quicksand Problem. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 70. Quicksand Problem. I know you are worried about me, and you are thinking of my safety, but my wish is to protect everyone on the battlefield. Please believe me. Haruki looked at Soda and Rika sincerely. Ding. System detected Soda's gratitude value plus 200. Ding. System detected Rika's gratitude value plus 2000. You have now collected a total of 4000 gratitude points, and your Cursed Spirit Land God's rank has risen to 65.7%. Soda and Rika looked at Haruki with emotion. What a sensible child. Having Haruki in Omegakure is truly a blessing for Omegakure. All right, we will also work hard to treat everyone in the camp. Soda and Rika clenched their fists, promising Haruki. Only by everyone working together can Omegakure have a tomorrow. Having earned a good amount of emotional value, Haruki wandered around the camp contentedly. His peripheral vision caught Hanzo's figure, and Haruki simply stopped and stood still, observing Hanzo's every move. Hanzo walked out of the camp, and a faint purple mist, centered around him, slowly but steadily spread out. The purple mist clung to the ground, quietly covering key areas outside the camp like a living entity. After setting up the poisonous mist, Hanzo returned to the camp. He immediately saw Haruki standing not far away, watching him with glowing eyes. Haruki ran towards Hanzo, his eyes filled with uncontrollable admiration. Sensei is so amazing. Haruki didn't believe anyone could resist a child's flattery. Adult flattery feels fake, but can a child's flattery be called flattery? Pub Future Ads. That's called heartfelt. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 500. Your companion Cursed Spirit Rika's rank has risen to 72.15%. I just spread some poisonous mist, that's all. Hanzo thought. What's so amazing about this? Haruki hadn't even seen his more powerful techniques yet. Sensei is the strongest ninja in my heart. Haruki continued his offensive. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 500. Your companion Cursed Spirit Rika's rank has risen to 73%. Cough. Hanzo cleared his throat. He looked at Haruki and urged, now that you're on the battlefield, you must not neglect your training. Yes. Night fell. Outside the tent, the strong wind swept past, making a slapping sound. The air inside the tent was heavy, and the Omegakure ninjas were on edge. Hanzo sat at the head, and the other ninjas sat neatly in chairs along both sides of the long table. A large map was placed on the long table. The map clearly outlined the terrain of the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. Wastelands, rocky highlands, as well as Sunagakure's border defenses built on sand dunes, watchtowers, trap areas, and main camp locations were all precisely marked. Hanzo's aura was calm, and his sharp eyes stared at the map on the table. Haruki sat in a chair next to Hanzo, his presence incongruous with the serious expressions of the ninjas inside the tent. Sunagakure's defense line seems tight, but it's not impregnable. Yushi pointed a slender metal rod at an area on the map, on the flank of Sunagakure's camp. This area is a quicksand area. It's extremely difficult for them to lay traps and set up outposts here, so using this area as our breakthrough point is most suitable. The geographical conditions of the Land of Wind are arguably the worst among the 5 great nations. Not only are desert resources scarce, but dangers lurk everywhere. This is also why Sunagakure always wages war with other villages. Sunagakure attempts to invade other countries' territories to compensate for the scarce resources of the Land of Wind. Mizuna looked at Yushi and asked doubtfully, since this quicksand area is a weakness in Sunagakure's border defense, how do we cross it? Yushi looked at everyone and said, this is the problem we need to discuss, how to cross this quicksand area. Can't Earth Release users just use their ninjutsu in the quicksand area? An Omegakure ninja said. Yushi looked at him and said helplessly, the quicksand area is very large. To build a road in the quicksand area using Earth Release, it might require tens of thousands of people to simultaneously use Earth Release ninjutsu. The proposing Omegakure ninja immediately fell silent. Tens of thousands of people. Even Konoha, the strongest ninja village, couldn't gather tens of thousands of Earth Release users. This quicksand is both a weakness in Sunagakure's border defense and a natural defense for Sunagakure's border. Then, according to you, crossing the quicksand area is impossible. An Omegakure ninja said despondently. He looked at Yushi and said, unless each of us has a flying summoning beast, trying to cross the quicksand area is simply nonsense. Ninja who have summoning beasts are few, let alone those with flying summoning beasts. Flying, summoning beast. Haruki blinked, an idea surfacing in his mind. He didn't have a summoning beast, but he had a broom. Through the system's explanation, Haruki had a new understanding of tool manipulation. The principle of tool manipulation is to imbue inanimate objects with life, or autonomous movement, and then precisely control them using cursed energy for flight, attack, defense, and reconnaissance. The broom was just an ordinary medium for the technique. Haruki could also control various other objects he chose to fly. Since he could control one, he could control more, as tool manipulation had no quantity limit. Haruki estimated that the number of controllable objects was related to his cursed energy. The more massive his cursed energy, the more objects he could control simultaneously. When Haruki controlled the broom, the cursed energy consumed was not much. By the way, how much cursed energy did he have now? Haruki called out to the system in his mind. Total cursed energy. Self-cursed energy, 7,300,000, plus cursed energy carried by cursed spirits, 33,520,000. Haruki's eyes widened. So much cursed energy. It's stable. Haruki had no more worries. He whispered, I have a way. Countless eyes immediately fell on Haruki like searchlights. Haruki, you are a medical ninja, what method could you possibly have? The Omegakure ninja sighed, waving at Haruki. We're discussing important matters, you go out and play for now. The Omegakure ninja was quickly slapped on the back of the head by Mizuna, who sat next to him. Mizuna glared at the Omegakure ninja, who scratched the back of his head and mumbled, I just wanted him to go out and relax. The child is so nervous he's talking nonsense. Haruki. Yushi looked at Haruki, his voice gentle, what method do you have? Tell us. Haruki took down the broom he carried with him. Yushi's eyes lit up. Hadn't Haruki been flying in the air with this broom all along? But, the light in Yushi's eyes quickly extinguished. There's only one broom. Yushi sighed in disappointment. The point isn't the broom, but the curse on the broom. Haruki stood up from his chair. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C71. Suzaku's Worry. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 71. Suzaku's Worry. Haruki walked behind Yushi's chair, his hand resting on the back of the chair, injecting cursed energy into it. He released his hand and repeated the action, injecting cursed energy into all the chairs beneath the Omegakure ninjas present. The Omegakure ninjas watched Haruki's movements, their faces filled with confusion. Many times they wanted to ask Haruki what he was doing, but when their eyes met Haruki's serious expression, they all fell silent, not disturbing Haruki. Haruki returned to his seat. All the Omegakure ninjas still stared at him intently. Haruki, what did you do? Yushi asked curiously. He turned and touched his chair, but nothing had changed. Yushi was even more confused. So what was Haruki doing just now? Haruki took a deep breath, extended his hands, and activated tool manipulation. The next second, the ninjas sitting on the chairs floated up, slowly ascending towards the top of the tent above their heads. More accurately, it wasn't the ninjas who were suspended, but the chairs beneath them. The ninjas stared dumbfounded at the stools under their bottoms, their shocked gazes sweeping back and forth between Haruki and the stools. The stools could fly. No, it wasn't that the stools could fly. It was that Haruki controlled the stools to fly. How did he do it? The ninjas were both surprised and delighted. Pub Future Ads. They're flying. They really can fly. This way, we can cross the quicksand area. Quote. The excited discussions of the ninjas echoed continuously within the tent. Haruki controlled the chairs to land on the ground. Yushi rushed to Haruki in one stride, disregarding that Hanzo was still sitting beside Haruki, and grabbed Haruki's shoulders. Haruki, how did you do it? Can you control more chairs? Can you only control chairs? Or other items too? How high can the chairs fly? How long does it last? Yushi's questions poured out like spilling beans. His breathing was rapid, and his pupils gleamed as he looked at Haruki. He wished he could lift Haruki high and give him a few good kisses. Haruki patiently answered his questions one by one. This isn't my power, this is the power of a curse. A broom floated beside Haruki. He glanced at it, then told Yushi, this curse can manipulate objects to move. The Omegakure ninja's gazes immediately fell upon the broom. So, this wasn't an ordinary broom after all. I can control more chairs, but I don't know the exact number I can control. Haruki shook his head. Not only can I control chairs, but I can also control other items to move. The controlled chairs can fly as high as they want, and as for the duration, Haruki estimated, it should last for 2 hours. Yushi could no longer contain the smile on his face. He looked at Haruki with pleasant surprise. Haruki was truly Omegakure's lucky star. With Haruki, all the problems they encountered were easily solved. What else could he be if not a lucky star? Yushi immediately looked at Hanzo and said, with Haruki's ability, we can cross the quicksand area and catch Sunagakure off guard. His pupils burned with fierce battle intent. The Omegakure ninjas, hearing Yushi's words, also became excited, all rubbing their hands together, looking excitedly at Hanzo at the head of the table. Hanzo's peripheral vision fell upon Haruki. Haruki had given him too many surprises. Suzaku was the only Omegakure ninja who remained calm. His gaze swept over the excited crowd and landed on Hanzo, calmly speaking, if Haruki's power is needed to cross the quicksand area, doesn't that mean he also has to participate in the surprise attack plan? The surprise attack plan is fraught with danger, and I believe Haruki should not be involved. Suzaku's words immediately poured like a bucket of cold water over the heads of the Omegakure ninjas. Yushi's face showed hesitation. Indeed, letting Haruki participate in the surprise attack plan was too risky. But if Haruki didn't participate, how would they cross the quicksand area? Yushi was in a dilemma. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Hanzo spoke. He looked at Haruki beside him and asked, Haruki, tell me your own thoughts. Haruki looked back at Hanzo, the firm light in his eyes silently telling Hanzo the answer. He withdrew his gaze and looked at all the Omegakure ninjas present. I am willing to participate in the surprise attack plan. Haruki's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Nonsense. Suzaku frowned, deep worry hidden beneath his sternness. Do you think a surprise attack is child's play? Haruki looked earnestly at Suzaku and said, "Brother Suzaku, don't always treat me like a child who understands nothing. I am a ninja, and I know the surprise attack plan is very dangerous. But fighting alongside everyone has always been my wish." A brilliant smile involuntarily appeared on his face. "As long as I fight alongside everyone to protect a Megakure, I won't be afraid of anything." Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 2000. Currently, a total of 43,000 affection value has been collected, and your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 77.3%. Suzaku, we will protect Haruki, don't worry. Exactly. Don't worry. We'll definitely bring him back safe and sound. Quote. The Omegakure ninjas knew that Haruki was brought to Omegakure by Suzaku, and there was a deep bond between Suzaku and Haruki. They could understand Suzaku's worry at this moment. Brother Suzaku, don't worry. For brother, I will definitely return safely. Haruki gazed intently at Suzaku. Only Suzaku could understand the emotion in his eyes. Suzaku lowered his trembling pupils. That was the look of a younger brother at his older brother. Ding. System detected Suzaku's nostalgia value plus 4000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 51.3%. Haruki shifted his target. It was Hanzo's turn. Sensei, please grant my request to join the surprise attack team. Haruki's gaze was burning. I am your student, Sensei. I will not fear battle. I will be as firm and strong as you. Protect Omegakure. Protect everyone. His courage and fearlessness were evident to all. Hanzo's eyes were filled with deep satisfaction. In terms of conviction, this child had already surpassed him. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 51.8%. Hanzo believed that Haruki's future would be even more brilliant than his own. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C72. Crossing the Quicksand. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 72. Crossing the Quicksand. Yushi looked at Haruki with emotion. A child not even half his age, yet so determined to say he would protect them. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Suzaku's affection value plus 2000. Ding. A total of 40,000 affection value has been collected, and your companion cursed spirit, Rika's rank has increased to 81.3%. Haruki's already bright smile became even more radiant. Joining the surprise attack plan was indeed dangerous, but high risk meant high reward. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Haruki was very satisfied with Rika's growth progress. Once the surprise attack plan began, he would be able to harvest a lot of emotional value from it. Thinking this way, Haruki immediately felt full of hope. Good. Hanzo made the final decision. Haruki will join the surprise attack plan. Under Hanzo's organization and Yushi's summary, and after everyone's discussion, the surprise attack plan gradually took shape. First, there was the infiltration team, including Haruki, led by John and Aasuna, with a total of 50 ninjas, carrying salamander venom and a large number of explosive tags, cutting in from a weak point in the quicksand area, with the goal of destroying the sentry posts and logistics of Sunagakure's border defense line. Secondly, there was the feint team, led by John and Miyazawa, with a total of 20 ninjas, creating chaos in the direction of the main gate of Sunagakure's border defense line to attract the attention and firepower of the border Sunagakure ninjas. Pub Future Ads. Finally, there was the assassination team, led by John and Haruma, with a total of 50 ninjas, who would begin attacking the Sunagakure ninjas from the rear after the infiltration team entered the defense line, working with the infiltration team and feint team to encircle and eliminate the border Sunagakure ninjas from different directions, occupying the entire border defense line. Once the surprise attack plan succeeded, a signal would be sent out, and the reception team, waiting outside the Omegakure camp, would enter Sunagakure's border defense line, begin systematically clearing out enemies, and transform Sunagakure's border defense line into Omegakure's defense line. Begin action. As Hanzo's words fell, all the ninjas in the tent moved. John and Aasuna waved at Haruki, and Haruki came to his side. Aasuna was a steady middle-aged ninja, He patted Haruki's shoulder and said, "I'll need your help next." Haruki nodded, duty bound. Okay. Walking out of the tent, Haruki saw piles of arm-thick wooden sticks. Yushi explained to Haruki, "Chairs are too heavy, controlling wooden sticks should be easier." Haruki nodded. Controlling wooden sticks was indeed easier than controlling chairs, and it consumed less cursed energy. But, riding on a wooden stick might be a bit uncomfortable, right? Who cares? Anyway, it wasn't Haruki's discomfort. Haruki stepped forward and injected cursed energy into the wooden sticks one by one. The ninjas who needed to cross the quicksand area all stepped forward and took a wooden stick. Haruki stood beside Aasuna, who nodded to him. "You're good to go." Haruki rode on his broom and activated his technique. The Omegakure ninjas slowly ascended, and the novel sensation of flight made them unable to contain their excitement, looking left and right. As they got further and further from the ground, the ninjas dared not move around anymore, obediently gripping the wooden sticks beneath them. A fierce wind scraped across Haruki's face as he controlled the wooden sticks beneath everyone, flying towards the nearby border of the Land of Wind. The closer they got to the Land of Wind, the lighter the color of the ground became, and sand gradually replaced soil. "Stay alert." Aasuna raised his voice, his words piercing through the wind and reaching the ears of the Omegakure ninjas behind him. The Omegakure ninjas crouched low, unmoving, staring straight ahead, their bodies tense. The infiltration team and assassination team fully entered the Land of Wind, but because they were flying within the clouds, they didn't attract any attention. Below was an endless, rolling sea of sand. The wind shrieked in the ninjas' ears as it swept past. Haruki saw the quicksand area not far away. Looking down from high in the sky, he couldn't even see the edge of the quicksand area, indicating how astonishingly large it was. As far as Haruki's eyes could see, there was only a monotonous yellowish-brown, as if a behemoth was lurking within the sand layers, ready at any moment to devour anything that dared to step foot there. Haruki controlled all the wooden sticks to stop in midair. "We have reached the quicksand area," he said to Aasuna beside him. Haruki rode steadily on his broom. They were at least 500 meters above the quicksand area on the ground. Aasuna looked at Haruma on the other side and said, "After we enter the Sunagakure border defense line camp and launch our attack, you can enter the Sunagakure border defense line camp." Haruma nodded silently. "Get ready, we are about to cross the quicksand area." After reminding everyone, Aasuna nodded to Haruki. "You can proceed." Haruki nodded, fully focused, staring intently at the rolling sand sea ahead, meticulously maintaining his cursed energy output. All the ninjas' figures moved again, flying forward. The strong wind messed up Haruki's short hair, revealing his smooth forehead. The power of this quicksand area even affected the high altitude. Upon entering the airspace above the quicksand area, the surrounding air currents became turbulent. New natural hack ignites rapid fat burn. No diet or exercise needed. 10 popular foods you should never eat after 50. Haruki increased his cursed energy output, maintaining the stable flight formation of the wooden sticks. The wooden sticks carrying 100 ninjas, as if pulled by invisible threads, closely followed Haruki, skillfully navigating through the turbulent air currents and wind vortices. The quicksand area below them was like a living ocean. Huge sand dunes slowly moved, silently collapsing as they moved, forming bottomless swirl. The strong winds created turbulence that made the wooden sticks violently bumpy. Haruki frowned, controlling the wooden sticks to continue ascending. The further away from the quicksand, the less it was affected by the quicksand. The ninjas, who had been swaying unsteadily on the wooden sticks, finally stabilized themselves. Haruki gripped the broom, his cursed energy output astonishingly stable. Ding. System detected Aasuna's gratitude value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Haruma's gratitude value plus 2000. A total of 36,000 gratitude value has been collected, and your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 69.1%. Haruki raised an eyebrow. Maintaining the stability of the wooden sticks in the turbulence often required him to expend more cursed energy. To reduce cursed energy consumption, he controlled the wooden sticks to fly higher and higher, escaping the control of the turbulence. He didn't expect that by doing so, these ninjas would misunderstand him. The process of flying over this quicksand area was longer than Haruki had imagined. No wonder the ninjas of Omegakure had no way to deal with this quicksand area. The outline of the defense line camp set up by Sunagakure in the Land of Wind appeared in the yellow sand. The tall watchtowers standing in all directions were like coiled venomous snakes, vigilant of their surroundings. Looking back at the terrifying quicksand behind them, Aasuna exclaimed, "Thanks to Haruki, otherwise we really wouldn't know how to cross this quicksand area." Ding! Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C73. Bonus activating Mahito. Pub Future Ads. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 73. Bonus activating Mahito. System detected. Aasuna's gratitude value plus 2000. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 69.3%. That's right. Thanks to Haruki, I even got to experience flying. That quicksand area was so big, Haruki must have used a lot of energy. Quote. Aasuna's words reached the Omegakure ninjas, and they all sighed with emotion. Ding. System detected. Naji's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. System detected. Tanumi's gratitude value plus 1000. Currently, a total of 100,000 gratitude points have been collected, and your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 79.3%. Haruki smiled from the bottom of his heart. I'm very happy to be able to help everyone. Ding. System detected. Aasuna's affection value plus 500. Sing. System detected. Bora's affection value plus 500. Currently, a total of 50,000 affection points have been collected, and your companion cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 86.3%. Haruki's smile grew even brighter. He knew it. He didn't come to this battlefield for nothing. Alright, we're going to start our operation. Aasuna looked at the infiltration team ninjas behind him. He nodded towards Haruki beside him. Haruki controlled the wooden stick to fly towards the Sunagakure border camp ahead. The sniper team ninjas remained suspended in midair, quietly awaiting the signal to begin fighting. Pub Future Ads. Pub Future Ads. The Sunagakure border defense camp, like a giant steel scorpion crawling in the desert, leaned against a massive rock mountain, its grotesque silhouette faintly visible in the sparse starlight. The walls, built from hardened sand, were 6 meters high, with poisoned kunai stuck into the top. Figures moved on the tall watchtowers. Campfires dotted the interior of the camp. Most of the ninjas had already rotated for rest, with only the patrol team still moving through the camp. A piercing shriek tore through the night sky. Enemy attack. Main gate direction. Large number of Omegakure ninjas. Deafening explosions resounded one after another from the direction of the camp's main gate. Dazzling flames instantly tore through the darkness. In the direction of the Sunagakure camp's main gate, led by Miyazawa, the Omegakure ninjas moved like ghosts in the darkness. They continuously threw kunai tied with a large number of explosive tags, which accurately landed at the camp entrance and on the nearest watchtower. Boom! The camp gate was blown to smithereens, sand and stones flew everywhere, and burning debris fell like meteors. The Sunagakure camp awoke from its slumber. The Sunagakure ninjas roared, pouring out of their tents. Hold the gate, it's the main assault of the Omegakure ninjas. Don't let them in. A Sunagakure Jonin roared in the chaos, and countless shurikens shot towards the Omegakure ninjas with a sharp whistling sound. Miyazawa hid behind a large rock, as shurikens clanged against the rock. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. The Sunagakure ninjas had fallen for it. At this moment, above the Sunagakure border camp, Haruki and his team silently descended. Above the camp, at a height of about 100 meters, Haruki and his team hovered beneath the thick night sky. Aasuna's voice reached the ears of the Omegakure ninjas behind him, clear and calm. Prepare to throw. First round, salamander poison. Second round, explosive tags. Target-oriented, cover strike. The Omegakure ninjas responsible for throwing the salamander poison wore their gas masks, and cold light flickered in their eyes behind the lenses. Haruki took a deep breath, controlling the wooden sticks to instantly scatter, and the Omegakure ninjas flew in different directions. Dozens of deep purple glass jars silently fell towards the camp's logistics area. Bang! Dull shattering sounds were imperceptible amidst the camp's clamor. The glass jars shattered, and deep purple poisonous mist, like countless venomous snakes simultaneously spitting venom, surged out at an astonishing speed. The poisonous mist spread wildly, instantly covering nearly 1/3 of the camp's core area in the blink of an eye. What is that? Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. Poison gas. It's Hanzo's poison. Aha. Quote. Piercing screams and terrified shouts instantly overwhelmed the explosions at the main gate. The ninjas within Sunagaku's logistics camp, enveloped by the poisonous mist, felt excruciating pain like being cut by knives. Their vision instantly blurred, their muscles twitched uncontrollably, and their strength rapidly drained away like a receding tide. After only a few seconds of struggle, countless Sunagaku ninjas vomited foul blood, their eyeballs bulged, and they collapsed to the ground like boneless slime. Don't panic. Put on your gas masks. Quick. Experienced ninjas shouted hoarsely, but it was too late. The poison was dispersed by the violent night wind in the desert. Haruki rode his broom. It was his turn to act. He actively asked Aasuna to assign him the task of throwing explosive tags. Only by letting the Sunagaku ninjas see him could they generate intense emotions towards him. Haruki's figure quickly moved through the entire camp from above. Dense explosive tags fell like hail from high in the sky. They're in the air. How is that possible? They crossed the quicksand. Quote. The Sunagaku ninjas in the camp looked up and saw Haruki under the night sky. After throwing the explosive tags, Haruki flew a few more circles, afraid that the Sunagaku ninjas hadn't seen him. Ding. System detected Sunagaku ninja A's killing intent value +3000. Ding. System detected Sunagaku ninja B's killing intent value +3000. Ding. System detected Sunagaku ninja C's hatred value +3000. Ding. System detected Sunagaku ninja D's fear value +3000. Currently, a total of 54,000 killing intent points have been collected, and your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 58%. Currently, a total of 18,000 hatred points have been collected, activating cursed spirit number 008. Malicious cursed spirit Mahito. Mahito 18%. Currently, a total of 9,000 fear points have been collected, and your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 29%. Boom. Rumble. Explosions 10 times more violent than at the camp's main gate swept through the entire camp. Haruki's pupils shone brightly. The battlefield truly is a good place. Many copyable techniques should have been activated as well. Fiery fireballs rose one after another, engulfing the tents and the ninjas who couldn't dodge in time. The orange-red flames reflected the swirling purple poisonous mist, turning the entire Sunagaku border camp into a living hell. The sniper team, riding on wooden sticks, descended from the air, landing on the ground and attacking the surviving Sunagaku ninjas. Haruki swooped down without hesitation, jumping off his broom, his long sword unsheathed from his back, and joined the battlefield. How could he make the Sunagaku ninjas feel extreme emotions if he didn't personally act? A mere child dares to enter the battlefield. A Sunagaku ninja crawled out of the ruins beside Haruki, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. His eyes were filled with blood vessels, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. Ding. System detected Yuru's killing intent value +3000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 58.3%. I'll tear you to pieces. Yuru gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. He lunged at Haruki like the most primitive beast. Ding. System detected Yuru's hatred value +5000. Your cursed spirit Mahito's rank has increased to 23%. Haruki estimated that this ninja had gone mad. He sheathed his sword, choosing to let a crazier existence deal with him. Ha 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 ha. Long time no see. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C74. Mahito has fun. Pub Future ads. Chapter 74. Mahito has fun. A Megacurse demon brat. Die for me. Yuru's voice was hoarse and broken. The kunai in his hand stabbed fiercely towards Haruki's neck. The air in front of Haruki instantly crumpled like a canvas being kneaded by an invisible hand. A viscous purple vortex appeared out of thin air. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. A hand slowly extended from the center of the vortex. It was a hand covered in irregular stitches. This hand landed directly on Yuru's head. A figure, or more precisely, a being with a human form, slowly revealed its full silhouette from the deep purple vortex. He looked like a pale, thin youth, with messy, light blue-gray long hair sticking up. On that face, which should have belonged to a human youth, centipede-like stitches ran across his entire face, as if roughly sewing a face together. His pupils expanded with excitement, devoid of any tyrannical killing intent, only a pure, chilling, childlike wonder and joy. Can I kill him? Mahito tilted his head innocently towards Haruki. Of course, anyone with this mark on their head can be killed. Haruki pointed at Yuru's forehead protector. That's great. Mahito chuckled. Ding. System detected Yuru's fear value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 34%. Yuru's movements froze. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. A terrifying grip seized him. He couldn't even turn his eyeballs to look at the owner of that hand. Oh, how interesting. A soul is collapsing. Mahito's face held a pure joy, like a child discovering a new toy. The next second, boom. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull burst. Pub Future adds. Like a ripe watermelon being smashed onto the floor with full force by a mischievous child, Yuru's head exploded without warning. Red, white, violently splattering. Haruki was numb. Quote. He took a deep breath, grateful that Rika had increased his tolerance limit. Mahito tilted his head slightly, letting the red and white mixture slowly slide down his cheek. He raised the hand that had just exploded the head and was covered in blood, brought it to his eyes, and examined it with interest. So interesting. Mahito's voice trembled with excitement. His pupils sparkled on his blood-stained face. If it's interesting, go play. Haruki urged, waving at Mahito. Anyway, the emotions the Sunagaku ninjas generated towards Mahito would be fed back to Haruki. Haruki felt that Mahito must be a genius in collecting emotional value. Mahito showed an extremely satisfied smile. He leapt high, letting out a cheer in the air, his gaze searching the ruins for humans with special markings. Ah, found him. Mahito's pupils shimmered with sparkling light, and he suddenly appeared in front of a Sunagaku ninjas. Hi, hello. The Sunagaku ninja was stunned. Mahito's hand brushed over the Sunagaku ninja's arm. Boom. Explosions followed one after another. Ding. System detected Sunagaku ninja A's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Sunagaku ninja B's fear value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 40%. With such uniform fear values, Haruki knew without thinking that Mahito had created another grand scene. Ding. System detected Sunagaku ninja C's killing intent value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 58.6%. The system's prompt sounded in Haruki's mind. At the same time, a sharp gust of wind suddenly erupted from the shadow behind Haruki without warning. The target was Haruki's back. Boom. A poisoned kunai fiercely stabbed into the long sword in Haruki's hand. The kunai scraped across the blade of the long sword, producing a shower of sparks and a sharp metallic screech. The Sunagaku ninja was lean, with a black mask on his face, and his exposed eyes flickered with a venomous chill like a snake. A hint of surprise flashed quickly in his pupils. He hadn't expected this brat who raised monsters to be able to block his sneak attack. The Sunagaku ninja reacted swiftly, twisting his wrist, and the kunai suddenly stabbed towards Haruki's neck from another direction. Crisp, dense clanging of metal exploded like a sudden downpour. The Sunagaku ninja's pupils constricted. His attacks had all been neutralized by the brat in front of him. How was this possible? The more the Sunagaku ninja fought, the more his heart trembled with fear. This brat's taijutsu and kenjutsu were nothing like a child's. Even more terrifying, he was learning during the battle. His sword became faster and faster, dazzling him. If this continued, this brat's taijutsu would only get stronger. Realizing this, he suddenly leapt back to create distance, instantly forming hand signs with both hands. Chakra furiously gathered in his mouth, and the surrounding air instantly became dry and scorching hot. He had to kill this brat here. He absolutely could not allow the monster of a Megakure to continue growing. Ding. System detected Sunagaku ninja C's killing intent value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Sukuna's rank has increased to 58.9%. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. A scorching, gigantic orange-red fireball, carrying high temperatures that distorted the air, roared as it tore through the air, shooting towards Haruki. Before the fireball arrived, the scorching heatwave already assaulted him, and the space in front of Haruki was distorted by the heat. Haruki suddenly thrust his long sword back into its scabbard at his waist, rapidly forming hand signs. Water release. Great waterfall jutsu. Waves suddenly surged at his feet. Giant waves rolled up, like a waterfall descending from the sky, blocking Haruki's path. Boom! The fireball collided with the waterfall. Thick white mist instantly engulfed Haruki and the Sunagaku ninja's figures. The Sunagaku ninja's figure moved rapidly through the mist. He sped towards the figure standing motionless in the mist. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. So what if he was a genius? The gap in combat experience could not be bridged even by a genius. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Haruki. A gleam of killing intent burst from his eyes. He raised the kunai in his hand high and stabbed towards Haruki's neck. Right at that moment, his vision blurred, and a visible, eerie white cold air blew out from Haruki's mouth. The air seemed to freeze. A thin layer of white frost instantly condensed on the kunai in the Sunagaku ninja's hand. The white frost spread rapidly, climbing from the kunai onto the Sunagaku ninja's hand, and then extending from his hand to his cheek. The Sunagaku ninja's eyes widened, staring intently at Haruki. Ding! System detected. Sunagaku ninja sees hatred value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Mahito's rank has increased to 26%. White frost covered the Sunagaku ninja's eyeballs. His blood congealed, and his heart slowly stopped beating. The mist was quickly dispersed by the strong winds of the desert, and Haruki turned around, a scene of chaos appearing before his eyes. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C75. Bonus Talking in Sleep. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 75. Bonus Talking in Sleep. Ding. System detected. Sunagaku ninja A's anger value plus 4000. Ding. System detected. Sunagaku ninja B's fear value plus 4000. Ding. System detected. Sunagaku ninja C's fear value plus 4000. Ding. System detected. Sunagaku ninja A's hatred value plus 4000. Ding. The notification sounds in Haruki's mind never ceased. He looked at the scene before him, his expression complex. Mahito's hands rested on two Sunagaku ninjas. This time, there was no explosion. But the two Sunagaku ninjas began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. One Sunagaku ninja's legs were forcibly fused together, turning into a thick tail. His spine bent backward into an exaggerated arc, the pain on his face instantly vanished, and he rapidly lunged to bite the Sunagaku ninja next to him. The other Sunagaku ninja's head was elongated, his mouth split open to his ears, filled with shark-like sharp teeth, and his limbs transformed into the shape of a frog. The Sunagaku ninjas transformed by Mahito had no reason, only instinctive, violent killing intent. They charged towards their former comrades, their sharp teeth tearing at the bodies of those they once fought alongside. Monsters, don't come closer. Yamada, it's me. Brother, how could you? Their giant mouth, full of sharp teeth, bit into a Sunagaku ninja's shoulder, tearing and shaking him madly like a crocodile. Ding. System detected. Sunagaku ninja E's fear value plus 3000. Ding. System detected. Sunagaku ninja F's hatred value plus 5000. Currently, a total of 35,000 fear value has been collected. Your cursed spirit Hanami's rank has increased to 52.5%. Currently, a total of 21,000 hatred value has been collected. Your cursed spirit Mahito's rank has increased to 47%. Currently, a total of 11,000 anger value has been collected. Your cursed spirit Jago's rank has increased to 41%. Haruki. Mahito not only earned emotional value for himself but also for the other cursed spirits. These three cursed spirits truly lived up to being good brothers. The smile on Mahito's face never faded. He seemed to be watching a circus performance, letting out high-pitched, joyful laughter. When Mahito truly appeared before him and transformed humans in front of him, the pure, extreme malice that erupted shocked Haruki. Mahito's laughter echoed over the battlefield as he excitedly scanned the performances of each monster he created. Fewer and fewer Sunagaku ninjas remained standing. The Omegaku ninjas stood silently to the side, watching the scene before them. Even though they had experienced countless bloody battlefields, they were deeply shocked by the blasphemous and terrifying sight before their eyes. Asuname's knuckles were slightly white from clenching too hard. He had seen Hanzo's poisonous mist devour lives, seen ninjutsu crush ninja into flesh, but he had never seen such a scene where living people were twisted into monsters and then driven to tear at their own comrades. Haruki observed the expressions of the surrounding Omegakure ninjas. This couldn't continue. Although Mahito could collect emotional value for him on the battlefield, accordingly, Mahito would affect his image in the hearts of the Omegakure ninjas. This was not conducive to Haruki collecting positive emotional value. A deep purple vortex appeared behind Mahito. The smile on Mahito's face paused. He turned and looked towards Haruki. The next second, his figure was swallowed by the vortex. "See you next time." His voice came from within the vortex. After Mahito disappeared, Haruki felt as if his strength had been drained, unable to support his body, and he half knelt on the ground. Haruki. His action quickly attracted Asuname's attention. Asuname flashed to Haruki's side, supporting his arm, and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Many Omegakure ninjas gathered around Haruki, looking at him nervously, afraid that something had happened to Haruki. I can't control it," Haruki said weakly. Isume and the surrounding Omegakure ninjas instantly understood what Haruki meant by it. This was the first time Asuname had truly witnessed Haruki's curse power. "I can only control it, not to harm you all." Haruki gasped violently, his face pale, his voice weak and breathless. Ding. System detected Isuname's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Haruma's gratitude value plus 1000. Currently, a total of 30,000 gratitude value has been collected. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 82.3%. Don't speak yet. Rest well, Asuname immediately urged. He squatted in front of Haruki, turned his head, and said, "Get on." Haruki shook his head, forcing himself to say, "I can do it myself." Haruma picked up Haruki and tossed him onto Asuname's back. Haruki. He looked at Haruma. Haruma was expressionless. "You already consumed a lot of chakra crossing the quicksand area earlier, and just now you controlled your curse. You should listen to Asuname and rest well." The reason Haruma paused was that he didn't sense any chakra on Haruki. But without chakra, how could Haruki use ninjutsu? It must be because Haruki possessed some unique ninjutsu that could conceal chakra. Haruki was carried on Asuname's back. He weakly leaned against Asuname's back, and soon after, he closed his eyes. Asuname heard the steady breathing from behind him. He said he could still hold on. A hint of heartache flashed in Asuname's eyes. Haruma turned to look at the monsters and ordered the Omegakure ninjas, "Kill them." Yes. The Omegakure ninjas swarmed forward. The bodies of the monsters and Sunagakure ninjas littered the entire camp. The Omegakure ninjas sighed in relief, a bewildered expression on their faces. "We just won. What else? Hee. I just feel it's unreal." "Me too. It feels much easier than before. It's because Haruki is here, right? He gave us the advantage of high-altitude combat, catching Sunagakure off guard." Listening to the discussions of the Omegakure ninjas, Haruma pulled out a signal flare and fired it into the sky above. "They won't hurt anyone. I won't let anyone get hurt. Don't be afraid of me." Haruki, in a deep sleep, murmured softly. His voice was faint, but ninjas possessed exceptionally keen senses. Moreover, the battlefield was now silent, and his delirium clearly reached the ears of the Omegakure ninjas. Ding. System detected Minaru's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. System detected Tobamaru's gratitude value plus 1000. Ding. Currently, a total of 39,000 gratitude value has been collected. Your cursed spirit land god's rank has increased to 86.2%. Host. You sleep so soundly. You're even talking in your sleep. Haruki. On the other side of the border. Outside the Omegakure camp, the Omegakure ninjas looked at the rising red smoke in the distance, excited smiles appearing on their faces. The combat plan succeeded. We won. The welcoming team immediately ran towards the Sunagakure defensive camp on the Land of Wind border. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C76. Awe Value and Faith Value. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 76. Awe value and faith value. The reception team stepped onto Sunagaku's defensive camp, established on the border of the Land of Wind. What greeted their eyes was a scene of ruins and a charred graveyard. The pungent smell of burning and the strong scent of blood mixed together, drifting across the desolate Gobi Desert with the night wind. The pale blue sky slowly spread from the horizon. The dark night had passed, and dawn was approaching. The bodies of Sunagaku ninjas were scattered everywhere in various twisted poses, mixed with over a dozen bizarre monster remains. "Captain, what is this?" An Omegakure ninja frowned, staring at the monster corpse on the ground, and called out to Suzaku, who was not far away. Suzaku, acting as the reception team's captain, stepped forward and slowly crouched in front of the monster's corpse. His gaze fell on the headbands scattered around the monster. There are headbands, but no bodies. A strange glint flashed in Suzaku's eyes. Could it be? A bold conjecture immediately surfaced in his mind. Suzaku stood up with a solemn expression and said, "Let's go meet up with Aasuna and the others first, they should know what happened." Yes. The Omegakure ninja nodded, following behind Suzaku. Suzaku walked towards the center of the camp. Soon, Omegakure's forces appeared within Suzaku's sight. They were gathered in the center of the camp, with mountains of bodies piled beside them. Their armor was covered in congealed dark red bloodstains. Suzaku looked around. There were no casualties. He breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze quickly drawn to Aasuna. Haruki was curled up on Aasuna's broad shoulder, his face pale, his eyes tightly closed. Pub Future ads. Ding. System detected Suzaku's pain value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 35%. Suzaku walked towards Haruki, his legs feeling weak. His heart kept sinking. Ding. System detected Suzaku's pain value plus 5000. Your cursed spirit Kenjaku's rank has increased to 40%. Haruki silently thought to himself, he wouldn't think I'm dead, would he? Suzaku walked step by step to Haruki's front, extending his trembling hand. His hand paused. Haruki, leaning on Aasuna's shoulder, had his lips slightly parted, emitting an extremely faint breathing sound. Suzaku's eyes were slightly red, and relief immediately surged from the bottom of his heart. "Haruki, what happened to him?" Suzaku stared at Aasuna and asked. Aasuna explained, "Don't worry, he's just overexhausted his chakra and fallen asleep." Pity filled Suzaku's eyes as he said to Aasuna, "You guys go back to the camp first. Leave this place to us." He hoped Aasuna could quickly take Haruki back to the camp to rest properly. Cleaning up the battlefield was, after all, the task of their reception team. "Okay." Aasuna nodded. He carefully supported Haruki, his steps steady, and led the infiltration team's ninjas back to the camp on the border of the Land of Rain. On the way back, the sky was bright, and the distant mountains were draped in a layer of red. The sun gradually rose from the deepest part of the valley, casting a golden glow that paved the path beneath their feet. The Omegakure ninja camp gradually became clear in their sight. They're back. It's Aasuna-sama and the others. The assassination team. It's Haruma-sama. Look, it's Aasuna. And on his back, it's Haruki. Quote. The Omegakure ninjas rushed towards the camp gate, their eyes bursting with ecstatic light as they watched Aasuna and the others return safely. No casualties was the greatest victory. Suddenly, the crowd parted as if by an invisible force, automatically creating a wide passage. At the end of the path, Hanzo stood quietly. Hanzo did not speak or make any movements. But the entire camp's clamor, the moment he appeared, was as if a mute button had been pressed, instantly falling silent. Aasuna gradually walked forward and bowed his head before Hanzo. "I have fulfilled Hanzo-sama's trust." Sunagaku's border camp, completely annihilated. The Omegakure ninjas immediately erupted in fervent cheers. Hanzo's gaze slowly moved, sweeping over Aasuna, Haruma, Miyozawa, and the others one by one, finally resting on Haruki on Aasuna's shoulder. His eyes conveyed a questioning look. Aasuna immediately explained, "Hanzo-sama, Haruki has overexhausted his chakra and fallen into a deep sleep." The emotions in Hanzo's eyes were complex. All the ninjas who carried out the surprise attack mission returned safely, yet only Haruki was overexhausted and in a coma. Ding. System detected Hanzo's nostalgia value plus 3000. Your cursed spirit Choso's rank has increased to 52.2%. Haruki lied on Isuname's back, trying his best to control his facial expression. Why is it nostalgia value? As soon as this question came to his mind, Haruki somehow understood. Hanzo is so shameless. Hanzo looked at the medical ninjas standing nearby. Sota and Ruka had long been impatient, and once Hanzo signaled with his eyes, they immediately rushed out of the crowd and quickly came before Isuname. Sota's movements were gentle as she carefully checked Haruki's condition. After confirming that Isuname's words were true, she nodded to Isuname. Isuname very carefully transferred the sleeping Haruki from his shoulder to the stretcher prepared by Sota and Ruka. The stretcher was lifted by Sota and Ruka, and the two walked steadily towards the medical tent under the solemn gaze of all the ninjas. The ninjas' gaze fell on Haruki's pale face. Haruki lied on the snow-white stretcher, appearing exceptionally fragile. The ninjas once again clearly realized that Haruki was still a child. Yet, it was this child who had selflessly saved their lives multiple times, fearlessly stepped forward to protect ninjas much older than him multiple times, and brought victory and hope to a Megakure multiple times. Ding. System detected a Megakure Ninja A's A value plus 1000. Ding. System detected a Megakure Ninja B's A value plus 1000. Cursed Spirit activation value not reached, A value has been stored. Ding. System detected a Megakure Ninja C's Faith value plus 2000. Ding. System detected a Megakure Ninja D's Faith value plus 2000. Cursed Spirit activation value not reached, Faith value has been stored. What cursed spirits can A value and Faith value activate? Haruki couldn't figure it out for a moment. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C77. Bonus Construction and Seance. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 77. Bonus Construction and Seance. Medical Zone. Inside the tent, the scent of disinfectant and herbs permeated the air. Inside a relatively quiet single tent, separated by thick, waterproof canvas, Haruki lied peacefully on a camp bed covered with a thick blanket. Sota and Ruka performed a detailed examination of Haruki. Only after confirming that Haruki had no additional injuries did they both relax. Sota and Ruka stood by the bed, looking at Haruki's still furrowed brow as he slept, and sighed softly. They gently tucked the blanket around Haruki and quietly withdrew. The tent became completely silent. Only Haruki's steady breathing could be heard. The system's voice rang out in Haruki's mind. Haruki lied on the bed, looking very peaceful. Host, if you have time, please check your activated cursed technique. Haruki immediately focused his attention. Begin your broadcast. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. My Zenin, Constructin activated. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. Agami, Seance technique activated. Ding. Copyable cursed technique. Karara Hoshi, Love Rendezvous activated. Construction. It's like thinking of something and getting it. Pub Future Ads. Construction itself is an extremely powerful cursed technique, but unfortunately, the user might had too little cursed energy to unleash the true power of the cursed technique. But what Haruki lacks least right now is cursed energy. The principle of construction is to convert cursed energy into matter, constructing physical objects. Due to the limitations of cursed energy, Mai only constructed weapons with average attack power, like pistols. Constructing complex or large objects requires a longer time and vast amounts of cursed energy. Haruki lacks neither time nor cursed energy, and his cursed energy is still growing. Once he constructs a missile, let's see whether a missile or 10 tails tailed beast ball is superior. Haruki bet on the missile. Haruki was so excited just thinking about it that he wished he could start constructing immediately. Not only that, but construction can also be used in conjunction with Haruki's other cursed techniques. He rubbed his cheeks with his hand, forcing himself to calm down. His luck this time was good. Construction was already great, and additionally, he got an even more amazing seance technique. The principle of Sinche technique is to use parts of the deceased's body, such as hair, blood, or remains, as a summoning medium to summon the departed spirits to possess a flesh body and act, with the summoned retaining their power from when they were alive but losing their rationality and emotions. Haruki's understanding of it is that it's an unrefined version of Edo Tensei. Of course, if conditions allowed, he would prefer to master Edo Tensei. But aren't those conditions not available right now? At this time, Orochimaru hadn't even fully researched Edo Tensei. Let's make do with this for now. He'll find an opportunity to pluck some of Hanzo's hair. What is the principle behind Kurara's cursed technique, Love Rendezvous? Haruki remembered that there wasn't much introduction to Kurara's cursed technique. Cursed technique. Love Rendezvous. Core principle. This cursed technique marks people or objects with 5 types of marks. Amai, Acrux, Mimosa, Jinin, Gakrux, thereby controlling the interaction, movement, and gravitational pull between targets. Be more specific. Okay, host. Next, I will introduce the cursed technique from 3 aspects: marking rules, movement rules, and activation conditions. Marking rules. The 5 marks correspond to the main stars of the Southern Cross. Marks are applied by touching a person or object, with each mark representing an independent state. The cursed technique relies on the adjacency between marks, and the adjacency relationship is fixed in the sequence: Amai right pointing arrow, Acrux right pointing arrow, Mimosa right pointing arrow, Jinin right pointing arrow, Gakrux. Once applied, a mark remains until the cursed technique is released. Inside the central tent, the warm yellow light from the candles illuminated the large map in the center of the table. On the map, Sunagaku's border camp was covered by a prominent crimson cross. At the same time, several new icons appeared on the map. Those were several important strongholds and possible reinforcement routes established by Sunagaku deep within the Land of Wind. Hanzo walked to the head of the table. The Omegaker ninjas stood around the table. Mission report. Hanzo got straight to the point. Isaname stepped forward, speaking clearly. Sunagaku's defensive camp on the border of the Land of Wind has been confirmed destroyed. A total of 100 Sunagaku ninjas were killed. 15 of our personnel sustained minor injuries, with no serious injuries or fatalities. Hanzo looked at him and repeated, no serious injuries. With Haruki present, no fatalities were understandable, but how could there be no serious injuries? The Sunagaku ninjas were completely annihilated. Isaname paused, then added, during the operation, Haruki used his curse power, and a difficult-to-control special curse emerged. Due to interference from this special curse, Sunagaku ninjas suffered heavy losses. Hanzo's gaze lingered on Isaname's face for a moment. What kind of special curse? Isaname recalled for a moment and gave an answer, touch to kill. Haruki expended a great deal of energy to control the curse. Hanzo's pupils contracted. Touch to kill. It seems that after Haruki wakes up, he'll have to be thoroughly questioned about the emergence of this new curse. Hanzo was silent for a moment, his fingers tapping the table, skipping over the topic. The immediate priority is the counterattack from the Land of Wind. He glanced at Yushi beside him, and Yushi immediately pointed to several new marked points on the map, explaining to the Omegaker ninjas. Sunagaku, having lost its border stronghold, will certainly react quickly. It will take at least 2 days for them to reach the Land of Wind border from Sunagaku. We must seize the initiative within these 2 days. The Omegaker ninjas nodded with solemn expressions. Although they won this time, it was based on the enemy being unprepared. After this battle ends and Sunagaku receives the news and reacts, the next enemies to appear will be powerful combat units dispatched by Sunagaku. Miyozawa, your feint group will rest for half a day, then depart immediately, coordinating with the trap squad to set traps on all roads where Sunagaku reinforcements might travel to the border. Hanzo looked at Miyozawa and ordered. Yes. Miyozawa bowed his head in response. Hanzo's gaze fell on Mizuna, who stood among the crowd. Mizuna, you will lead the intelligence squad to disperse along various routes, gather information on Sunagaku reinforcements, and transmit it back to the camp in a timely manner. Yes. Mizuna, whose name was called, straightened his expression. Isaname, your infiltration group will join the defense team. You will be responsible for the defense of the camp's outer perimeter. Hanzo commanded. Yes. Isaname nodded. Compared to the others, their mission was not considered dangerous. The truly dangerous ones were the main ambush units. Haruma, the core defense of the camp will be handled by your sniper group. Hanzo's gaze finally fell on the expressionless Takagawa. Takagawa, you will lead the first ambush unit and await orders at any time. Muteki, you will lead the second ambush unit. Tsuki, you will lead the third ambush unit. ... Orders were issued one by one. The Omegaker ninjas solemnly accepted their commands. The fatigue in Isaname's eyes was replaced by rekindled battle intent. Naruto, Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C78. Chio's Suspicion. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 78. Chio's Suspicion. Land of Wind. Sunagaker. A loud bang echoed from inside the Casecage's office. The third Casecage's fist slammed down hard on the desk. He was breathing rapidly, his eyes burning with fury. A Megaker. They dared to attack our border camp. The third Casecage's chest heaved violently. The intelligence ninja, kneeling on one knee, lowered his head, minimizing his presence. Good, good, good. A hint of malice flashed in the third Casecage's eyes. He leaned back in his chair, calming his breathing. He took a deep breath and said, "Gather all the Jonin in the village." As the third Casecage's words fell, an inconspicuous shadow behind him stirred, then swiftly vanished from the Casecage's office. The third Casecage looked out the window, narrowing his eyes, and a chilling killing intent spread from his body. Since a Megaker doesn't know its place, there's no need to show mercy. Figures of Sunagaker Anbu darted through the village. One figure landed on Chio's window. Chio was sitting at the dining table when her gaze sharpened, sweeping towards the window. Seeing the familiar Anbu mask, she frowned slightly and went to open the window. The Anbu's figure landed in their living room. "What are Casecage-sama's orders?" Chio asked. Casecage-sama has ordered all Jonin in the village to immediately report to the office. As the Anbu's words finished, his figure flashed, leaping out the window and disappearing from Chio's sight. Chio turned around, puzzled, and exchanged glances with her daughter-in-law, Chizuru. "What happened?" Chizuru asked worriedly. The war between the village and Konoha had not yet ceased, and most of the village's Jonin were still fighting Konoha on the front lines. Pub Future Ads. At this moment, the Casecage suddenly summoning the remaining Jonin in the village made Chio suspect that something major had occurred. "Sasori, will you get off Dad, please?" Aasuna gently ruffled Sasori's head, speaking softly. Sasori pouted, "Is Dad leaving again?" Aasuna smiled helplessly. "Dad promises to come back to play with you as soon as possible." Sasori sat on a nearby chair, burying his head and poking at the rice in his bowl without speaking. Aasuna soothingly stroked his red hair. Chio took in this scene, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the suture line on her son Aasuna's forehead. As if sensing her gaze, Aasuna suddenly looked up, his eyes shooting towards Chio. Chio was startled, but Aasuna before her had already revealed a gentle smile to her. The strange feeling in Chio's heart did not diminish, but rather increased. She lowered her head and said to Chizuru and Aasuna, "Since Casecage-sama has ordered, you two go ahead." Aasuna and Chizuru stood up and walked towards the door. Chizuru looked back and said to Chio, "I'll leave Sasori to you." Chio waved her hand at them both. "Don't worry." Chizuru reluctantly glanced at Sasori, who was still looking down and silent, then left quickly. The door closed, and Chizuru immediately threw herself into Aasuna's arms. "I don't want to leave Sasori." Her voice was choked with tears. A dark light flashed in Aasuna's eyes. He gently patted Chizuru's back, silently comforting her. Only after Chizuru had composed herself did the two of them head to the Casecage's office together. Behind the door, Chio looked at her grandson, who was still hanging his head, and sighed inwardly. She sat down beside Sasori, placing her hands on his shoulders. "Sasori, don't be sad. Dad and Mom will be back very soon after they complete their mission." Sasori looked up, his eyes slightly red, staring intently at Chio. He sniffled and asked, "Really?" "Of course." Chio nodded affirmatively. Her assurance provided Sasori with immense comfort. He no longer hung his head in silence. Instead, he actively picked up his spoon and began to eat. Chio looked at Sasori's profile and tentatively asked, "Sasori, have you noticed that Dad has changed?" Sasori stopped his movements and looked at Chio blankly. Chio inexplicably grew nervous. She prompted, "After Dad came back, he wasn't the same as before." Did Sasori notice? Sasori thought seriously for a moment. Dad really does seem different from before. Sasori nodded towards Chio. Chio's breathing hitched. Sure enough, she wasn't the only one who felt this way. "Dad became gentler. Dad even tucks me into bed. He also teaches me how to make puppets. I like the dad I have now." Sasori quickly added, excitedly. Chio's face stiffened. Teaching Sasori how to make puppets. Chiyo frowned in confusion. Puppeteers in the entire ninja world were few and far between. If Aasuna had truly been replaced, how would he know puppet jutsu? Could it be that she was overthinking things? It wasn't impossible for Aasuna's personality to change after experiencing a life-or-death crisis. Chiyo stroked Sasori's head without speaking. Crow. Sasori suddenly pointed at a crow flying away, flapping its wings. Chiyo looked back and saw that the crow, which had been perched on the windowsill, had flown away. The crow weaved through the buildings of Sunagaku, its black eyes catching a familiar figure. Aasuna, walking towards the cage's office, felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned to look, and the crow landed on his shoulder. Chizuru, walking beside Aasuna, smiled slightly. It seems it doesn't want to leave you and wants to go on the mission with you. Aasuna smiled without speaking. Cage's office. The Jonin of Sunagaku stood neatly in front of the third cage. Aasuna and Chizuru stood in the first row. Aasuna's gaze lingered on the third cage's head. The third cage's gaze swept over the Jonin before him, one by one, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. Just last night, a Megakure started a war against our border defenses. They slaughtered all the ninjas stationed at the border defenses and occupied the border camp. As soon as the third cage finished speaking, the Jonin in the office collectively erupted in shouts of condemnation against a Megakure. I summoned you here to form a counterattack team and completely crush a Megakure. Even with Hanzo emerging from a Megakure, the third cage had never taken a Megakure seriously. They were just a disorganized mob. How could they contend with Sunagaku, one of the 5 great ninja villages? At the same time, the Konoha battlefield needs reinforcements. The third cage frowned, his pupils deeply gazing at the people before him. Konoha White Fang has killed countless of our ninjas on the front lines. Who can go to the front lines and slay Konoha White Fang? He quietly waited for the Jonin before him to declare their intentions. However, these Jonin exchanged glances and, as if by prior agreement, lowered their heads. The third cage snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Aasuna and Chizuru. Aasuna subtly raised an eyebrow. Aasuna, Chizuru, you are elites who have inherited Elder Chiyo's puppet jutsu. Only you two can complete this mission. Chizuru's heart immediately sank to the bottom. Since Cage-sama had already spoken, how could they refuse? Yes, Aasuna and Chizuru slowly replied. The third cage's tightly furrowed brow relaxed. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C79. Bonus: A Puppet with Consciousness. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 79. Bonus: A Puppet with Consciousness. Seeing Aasuna and Chizuru's acceptance, the third cage nodded in satisfaction. Aasuna's gaze swept over the third cage and he looked out the window. On a nearby rooftop, a raven, completely black, was preening its feathers with its beak. Its dark pupils met Aasuna's. Aasuna curled his lips slightly, then calmly averted his gaze. Konoha White Fang. He sounds strong. Aasuna touched the stitches on his head. Can he get a new body so soon? He quite liked the cage's current body too. Pakura. Rasa. The third cage quickly called out 2 more names from among the Jonin. A male and a female ninja stepped out of the ranks and approached the third cage. Cage-sama. The 2 respectfully called out. The third cage looked at Pakura and Rasa before him. Both of them were elite ninjas of the village. Although young, both possessed powerful Kekkei Genkai. You two will lead 2,000 ninjas and immediately head to the border between the land of wind and the land of rain. The third cage commanded. Yes, Pakura and Rasa said in unison. The third cage nodded and continued. Although Hanzo's poison is formidable, Elder Chiyo has already produced an antidote. Since Hanzo can no longer threaten you, taking down a Megakure within a short period shouldn't be a problem, right? His gaze was filled with pressure, sweeping back and forth between Pakura and Rasa. Yes, Pakura and Rasa immediately responded. A Megakure camp. Pub Future Ads. Miyazawa was organizing the team and packing their gear when a figure appeared silently beside him. Haruki watched the Megakure ninjas pack explosive tags, poison mist, and poison senbon, and knew what they were going to do. Why are you here? Why aren't you resting properly? Miyazawa paused his steps, stood in front of Haruki, and stared at him, asking. Haruki looked at Miyazawa and said, I've rested well, I can help now. Miyazawa frowned. You're not needed here, go back and rest. Haruki seemed not to hear him and continued to ask, Brother Miyazawa, are you going to set traps? Let me go with you. No. Miyazawa refused mercilessly, you can't help the trap squad. He walked towards an Omegakure ninja nearby, tallying the essential weapons and tools. Haruki followed behind him. I can help. Miyazawa turned around and asked, what can you help with? Can you set traps? Setting traps did not mean there was no danger. Haruki had only recently woken up, and he needed enough rest. I can make puppets. I can also control puppets. Puppets can definitely help, Haruki immediately said. His eyes were filled with light, looking at Miyazawa expectantly. Miyazawa paused, and not only him, but all the ninjas in the trap squad looked at Haruki in surprise. Haruki, how can you know puppet jutsu? The Omegakure ninjas of the trap squad were unconvinced. There were only a handful of people in the entire ninja world who knew puppet jutsu. Aside from Chio of Sunagakure and her son and daughter-in-law, they had never heard of anyone in the ninja world who could control puppets. I really know puppet jutsu. Haruki earnestly defended himself. Before, when I secretly followed Brother Suzaku to the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire to sign a contract, we encountered an attack from Aasuna, a puppeteer from Sunagakure, and I saw him use puppet jutsu. Haruki, seeing that they didn't believe him, anxiously explained. Looking at Haruki's appearance, the Omegakure ninjas exchanged glances. Why did it feel like Haruki wasn't lying? But to learn the opponent's ninjutsu after only one encounter, such a thing was simply a fantasy. But Haruki was a genius to begin with. Two different thoughts fought in the minds of the Omegakure ninjas. Haruki isn't lying. A firm voice came from behind Haruki. He turned around and saw that it was Yuma. Yuma also brought Haruki's first puppet with him. Haruki. Yuma strode to Haruki's side and explained, you left number 1 at my blacksmith shop before you left. I didn't know if you wanted to bring it to the battlefield, so I took the liberty of bringing it. Number 1 walked to Haruki's side. Haruki looked at number 1 in shock. He realized something was off. Number 1 had its own consciousness. This thought flashed through Haruki's mind. If number 1 was just a puppet that only knew how to execute orders, it would be impossible for it to act with Yuma without his command. Unless number 1 itself wanted to come to the battlefield, thus, it followed Yuma. What did this mean? It meant that number 1 could only not speak or make facial expressions, but it had its own consciousness and could make its own decisions. Yuma said apologetically, it also helped me a lot along the way. All right. Now Haruki could confirm that number 1 indeed had its own consciousness. This is the puppet I made, and of course, Brother Yuma also helped me a lot. Haruki said to Miyazawa before him. Yuma immediately explained, I just provided some tools, this puppet was made by Haruki himself. Miyazawa's pupils constricted, staring intently at the puppet standing beside Haruki. Number 1 actively stepped forward and extended its hand towards Miyazawa. Haruki. Miyazawa stared at number 1's outstretched hand, his gaze falling on Haruki. This is a puppet. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the puppets of Sunagakure's puppeteers. This puppet was completely different from the puppets of Sunagakure's puppeteers. Haruki smiled at Miyazawa and explained, the puppets I make are a little different, they don't need to be controlled by chakra threads to execute my commands. Miyazawa. He suspected he was dreaming. Or rather, he had been hit by a genjutsu. How is this possible? The Omegakure ninjas stared at the puppet before them in disbelief. Haruki looked at number 1 and said to it, say hello to everyone. Number 1 walked towards the Omegakure ninjas. The Omegakure ninja uniformly retreated simultaneously. Number 1 waved to them. Omegakure ninjas. It must be their hallucination. I can make more puppets. Brother Miyazawa, just let me go with you. Haruki pleaded. Miyazawa pursed his lips. If Haruki could truly create puppets that didn't require chakra thread control, then the role these puppets could play in the war would be too significant. First, let's report to Hanzo-sama. Miyazawa said, looking at Haruki. Okay. Haruki waved to number 1 and said, come with me. Number 1 nimbly ran behind Haruki, shaking its head from side to side, greeting the Omegakure ninjas who were staring at it with uncertain eyes. Master said to greet these people. On the way to Hanzo's tent, number 1's greeting hand never came down. Naruto. Transmigrating with Yuta's Template. C80. Puppet Control Without Chakra Thread. Pub Future Ads. Chapter 80. Puppet Control Without Chakra Thread. Hanzo-sama, the intelligence unit's reconnaissance range is limited. If we get too close to the Sunagaku's strongholds in the Land of Wind, we might not only alert them but also. Inside the tent, Yushi frowned, his gaze shifting from the map on the table to Hanzo. Even without him saying the rest, Hanzo knew what the outcome would be. Hanzo's eyes were fixed on the map. There were many strongholds established by Sunagaku in the Land of Wind. If they could take these strongholds, it would not only cut off Sunagaku's supply and support routes but also give them a geographical advantage, making the subsequent battles more favorable. However, just as Yushi said, the risk of the intelligence unit's reconnaissance was too high. Footsteps interrupted Hanzo's thoughts. He looked up towards the tent entrance. Yushi also looked at the tent entrance. Who would come in and disturb them at this time? Had something happened? A hand made of wood lifted the tent flap. Although the materials were clumsy wood, the joints were exquisitely crafted, and its flexibility was no less than that of a human hand. A strange-looking wooden man entered Hanzo and Yushi's line of sight. Yushi's entire face twitched. Was this someone's prank? He glanced out of the corner of his eye in Hanzo's direction. Who would dare to joke with Hanzo at this time? They'd be beaten until they vomited blood, wouldn't they? A familiar figure jumped out from behind the wooden man. Haruki. Yushi raised an eyebrow in surprise. If it was Haruki, he probably wouldn't be beaten until he vomited blood. Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Miyazawa and Yuma also appeared inside the tent. Hanzo-sama. The two bowed in unison. Pub Future Ads. Hanzo nodded, his gaze falling on Haruki. Have you rested well? Hanzo asked in a deep voice, his tone somewhat stern. Those who didn't know Hanzo might think he was in a bad mood at this moment, but Haruki knew that Hanzo was just like that. Haruki nodded heavily. He ran to Hanzo's side. As soon as he moved, number one in front of him also moved. It followed behind Haruki and ran to Hanzo's front. It raised its hand and waved at Hanzo. Haruki. Hanzo stared at the wooden man in front of him, his eyes filled with vigilance. Who are you? Hanzo asked number one with a serious expression. Haruki looked at Hanzo. Was Hanzo not fully awake? If he couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, he could at least distinguish humans, right? Sensei. He's not human. Haruki explained. Not human. Yushi rubbed his chin, walking around number one, his scanner-like gaze sweeping up and down number one's entire body. It can't be a puppet, can it? Yushi suddenly stopped. A strange guess formed in his mind. A hint of surprise flashed in Haruki's eyes. He thought Yushi's acceptance was quite high. He nodded at Yushi, walked to number one's side, and solemnly introduced to Hanzo and Yushi, "This is a puppet I made. Its name is number one." Number one nodded, then waved at Yushi. Yushi's jaw almost dropped to the floor. He looked at the calm Hanzo and thought, as expected of Hanzo-sama, so calm. Haruki. Why don't I see any chakra threads? Yushi asked cautiously. Haruki smiled at him. Number one can be controlled without chakra threads. Even though he had already guessed, Yushi's eyes widened when he heard the affirmative answer. Haruki. Yushi gulped. He stretched out his finger, pointing at the wooden man in front of him, and looked at Haruki. How can you make puppets? Haruki asked with a bright smile. Brother Yushi. Do you still remember the last time I secretly snuck out of a megakar to find Brother Suzaku? Yushi recalled the incident and said, Of course I remember. I heard from Suzaku that you even fought against a puppeteer from Sunagaku. Did you learn his technique during the fight? Yushi's pupils dilated, looking at Haruki in shock. Haruki nodded. Yushi immediately felt a bit dizzy. Was this still a human? After seeing the puppeteer from Sunagaku, I became very interested in making puppets. I started making puppets when I was in a megakar. Haruki scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said, I also made a few modifications so that the puppets can execute commands without needing chakra thread control. Yushi's eyes were lifeless. After so many shocks, he had no extra reaction left. Hanzo only then recovered from his immense shock. A sharp glint shot out from his eyes as he stared at the puppet in front of him. Haruki, what are you using to control the puppet? Hanzo was curious. Without chakra threads, to make a puppet move on its own, it must require a special power. Hanzo's gaze shifted to Haruki. He noticed that Haruki's expression had changed slightly. Haruki nervously looked at Yushi and Hanzo, and carefully said, "It's my curse power." Before Yushi and Hanzo could say anything, he immediately promised, "I will control my curse power well and won't hurt anyone." Hanzo was stunned. He finally understood why Haruki had shown such an unusual emotion. This child was worried about being ostracized by everyone because of his curse power. "I will use my curse power to protect everyone. Protect every single person in Omegakure." Haruki pursed his lips, his firm voice echoing in Hanzo and their ears. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Miyazawa's affection value plus 2000. Ding. System detected Yuma's affection value plus 2000. Currently collected affection value plus 8000. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 87.1%. Hanzo reached out and patted Haruki's shoulder. Haruki looked at Hanzo, his eyes pure, allowing one to see his thoughts at a glance. "Sensei, I can use my curse power to create more puppets. One more puppet means one more helper. Puppets can replace everyone in dangerous missions. This way, everyone can be safe and sound." Hanzo saw expectation and hope in those pure eyes. Ding. System detected Hanzo's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Yushi's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Yuma's affection value plus 3000. Ding. System detected Miyazawa's affection value plus 3000. Currently collected affection value plus 12000. Your accompanying cursed spirit Rika's rank has increased to 88.3%. Z.